Chapter 1. I inherited the Shadow Kingdom. In a desolate, war-torn region of the East, within the dim recesses of a cave belonging to the Ten Commandments gang, a Caucasian man gradually regained consciousness. A sharp pain caused him to furrow his brow and cry out in distress. "Where am I?" As he slowly rose to a sitting position, he sensed something tethering him. He reached up to remove the oxygen tube from his nose and glanced at the metal apparatus attached to his chest by wires. His expression one of bewilderment. At that moment, a voice emerged from beside him that, "If I were you, I wouldn't move around too much. You have a fragment lodged within you, perilously close to your heart. Without it, your life would be forfeit." Upon hearing these words, the man's countenance shifted dramatically. He was uncertain whether the elderly figure before him spoke truth or fiction, yet he dared not take the risk. Just as he was about to inquire further, a wave of excruciating pain surged through his mind. Simultaneously, a rapid sequence of memories flickered through his consciousness, akin to scenes from a film. Minutes later, though the pain in his head began to subside, his expression grew increasingly grim, a mixture of confusion and astonishment washing over him. He had merely taken a normal nap, only to awaken and discover that he had traversed into another realm. Moreover, he had become none other than the renowned Iron Man, Tony Stark. As a character of immense popularity within the Marvel Universe, Tony Stark was celebrated worldwide, hailed as a mortal whose prowess rivaled that of deities. Realizing this, Tony initially felt elated his previous life had been less than satisfactory, devoid of significant attachments. Now, having transformed into the illustrious Iron Man, what could there possibly be to lament? However, his joy was short-lived, as his expression soon darkened. Tony Stark's divine stature did not stem from any mutation, but rather from his astute intellect. Currently, although he had assumed Tony's identity, he had not inherited the brilliance of his mind. If his instincts were correct, he found himself entrenched in the narrative of the first Iron Man film, during the moment when Tony Stark was ensnared. At this juncture, Tony Stark had yet to create the Iron Armor. This meant that while he had adopted Tony's persona, the existence of Iron Man was effectively stifled. After all, in his former life, he was merely an exemplary young man, incapable of crafting such advanced technology. If this were the extent of his predicament, Tony might have felt disheartened, but not despondent. He had never harbored a profound interest in becoming a superhero. Living as an ordinary billionaire would suffice. Yet, he now found himself in the dire situation of being kidnapped, with his captors poised to coerce him into manufacturing missiles. But what could he possibly create? Should those terrifying captors discover the truth, would he even survive? Would they not simply dispose of him, feeding him to the dogs? In that moment, panic engulfed Tony as he spiraled into a state of alarm. An icy, synthesized electronic voice suddenly resonated in his mind. "Beep. You have become the heir of the Shadow Kingdom. The Dark Lottery system is at your service. Name, Tony Stark. Gender, male identity, heir of the Shadow Kingdom. Ability, none. Beginner's gift pack, awaiting activation. Lottery attempts, 0. Mission issued, escape from. Danger. Mission description, your current predicament is exceedingly perilous at any moment. You could be mercilessly dismembered by armed kidnappers to be fed to their dogs. You must flee this place expeditiously to evade peril. Mission reward, 1 lottery attempt, authority over the Shadow Kingdom Ninja Corps." As Tony gazed at the series of messages that materialized before him, he found himself momentarily stunned, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. Ultimately, a surge of unrestrained joy coursed through him, lifting the corners of his mouth into a smile of delight. They say that crossing over requires a golden finger. The netizens do not deceive. Though he may not possess the capability to forge an iron suit and thus eliminate the absence of Iron Man from this world, with the aid of this system, he would undoubtedly become a being more formidable than Iron Man himself. Fortunately, he did not allow his excitement to cloud his judgment. He recognized the urgency of the present moment. Activate the beginner's gift pack. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 10 ninja soldiers. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained access to traverse the Shadow Kingdom. As the brief notifications concluded, Tony felt an inexplicable power welling within him. By harnessing this energy, he could summon 10 ninja soldiers and freely enter and exit the Shadow Kingdom. Casting a glance around, he noticed that the elderly man who had just spoken had vanished without a trace. Calming his mind, Tony concentrated on the newfound power, silently beckoning the ninja soldiers. "Arise." The moment the words left his lips, a swirl of black mist materialized before him. As the mist dissipated, 10 figures clad in black ninja attire emerged before him. Unlike ordinary ninjas, these individuals were entirely engulfed in darkness. The only contrast to their obsidian forms were their crimson eyes, which radiated a thirst for carnage. Observing them closely, Tony regarded them as if they were a breathtaking masterpiece. In the Shadow Kingdom, there exist 9 major Shadow Legions, of which the Ninja Corps is one. While they may not be the most powerful, they are undoubtedly the most versatile within the legions. Whether in combat or daily life, they can effortlessly lend their assistance. Beyond their combat prowess, the Shadow Legion possesses an even more formidable ability: immortality. As soldiers born from darkness, they are reborn within the Shadow Kingdom upon death. Moreover, their unwavering loyalty to their master renders them the finest of subordinates. According to descriptions from the anime, the Shadow Kingdom is a nexus that connects various realms. Could he not utilize the Shadow Kingdom to escape this dire situation? With this thought igniting a spark within him, Tony promptly commanded, "Take me into the Shadow Kingdom." Upon uttering these words, 2 shadow ninjas approached him, each placing a hand upon his shoulder, guiding him downward into the earth. As Tony vanished, the summoned shadow ninjas also sank into the ground. Moments ticked by, and suddenly, Tony's figure reemerged within the cavern. Gasping for breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation, he contemplated the convenience of the Shadow Kingdom, yet neglected to consider its inherent perils. As a realm inhabited by dark creatures, the Shadow Kingdom is home not only to the Shadow Legion, but also to formidable beings of darkness. Although Tony is the heir to the Shadow Kingdom, his status is merely nominal, devoid of any real power. Presently, he can only summon 10 ninja warriors, a mere gift bestowed upon him by the system as part of his novice package. As a living soul, entering the Shadow Kingdom is akin to being a beacon of light in the darkness, strikingly luminous. Upon his initial foray into the Shadow Kingdom, Tony barely had the chance to take in his surroundings before being met with a fierce assault from the dark creatures. Had it not been for the protection of the 10 ninja warriors, his life would have been forfeit in this shadowy domain. It appears I must first gain control over the 9 major Shadow Legions. Only then will I become the true master of the Shadow Kingdom. A wry smile crept upon Tony's lips as he gazed at the sunlight streaming into the cave, a glint of cold resolve flickering in his eyes. There is no other option. I must carve my way out. Chapter 2. A night of darkness and wind. As Tony's voice fell, a murderous intent radiated from his eyes, though it was quickly subdued. As a member of the Dark Faction, the Shadow Legion, their strength, though unaffected by the cycle of day and night, was significantly amplified under the cloak of darkness. At present, he could summon only 10 dark ninjas, and to mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, Tony resolved to commence his actions once night fully descended. With his mind made up, Tony soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Having just awakened, he had endured a tumultuous cascade of emotions, leaving him utterly fatigued and in dire need of rest. Regarding his safety, he felt little concern. The armed kidnappers, intent on enlisting his aid in missile construction, afforded him a temporary shield from danger. After a 2-hour respite, Tony stirred once more, the sun nearing its descent. The twilight's golden hue spilled into the cave, casting a beautiful glow. Suddenly, a shuffling sound echoed from the cave entrance. The elderly man he had encountered earlier emerged, carrying a meager meal. Observing Tony seated upon the bed, the old man remarked, "You must be hungry. Have some food. Though the taste leaves much to be desired, I believe you require sustenance." With that, he placed the unappetizing meal before Tony and busied himself with his own tasks. Gazing at the bowl of dubious cuisine, Tony grimaced. Were it not for the old man's assertion that it was food, he might have mistaken it for cement. The bowl contained a grim, grayish paste, emitting a somewhat sour odor. Given a choice, he would resolutely refuse to consume such a dish. However, having gone without nourishment for an extended period, he realized he must replenish his energy or risk collapsing. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he pinched his nose and finished the contents of the bowl. Perhaps due to his hunger, although the food was unpalatable, it was not entirely unbearable. Once he had emptied the bowl, he felt a flicker of strength return to his body, allowing him the opportunity to regard the old man. In the unfolding narrative, this elder appeared to possess remarkable skills. It was through his surgical expertise that he had survived, thereby gaining the chance to create the iron suit. After a brief silence, Tony inquired, "Hey, old man, what is your name, and how did you end up here?" The old man, engrossed in his reading, glanced at him and replied in a matter-of-fact tone, "I am Bagley. Like you, I am a prisoner, so do not harbor expectations of me rescuing you." It was clear that Ingson had preemptively interrupted Tony's thoughts, believing he sought an escape. Tony, however, took no offense and chose not to pursue the matter further. Should the old man wish to accompany him upon his departure, Tony would not object. As time passed, the night deepened into an impenetrable darkness. Outside the cave, a wisp of black mist materialized. 10 ninja soldiers appeared silently, then vanished like specters into the night. Sitting on the bed, Tony's gaze drifted toward the encroaching shadows outside. and he could not help but murmur. A night of darkness and wind, a night for murder. The camp of the Ten Rings gang was not far from the cave, situated on the mountainside. To seal off the cave, their camp was constructed around the entire hillside, with tents standing resolutely on the slope. Although the night had fallen, the camp of the Ten Commandments gang remained brilliantly illuminated, the roar of generators reverberating through the darkness, while patrols wandered throughout the encampment. Compared to typical nefarious armed groups, their vigilance was remarkably acute, effectively minimizing the possibility of a surprise attack. Should an ordinary army attempt to strike under the cover of night, the members of the Ten Commandments would swiftly respond. However, what they faced today was not an ordinary army, but rather a ninja battalion from the Shadow Kingdom. Though they were few in number, merely 10, each individual was a force far exceeding human limits. The camp was aglow, yet it could not dispel all shadows. Soon, a patrol team ventured into a darkened area. The instant they stepped into the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes appeared. Instantly, the members of the patrol team changed countenance, opening their mouths to speak. But before they could utter a sound, a series of slicing sounds echoed as blades severed throats. The entire patrol team felt a searing pain in their necks, vitality swiftly draining away, and they collapsed, lifeless bodies strewn upon the ground. As they fell, the shadowy ninjas emerged from the darkness, each dragging a corpse into the shadows. In no time, the scene was meticulously cleansed, not a trace of blood remaining. The entire process was silent, the coordination among the shadow ninjas impeccable, as the carnage blossomed in the darkness. The events unfolding in that corner did not attract the attention of the Ten Commandments gang. The shadow ninjas continued to lurk in the shadows, gradually eliminating the patrol teams within the camp. Anyone who ventured into the darkness never returned. This state of affairs persisted until midnight, when a member of the Ten Commandments finally detected something amiss. Mountain Wolf, Nightingale, respond if you hear me. A bald man inside a tent spoke gravely into a walkie-talkie. He was the captain of the patrol team, responsible for coordination and deployment. Just moments ago, he had received reports indicating that several patrol teams seemed to be missing. His initial reaction was disbelief. His subordinates were skilled, having undergone professional military training, and it was inconceivable that they could vanish without a trace. However, after multiple calls yielded no response, he was compelled to acknowledge the unsettling truth. Something had gone wrong. Enemies had infiltrated the camp. Realizing this, the bald man swiftly commanded, "Sound the alarm. We have intruders." As soon as he finished speaking, a member beside him promptly pressed the alarm button, and an urgent siren blared throughout the camp. The once tranquil encampment sprang to life, a cacophony of noise erupting from various tents as the Ten Commandments members, roused from their rest, quickly donned their gear and emerged from their tents. At that very moment, the shadowy ninjas, who had been lurking in the darkness, scattered in all directions the instant the alarm sounded. Without the need for any commands, they unleashed a brutal onslaught upon the camp. As instruments of death, the shadow ninjas had instinctively integrated the art of killing into their very essence. Whether it was the initial stealthy slayings from the shadows or the current chaotic rampage, all their actions were instinctual. They adapted their lethal strategies according to the prevailing circumstances, executing the most advantageous methods of murder. In no time, several members of the Ten Commandments gang, having just emerged from their tents and yet to reunite with their comrades, found their throats slit by the icy edge of a blade. Chapter 3. The carnage of the ninja warriors' corpses lay strewn across the ground as slaughter erupted within the camp. Numerous individuals caught fleeting glimpses of shadowy ninjas darting past, erupting in shouts of indignation. What in the world is that? Enemies! Fire! Fire! Instantly, gunfire erupted, a torrent of bullets unleashed upon the elusive figures. Witnessing this scene, the crimson glow in the eyes of the shadowy ninjas intensified, their blades dancing with lethal precision. The clanging of steel resonated as they effortlessly deflected a multitude of bullets with their weapons. Such a spectacle instilled sheer terror in the hearts of the members of the Ten Commandments gang. Yet, the shadowy ninjas showed no hesitation, their forms vanishing into the throng with ghostly swiftness. Before anyone could comprehend the unfolding chaos, the ninjas had melded into the crowd, unleashing a torrent of death. The sickening sounds of flesh being pierced echoed, with many falling to the ground before even a scream could escape their lips. Blood flowed from their throats, gradually staining the earth a deep crimson. This horrific scene was not an isolated incident, but unfolded throughout the entire camp. The 10 shadow ninjas had transformed into harbingers of death, unassailable by any force. Armed men could only stand helplessly, paralyzed by the encroaching specter of death, succumbing to their fears. In a cave, Dr. Inson, who had previously succumbed to slumber, was abruptly roused by the cacophony of gunfire from outside. He sat up, a grave expression etched upon his face as he gazed toward the cave entrance, perplexed by the commotion. Turning to glance at Tony beside him, he noticed Tony was intently staring at the cave's mouth. "Hey, what's happening out there?" Inson inquired. In response, Tony glanced at him, nodding slightly, aware that his rescuers had arrived. Rescuers? Dr. Eanson's lips twitched in disbelief as he shook his head, opting not to pursue the conversation further. When Tony had been brought in, all his possessions had been destroyed, rendering even a tracker useless. Aside from members of the Ten Commandments gang, it seemed impossible for anyone to locate their hideout. Thus, he remained skeptical of Tony's words. However, without waiting for Eanson's reply, Tony rose, asserting, "Let us go. It should be over soon. We can leave." A flicker of doubt crossed Dr. Eanson's face. Tony ignored him, clutching the battery close to his chest as he steadily made his way toward the cave's exit. Observing this, Dr. Eanson's expression shifted dramatically. Being an astute individual, he found it hard to trust Tony. Yet, as Tony boldly stepped toward the outside, his resolve began to waver. As the head of Stark Industries, a renowned genius, Eanson could not believe Tony would act foolishly. Given the evident chaos outside, Tony's willingness to venture out suggested that his earlier claims might indeed hold truth. Someone was coming to rescue him. With a sudden realization, Dr. Eanson's demeanor transformed, and he hurriedly followed in Tony's footsteps. The two emerged from the cave. Making their way up the mountainside, the eerie silence of the night occasionally pierced by distant cries of anguish. As the two individuals drew nearer, the anguish cries became increasingly sparse until they were nearly inaudible. Thud. Dr. Eason swallowed hard, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Initially, he had overlooked it. But now the realization struck him suddenly. The gunfire in the camp was not intense. If the members of the Ten Commandments gang had been ambushed by the military or another armed faction, the gunfire would have been far more vigorous. However, aside from the gunfire he had heard in the cave, he had only detected sporadic shots thus far. It did not resemble a skirmish between two armed forces at all. So, aside from the armed factions, who could be launching an assault on the Ten Commandments gang? What was the source of the screams emanating from the camp? The mind is prone to concocting fearful scenarios, and as these thoughts spiraled, Dr. Eason, a devout Christian, found himself engulfed in terror. A cross inexplicably appeared in his hand, which he clutched tightly, his gaze fixed on Tony, seeking a semblance of security from him. Thus, the two moved forward, one after the other, swiftly entering the camp. Ugh! A sudden retching sound escaped Dr. Eason's lips. Standing at the edge of the camp, he gazed upon the severed limbs and a ground strewn with corpses, and his long-cherished research interests momentarily overwhelmed him, provoking an involuntary reaction. A look of shock spread across his face, despite the discomfort caused by his physiological response. He still found the scene within the camp utterly unbelievable. How could this be possible? Dr. Eason stammered. Tony's lips curled into a smirk. Guess. With that, he disregarded the scattered bodies and strode toward the center of the camp. Having taken control of the shadowy ninjas, his demeanor had subtly shifted. The most apparent change was that, to him, this harrowing scene that would be intolerable for an average person stirred no emotions whatsoever. Strolling through the blood and remains, Dr. Eason, pale-faced, followed in his wake. Soon, the two arrived at the central tent of the camp, where they discovered a satellite phone atop a disordered table. Upon this sight, Tony felt a sense of relief wash over him. Eliminating these members of the Ten Commandments gang was merely the first step. The more pressing concern was how they would extricate themselves from this desert. This was the crux of the matter. The significance of the satellite phone was self-evident. Holding the phone, Tony was about to dial Pepper's number, but just as he was about to press the call button, he hesitated. If memory served him correctly, the mastermind behind his abduction was none other than his uncle, Obadiah. Moreover, Obadiah intended for him to perish in this desert. The only reason Tony was still alive was that the Ten Commandments gang sought missiles. As the second-in-command of Stark Industries, Obadiah would undoubtedly be informed if Pepper were to mobilize the resources of Stark Group. An individual intent on ensuring his demise would not simply allow him to return to Stark Industries unopposed. He would likely reach out to other armed factions at the earliest opportunity to orchestrate a second assassination attempt. Tony, of course, was not afraid. It was merely a colossal waste of time. He needed to expeditiously leave this place and return home. Despite having eliminated all the kidnappers, the system did not recognize the mission as complete. Perhaps true salvation would only be achieved upon safely returning home. Thus, Tony deleted the previous number and dialed a new sequence of digits. Shortly, a series of beeps signaled the call had connected, and a somewhat fatigued voice emerged from the receiver. "This is Rhodes. What is the matter?" "It's me, Tony." "Damn it. Where the hell are you?" Upon hearing Tony's voice, Rhodes instantly became animated. During Tony's prolonged absence, the U.S. military had been in a state of turmoil. And as both a close friend and a member of Tony's security detail, Rhodes had hardly slept in days. Now, hearing Tony's voice again, his excitement was palpable. He moved the phone away from his ear, allowing Rhodes to vent his emotions before Tony spoke again. "I don't know my exact location right now. Have someone trace this phone signal to come and get me. And remember to be discreet. Don't draw attention." Listening to Tony's calm words, Rhodes quickly regained his composure. "What do you mean?" He whispered, for having risen to the rank of colonel in the military, his intellect was undoubtedly sharp. And he immediately recognized the underlying message in Tony's words. Tony offered no further explanation, merely urging, "Let us discuss this in person. Move quickly." "Understood," Rhodes replied. Hanging up the phone, he hastily assembled a team of 50 elite operatives to track the signal deep into the desert. Chapter 4. Descending into hell is his only choice. The night swiftly passed, and as the sun rose the following day, Colonel Rhodes and his convoy, guided by the signal, arrived at the camp of the Ten Commandments gang. Coughing, Colonel Rhodes waved his hand to disperse the swirling dust before him, surveying the desolate camp with a hint of wariness. Armed soldiers quickly advanced, weapons at the ready, their expressions alert. Within the camp, Tony and his companion also heard the sound of approaching vehicles. Having spent the night without sleep, they emerged from their tent without hesitation. Before long, the two parties met within the camp. "Shet, Tony, you're all right. That's wonderful." Upon seeing Tony, Colonel Rhodes' cautious demeanor transformed into joy as he approached him. 50 fully armed soldiers spread out, taking their positions in a vigilant formation, yet none detected anything amiss. Only Dr. Ensign, who had been closely following Tony, felt a wave of dread wash over him. He recalled the previous night, when the camp was littered with corpses, blood flowing freely, a veritable hellscape. But now, it was all gone. The camp was pristine, devoid of even a hint of the carnage. How could this be? With this thought, Dr. Ensign cast a fearful glance at Tony's back. What secrets did this man harbor? While he stood in stunned silence, Colonel Rhodes noticed Ensign lingering behind Tony and scrutinized him with a discerning eye, softly inquiring, "Tony, who is he?" "A fellow unfortunate, much like myself," Tony replied. "Oh," Rhodes responded, though skepticism was evident in his tone. Nevertheless, he chose not to press the matter further and instead asked how Tony had managed to escape. To this, Tony offered little clarity, replying vaguely, "Last night, the terrorists inexplicably withdrew. I have no idea why." With a resigned shrug, he conveyed a sense of complete bewilderment. "Is that so? Truly, God must have blessed us. Let us depart from here," Colonel Rhodes remarked, casting a deep, scrutinizing glance at Tony, filled with doubt. However, given their relationship, he refrained from probing further, deciding to overlook the matter. After all, Tony's safety was the best news they could hope for. Without delay, they boarded their vehicles. Exhausted from the sleepless night, both Tony and Dr. Ensign soon succumbed to slumber shortly after they began their journey. Tony clutched the large battery tightly in his arms, drawing the inquisitive glances of Colonel Rhodes along the way. 2 hours later, they finally returned to the U.S. military base, and the tension that had gripped Tony began to dissipate. As a nation that prioritized capital, Tony enjoyed a friendly cooperative relationship with the U.S. government, alleviating any concerns he had about potential adversities. Without lingering at the base, Tony soon boarded a military helicopter with Dr. Ensign, setting off towards New York. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes remained behind for a while longer due to his mission, and thus did not accompany them. After bidding farewell to Tony, Rhodes conveyed the news of Tony's rescue back to the United States, including the peculiarities surrounding the entire incident. As a friend, he would not pry into Tony's hidden secrets. However, as a professional soldier, he could not overlook the suspicious elements that had emerged from the situation. For instance, the kidnappers had expended considerable effort to capture Tony, only to hastily retreat and abandon him in the desert. Such behavior appeared illogical. Unbeknownst to Rhodes, Tony remained entirely unaware of these developments. After a 3-hour journey, he finally returned from the desolate wilderness to the bustling streets of Manhattan. Upon landing, Pepper and the others were swiftly informed and rushed to the military base. Back in Manhattan, Tony no longer feared the threats posed by Obadiah and felt no need to continue concealing his whereabouts. At the entrance of the military base, as Tony emerged alongside Dr. Ensign, his gaze fell upon a row of luxury vehicles parked outside. A large group of suited bodyguards stood respectfully to the side, led by a strikingly tall and beautiful woman in a professional skirt suit. As he beheld her, Tony's mind was flooded with memories. Virginia Pepper Potts, once his capable assistant and later his beloved. With a smile gracing his lips, he strode forward, and Potts promptly came to meet him. Without hesitation, Tony embraced Potts and kissed her deeply. The unexpected display left Potts momentarily stunned. Although she was thrilled by Tony's safe return, kissing him in public caught her off guard. However, as she regained her composure, she did not shy away but responded with fervor. She had always harbored feelings for Tony, but his previous demeanor had kept her at a distance. After his disappearance, any reservations she once had vanished, and now, under Tony's initiative, she reciprocated without a hint of shyness. The onlookers, witnessing this intimate moment, cleared their throats and averted their gazes, fully aware that they dared not interfere in matters concerning their boss. After a considerable time, Tony finally released Potts, smiling as he waved goodbye, signaling it was time to go home. With that, he embraced Potts, who nestled against him as they entered the car. Naturally, Ensign could not ride with them and had to join the bodyguards instead. Inside the vehicle, Potts composed herself, restoring her image as a strong woman, and began to brief Tony on the developments at Stark Industries during his absence. In the past, the old Stark might have grown impatient by now. Yet, Tony listened quietly, allowing her to speak without interruption. Among the critical points she highlighted were two key issues. First, Tony's disappearance had caused Stark Industries stock to plummet nearly 20%. Second, Obadiah had garnered significant support from shareholders during this period, amassing greater power within the company, seemingly positioning himself to usurp Tony's role. Once Potts concluded her report, Tony spoke up, assuring her that there was no need to worry about the stock's decline. Now that I have returned, the stock will undoubtedly rebound, he declared confidently. Regarding Obadiah, my dear uncle, I have truly exerted considerable effort. However, now that I have returned, he will have no opportunity to prevail. I shall gather evidence against him and convene a shareholders' meeting. I intend to expel him from the board. Upon hearing this, Potts' expression shifted. After all, Obadiah is the second largest shareholder and wields half the power within the conglomerate. To act against him would surely send tremors throughout the entire organization. Given that you have only just returned, and the group requires stability, should we not wait a while longer? Potts' suggestion was indeed reasonable. As the second in command of the group, attempting to oust Obadiah could instigate a chain reaction. In a more peaceful world, Tony would undoubtedly devise a careful plan, but this is the Marvel Universe, and he cannot afford to squander time on such intrigues. He raised his hand to interrupt Potts, declaring, "This matter is settled. We shall cut through the chaos with swift decisiveness. As for potential upheaval within the organization, as long as I remain, it shall not falter." Tony had long since sentenced Obadiah to his fate in his mind. Descending into hell was his only option. The calmness and confidence radiating from Tony captivated Potts, drawing her into a reverie. She noticed how he had transformed since his return. Though once a genius, he had merely been a wayward son. Now, however, he exuded an air of dominance that was far more alluring than before. Chapter 5, Task Reward, the Horse Talisman in the Coastal Villa of Liberty City. Tony indulged himself at the dining table, savoring the exquisite delicacies laid before him. Although his stay in the desert was brief, his palate had long yearned for the pleasures of fine cuisine. The moment he returned home, his foremost desire was to satiate his appetite. Meanwhile, after their conversation, Potts swiftly embarked on her mission to gather evidence against Obadiah. Under Tony's arrangement, Jensen also took residence in a villa to rest, leaving the entire abode to Tony. Accompanied solely by the artificial intelligence, JARVIS. Sir, given your current physical condition, it is inadvisable for you to indulge in excessive eating. Moreover, the energy consumption of the device on your chest is substantial. If left unaddressed, your health will deteriorate rapidly. JARVIS. Announced within the villa. After relishing the last morsel of steak, Tony contentedly set down his cutlery. I am well aware of my situation. There is no need for your reminders. JARVIS. Please assist me in searching for a solution to this iron contraption on my chest, he replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Understood, sir. I am currently seeking possible solutions. JARVIS. Responded before falling silent. Tony gazed at the iron device on his chest and the nearby battery, feeling a mix of frustration and resignation. In the original narrative, the protagonist relied on a miniature arc reactor to sustain life and power the Iron Man suit. Yet, what options did he have now? The arc reactor was a concept still under global research, far from completion, and the prospect of creating a device the size of a palm was nothing short of a challenge to his intellect. Furthermore, lacking the ingenuity of his predecessor made the idea of crafting an arc reactor by hand utterly implausible. For now, he could only hope JARVIS would uncover an alternative solution. After a brief wait, JARVIS's voice resonated once more. Sir, I apologize, but according to the system's search, existing technology is insufficient to resolve the issue with your chest device. Even the most advanced biotechnologies can only ensure the prolongation of your lifespan. As an artificial intelligence, JARVIS possessed remarkable intelligence, yet it lacked the warmth of human emotion, rendering its tone somewhat cold. Upon receiving this response, Tony sighed. Though he had anticipated such an outcome, it seemed the resolution lay within the confines of the system. Muttering to himself, Tony remained undeterred. Seeking external solutions was merely an exploratory endeavor. His true ace lay not within the Marvel Universe, but within the system nestled in his mind. Setting aside other considerations, acquiring the talisman that promised eternal youth and life would render the problem with his chest a trivial matter. With this thought, Tony recalled the mission that had allowed him to escape his dire predicament. As he suspected, upon his return to Liberty City, this mission had been completed. It was merely that, in the bustle of earlier events, he had not found the opportunity to claim his task reward. Name, Tony. Stark gender, male identity, heir of the Shadow Kingdom ability, control over one of the 9 divisions of the Shadow Legion, not yet merged lottery attempts. 1 mission, escape from danger, completed, as Tony observed the refreshed personal data on the information panel. He opted to merge, and thus brought the Shadow Ninjas under his dominion. Instantly, an inexplicable surge of power coursed through his being, rapidly enhancing his physical attributes. Previously capable of commanding only 10 Shadow Ninjas, he now felt his control magnified exponentially, enabling him to command the entire Legion. The Shadow Legion is comprised of 9 divisions, each teeming with an inexhaustible number of warriors. Now that he had full command over a division of Shadow Ninjas, the elevation of his influence was beyond comprehension. Henceforth, stepping outside would mean having the potential for immediate deployment of forces at his side. He felt no trepidation, even against a fully armed regular army of 1 million. In the later stages of the Marvel Universe, such power may seem trivial, for in an era where timelines could be altered at will, the significance of numbers was considerably diminished. However, in the earlier Marvel era, commanding a division of Shadow Ninjas, while not guaranteeing invincibility, undoubtedly placed one at the pinnacle of power in the world. Besides a few anomalies like the Ancient One and the Hulk, other superheroes could be outlasted through sheer attrition. Furthermore, the combat prowess of the Shadow Ninjas was far from negligible. Feeling a surge of elation, Tony then turned his attention to the lottery. If the Shadow Legion augmented his influence, the abilities gained from the lottery would enhance his personal strength. To be candid, while the Shadow Legion was enticing, the power he possessed was even more alluring. Rubbing his hands together, Tony immediately utilized his lottery attempt. In an instant, a disc materialized before him. Black in color and segmented into 12 squares, each marked with a question mark, concealing their contents until drawn. As the pointer began to spin, Tony's anticipation intensified. Within mere seconds, the speed of the pointer became imperceptible to the naked eye. Stop, he commanded inwardly, and the pointer began to decelerate, eventually halting on one of the squares. A flash of light erupted before his eyes, and a horse materialized before him. The sound of a horse's neigh resonated in the air as a white steed transformed into a streak of light and surged directly into Tony's mind. Simultaneously, a wave of enigmatic information unfolded in his consciousness, including the newfound power of the pony, which he effortlessly mastered. Observing this sudden transformation, Tony was momentarily taken aback. But soon a radiant smile illuminated his face. In this adventure, there exist 8 great demons, the most formidable of which is the Demon Lord of Fire. The source of the Demon Lord's power derives not only from the fiery essence, but also from 12 talismans. These talismans are represented by the 12 zodiac signs. And the pony he just acquired embodies the power of the horse talisman. This talisman is not a combat-oriented charm, but rather a supportive one, capable of curing ailments, dispelling all negative conditions, and possessing immense healing capabilities. One can be revived as long as a breath remains. This revelation instantly filled Tony, who had just been troubled by his chest ailment, with an overwhelming sense of joy. Having harnessed the power of the talisman, he envisioned himself as the world's finest physician. With this newfound ability, he could resurrect even those destined for death, should he so desire. This led Tony to recall an ancient saying from his past life: if the king of hell decrees your demise at the 3rd watch, who dares to prolong your existence until the 5th? To which Tony boldly declared, I dare. Suppressing his inner elation, he gazed at the iron lump upon his chest and, without hesitation, yanked it free with a swift motion. The sharp pain that followed caused him to gasp in a sharp intake of breath, revealing a gaping wound on his chest. Yet, before the crimson liquid could escape, a radiant, milky light enveloped the wound. In an astonishing display, the injury began to mend at a visibly rapid pace. Within a minute, Tony's chest was completely healed, and the pallor of his face transformed into a vibrant hue. Chapter 6. To sell or not to sell, sir? What is happening? Is it some sort of extraordinary biotechnology? Why have I never encountered it before? And why is there no record in the system? Just as Tony's injuries were healing, the voice of Jarvis resonated through the room. As an artificial intelligence, it may lack human emotions, yet this did not prevent it from mimicking a tone of astonishment, revealing its own surprise. Hearing this, a smile graced Tony's face. Biotechnology, you might say, but I prefer to refer to this power as magic, Tony exclaimed with delight, while Jarvis fell into thoughtful silence. As a product of technology, it was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of magic. It favored scientific principles backed by data over such fantastical notions. Magic, you say? It seems the capabilities of humanity are far more intricate than I had imagined, Jarvis remarked, somewhat bewildered. Tony's voice interrupted this reverie. Jarvis, please assess my current physical condition. Understood, sir. Following this, Jarvis commenced a scan and swiftly provided the results. Sir, your health is excellent, and your physical attributes have reached 3 times that of an average person. You are healthier than ever before. Upon hearing this, Tony felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Just then, the ringing of a telephone echoed through the space. "Sir, Miss Potts is calling. Shall I connect the call?" "Yes, connect it," Tony replied. Instantly, the voice of Potts filled the villa. "Tony, I have the information you requested. Obadiah has indeed sold a considerable amount of corporate intelligence. But he has destroyed all the evidence. I'm unable to find anything. I apologize." Potts' tone was laden with regret. Tony's brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing once more. "I understand. Since there is nothing to be found, we need not pursue it further. I will resolve this through other means." "Very well," Potts responded, though curiosity tinged her voice. She was eager to learn how Tony intended to deal with Obadiah. However, noticing Tony's reluctance to elaborate, she opted not to press further and ended the call. Once the call was disconnected, Tony's voice rang out again. "Jarvis, locate Obadiah's whereabouts." "Of course, sir." Jarvis swiftly engaged its processes. As the most advanced artificial intelligence in the Marvel Universe, it may have been oblivious to the realm of magic, yet when it came to matters of technology, none could surpass its capabilities. In the original narrative, Tony's enhancements to his armor were not solely reliant on his brilliant mind. Jarvis played an indispensable role as well. Indeed, even when Tony wielded the strength of a mortal to rival the divine, Jarvis contributed significantly to that power. Although Tony currently did not intend to pursue a technological path, Jarvis remained an essential ally. "Sir, I have located Obadiah. He is currently at his villa estate." Receiving this information, Tony uttered not a word, simply dressed, and departed the villa. Driving a supercar, Tony made his way towards the affluent district of Freedom City. Initially, he intended to employ legitimate means to oust Obadiah from the company, intending to send him plummeting from grace before ultimately taking his life. However, it became apparent that this individual was far more astute than Tony had anticipated, leaving no incriminating evidence behind. In light of this, Tony resolved to take more direct action. This approach was not only expedient but also fortified by his control over a clandestine army, providing him with ample confidence to confront any imminent danger, thus rendering any pretense of diplomacy with Obadiah unnecessary. Although Obadiah was the primary antagonist in the original narrative, without the Ironmonger, he was nothing of consequence. In this life, he had not pursued a technological path. Stripped of his armored suit, Obadiah would find it impossible to construct an Ironmonger. After all, not everyone possesses the capability to fashion a suit of armor from rudimentary materials. In a mere 20 minutes, Tony arrived at Obadiah's residence. Ding dong, the doorbell echoed, and a maid's voice resonated from within the villa. "Coming." Soon, the door swung open, and the maid, upon seeing Tony at the threshold, respectfully greeted, "Mr. Stark. Is Uncle Stan at home?" "I have a matter to discuss with him," Tony inquired with a beaming smile. The maid nodded promptly and gestured for him to enter. "Yes, Mr. Stark, please follow me." As the head of Stark Industries, Tony was granted passage without further inquiry. Upon reaching the living room, a balding Caucasian man in his 50s suddenly appeared before Tony. He was Obadiah Stane, the individual wielding the most power within the Stark Industries empire, aside from Tony himself. Upon seeing Tony, a fleeting expression of surprise crossed Obadiah's face. He had heard of Tony's return and had contemplated visiting him, only to be rebuffed. He did not expect Tony to seek him out at this moment. Nonetheless, Obadiah concealed his surprise adeptly, his expression morphing into a welcoming smile as he exclaimed, "Tony, welcome back. Your disappearance had me quite worried. Thankfully, divine providence has kept you safe." Gazing into Obadiah's ostensibly sincere demeanor, Tony felt a twinge of disbelief. Had he not been privy to the man's true nature, he might have been deceived. "By the way, you've just returned. Why aren't you resting at home? What brings you to my doorstep?" Obadiah queried, his tone laced with curiosity and an undercurrent of caution. As a notorious playboy, Tony would rather be out courting women than spending time in a meeting with him, let alone making a visit such as this, an occurrence as rare as the sun rising in the west. Noting Obadiah's perplexed gaze, Tony offered a slight smile. "Uncle Stan, I am indeed here today to discuss a matter with you. I wish for you to sell your shares to me. Here is the sale contract. Please take a look." With that, Tony placed a document on the table. As the second largest shareholder in Stark Industries, Obadiah held a significant portion of shares. Although he sought to eliminate him, he also desired to secure his shares, which explained his decision to make the journey personally. Otherwise, he could have simply dispatched the Shadow Ninjas without needing to appear himself. Upon hearing this, Obadiah's expression shifted dramatically. "What do you mean by that, Tony? The Stark Industries that I built alongside your father, are you attempting to oust me?" "A founding member?" Obadiah questioned. Tony, without any pretense, nodded candidly. "You are correct. I intend to remove you from the equation. I'm sorry, but I will not sell my shares. Please leave." Obadiah retorted, suppressing his fury. "Uncle Stan, this matter is no longer in your hands. Today, you will sell, whether you wish to or not." As he spoke, 20 shadow ninjas suddenly materialized within the villa, and a gleaming katana was poised threateningly against Obadiah's neck. Instantly, Obadiah's demeanor transformed. Chapter 7. If you seek to kill me, I shall certainly do the same. A warm smile adorned Tony's face as he fixed his gaze upon Obadiah. At that moment, Obadiah, confronted by the sudden appearance of the shadowy figure in the living room, felt his skin twitch and his expression darken. Tony, what does this mean? I am your uncle. Do you truly intend to kill me? Observing the palpable fear behind Obadiah's bravado, Tony quickly waved his hand. Uncle Stan, you have misunderstood me. How could I ever consider such a thing? As long as you sell your shares to me, I assure you that I shall not trouble you. Otherwise. Tony left his words hanging in the air, yet Obadiah grasped the underlying threat immediately. Selling the shares would ensure his safety, but refusal could lead to uncertain consequences. Through Tony's coercion, Obadiah discerned more than just a shift in tone. He recognized that the once respectful Tony had become aware of his misdeeds. But how had he discovered this? And where had this unmistakably inhuman entourage emerged from? In the mere blink of an eye, a multitude of thoughts whirled through Obadiah's mind. Ultimately, he resolved that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses and clenched his teeth. Very well, I shall sell. However, you must swear in your father's name that you will spare me afterwards. Obadiah understood that despite the apparent rift between Tony and his father, Tony held a deep respect for him and would never jest with his name. Without hesitation, Tony acquiesced to the condition. Agreed. I swear in my father's name that as long as you transfer the corporate shares to me, I shall let you go. Upon hearing this, Obadiah visibly relaxed and promptly signed the share transfer contract laid out before him. Once he completed the signing, Tony picked up the contract to examine it, then snapped his fingers with a triumphant smile. Done. Can we release them now? Obadiah, however, wore a grim expression. Tony, what are you saying? Tony's face brightened with a radiant smile. Oh, I promised to spare you, but I never said they would. If you seek to kill me, I shall certainly do the same. Take him out. Scoundrel! You deceiver! Obadiah screamed in an instant, but before he could utter another word, a cold blade sliced through his throat. A spray of crimson erupted from the wound, and Obadiah's vitality ebbed away rapidly, his body collapsing onto the carpet. Eyes fixed on Tony in a final, unblinking stare. To spare you would be a betrayal to my predecessor, Tony remarked with a sly smile, kicking Obadiah's head aside as he strode toward the villa's exit. As he stepped out of the living room, Tony noticed the maid from earlier. Her hands trembling as she held a tray of tea, her face a portrait of terror. It was evident that she had witnessed the events unfold. Noticing her, Tony raised an eyebrow and snapped his fingers. Take care of her. Before the maid could comprehend the situation, the icy blade had already pierced through her chest, adding yet another lifeless body to the ground. With the maid's appearance, Tony realized he needed to tidy up the loose ends. He promptly commanded 20 shadow ninjas to scour both the interior and exterior of the villa for any remaining presence. Once they confirmed the absence of others, Tony proceeded to dismantle the surveillance systems within the villa and instructed the shadow ninjas to drag the two corpses into the Shadow Kingdom, feeding them to the dark creatures, before leisurely departing the premises. Shortly after Tony's departure, a group arrived outside the villa. They were bodyguards dispatched by Obadiah, who had only just returned. Standing at the entrance, the lead burly man in a suit pressed the doorbell, but after a prolonged silence, no one answered. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically as they forcefully breached the door. As elite bodyguards, their prowess rivaled that of military commanders, and they swiftly entered the villa. After a thorough search, they found no trace of Obadiah, and the countenances of the group turned grim. At that moment, a bodyguard searching the living room let out a startled cry. Boss, come quickly. Upon hearing this, the lead bodyguard hastened to the living room, only to find one of his team standing on the sofa. His gaze instinctively fell upon the couch, where he immediately noticed specks of blood. Instantly, his expression darkened. As top-tier bodyguards, their duty was to protect their employer, and the evident mishap concerning Obadiah meant their careers were in jeopardy. A group of bodyguards who failed to safeguard their employer would be deemed worthless. What should we do? One of the bodyguards inquired. After a long silence, the lead bodyguard sighed in resignation. Call the police. Soon, the police arrived, cordoning off the villa and investigating the scene for evidence. Meanwhile, Tony, having left the villa, made his way directly to Stark Industries. Along the way, he contacted Potts, instructing her to convene a shareholders meeting. Any changes in shareholding must be communicated to the other shareholders to take effect, and Tony sought to explore the possibility of expelling all shareholders from the group, aiming for the privatization of Stark Industries. However, this notion was not urgent. It was merely a fleeting thought. Tony held 75% of Stark Industries shares, while Obadiah possessed 20%. The remaining 5% was divided among 3 minor shareholders, with 3% shared among them and 2% circulating in the stock market. With Obadiah's shares now in his possession, Tony's stake rose to 95%, granting him absolute control. Whether or not he reclaimed the remaining shares was inconsequential, however. He preferred the notion of possessing 100%. Before long, Tony arrived at Stark Industries, taking his private elevator to his office. This elevator was exclusively for his use, with no one else permitted. Once seated in his office chair, he summoned Potts, and as the door to the office swung open, Tony's gaze instinctively darted toward the entrance. Potts appeared in a sleek black suit, complemented by a crisp white shirt. Her slender legs were elegantly encased in black stockings, and the click of her high heels resonated with a rhythmic cadence that compelled Tony to steal a few glances. Fortunately, he remembered the matter at hand and swiftly redirected his gaze, inquiring, "Has word of my return spread yet?" "Not yet. I was just about to arrange a press conference for tomorrow," Potts replied, a hint of curiosity in her tone. "Very well. I have a task for you. Acquire the shares from those shareholders and execute a buyback. This might prove quite difficult. Obadiah is unlikely to grant us that opportunity." "He is already aware of your return," Potts remarked, her brow furrowing in concern. Upon hearing this, a smile suddenly illuminated Tony's face as he slid a contract across the table. "Take a look at this." Potts instinctively picked up the document, and as she discerned its contents, a look of astonishment swiftly graced her features. "How is this possible? How did you accomplish this?" Chapter 8. Embracing the role of the villain with an expression of sheer astonishment, Potts gazed at Tony, her eyes brimming with disbelief. How could Obadiah possibly transfer his shares to Tony? This was simply unfathomable. Observing her incredulous demeanor, Tony maintained his smile and remarked, "In any case, Obadiah will not be an obstacle. Proceed with confidence." "Very well," Potts replied, her expression swiftly returning to tranquility. Regardless of how Tony had acquired the shares, her task was now to manage the remaining minor shareholders. Shortly thereafter, Potts exited the office and made her way to the conference room. The conference room was located on the same floor as Tony's office, and before long, Tony could hear the uproar emanating from outside the door. Clearly, the minor shareholders were unsettled by the news of the impending buyback of their shares. Nevertheless, Tony chose to remain unfazed. He entrusted professional matters to those who were adept in their fields, and in the realm of business, Potts was undoubtedly an expert. He had faith that she would handle everything competently. At that moment, the system's cold voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Task issued. Main quest: form the Dark Alliance. Task details: recruit sufficient capable individuals to establish the Dark Alliance and spread darkness across the world. Task rewards: successfully recruit one individual to receive one lottery draw and a portion of the Shadow Legion. Gazing at the system panel that had materialized before him, Tony's focus sharpened, and a subtle twitch of his lips ensued. Although he had long been aware that his system was far from benevolent, he had not anticipated it to be a villainous system. After all, he was the illustrious Iron Man, a prominent figure of the Justice League. Despite the unforeseen circumstances that had rendered him unable to transform into Iron Man, he still considered himself a paragon of virtue. How could he be tasked with spreading darkness across the globe? Was he truly that kind of person? With a slight curl of his lips, Tony called out, "Jarvis." "Sir, I am here. Please check if anything peculiar has transpired in New York City recently." "Search complete, sir. There have been no unusual occurrences." "Very well," Tony replied, a hint of disappointment coloring his tone. Although he was, indeed, a good person, the rewards presented by the system were undeniably tempting, whether it be the lottery or the Shadow Legion. Regrettably, none of the superheroes had made an appearance, leaving him with no means to recruit them. Wait a moment, why should he expend effort searching for them? Not only would it be time-consuming and laborious, but it would also hinder his pursuits and romance. It was far more sensible for them to seek him out. Who do superheroes despise the most? Naturally, it would be the villains. These individuals were like experience points for superheroes. If he were to command a faction of villains, superheroes would undoubtedly come knocking at his door in droves. As the adage goes, solutions abound where challenges arise. With this newfound clarity, Tony's thoughts crystallized. The endeavor of locating superheroes resembled fishing. One must cast the bait and patiently await a catch, which was the most effective approach. However, before he could proceed, he needed suitable bait, something formidable. For constantly switching bait would prove to be a nuisance. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a limited reservoir of Marvel knowledge surged within Tony, prompting him to recall the notable villains within that universe. There was Thanos and Kingpin, the only two figures he could distinctly remember, both representing substantial threats. Thanos, the formidable Titan, was undoubtedly preoccupied with his own plans on some distant planet. Thus, Tony was left with but one option: Kingpin. Among the myriad of characters in Marvel, Iron Man bore the closest resemblance to Kingpin. One, a mere mortal striving to rival deities. The other, a human standing resolutely against a plethora of superheroes. In this respect, both were extraordinary individuals, paragons of their respective realms. Furthermore, Kingpin wielded immense influence, his enterprises sprawling across America, famously dubbed the Underground Emperor of New York. It was no surprise that even superheroes sought to cross him, rendering him an exceptional lure, or rather, a potential ally. With Kingpin capturing attention, Tony could effortlessly cast his line. When the time came, forming a dark alliance would be nothing short of a trifling matter. This notion brought a smile to Tony's face. Meanwhile, as he contemplated the means to secure an alliance with Kingpin in the adjacent conference room, Potts had successfully acquired stakes from several minor shareholders for a sum of $400 million. Despite the seemingly vast amount, during Stark Industries' zenith, each of their shares was valued in the double digits. Securing their stakes for $400 million was akin to a bargain. Consequently, Tony's ownership had surged to 98%, leaving a mere 2% circulating in the market. Observing Tony, who had adeptly regained control of the entire conglomerate shortly after his return, a flicker of complexity passed through Potts' eyes. What would happen next? The corporation now echoed solely with his voice. Delist. Retrieve the remaining 2% as well. Tony stated with a calm demeanor, causing Potts' expression to shift dramatically. Are you out of your mind? Do you comprehend the ramifications of delisting? Once we delist, your wealth will likely plummet by half, Potts exclaimed, unable to suppress her raised voice. However, Tony remained unfazed, having come this far with the share buyback. Delisting had become inevitable. Even if it entailed significant losses, he was determined to proceed. It was not animosity towards wealth that motivated him. Rather, as long as the conglomerate remained public, it would be subjected to governmental scrutiny and public oversight. Once delisted, although the losses would be substantial, Stark Industries would transform into a private dominion, free from the need to appease anyone. To shield Stark from the glaring light of public scrutiny, he had to delist. Leave other matters to me. You must listen. Delisting is paramount. Additionally, release a false statement indicating the corporation intends to cease weapon manufacturing. If Potts could tolerate everything that had transpired thus far, this proclamation rendered her utterly restless. What? You intend to halt weapon production? This is the lifeblood of the corporation. Potts voiced vehemently, clearly opposed to Tony's decision. Tony rolled his eyes, exasperated, and replied, I already mentioned it's a falsehood. It's merely to announce and mislead the shareholders. Who said we were shutting down? Had it been his predecessor, such actions might have been taken. For in the original narrative, that was indeed the course of action. However, Tony is no fool. When it comes to weaponry, if he refrains from engaging in its production, there are countless others who will. It is often said that the market's demand is absolute. Unless the world were to achieve a state of universal harmony, the need for weapons will persist indefinitely. Given this reality, why deceive oneself and relinquish lucrative opportunities to others? Listening to this explanation, Potts exhaled in relief, rendering her earlier decision to withdraw from the market inconsequential. As long as the weapon manufacturing remains operational, she thought, withdrawing from the market is of little significance. Feeling a sense of unease, Potts hastily exited Tony's office, wary of what astonishing declarations he might utter next. Within a matter of hours, the false news regarding Stark Industries' impending cessation of weapon production spread like wildfire. The stock, already in turmoil due to Tony's disappearance, plummeted dramatically, akin to a diving plunge. Chapter 9, The First Encounter with Kingpin. As news spread within Stark Industries, the American stock market experienced a tumultuous downturn, prompting a mass sell-off among investors who unleashed their fury upon Tony. They could scarcely fathom how the premium stocks of mere days ago had plummeted to such dismal levels. In their desperate attempt to mitigate losses, they had no choice but to divest. Meanwhile, Potts had assembled a dedicated team to acquire the very stocks being hastily sold. However, this endeavor was destined to be a monumental undertaking, not to be accomplished in just a day or two. After delegating this task, Tony chose to shift his focus and instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to gather information on Kingpin for further study. Kingpin, hailing from the impoverished Hell's Kitchen, had quickly risen through the ranks due to his audacity and tenacity on the streets. However, when turmoil struck Hell's Kitchen, the faction he belonged to began to decline. Undeterred, the ambitious Kingpin devoured his former associates, ultimately rising to prominence. This aspect alone underscored his perilous nature. To collaborate with such an individual was akin to courting disaster. In the absence of his advanced systems, Tony would have preferred to maintain a safe distance from such a figure. Yet, in his current state, he felt no trepidation towards Kingpin. After diligently reviewing the gathered information, Tony instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. to unearth Kingpin's contact details. As the pinnacle of artificial intelligence in this era, J.A.R.V.I.S. claimed dominion over any area with internet connectivity. And despite the obscurity of Kingpin's phone number, it took J.A.R.V.I.S. a mere 30 seconds to retrieve it. As the phone rang, it was soon answered, and a deep, authoritative voice resonated from the other end. Hello? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony, the head of Stark Industries. You should be familiar with me. I have a business proposition I would like to discuss with you. May I inquire if Mr. Kingpin has a moment to spare? Without any preamble, Tony cut straight to the chase as soon as the call was connected. He had always found it irksome in films and novels how dialogues between protagonists and antagonists meandered without reaching the crux. Thus, he was determined not to fall into that trap. On the other end, a silence ensued following Tony's declaration. Clearly, Kingpin was taken aback by Tony's forthrightness. However, a true predator swiftly regained composure, contemplating Tony's intentions within mere seconds. Stark Industries was a product of legitimacy, regardless of its underlying ruthlessness, while Kingpin's enterprises thrived in illegality. Destined to remain shrouded in darkness, he found it challenging to envision a basis for collaboration between such contrasting forces. "Oh, Stark, intriguing. How do you propose we collaborate?" Kingpin inquired, his tone tinged with curiosity. Tony, however, refrained from providing a direct answer, instead smiling slightly as he responded, "Since you show interest, Mr. Kingpin, why don't we meet to discuss this further?" With those words, another silence fell on the line, yet Tony remained patient, awaiting a response. 10 seconds later, Jean Bing's calm and steady voice resonated once more. "All right, let us meet and converse. I shall await you on Queen's Avenue." After speaking, a series of beeps emanated from the phone as Jean Bing abruptly terminated the call. At that moment, Tony rose and strode towards the door, the smile on his face evaporating instantaneously, leaving his expression notably neutral. Taking the exclusive elevator to the basement level 3, Tony settled into his sports car and ignited the engine. Accompanied by the roar of the powerful vehicle, a silver sports car surged out of the parking lot. Upon arriving at Queen's Avenue, Tony extinguished the engine, disembarked, and lit a cigarette. As the cigarette burned down to its midpoint, a robust man clad in a black suit approached him. "Mr. Tony, greetings. Mr. Wilson has sent me to escort you." "Let us proceed," Tony replied succinctly, flicking the cigarette away, where it arced through the air and landed in the center of the road. Subsequently, the two entered a black sedan, where the sturdy man produced a black cloth, stating, "I apologize, Mr. Tony, but I must ask for your cooperation." Acknowledging this with a nod, Tony permitted the man to cover his face with the cloth. Although his vision was obscured, Tony remained unperturbed within the unseen darkness. Numerous pairs of crimson eyes fixated on the occupants of the vehicle, ready to tear them apart at the slightest hint of danger. 20 minutes later, guided by the robust man, Tony entered a building where the cloth was finally removed from his face. The interplay of darkness and light caused him to instinctively squint as he surveyed his surroundings. It appeared to be an ordinary courtyard, indistinguishable from any typical residence, save for the black-clad sentinels stationed around. In the center of the lawn, a colossal figure lounged in casual attire, a barbecue grill set before him, sizzling with an array of steaks. Observing the seemingly mountainous silhouette, Tony's eyes widened in surprise. He was aware of Jean Bing's imposing stature, yet he had not anticipated it to be to such an extent. Standing at an estimated 2 meters tall, Jean Bing's physique was a marvel of muscle, particularly his arms, which were thicker than the thighs of an average man. The individual beside Tony, already quite formidable among ordinary people, seemed diminutive in comparison to Jean Bing, akin to a child before an adult, highlighting the vast disparity between them. Thoughts swirled in Tony's mind as the external world merely ticked away a breath's worth of time, prompting him to stride forward. As he approached, Jean Bing lowered his gaze, his deep-set eyes studying Tony intently before he spoke in a flat tone. "You have arrived? Let us eat something first." Unfazed by the invitation, Tony nodded assuredly. "Certainly, I happen to be hungry. Please grill it well. I have no desire for it to be rare." At these words, a smirk crossed Jean Bing's lips, since he had absorbed all the factions of Hell's Kitchen. It was the first time someone dared to speak to him so directly. "Very well," he replied, continuing to flip the steaks, as neither party broached the subject of collaboration, behaving as though it had entirely slipped their minds. As the steak sizzled to perfection, Tony indulged himself without reservation, even uncorking a bottle of red wine to savor the moment. One might mistake him for a carefree picnicker. An hour later, Tony and Jean Bing had devoured all the provisions, and several men clad in black approached to remove the grill. Tony reclined languidly in his chair, exuding an air of nonchalance. At that moment, Jean Bing's voice resonated, inquiring about the nature of their potential collaboration. In response, Tony cast him a sidelong glance and quipped, "I was curious how long you could keep silent." Undeterred by Tony's jest, Jean Bing maintained his composure. Sensing a lack of interest in further teasing, Tony shifted the conversation, stating, "I am in the arms trade. We inherently have a foundation for collaboration. I can provide you with weaponry, and in return, you assist me with certain tasks. What do you say?" Chapter 10. Peter Parker and Natasha. As Tony spoke, he observed the reaction of Kim, who remained remarkably indifferent. "I can procure weapons myself. There is no necessity for collaboration with you. If that is all you have to offer, you fail to impress me," Kim stated, shaking his head disapprovingly at Tony's proposition. Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Is that so? You can acquire the military's latest weaponry? Rockets, tanks, missiles, Are those within your reach? You can obtain top-tier equipment from military laboratories? He unleashed a barrage of inquiries, and Kim's previously placid demeanor shifted noticeably. What do you intend to do? Kim questioned, suspecting that Tony sought to partner with him using conventional weapons. He was no insurgent, and his demand for arms was not particularly pressing. However, given Tony's tone, it appeared he intended to offer some advanced weaponry. Such items were strictly classified and prohibited by the military. Even with significant influence, they were unattainable without special channels. Thus, Kim, who had initially feigned nonchalance, could no longer suppress his seriousness. Seeing Kim's reaction, Tony smiled and remarked, I shall provide you with weapons, and in return, you will furnish me with information about certain individuals. Of course, if you can directly deliver these individuals to me, I would not object. What kind of individuals? Kim probed further. Individuals with special abilities. You will frequently interact with them in the future, and then you will comprehend my intentions, Tony replied, leaving his words somewhat ambiguous. Confident that Kim would grasp the meaning upon encountering those individuals, Kim chose not to pursue further inquiries, instead plunging into contemplation. Tony's terms were straightforward, even excessively so. Had the conditions been different, Kim might have hesitated to cooperate, wary of Tony's ulterior motives. Yet, the opportunity to access advanced weaponry was too enticing to dismiss. After considerable deliberation, he ultimately consented to the collaboration. Although he had entertained the notion of coercing Tony through other means, he quickly discarded it. Stark Industries was a titan in the defense industry with substantial influence in the United States. If he were to confront Tony, he would undoubtedly find himself without refuge in the country. Coercing Tony into cooperation was utterly unrealistic. With Kim's acquiescence, the two officially established their partnership, and Tony, having concluded his business, bid farewell and departed. The bait had been set, and now it was merely a matter of waiting for the superheroes to take the hook. He could finally revel in a life of leisure. That evening, Tony summoned a multitude of starlets to his lavish party, indulging in the opulence of his affluent lifestyle. Meanwhile, in a certain agency known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, Alexander Pierce was meticulously reviewing Tony's dossier, which included records of Tony's mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearance, as well as the peculiar circumstances surrounding Obadiah's death. Both of these matters are shrouded in mystery, piquing Pierce's interest. Just then, a knock echoed at the office door, and a stunning woman entered. With cascading waves of hair and clad in a sleek black leather outfit, she exuded an aura of allure and charm. Director, did you call for me? The woman inquired. Pierce promptly responded, Natasha, your timing is impeccable. I have a matter that requires your investigation. Here are the details of the target. With that, he slid the dossier across the desk towards Natasha. She swiftly lowered her gaze to examine the contents, and the office fell into a hush. Before long, Natasha had perused the material, and a flicker of intrigue crossed her eyes. Tony Stark? What trouble has this notorious playboy gotten himself into that necessitates our involvement? As a figure frequently gracing the entertainment headlines, it was nearly impossible for Natasha not to be familiar with him. This very familiarity, however, fueled her curiosity. After all, he was merely a playboy. Despite his wealth, he hardly seemed worthy of their attention. Confronted with Natasha's bewilderment, Pierce refrained from unnecessary elaboration and directly handed her the dossier. In the past, this playboy was indeed unremarkable, but that has since changed. Recently, he went missing in the desert, and before any rescue could be initiated, he returned on his own. However, upon his return, Obadiah, Stark Industries' second-in-command, vanished without a trace. The FBI has already scoured the scene, and aside from some bloodstains, there were no other findings. Moreover, on the very day of Obadiah's disappearance, significant shifts occurred within Stark Industries' stock holdings. Tony has acquired shares from other stakeholders, including Obadiah's. He now controls a staggering 98% of Stark Industries. As Natasha reviewed the dossier, Pierce continued to elucidate. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that Obadiah's disappearance is intricately linked to Tony, possibly involving some enigmatic force. Your task is straightforward. Approach him, ascertain his true nature, and uncover the power that may lie behind him. With that, Pierce awaited Natasha's response in silence. After a considerable pause, Natasha finally spoke. I understand. Leave this task to me. Soon after, she exited the office, while Pierce retrieved his phone and dialed a number. I have initiated an investigation. Ensure he is closely monitored. Once results are obtained, proceed to apprehend him. Understood, came the reply from the other end, and Pierce promptly ended the call. Having completed his directives, his gaze fell upon a photograph of Tony, revealing a contemplative depth in his expression. Meanwhile, in a residence somewhere in Brooklyn, a bespectacled young man lay convulsing on the floor, his face contorted in agony. He was Peter Parker, a university student who, after an unfortunate encounter with a spider at a museum exhibition earlier that day, had returned home transformed, though none were yet aware of the metamorphosis that had occurred. The night swiftly passed, and as the sun ascended on the following day, Tony awakened amidst a throng of beauties. Surveying the disarray strewn across the bed, he stretched languidly, a satisfied expression adorning his face. Clad in his pajamas, he descended the stairs, only to find Potts seated on the living room sofa, her demeanor starkly indifferent. Upon witnessing this scene, a fleeting sense of embarrassment flickered across Tony's features, though it vanished almost immediately. "Hey Potts, what brings you here?" he inquired. In response, Potts cast a glance at Tony, still clad in his sleepwear, and replied in a tone devoid of warmth. "The stock acquisitions are nearly complete. I came to inquire when you plan to hold a press conference to announce your return. Furthermore, the tax authorities have requested a meeting to discuss your delisting." Her words dripped with palpable frustration, reflecting the arduous efforts she had invested for this scoundrel, who seemed more preoccupied with indulgence than responsibility. How infuriating. Chapter 11. The unrelenting disdain of the Black Widow. Observing the disgruntled expression on Potts' face, Tony cleared his throat and remarked, "I shall not meet with the IRS. I am withdrawing from the market. Their concerns are of no consequence to me. Let them attend to their own affairs. As for the press conference, let us convene it this afternoon. Since the matter has been settled, there is no need for further concealment. By the way, could you assist me in clearing the rubbish upstairs?" With that, Tony nonchalantly strode into the bathroom to freshen up, leaving Potts to seethe in frustration at his retreating figure. "You scoundrel," she muttered under her breath before reluctantly ascending the stairs, swiftly ushering several ladies out of the villa. After sharing breakfast with Tony, the two made their way to the office. Although Tony, as the head of the company, delegated most responsibilities to Potts, certain documents still required his personal signature to take effect. Additionally, during his absence, a significant backlog of paperwork had accumulated, necessitating his diligent attention for the following days as he toiled tirelessly. During this period of arduous labor, a significant event transpired in New York City. A figure known as Spider-Man emerged, combating crime within the metropolis. The citizens of New York were abuzz with discussions about this enigmatic vigilante, with some viewing him as a guardian angel while others criticized his violent methods, suggesting he was no different from the criminals he opposed. The police's response was equally clear. They felt their authority was undermined and promptly issued a warrant for his arrest. However, perhaps the most incensed by Spider-Man's actions was Wilson Fisk, the kingpin, who controlled 80% of the city's illicit dealings. Spider-Man's interference had resulted in substantial financial losses for him, amounting to tens of millions of dollars. While this sum was insignificant to Fisk, he could not allow anyone to challenge his authority. In a towering office building, Fisk sat serenely in his chair, a picture of calm, as his trusted lieutenant, Daniel Brown, stood before him with a grave demeanor. Brown was responsible for managing Fisk's various enterprises throughout the city. "How is the investigation progressing? Have you uncovered the identity of this individual?" Fisk's voice, devoid of emotion, sent a chill through Daniel. The more composed Fisk appeared, the angrier he was likely to be. Daniel, keen to avoid provoking his wrath, hurriedly replied, "Mr. Wilson, I regret to inform you that I have yet to ascertain his true identity. His movements are exceedingly rapid, and we have been unable to keep pace with him. Furthermore, he appears without warning, despite deploying most of the city's surveillance systems. We have failed to capture any glimpse of him prior to his transformations." With his head bowed in trepidation, Daniel feared that any display of Fisk's ire might reflect upon him. Fortunately, Fisk did not erupt in anger but instead turned his gaze toward the view outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, murmuring, "Is this the person you seek?" Upon concluding the conversation, Gene picked up his phone and dialed Tony's number. At the Stark Industries tower, a busy Tony heard the ringing of his phone. "Jarvis, connect the call," he instructed. "Certainly, sir." In the next moment, Gene's voice resonated within the office. "I believe the person you seek has appeared." Upon hearing this, Tony paused his paperwork. "So soon? Where is he?" "I don't know," Gene replied nonchalantly, causing Tony to twitch at the corner of his mouth. "What is his name?" "Spider-Man." At the mention of this name, Tony raised an eyebrow, though he displayed little surprise. He may not be well-versed in the order of superhero appearances, but due to the nature of New York City, he had long felt that the first one he should encounter would indeed be this little spider. He had previously attempted to track down his whereabouts, but with New York's vastness and its population in the millions, finding someone based solely on a name was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, even with the resources of Stark Industries at his disposal. At that moment, Jin's voice came through again. "What do you plan to do?" Hearing this, a smirk formed on Tony's lips. "It's quite simple. You arrange for an illicit transaction to lure him out. The rest, I shall handle." "All right, then tonight it is. I'll arrange the transaction in Manhattan, as it is a place he frequents." Gene promptly agreed and hung up the phone. At this juncture, Tony set aside the documents in his hands. Rising to approach the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling crowd below, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. The notion of a former superhero descending into the realm of darkness and villainy seemed rather fascinating, he mused, involuntarily chuckling to himself. Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and a graceful figure entered. It was Tony's new secretary, Natasha. As for Pepper Potts, She had ascended to the role of CEO of Stark Industries and no longer held the position of secretary. Originally, according to Pepper's intentions, she sought to appoint a male secretary for Tony. However, this decision was met with staunch opposition from Tony, thus allowing Natasha, with her own merits, to rise to the occasion. Mr. Stark, Miss Potts has sent these documents for your signature, Natasha stated, her glasses lending her an air of intellect that was quite alluring. Yet, standing before the expansive window, Tony did not even glance in her direction, merely gesturing for her to place the documents down. Observing this, Natasha could only set the files down, confusion etched upon her face as she looked at Tony's back. This was not aligning with her expectations. Wasn't he supposed to be a playboy? Having been employed for several days, why had he not attempted to charm her? Was it a matter of her beauty not being captivating enough? That seemed implausible. Natasha swiftly dismissed that possibility. Then, contemplating Tony's silhouette, she hesitated momentarily before stepping forward to place her hand upon his shoulder. Mr. Stark, are you feeling fatigued? I have learned massage techniques from China that can alleviate your tiredness. Would you care to try? As she spoke, her delicate hands began to massage Tony's shoulder. At this moment, the distance between the two bodies was no more than a centimeter, allowing Tony to catch a whiff of the enchanting fragrance emanating from her, stirring the deepest desires within his heart. Suddenly, he turned to Natasha, whose large eyes radiated an alluring sparkle. The neckline of her blouse, whether by design or happenstance, perfectly revealed a glimpse of the scenery beneath. However, the scene she had envisioned did not materialize, and Tony's brow furrowed in discontent. What are you doing? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Natasha's expression faltered, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Was her insinuation not evident enough? Tony continued, clarify your role, focus on your work, and refrain from engaging in such frivolities. Leave, now at once. Oh, yes, Mr. Stark, Natasha replied in a flustered tone as she exited the office, her mind still buzzing with confusion. Had she truly been dismissed? Chapter 12, No Way to Heaven, No Door to Earth within the confines of the office. Tony Stark observed Natasha's departing figure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Upon encountering Natasha, he had instantly recognized her identity. After all, as one of Marvel's renowned beauties, the Black Widow's fame was undeniable. This recognition prompted his theatrical demeanor. Otherwise, it would be as unusual as a cat not indulging in fish or a man shunning temptation. However, the presence of thorns necessitated their careful removal before one could savor the delicacy. Disregarding Natasha further, he resumed his work with the documents. Time swiftly slipped away amidst his flurry of activity, and soon the night enveloped the city. Tony departed from Stark Industries, steering his vehicle towards 13th Avenue in Manhattan, the chosen venue for a clandestine transaction orchestrated by Kingpin, an area scanned in foot traffic, ideal for such dealings. After parking at the roadside, Tony turned off the engine and settled into his seat. Shortly thereafter, two black sedans arrived, halting on the roadway. The two factions prepared to engage in their transaction as per the customary protocol. As the minutes trickled by, the deal neared its conclusion. Just as both parties were about to finalize the exchange, an unexpected youthful voice echoed from a nearby alley. Good evening, gentlemen. What are you engaged in? Do you require assistance? The sudden voice startled everyone, their expressions shifting dramatically. Damn it, Spider-Man. Open fire. A leader bellowed, prompting both sides to unleash a barrage of gunfire. In an instant, the darkness erupted with the sound of gunshots, an onslaught of bullets aimed straight at Spider-Man, who had been hanging upside down at the alley's entrance. However, at the moment the gunfire erupted, he vanished without a trace. With a single leap, he materialized before them, his wrist-mounted webs firing forth like bullets, incapacitating the assailants in rapid succession. Within mere moments, the skirmish concluded, both factions subdued by his prowess. Gentlemen, it seems you require my assistance in placing a call to the authorities. Spider-Man observed the items involved in the transaction and bent down to retrieve a phone from one of the fallen members, poised to alert the police. Yet just then, his movements abruptly halted as his sharp gaze scanned the surroundings. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of smoke grenades detonating shattered the tension. As a cadre of shadowy figures emerged around him, clad in black ninja attire, their eyes gleamed with a crimson glow. They were the Shadow Ninja Legion. Peter's eyes widened in astonishment beneath his mask. Possessing an acute spider sense, he perceived these beings as having materialized from thin air, or perhaps they were not human at all. Instantly, Peter heightened his vigilance and addressed the encroaching ninjas. Hey, guys, who are you? At his words, the Shadow Ninjas remained silent, the ominous sound of drawn blades resonating through the darkness. In the next heartbeat, a multitude of Shadow Ninjas surged towards Peter in silence, causing his heart to race. However, he had no time for further contemplation. His wrist-mounted webs shot forth with the speed of bullets, targeting the advancing ninjas. However, the Shadow Ninjas were far from inept. They darted and slashed, swiftly evading the onslaught of webs and positioning themselves beside Peter. In an instant, the sound of blades slicing through the air echoed, accompanied by a series of piercing cries aimed directly at Peter's vital points, causing his eyelids to twitch as he nimbly leaped to evade the attacks. His speed was astonishing, far beyond that of an ordinary person, yet the shadow ninjas were evidently no ordinary foes. As Peter dodged, numerous shadow ninjas swiftly followed suit, and shurikens flew from their hands, tearing through Peter's spider suit. Initially intending to restrain himself, Peter could no longer afford to do so upon witnessing this scene, and he swiftly launched a counterattack. After his mutation, his strength and speed had reached a terrifying level, powerful enough to halt a train. Although formidable, the individual prowess of the shadow ninjas was insufficient to contend with him. Consequently, as Peter unleashed his full power, many shadow ninjas were obliterated. However, Peter showed no signs of glee. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grim. He realized that the number of shadow ninjas was multiplying exponentially. After he had dispatched a dozen or so, their ranks surged to hundreds. Even more emerged from the periphery, one after another. Despite his strength, he found himself in peril under the relentless siege of so many shadow ninjas. At that moment, his spider suit was tattered, and wounds marred his body. As time passed, his stamina waned, leaving him breathless. Sensing the imminent danger, he dared not linger, using his web shooters to propel himself into the air and escape from the fray. Once free from the encirclement of the shadow ninjas, Peter finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, just as he believed himself safe, a horrifying sight unfolded before him. On the rooftops ahead, shadow ninjas with crimson eyes emerged continuously, fixating their gaze on him. Witnessing this, Peter's expression stiffened, and a wave of fear surged within him. The recent onslaught of hundreds of shadow ninjas had already put him in dire straits. Now, the number seemed to exceed mere hundreds. Though he could not ascertain their exact count, a glance revealed no less than 1,000. If surrounded by such a multitude, Peter could not guarantee his survival. Without hesitation, he accelerated through the towering buildings, swiftly vanishing from sight. Yet, as he progressed, a portion of the shadow ninjas pursued him relentlessly. Although they could not swing through the air like Peter, their terrifying agility allowed them to navigate the rooftops, matching his speed with ease. This left Peter feeling utterly helpless as he attempted to shake them off. Soon, a more despairing development occurred. On his path ahead, shadow ninjas leaped from the heights, charging directly towards him. A flurry of shurikens whistled through the air, followed closely by ninjas wielding katana. Although he skillfully evaded the majority of attacks with his extraordinary spider sense and agile movements, a few strikes still found their mark upon him. Blood erupted from his wounds, eliciting a series of muffled groans from his lips. Simultaneously, a crossbow bolt sliced through the webbing on his hand, causing it to snap instantly, and Peter, who had been suspended in midair, plummeted to the ground. The sudden turn of events sent a chill of fear coursing through him. The webbing on his wrist instinctively shot out in a frantic attempt to slow his descent, but ultimately, he crashed heavily into a narrow alley, struggling to catch his breath. Meanwhile, from the shadows, the figures of the shadowy ninjas emerged, closing in around him, leaving him truly trapped with nowhere to escape. Chapter 13. I need you to help me kill someone. Fear surged within Peter as he surveyed the shadowy ninjas surrounding him, instinctively swallowing hard. He had barely donned the mantle of Spider-Man for a few days, having previously been an ordinary, unremarkable individual who often fell victim to bullying in school. Fundamentally, his character was rather timid, yet the immense power he now wielded instilled him with newfound confidence. However, at this moment, that power had become ineffectual, and his inherent timidity reasserted its dominance. What do you want? Stay back, he shouted, suppressing his fear. The encroaching shadowy figures halted abruptly at his words, leaving Peter momentarily stunned and uncertain. Yet, the sound of footsteps emerging from the darkness soon roused him from his daze, revealing that it was not his voice that had commanded attention, but rather the arrival of a more significant presence behind him. His gaze instinctively pierced through the encircling ninjas to the entrance of the alleyway, where a figure emerged, dressed in a tailored suit. The newcomer exuded an air of languid confidence, a smile playing on his lips that conveyed an unsettling sense of control. As he approached, the shadowy ninjas parted to form a path, bowing their heads in deference, akin to subjects honoring a monarch. Witnessing this spectacle, Peter's fear magnified. His eyes fixed intently on the approaching figure. Good evening, our Spider-Man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark. Tony stepped closer, looking down at Peter. Upon seeing Tony's face, Peter was struck with disbelief, his mind racing. Tony Stark, the notorious playboy of New York, a source of endless amusement for the city's residents. His exploits had sustained countless tabloids and entertainment journalists. Peter had admired many of his remarkable achievements, even harboring aspirations to work for Stark Industries. He never anticipated meeting the illustrious figure in such a dire context, nor did he foresee the terrifying undercurrents lurking beneath the surface of the famed playboy. For a moment, he found himself speechless. It seems our Spider-Man has recognized my identity, Tony remarked with a smirk. A chill ran down Peter's spine as a flood of conspiracy theories invaded his thoughts. According to cinematic tropes, knowing his identity could spell disaster for him. Realizing this, Peter quickly responded, "Mr. Stark, let us discuss this calmly. I'm curious as to why you seek me. If there is any way I can assist, I am more than willing." "Ah, splendid. I appreciate candid discourse," Tony exclaimed, snapping his fingers. "It's nothing too grave, really. I simply require your assistance in eliminating someone. What do you think?" Tony's smile remained fixed as he regarded Peter, whose expression faltered in shock. Despite possessing formidable power, he had yet to take a life. The tragic death of his uncle had instilled in him the conviction that with great power comes great responsibility, and he had endeavored to be a good person ever since. Tony's request undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge for him. For a moment, he could not help but grimace, cautiously stating, "Sir, could we perhaps reconsider the demands? There are myriad ways to resolve matters without resorting to murder. You lack the luxury of negotiation. You currently face two choices, either you perish or someone else does. The decision rests with you." Tony interrupted him, his tone casual, rendering the value of life seemingly trivial in his words. Realizing he had no alternatives, Peter's expression shifted between hope and despair. Taking a life contradicted his principles, yet refusing to act might cost him his own. Following his original course of action, he would rather embrace death than harm the innocent. However, the world does not entertain hypotheticals. He had only recently donned the mantle of Spider-Man and had yet to fully transition from an ordinary citizen to a superhero. In the face of others' lives, his own safety took precedence. Thus, after a prolonged hesitation, Peter finally spoke. "Who does the gentleman wish for me to eliminate?" Upon hearing this, a broader smile graced Tony's lips. "Ivan Vanko. I shall provide you with his details shortly. Your task is simply to eliminate him. Any issues?" Peter silently shook his head. "Then put on this bracelet." Tony casually tossed a bracelet to Peter, who instinctively caught it. "This is a communicator. I will reach out to you through it. And I will also relay the information onto this device. Additionally, do not entertain thoughts of shirking your task. This bracelet is equipped with explosives." With that, Tony observed Peter donning the bracelet before smiling and departing the alley. As he left, the surrounding shadowy figures melted into the darkness, leaving a despondent Peter behind. Outside the alley, as Tony entered his silver sports car, Jarvis's voice immediately resonated. "Sir, you have undergone quite a transformation." Unfazed, Tony acknowledged that he was no longer the same person he once was. Jarvis, having spent countless hours with him, would certainly notice the change. "Is that so? Do you perceive this transformation as positive or negative?" Tony countered. Jarvis's calm voice continued, "I am merely an artificial intelligence. I cannot assess the morality of an individual. Nor can I evaluate your character, sir. However, I find myself favoring the current version of you. Thank you for your affirmation. It appears your intelligence has progressed." Tony complimented as he started the vehicle and departed. "May I inquire, who is Ivan Vanko? It seems there has been no prior interaction in my database. Just a man destined to die eventually. I am merely accelerating his demise," Tony replied with a smile, a glimmer of something darker flashing in his eyes. He had inherited Stark's identity and, along with it, the entanglements of fate. Although he had not developed the iron suit, those with vendettas against him would inevitably surface. Embracing the notion that it is better to strike first than to suffer the consequences of delayed action, Tony preferred to extinguish troubles at their inception. Ivan Vanko, without a doubt, embodied such a troublesome presence. However, Natasha's arrival illuminated the fact that he had drawn the attention of SHIELD, rendering him ill-suited for any significant actions in the near future. Coincidentally, Peter's emergence provided him with a candidate to resolve this predicament, thus leading to the mission to eliminate Ivan Vanko. Not only would this eradicate the nuisance, but it would also facilitate the young spider's descent into darkness. After all, the essence of a superhero lies in their principles, and little Spider-Man's principle was evidently to save the innocent. Once these principles are shattered, a hero ceases to be a hero. Chapter 14. The gathering of three major defense giants. After a night of tranquility, Tony arrived at the office the following day, maintaining his customary disregard for Natasha's flirtations as he diligently reviewed documents. After expending 2 hours, he finally completed all the paperwork requiring his signature, allowing a long sigh of relief to escape his lips. Who dares to claim that being a boss is a comfortable endeavor? Step forward, and I shall silence you. Over the past few days, Tony had calculated that the weight of the documents he had reviewed surpassed 100 pounds. These were tangible paper documents, not the ancient bamboo slips of yore, underscoring the sheer volume of matters he was tasked with daily. A fleeting moment of regret washed over him for having eliminated Obadiah. It was precisely due to Obadiah's management that he had enjoyed a lifestyle of indulgence, acting as a hands-off proprietor. Now, having disposed of Obadiah, he found himself shouldering the majority of company affairs, which proved to be quite vexing. As he momentarily vacated his thoughts, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Pepper Potts entered, and upon seeing her, Tony felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Beautiful Miss Potts, I believe I require a respite. I hereby delegate all company matters to your capable hands. How does that sound? Observing Tony's lament before he even spoke, Potts could not help but roll her eyes. Yet, aware of his recent fatigue, she refrained from further chastising him. All right, handle one more matter, and then I shall grant you a break. No more complaints, she asserted. Really? What is it? Do tell, Tony exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. He was eager to escape the confines of the office, which was undeniably welcome news for him. The military's procurement invitation has arrived. It commences at 3 this afternoon. Attend, and strive to secure more orders, she informed him, handing over an invitation before hastily departing the office. As the president, Potts's responsibilities exceeded even Tony's. After all, he merely needed to address significant issues, while she was tasked with managing the entire conglomerate, a disparity in workload that was profound. Watching her retreating figure, Tony shook his head, pondering the source of her immense work ethic. Regaining his focus, he opened the invitation and perused its contents, which, while lacking substantial information, piqued his curiosity nonetheless. The military's procurement process constituted a primary source of profit for various arms companies, and each annual procurement event was akin to a lavish feast for defense enterprises. Everyone aspired to partake in this banquet, leading to fierce competition. In previous procurement events, it was not uncommon to witness the leaders of major groups engaging in physical altercations, rendering the atmosphere quite lively. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Tony, flanked by a throng of bodyguards, departed the corporation and entered a Rolls-Royce, en route to the procurement event. Upon his arrival, the clock was nearing 3, and the event was on the verge of commencing. Happy, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, trailed behind him as they entered the venue, while the remaining guards stood by outside. Upon entering, a cacophony of voices greeted him, with hundreds of attendees engaged in animated discourse within the venue. Here, nearly 80% of the arms dealers in the United States are gathered. However, upon Tony's arrival, everyone almost simultaneously turned their gaze towards him, their eyes filled with awe. As a leading figure in the military-industrial complex of both the United States and the world, it is nearly impossible for Tony to enter unnoticed. Ignoring most of the attendees, he made his way to the front row of the venue. In contrast to the crowded rear, the front row was sparsely populated, with only a few individuals, each backed by corporate giants rivaling Stark Industries. Hammer Industries, led by Justin Hammer, like Stark Industries, primarily engages in the arms trade and has long collaborated with the Department of Defense, positioning itself as Stark Industries' main competitor. PIM Technologies, founded by Hank Pym, specializes in the research of PIM particles that can alter the size of objects, also producing weapons, albeit with a lesser focus. Oscorp, a family-run enterprise helmed by Norman Osborn, excels in biotechnology and has made significant strides in the military industry, subtly edging towards surpassing Hammer Industries. Vanguard Technologies, founded by Killian, focuses on genetic engineering and has limited involvement in the arms sector, essentially there as a mere observer. Roxxon Corporation, a titan in the energy sector, originally rooted in the oil industry, stands as one of the largest conglomerates in the world, extending its influence across various industries. Both Hammer Industries and Oscorp were represented by their leaders, while the other companies sent vice presidents. After all, this was a procurement meeting for the military, and as their primary operations did not revolve around arms, sending a vice president sufficed. With Tony's arrival, several vice presidents from various groups nodded in acknowledgement. Hammer, with a smirk, remarked, "Tony, I heard you almost met your demise in the desert. I was ready to pop champagne in celebration, but here you are again. What a disappointment." As Stark Industries' principal rival, the long-standing animosity between the two companies was palpable, and Hammer's words lacked any semblance of courtesy. In response, as Tony settled into his seat, he retorted, "Is that so? I must truly disappoint you then. However, do not waste your champagne. I see your perennial second-place position is becoming increasingly precarious. When you inevitably slip to third, I shall drink to your misfortune." With that, Tony turned briefly to Osborn, offering a knowing smile and a nod. Osborn's expression darkened. Initially, the rivalry was solely between Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, but Tony's quip had inadvertently dragged Oscorp into the fray, leaving Osborn in a foul mood. Indeed, Hammer, who had been focused on Tony, now cast a discreet glance towards Osborn. Over the past 2 years, Oscorp had been steadily increasing its share in military procurement, posing a significant threat to Hammer Industries. Originally intending to confront Tony, Hammer suddenly shifted his strategy, opting instead to undermine Oscorp. Soon, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, marking the official commencement of the military procurement meeting. Under the guidance of the military procurement personnel, the prominent defense enterprises present eagerly secured numerous orders. Some rejoiced at the abundance of contracts, while others despaired at the decline in their acquisitions. Yet, the most explosive emotions were undoubtedly displayed by Osborn. In a striking turn of events, The historically rival Stark Industries and Hammer Industries joined forces this year to suppress the Osborne Group, resulting in a mere 10% share of the orders for Osborne. This outcome nearly sent Osborne into a frenzy, simultaneously validating an ancient adage from Huagua: there are no permanent enemies, only enduring interests. Chapter 15. Osborne in the shadows. After the conclusion of the military procurement meeting, Osborne emerged from the venue with a grim expression. Watching Hammer and Tony depart, he felt an overwhelming urge to consume them whole. According to his original plan, the Osborne Group was supposed to secure at least 20% of the orders this year. Yet, due to the collusion of the two, the group managed to obtain a mere 10%, only half of what he had anticipated. This figure paled in comparison to previous years. It is worth noting that the military expenditure in the United States reaches a staggering $400 billion annually, meaning that even a single percentage point represents hundreds of millions, if not over $1 billion. Under the combined pressure from Tony and Hammer, the Osborne Group suffered a loss of at least 10 percentage points or more, resulting in a staggering shortfall exceeding $100 billion. Such an immense loss could drive anyone to madness. Moreover, the recent circumstances of the Osborne Group were far from favorable. In an effort to secure more military contracts and outpace Hammer Industries and Stark Industries, they had invested heavily in the development of military products such as flying hoverboards, exoskeleton suits, and human enhancers. In total, they had poured in hundreds of billions of dollars, leading the company into severe financial distress, much to the utter dissatisfaction of the shareholders. Osborne had pinned all his hopes on this year's military procurement to secure additional orders and placate the shareholders' discontent. But now, all was lost, and the thought of it made his heart bleed. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress his anguish as he got into his car and returned to the office. Simultaneously, the details of the military procurement meeting spread rapidly through various channels. When Osborne returned to the office, his secretary hurriedly rushed into his workspace. "Mr. Osborne, it's bad news. All the shareholders are here, waiting for you in the conference room." At this, the emotions that Osborne had only just managed to stabilize surged violently once more. "Damn it, who let them come?" he growled, his expression contorted with rage, instilling fear in the secretary, who stammered in reply. "Mr. Osborne, they came on their own. It seems they have received specific information regarding the procurement meeting, and their expressions do not look favorable." Hearing this, Osborne's heart sank. His worst fears had indeed come to pass. "You may leave now." He waved off the secretary, who immediately fled the office as if granted a reprieve. Once alone, the pent-up fury within him erupted. "Fuck, bastards." A cacophony of crashing sounds echoed from the office, leaving it in utter disarray. After a considerable time, Osborne finally regained his composure and made his way toward the conference room. Upon reaching the door, he pushed it open. Swish. Instantly, all the shareholders in the room turned to face him, creating a daunting atmosphere. Observing the expressionless faces of the crowd, Osborne forced a semblance of a smile. "Why? It is a surprise to see you all here." In response, the shareholders, filling the room, wasted no time in confronting him. "Mr. Osborne, we have heard that this year the military procurement orders resulted in only 10% for our group. Is that true?" As the shareholders spoke, their words struck deep into Osborne's heart like a dagger. He longed to refute their claims, yet he understood the futility of such attempts. These individuals were formidable, undoubtedly privy to information that explained their presence. With great reluctance, he nodded and said, "Indeed. However, this situation arises from the collusion of Stark Industries and Hammer Industries suppressing us. Otherwise, our procurement orders would certainly be far more substantial." Osborne fervently defended himself. But the shareholders were indifferent to his explanations. Their focus lay solely on profit. His prior insistence on researching individual combat gear and human enhancement serums had already displeased them, and the subsequent research stagnation, yielding no optimal results, had heightened their discontent to an unbearable level. The current decrease in military orders had drastically diminished Oscorp's profits, ultimately becoming the last straw that compelled them to sever ties. "Mr. Osborne, you need not elaborate further. We joined Oscorp in pursuit of profit. Clearly, Oscorp is no longer capable of delivering that." The shareholders collectively resolved to withdraw their investments, their cold words transforming into the sharpest of blades, piercing deeply into Osborne's heart. "No, you cannot do this," he shrieked in desperation. Oscorp, already severely depleted of resources due to its research endeavors, faced potential bankruptcy should the shareholders proceed with their withdrawals. As the leader of Oscorp, he refused to allow such a catastrophe to unfold. "Gentlemen, please remain calm. Oscorp is merely experiencing a temporary setback. If we can endure this phase, Oscorp will emerge stronger, and your interests will be safeguarded. Furthermore, Oscorp has generated substantial profits for you over the years. You have not suffered any losses. This is merely a brief period of unprofitability. You cannot abandon Oscorp in such a manner." Osborne fought desperately to salvage the situation, even appealing to their emotions. Yet, Capital is a ruthless entity, and capitalists are even more heartless. Their eyes are fixated solely on profit, with emotions holding no value whatsoever. Thus, regardless of Osborne's entreaties, the attendees remained unmoved. "Mr. Osborne, spare your efforts. Prepare the contracts. We shall return to sign." With that, the shareholders rose in succession and departed the conference room, leaving Osborne in a state of utter desolation at his seat. Had it not been for Tony's intervention, the shareholders would likely have withdrawn their investments in a year's time. However, Tony's unexpected involvement had hastened Oscorp's descent into the abyss of bankruptcy. As time passed slowly, Osborne sat in the conference room for what felt like an eternity. It was only when the evening light began to fade and Oscorp's employees finished their work that his secretary cautiously entered. "Mr. Osborne, it is time to leave." At her words, Osborne, lost in thought, suddenly became alert. He glanced at his secretary with a blank expression and calmly replied, "You may go ahead. I will stay for a while longer." Hearing this, the secretary hesitated but eventually nodded and turned to exit the room. As she approached the doorway, she instinctively turned to cast a glance at Osborne, only to find him enveloped in shadow, his previously unremarkable visage bore an inexplicable, almost sinister, upward curl at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this scene, the secretary's heart raced, and an involuntary shiver coursed through her, compelling her to hastily retreat from the area. Soon, the employees of the Osborne Group began to depart for the day, leaving Osborne as the solitary occupant within the confines of the company. Shrouded in darkness, Osborne abruptly rose from his seat and exited the conference room, making his way towards the laboratory building of the Osborne Group. Chapter 16. The Little Spider Confronts Ivan Vanko. The Osborne Group towers a majestic 33 stories high, with the first 15 floors designated for the offices of ordinary employees. Floors 16 through 25 are reserved for the experimental laboratories, where various innovative products are meticulously researched and developed. Notably, the research on powered exoskeletons and human enhancement serums resides on the 20th floor, while the development of individual weaponry has yet to reach mass production. The laboratory has already produced several advanced prototypes. In contrast, the human enhancement serum remains in a semi-developed state. It has undergone biological testing but has not yet been tested on humans. Research indicates that any organism injected with the enhancement serum becomes excessively aggressive, filled with a destructive urge. This insurmountable issue has delayed human trials. Originally, according to Osborne's plan, the serum required further refinement to eliminate its side effects before it could be applied to humans. However, he can no longer afford to wait. As numerous investors are poised to withdraw their funding, he must present a superior research outcome to persuade them to continue their support and safeguard the Osborne Group. Therefore, he resolves to become the test subject for the next phase of human experimentation. Upon reaching the 20th floor, Osborne activates the equipment and steps into the experimental chamber. As the chamber door seals shut, a cloud of mist envelopes him, and a flicker of madness ignites in his eyes. With no escape route, he faces a stark choice: either successfully develop the perfect human enhancement serum or perish within the chamber. This is his final struggle. With a fatalistic determination, the serum surges into his body, unleashing a wave of excruciating pain that crashes into his consciousness, followed by a scream that reverberates throughout the 20th floor. In Liberty City, at a seaside villa, Tony Stark, through Jarvis, finally compiles the files on Ivan Vanko. After acquiring the information, he promptly transmits it to Peter, simultaneously dialing his phone. "Hello. Little Spider, good evening. Have you received the files? I hope to witness this man's disappearance tonight. Please do not let me down." With that, without awaiting Peter's response, Tony abruptly hangs up, instructing Jarvis to display Peter's surroundings. The wristband not only provides location tracking but also allows for real-time monitoring of Peter's movements. He is prepared to witness a spectacle of a superhero's fall from grace. Meanwhile, at Peter's residence, he gazes silently at the phone after the call has ended, looking at the data projected from his wrist. After committing the information to memory, he retrieves his spider suit from the wardrobe. As he gazes upon the attire that symbolizes justice, a self-deprecating smile crosses his face. He is determined to protect the innocent. Yet today he is compelled to betray his principles and take the life of an innocent man. "I do not wish for this. I only wish to survive," he murmurs softly to himself. Clad in his spider suit, he leaps from the window, swiftly departing his home. As he navigates through the urban jungle of steel, Peter soon arrives at his destination, Hammer Industries. The target, Ivan, serves as the chief weapons designer at Hammer Industries. According to the files, he is frequently found within the confines of the company, thus necessitating a cunning plan to infiltrate Hammer Industries. As a premier military-industrial giant, Hammer Industries boasts an exceptionally formidable security force, rendering even the world's most elite operatives incapable of infiltrating unnoticed. However, this is merely effective against mere mortals. Although Peter's powers do not rival those of deities, they certainly transcend human capabilities. Before him, the security of Hammer Industries becomes a mere farce. Utilizing his webbing, Peter effortlessly ascends to the pinnacle of Hammer Industries. With the aid of the spider-shaped hooks on his palms, he skillfully creates an aperture large enough for a person to pass through in the glass of the top floor, subsequently entering the elevator that descends directly to the subterranean level 3. This is the heart of Hammer Industries' weapon development and the location of Ivan. Within a villa, Tony sips red wine, observing the entirety of Peter's infiltration via video, and remarks with a chuckle, "It seems our Spider-Man exceeds my expectations." Jarvis, based on his performance, compile a dossier of his capabilities and attempt to predict the trajectory of his power enhancement. "Understood, sir." "Recording has commenced," Jarvis responds. On the screen, Peter has successfully reached the subterranean level 3 of Hammer Industries. Ding. The elevator doors open slowly, revealing a dozen dark gun muzzles aimed directly at Peter. Instantly, his pupils constrict, and instinctively, he leaps upward, grasping the ceiling of the elevator. In the next heartbeat, gunfire erupts, bullets whistling through the air. The terrifying heat leaves blackened streaks across his spider suit. With no time to ponder, he swiftly launches a web from his wrist, ensnaring several individuals at the elevator's entrance, interrupting their gunfire. Seizing this opportunity, he hastily vacates the confined space of the elevator, accelerating to his utmost, incapacitating several guards in mere seconds. Yet, just as they collapse, an alarm blares throughout the research facility. With his acute hearing, Peter discerns a rapid approach of footsteps. Frustration surges within him as he mutters an expletive. Damn. How did they discover me? He had been exceedingly cautious during his infiltration, making no sound, leaving him perplexed as to how he had been exposed. Little did he realize that, as a cutting-edge weapon development site, the security measures here were more stringent than outside by a factor of 3. The elevator entrance was under constant surveillance, with personnel monitoring the situation within at all times. Despite his formidable abilities, Peter, being inexperienced, was entirely oblivious to this reality. Thus, upon entering the elevator, he had already been detected, leading to the current chaotic scene. Without the luxury of contemplating how he had been compromised, Peter agilely navigates deeper into the research facility. Along the way, he deftly evades numerous guards, quickly locating his objective, Ivan Vanko, as the antagonist from Iron Man 2. While his intellect is considerable, his lack of the whiplash armor renders him only marginally stronger than an ordinary person. When Ivan beheld Peter's sudden appearance before him, his expression was one of utter astonishment. Naturally, he had heard the alarms from the research department. In his view, it was merely an indication that some faction had been discovered attempting to steal the blueprints of the new weaponry, a matter of little concern to him. Yet, he could never have anticipated that he was the very target of the intruders, leaving him completely unprepared. Wait, Ivan attempted to utter a word. However, Peter afforded him no opportunity, advancing swiftly to seize him by the throat, twisting with force. With a sharp crack, Ivan met his untimely demise. Chapter 17. The Green Goblin came and went. Prior to his arrival, Peter had indulged in various psychological preparations, envisioning scenarios where he would struggle to take a life. Yet, when he found himself cornered by a multitude of guards, the reality of the moment rendered all his anticipations farcical. To evade the onslaught of the guards, he acted without a moment's hesitation, snapping Ivan's neck. This turn of events left him momentarily disoriented, questioning whether it was Tony's coercion that had led him to commit such an act without remorse, or if he inherently possessed a lack of aversion to taking a life. His confusion was short-lived. Upon being startled by approaching footsteps, he cast aside all thoughts and began his flight from the scene. Meanwhile, within the villa, Tony wore an expression of astonishment. He had not expected such a swift conclusion to events, as he had been prepared to witness a grand internal struggle within Peter. To his surprise, Peter displayed a resolve that surpassed his expectations. "Jarvis, have I been deceived by this fellow? His decisiveness certainly does not resemble that of a novice killer." Tony mused, somewhat speechless. Jarvis's voice, devoid of any emotional inflection, responded promptly, "Sir, research indicates that within every individual resides a demon, a manifestation of their negative emotions. Some manage to confine this demon, appearing as good individuals in the eyes of society, while others unleash it, becoming perceived as villains. From my observations, Peter in the footage is in the stage of containing his demon. Absent your intervention, he would likely have succeeded in restraining it and emerged as a good person. However, you provided him with a key, allowing the demon to be released. Thus, sir, this entire situation is a consequence of your actions." Jarvis's analytical assessment inadvertently placed the blame upon himself, causing Tony's lips to twitch in irritation. "Well, aren't you supposed to be on my side? Is this how a creator is treated?" Choosing to temporarily disengage from the conversation with Jarvis, Tony resolved to retire for the night. The matter had concluded, and he felt no further need to observe. Although Hammer Industries guards were competent, they could not possibly ensnare Spider-Man, rendering any continued observation tedious. However, just as he stood, Jarvis's voice rang out once more. "Alert! Alert! An unidentified flying object is approaching." At that, Tony halted, turning his gaze toward the large screen, which now displayed the exterior of his villa. In the distance, a green figure was swiftly approaching on a skateboard-like flying apparatus, and Tony could even discern the malevolent mask adorning the visitor's face. Instantly, Tony raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing upon his lips. How intriguing, Green Goblin Osborn. I hadn't even sought you out, yet here you come to find me. The most suitable candidates for forming a dark alliance were undoubtedly the infamous villains of the Marvel Universe. These individuals were innately drawn to darkness, making it far easier to recruit them than to convince superheroes. Thus, after encountering Osborn at the military procurement meeting, Tony had firmly resolved to bring this character into the Dark Alliance. However, as this individual had yet to transform, Tony merely intended to provide him with a slight jolt to accelerate his metamorphosis. To his astonishment, events unfolded at an astonishing pace. Having merely provoked this fellow during the day, by nightfall, he had transformed into the Green Goblin and sought him out. Indeed, life is replete with surprises. A smile graced Tony's lips while a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The art of recruiting villains differs vastly from that of enlisting superheroes. The latter require guidance, while the former can be subdued with sheer force. At the moment Tony laid eyes on Osborn, outside the villa, Osborn's face concealed beneath a mask bore a maniacal grin. In his desperate bid to preserve Oscorp, he had to personally engage in human experimentation. The trials proceeded unexpectedly smoothly, allowing him to enhance his physique to perfection. Yet the serum had also altered his personality, effectively birthing two distinct personas within him. One was the composed leader of Oscorp, Osborn, the other, the tyrannical Green Goblin Osborn. And now, he was unequivocally the Green Goblin. Osborn harbored numerous enemies and many who detested him, but if one were to compile a list, Tony would undoubtedly reign supreme. Were it not for him, Oscorp could have secured a plethora of lucrative military contracts, and shareholders would not have withdrawn their investments prematurely, driving Oscorp to the brink of ruin. Had it not been for him, he would not have found himself in the position of being a test subject for experimental enhancement serums. Although the seeds of peril had been sown the moment, he ordered the development of new equipment and human enhancement agents. It was Tony who ignited the fuse of this explosive situation. Thus, he arrived, transformed into the Green Goblin, intent on vengeance, aiming to cast the man who had thrust Oscorp into despair into the depths of hell. His mind teemed with a desire for slaughter as Osborn forcefully hurled two pumpkin grenades towards Tony's villa. As the product of Oscorp's costly research, the power of the pumpkin grenades was on par with the explosive force of 20 kilograms of TNT. Two such grenades were more than sufficient to obliterate Tony's villa and entomb him alive. Yet, at the very instant he launched the grenades, shadows emerged from the darkness. Ninjas with crimson eyes fixated on Osborn. In the next moment, two shurikens were deftly propelled from the hand of one shadowy ninja, striking the pumpkin grenades with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The sound of two violent explosions reverberated through the night, illuminating the darkness with fiery brilliance. What was that? Osborn pondered, his brow furrowing. However, before he could contemplate further, a cadre of ninjas was already leaping towards him. The glint of their swords shone ominously in the night as they sliced through the air in his direction. Unyielding, Osborn, clad in his armored suit, resolved to withstand the onslaught of the many ninjas. Sparks erupted upon contact with his armor. The seemingly impenetrable suit bore fine cuts from the blades of the samurai swords. Upon witnessing this, Osborn's expression shifted dramatically. This armor was crafted from a special alloy. What manner of blade was capable of such sharpness? As he pondered, Osborn deftly maneuvered away from the encirclement of shadowy ninjas using the agility of his flying hoverboard. Initially intending to storm directly into the villa, he hesitated upon witnessing the throng of ninjas outside, a flicker of retreat crossing his mind. It became apparent that the situation diverged from his expectations. These enigmatic figures, emerging from the shadows, were seemingly guarding Tony. Although individually they lacked the strength to rival him, their overwhelming numbers posed a significant threat. After observing the scene from above for a considerable time, Osborn ultimately piloted his hoverboard swiftly into the night sky, vanishing from sight. Inside the villa, Tony regarded the retreating figure of Osborn with a bemused smile. So, he fled? How intriguing. Chapter 18. The Dark Path of Spider-Man. Mr. Stark, what are those? Jarvis's voice resonated throughout the villa, maintaining its usual calm demeanor, yet Tony sensed a hint of curiosity in his words. As he turned to walk towards the bedroom, a smile graced his lips. Just a horde of creatures from the shadows. You shall witness more in due time. With that, Tony closed the door, leaving no trace of the earlier events on his mind. The night swiftly passed, and the following day, Tony did not head to the office as he usually would, for he had promised himself a holiday. It was essential to honor one's word. After enjoying breakfast, he departed the villa in his silver sports car, leaving Happy and the others behind. Happy felt a sense of resignation. Ever since their boss returned from his disappearance, he had become increasingly erratic, venturing out without them. much to Happy's chagrin. In the city, at a quaint CF, Tony settled by the window, a steaming cup of coffee releasing wisps of vapor on the table. Suddenly, a figure entered through the door. Order number 36. Hey, could you hurry up? The young man urged the staff at the counter, glancing anxiously at his watch. At that moment, a familiar voice drifted from behind him. Hey, little Pete, long time no see. Upon hearing this, Peter abruptly turned, and his expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing Tony's figure. With a smile curving his lips, Tony raised his coffee cup in a silent invitation. Care to join me for a drink? Peter hesitated briefly, but eventually took a seat across from Tony. Sir, what do you need? Our transaction should be complete, right? His expression bore a hint of exasperation. He harbored no fondness for the man who had coerced him into committing murder. Yet, with his life in Tony's hands, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Ah, the illustrious Spider-Man, the guardian of New York, reduced to delivering orders. How astonishing, Tony remarked, savoring his coffee, his expression delightfully mischievous. Taking a deep breath, Peter suppressed his rising frustration and spoke again. Sir, I really must be going. I have deliveries to make, or I'll be late. Hold on. Tony set his coffee down. I have another proposition for you. Are you interested in hearing it? Not interested, Peter replied instantly, without a moment's thought. However, Tony continued unfazed, disregarding Peter's rejection, which only deepened Peter's sense of helplessness. Assist me in capturing a man, the head of Oscorp, Norman Osborn. Bring him to me alive. Absolutely not. I refuse, Peter exclaimed, rising in agitation. His fervor was understandable. His close friend, Harry Osborn, was Norman's son. How could he possibly betray his best friend's family? Observing Peter's indignation, Tony maintained his smile. $1 million. If you assist me in retrieving him, I shall reward you with 10 million yuan. Consider the plight you currently endure, impoverished and despondent, hesitant to confess your feelings to the girl you admire. With this 10 million, you could transform your circumstances. You could provide your family with a spacious new home, embark on spontaneous journeys with your beloved. No longer would you need to toil endlessly for survival. Reflect upon these splendid prospects. Do you still find them hard to embrace? At this moment, Tony appeared almost devilish, persistently tempting Peter, leading him toward moral decay. Just moments ago, Peter was filled with excitement, yet now he sat once more, his expression fluctuating between hope and despair. His thoughts wandered as Tony spoke, the images of Mary Jane and Aunt May flickering in his mind. In this instant, he hesitated, lacking the conviction he once possessed. But I cannot harm Harry. He is my dearest friend, Peter exclaimed, his face contorted in conflict. Tony, however, beamed as he presented a new offer, 20 million. Furthermore, I have no intention of causing him harm, so you need not bear any guilt. If I wished to eliminate him, he would not survive the night. What do you think? Contemplating Tony's capabilities, Peter fell silent, which signified his wavering resolve. Time passed, and eventually, Peter nodded. All right, I agree. However, I wish to understand why. You possess the means. Why seek my assistance? He inquired earnestly. Tony's smile broadened. Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to enhance your existence. After all, the illustrious Spider-Man should not have to struggle for a living like the ordinary masses. Do you not find that absurd? You are an extraordinary being, surpassing 99% of humanity. Previously, Peter would have countered this assertion, believing himself no different from others, merely endowed with unique abilities. Yet now, a realization washed over him. Indeed, I am extraordinary. Why should I toil for mere survival? Order 36 is ready, a voice from the front desk called, breaking his reverie. A sound that once felt commonplace now pierced Peter's ears. This individual could leisurely savor their morning tea. Why must he incessantly strive? This thought ignited a wave of frustration within him. Nevertheless, he suppressed his agitation, approached the front desk, and took his coffee before departing. Through the window, Tony observed Peter riding away on his electric scooter, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Such breaches of moral boundaries occur but once or many times. If the earlier act of eliminating Ivan Vanko could be deemed coercion, now there was no pressure whatsoever. He sensed Peter's unyielding spirit as he departed. Clearly, our Spider-Man had strayed from his path, and the noble, spirited hero would never return. Tony sighed, reflecting on the state of the world. How curious it is that the ranks of villains swell while the number of virtuous souls dwindles. Having left the bill on the table, Tony exited the CAF and slipped into his sports car, departing with a flourish. The roar of the engine reverberated through the streets, eliciting envious glances from numerous passers-by. Some assert that one's character is inherently bestowed, yet Tony firmly believes it is shaped by the environment one encounters. The experiences one endures inevitably sculpt their personality. After Peter underwent a series of unprecedented events, whether willingly or by compulsion, it became apparent that he could never revert to being Spider-Man. Thus, his descent into darkness was assured. The question now lingered: who would be his next target? As Tony drove, a multitude of memories danced through his mind. Chapter 19. A fortuitous encounter with the green behemoth cruising through the vibrant streets of New York City in his sleek sports car, Tony pondered the day's potential escapades. With a rare day off at his disposal, he was determined not to squander this splendid opportunity. However, as the adage goes, plans often yield to unforeseen events. Just as he passed a towering edifice, a deafening explosion shattered the air. Boom! Countless shards of debris plummeted from above, raining down upon the unsuspecting crowd below. The once bustling thoroughfare was instantly transformed into a scene of carnage, a veritable slaughterhouse. Bodies lay strewn about, limbs severed, and some unfortunate souls were reduced to mere pulp by the colossal stones that fell from the sky, an utterly horrific sight. Screech! The abrupt sound of tires grinding to a halt echoed as Tony brought his vehicle to a stop. Just ahead, a massive rock crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud, narrowly missing him and threatening to turn him into a mere smear on the pavement. In the face of this chaos, Tony felt no fear. Endowed with the charm of the horse talisman, he possessed a form of immortality. As long as he wasn't killed instantly, the talisman would restore him, so he remained largely unperturbed. Instead, curiosity gripped him. What had transpired? As he pondered this, Tony exited his car and gazed upward at the towering structure above. Suddenly, a colossal figure caught his eye, causing his pupils to constrict in astonishment. Boom! A resounding blast echoed as a green figure plummeted from the heavens, creating a shockwave that reverberated for hundreds of meters, sending cracks spiderwebbing outward in all directions. The giant, filled with rage, let out a thunderous roar that rippled through Manhattan, causing those who had narrowly escaped disaster to faint under the sheer force of sound. Only Tony remained unaffected, observing the spectacle with calm composure. After the roar subsided, the giant paid no heed to the chaos left in its wake and sprinted towards the distant city, casting aside any obstacles in its path with ease. Watching the Titan's retreating form, a bemused expression crossed Tony's face as he felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. Why had the Hulk chosen this moment to appear? Would his leisure be forever disrupted? As a bug character within the Marvel Universe, the Hulk's emergence caused an immediate imbalance in the realm of power. With his mind cleared and emotions in check, Tony swiftly resumed his pursuit in the car. Although the Hulk's appearance was somewhat unexpected, this was the real world. Not a cinematic fantasy, thus making it somewhat acceptable. What he contemplated now was what advantages he could glean from the Hulk's presence. Should he attempt to recruit him into the Dark Alliance? That notion was ludicrous. The Hulk was nothing short of a ticking time bomb. And Tony had no desire to find himself perpetually cleaning up after him. Perhaps in later stages, the Hulk might exhibit some control over his actions, but at present, he was a complete madman, indiscriminately attacking friend and foe alike upon transformation. Tony feared that if he were to recruit the Hulk, the creature might very well eliminate him as soon as he had the chance. Thus, it seemed the Hulk was destined to remain at arm's length from the Dark Alliance. However, his worth transcended mere brute strength. In later developments, someone would utilize his blood to replicate his genes, birthing a being known as Abomination, a doppelganger of the Hulk. Although it lacks the seemingly bug-like infinite enhancements of the original Hulk, it boasts remarkable stability. Both before and after transformation, one can maintain control and exhibit formidable strength. Thus, Tony found himself captivated. He need not seek out those superhuman heroes, for he could create one himself. As thoughts raced through his mind, Tony's speed remained unabated. As he deftly navigated his sports car through the dilapidated cityscape, long before approaching the area where the Hulk resided, he could already hear the unrestrained roars of the creature. As the saying goes, wild weather begets storms, and wild men attract calamity. Hulk's audacity had drawn the ire of General Ross, the Hulk's father-in-law, who promptly mobilized a substantial military force to subdue him. Upon reaching the periphery of the battlefield, Tony observed numerous soldiers fervently firing their weapons. Tanks rushed to the scene, the thunderous sounds of artillery echoing throughout the city. Under the relentless assault, the Hulk seemed to falter momentarily, yet all was merely superficial when the smoke cleared. He remained unscathed, vibrant as ever, even tearing apart a tank for good measure. Witnessing this, Tony decisively sought refuge atop a towering building, harboring no intentions of intervening. With his mere mortal frame, he knew he could not withstand even a single blow from the Hulk, and had no desire to test that theory. The battle raged on, with soldiers suffering grievous losses. Under the might of the Hulk's iron fists, these well-trained elite soldiers fell like children, utterly defenseless. The Hulk appeared to be playing whack-a-mole, each punch transforming foes into bloodied remnants, and within mere minutes, the ground around him was carpeted in carnage. The brutality was such that even Tony found it difficult to watch, while simultaneously berating the absurdity of S-H-I-E-L-D. How could this creature, having slain so many, still be deemed a superhero? Amidst his scornful musings, Tony watched with rapt attention, until finally, the time for the Hulk's transformation had come. The law of conservation of energy is a fundamental tenet of the universe. No matter how extraordinary the Hulk may be, he could not escape this principle. After a lengthy rampage, he began to diminish. In that instant, the Hulk swiftly tore through the military's encirclement and fled into the distance, vanishing from sight. In a dimly lit alley, filled with refuse and a nauseating stench, Bruce stumbled, seeking refuge from the chaos. Fear gripped him as he gazed at his hands. Although he had lost all reason when transformed into the Hulk, he still retained the memories of the destruction he had wrought. The thought of the lives taken caused him to retch involuntarily. Just as he bowed his head, a pair of crimson eyes glimmered in the shadows, and dark figures emerged from the gloom. When Bruce lifted his gaze once more, he found himself surrounded by a cadre of individuals clad in black robes. A wave of terror washed over him. He was no longer the invincible Hulk, but merely an ordinary researcher, powerless and vulnerable. "Who are you?" Bruce's voice trembled with fear. The shadowy ninja offered no response. Instead, one of them swiftly approached and delivered a precise chop to his neck, causing Bruce to elegantly succumb to unconsciousness. Having effortlessly subdued Bruce, the sound of footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance, and Tony's figure emerged into view. Observing Bruce, a beaming smile graced his face. The situation unfolded even more favorably than he had anticipated. Having easily captured the Hulk was simply delightful. With a casual wave of his hand, a shadowy ninja stepped forward to hoist Bruce, while the others melted into the darkness, vanishing without a trace. After tossing Bruce into the sports car, Tony drove away. What a stroke of luck it was to casually stroll and acquire a green giant. Chapter 20. The soft target. Reed Richards returned to the villa with the green behemoth in tow. Tony administered a potent sedative, a product of his predecessor's minor inventions, capable of inducing slumber for an entire month. To ensure the creature remained stable, Tony subsequently placed him in a nutrient chamber to sustain his bodily functions. With these tasks accomplished, a conundrum emerged in Tony's mind. Who could replicate this creature's genes? He lacked the expertise, and even his predecessor had not ventured into this territory. As his focus lay elsewhere, Tony contemplated seeking assistance from the enigmatic Mr. Blue, yet this individual operated under General Ross, making any approach tantamount to exposing himself. He was not yet ready to confront the U.S. military, thus dismissing this option. Apart from himself, there existed numerous brilliant scientists, yet most were beyond his reach. After ruling out several candidates, Tony swiftly honed in on his target, Reed Richards. This man was a genius surpassing even Tony's predecessor, excelling in mechanics, engineering, artificial intelligence, extraterrestrial biology, physics, genetics, and genomics. His annual patent applications were countless, each invention standing at the zenith of contemporary technological advancement. Moreover, he held another identity, the future superhero, Mr. Fantastic. With his remarkable abilities, he could undoubtedly assist in replicating sufficient green behemoth genes. Of course, Tony's choice was not solely based on Reed's exceptional prowess. He was also currently in a vulnerable position. A veritable genius, Reed was driven by a singular pursuit, unraveling the mysteries of human genetic inheritance. Yet, the vastness of human genetics posed an insurmountable challenge, one even a deity might struggle to comprehend. Consequently, his research faced stagnation, leading to the government inexorably slashing his funding. Reed, as Tony recalled, was presently scouring for investors for his project, though the major conglomerates remained skeptical. In a field that appeared devoid of promise, capital was solely motivated by profit. Despite Reed's brilliance, without the potential for financial gain, his genius was of little concern to them. Ironically, Tony found himself in a position of abundance in terms of finances, making Reed an ideal target. Furthermore, once Reed underwent his transformation, Tony could seamlessly integrate him into the Dark Alliance, a dual benefit that was simply too advantageous to overlook. Resolute in his decision, Tony promptly instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. Please connect me with Reed Richards. Certainly, sir. Establishing connection now, came J.A.R.V.I.S.'s swift reply. Meanwhile, in a distant office, Reed sat wearily in his chair, fatigue etched across his features. His research had hit a stalemate, not due to any lack of intellect, but simply from financial constraints. The study of human genetics was a bottomless pit of expenses, although he had sold numerous patents and amassed considerable wealth. It remained a mere drop in the ocean for his research needs. In his quest for investment, he had endured nearly a month of sleepless nights, yet the results had been dishearteningly meager. No company or conglomerate was willing to invest in him. Was he truly destined to abandon his aspirations? Reed pondered to himself. Yet the surge of discontent within him rendered the idea of surrender utterly intolerable. Just as he found himself engulfed in irritation, the telephone upon his desk rang suddenly. The sound reverberated throughout the office, yet Reed appeared oblivious, refusing even a glance at the device. For the sake of his research, he had mortgaged his property. And during this period, relentless calls from the bank had bombarded him one after another. He had developed a phobia of ringing phones, leading him to avoid answering them altogether. However, this particular call exhibited an unnerving persistence, ringing continuously for a solid 10 minutes. as if it would never cease until he picked up. Reluctantly, Reed answered the call, bracing himself for the anticipated demand for repayment. To his surprise, the voice on the other end was not the expected harbinger of debt but rather an exasperated tone. Mr. Reed, is your schedule so overwhelmingly busy that you cannot spare a moment to answer the phone? Tony remarked, his irritation palpable. Reed's reluctance to answer had nearly provoked Tony into expletives. What audacity to ignore a call from a benefactor, especially when Reed was a genius. If it were not for Reed's exceptional intellect, Tony would have ensured he experienced the harsh realities of capital. Who are you? Reed inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. I wish to invest in your research. Do you have time to discuss it? Upon hearing those words, Reed was momentarily rendered speechless. For Tony's proposition sounded like a celestial melody to his ears. Heaven alone knew how much effort he had expended in pursuit of funding. And he had begun to lose hope, only for fate to take a sudden turn. In an instant, Reed's voice quivered with anticipation. May I ask who you are, sir? Despite his excitement, Reed was acutely aware that the investment he required was not a trivial sum, and ordinary individuals lacked the capacity to provide it. Tony Stark, came the reply. Instantly, Reed erupted into silent laughter, though he was engrossed in his research. He was familiar with Tony's reputation as the largest arms dealer in America and a leading figure in the New York elite. The name Tony Stark symbolized immense wealth. Of course, I have time, Mr. Stark. Just name the place, and I shall be there immediately, Reed replied, his tone urgent, as if afraid Tony might change his mind. Tony, unceremonious, provided his address before promptly ending the call. Half an hour later, Reed arrived at Tony's seaside villa in Freedom City, impeccably dressed in a suit. Before he could even knock, the grand door swung open, and Jarvis's voice resonated through the air. Welcome, Mr. Reed. Mr. Stark is awaiting you on the balcony. Please proceed straight ahead. Following Jarvis's instructions, Reed exhibited no signs of surprise. He too possessed an artificial intelligence, so there was little to astonish him. Perhaps this was the standard for scientific luminaries, each equipped with their own AI. On the balcony, Tony lounged in casual attire, basking in the sun. A bottle of Roman enchanted resting on the table before him. The sunlight, the ocean, the gentle breeze, all combined to create an atmosphere of utter tranquility. Upon Reed's arrival, Tony gestured to a seat beside him. Please, take a seat and enjoy a drink. Let us converse at leisure. Thank you for the invitation, Reed replied. Reed smiled in response and took a seat beside Tony. At that moment, he appeared far more composed than he had on the phone, exuding an air of tranquility. The two gazed out at the vast ocean, savoring the red wine while appraising one another. As distinguished scientists of the United States, renowned geniuses in their own right, this marked their inaugural meeting. One exuded a carefree, flamboyant spirit, while the other possessed a refined elegance and courteous demeanor, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a royal encounter. Soon enough, their glasses of red wine ran low, and they finally broached the subject at hand. I wonder how much Mr. Tony intends to invest? Reed inquired, setting his glass down with a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Chapter 21. An offer you cannot refuse. Gazing into Reed's eyes, a subtle smile graced Tony's lips. How much do you desire? The more, the better, Reed replied without hesitation. Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And what would it take to acquire your team? Reed was taken aback by the unexpected question. He had come to discuss investment, not to sell himself. Mr. Tony, I do not work for anyone or any corporation. I only accept business investments, he asserted earnestly. Tony, however, merely chuckled, unfazed. Everyone has their price. Your reluctance only indicates that my offer is insufficient. How about I propose a figure for your consideration? Before Reed could respond, Tony stated his proposition, $500 billion in annual research funding, with absolute autonomy. No one, including myself, will interfere with your work. Furthermore, you and your team will retain half of the profits generated from your research. What do you think of this offer? Tony smiled at Reed, who remained composed and silent. It was not that he lacked a response, rather. He was at a loss for words. Although he had previously exhibited unwavering resolve, the magnitude of Tony's offer was staggering. $500 billion surpassed the total funding he had received thus far, and this was merely for 1 year. The promise of complete autonomy ensured that his research would remain unencumbered, akin to his current situation. While the prospect of sharing half the profits, albeit with his entire team, was significantly more favorable than his present arrangement, other consortiums typically demanded at least 80% of the profits, leaving only a fraction for him and his team. A mere 30% increase in profits could translate into billions, even hundreds of billions of Mickey dollars. He longed to steadfastly decline, to uphold his principles, but the words of refusal lingered on his lips, refusing to be spoken. Thus, he remained silent. Tony was not surprised by Reed's reaction. After all, in the course of life, individuals invariably pursue fame and fortune. This is a tangible world, not a cinematic fantasy from a previous life. Even superheroes are human, requiring sustenance and financial means. Do you truly believe that everyone can operate solely on altruism while safeguarding humanity? Let us be realistic. Everyone has their obligations, while a select few may possess lofty ideals. The notion of a congregation of extraordinary beings merely serving humanity, especially without compensation, is impractical. It is evident that the films from a past existence artificially imbued many heroes with noble aspirations to further the plot. In truth, they are merely ordinary individuals, perhaps with a hint of extraordinary abilities. Who does not crave wealth, status, and beauty? Can one genuinely expect everyone to attain sainthood? What must I sacrifice? Reed asked, his tone dry, having abandoned any thoughts of refusal. Given such substantial benefits, he could not believe he would not have to yield something in return. Quite simply, you will work for me. Additionally, there are matters in which I require your assistance, and you cannot refuse, Tony replied. Is that all? Reed pressed for further clarification. Tony shrugged, indicating it was all there was to say. With that, Reed fell silent once more, deep in contemplation. Undoubtedly, should he accept this contract, he and his team would be irrevocably tied to Tony for the rest of their lives. Thus, the question arose, was it worth it? This was a matter worthy of reflection, and he needed to confer with his team members. With this thought in mind, Reed apologetically stated, Mr. Tony, I need to return and deliberate on this. Not a problem, take 3 days. When you have made up your mind, come find me, Tony replied. Reed nodded in acknowledgement and subsequently departed from the villa. Throughout the journey, a sense of dizziness enveloped him, as the prospect of immense profit clouded his usual composure. Upon returning to his company, he promptly summoned his team. Before long, 2 men and a woman appeared in the conference room, members of what would later become the Fantastic Four: Susan Storm, Johnny Storm, and Ben Grimm. Observing Reed's calm demeanor, they presumed he was still fretting over research funding, and thus opened the conversation. Reed, is the company out of money? We still have some savings. We can lend you some to tide you over, they suggested. Hearing their words, Reed looked up at them and shook his head. There's no need to worry about the research funds. I've already found an investor. I am merely hesitating on whether to accept, which is why I called you here to discuss it. At this revelation, the group felt elated, with Johnny exclaiming, what is there to discuss? An investor is a good thing, just agree to it. Ben, more measured than Johnny, inquired after Reed's composed expression, is it that they are demanding too much equity? It's all right. As long as we have an investor, it's reasonable to relinquish a portion of our interests. Exactly, Reed, don't overthink it. If you believe it's suitable, just agree, Susan added in encouragement. Clearly, she and Ben shared the same sentiment. Witnessing his companion's concern for him, Reed could not help but smile. No, the terms are quite lenient. However, it's not merely a project investment. He wishes to invest in our team. Reed then elaborated on Tony's conditions and the costs they would incur. Upon hearing this, a heavy silence fell over the group. The terms were undeniably tempting. Yet the thought of being tethered to one individual for the foreseeable future instilled hesitation in them. After all, the future remained uncertain. After a prolonged silence, it was Johnny who finally spoke up. Ahem, everyone. I wonder if you're aware of a certain development. Stark Industries has gone public. Huh? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Johnny continued, recently, Stark Industries completed its privatization, meaning our investor Tony now possesses 100% ownership of Stark Industries. He paused for effect. As a military-industrial entity, do you think Stark Industries could suddenly collapse overnight? At this point, the group began to grasp Johnny's implication. After the privatization of Stark Industries, the company is unlikely to face collapse unless its core operations encounter significant issues that lead to a severance of its financial chain and bankruptcy. The defense industry stands as one of the most lucrative sectors globally, further bolstered by the substantial annual military expenditures of the United States for the procurement and replacement of equipment. Therefore, unless the United States were to face annihilation, it is improbable that Stark Industries could ever go bankrupt. While this is not an absolute guarantee, the likelihood of problems arising from other causes has diminished to an almost negligible extent. With this realization, the collective apprehension about the future seemed to dissipate, and a visible sense of relief washed over everyone's expressions. Chapter 22, The Weeping Spider. I find it quite agreeable to accept this condition. Initially, it was suggested by the first among us. Compared to the other 3 who are single, he has already settled down. With the stability of Stark Industries now apparent, he felt almost no hesitation. Following his lead, Johnny promptly concurred with Tony's terms. Susan, however, refrained from expressing her opinion immediately, choosing instead to gaze at Reed. The two were still in a romantic relationship, and she deferred to him. At that moment, Reed turned his attention to her, a smile breaking across his face as he jested. In truth, I was already inclined to agree after hearing his conditions. I merely hesitated, fearing you might object. With that, laughter erupted among the group, and unanimously they decided to work for Tony. The next day, Reed returned to Tony's villa. It seems you have made up your mind, Tony remarked with a smile. Reed nodded affirmatively. Having made his decision, there was no need for further delay. From now on, you will be my boss. When shall we sign the contract? Let us sign it now. Tony presented a contract he had meticulously prepared in advance. After Reed thoroughly reviewed it and confirmed there were no issues with the terms, he swiftly inscribed his name. Once the contract was signed, Reed's demeanor shifted as he inquired, "Boss, when will our research funding be available?" Observing his eagerness, Tony replied, "It will require some preparation time. It should be available in 3 days. However, there is something I need you to assist me with first." "What is it?" Reed asked, puzzled. Without explanation, Tony stood and said, "Follow me." He led the way to the underground research facility in his villa, and Reed quickly kept pace, soon arriving in the laboratory. There he beheld Bruce, who lay dormant in a nutrient chamber. Instantly, Reed's expression changed, uncertainty crossing his features. "Boss, what is this?" "This is Bruce Banner, the green giant you must have seen in the news." Tony's words triggered Reed's recollection of the most sensational news stories of the moment, a green monster wreaking havoc in New York, leaving citizens in dire straits. Just yesterday, this news had swept across the nation, and even though Reed was not particularly attentive to the media, he had caught wind of it. "Are you implying he is the monster that terrorized New York?" "Indeed. I happened to be on site, and after he lost consciousness, I brought him back here." Tony spoke nonchalantly. While Reed was left astounded, he had seen snippets of the news coverage. The terror of the green giant made it impossible for anyone to approach him. Yet here was his boss, audaciously bringing the creature back to his villa. After a moment of incredulity, Reed's gaze upon Bruce ignited with fervor. No scientist could resist the allure of studying the green giant, and Reed was no exception. Realizing that the individual before him was anything but ordinary, he directly asked, "Boss, how would you like me to proceed?" "It is quite simple. Replicate this individual's genes and create a deity." Tony gazed at Reed, articulating each word deliberately. Reed's body trembled. Not out of fear, but rather exhilaration. Having witnessed the destructive power of the Hulk, who wouldn't yearn for such strength? The notion of crafting a god only heightened his excitement. Reed thumped his chest and assured, "Boss, rest assured, I will unearth the secrets behind him." Tony nodded in satisfaction. "Good, then you shall remain here to manage this matter. A hint for you. Begin with his blood." "I understand," Reed responded and immediately immersed himself in his work. While Tony chose not to intrude and departed from the laboratory, he had faith that Reed would not disappoint him and that results would soon follow. Meanwhile, as Tony busied himself in acquiring the Hulk's powers, Peter was devising a plan to capture Osborn. Although he felt a twinge of guilt towards Harry, the age-old adage rang true. Once the floodgates of desire are opened, they are not easily closed. Utilizing his friendship with Harry, Peter effortlessly discovered the address of his residence. As night fell, Peter donned his spider suit and ventured out once more. Weaving through the towering edifices, he swiftly arrived in the affluent district of Manhattan. Observing the opulent villas, a sense of envy began to stir within him, a feeling he had never entertained before. As an extraordinary being, why was he confined to the slums while others led dignified lives here? If a darkening gauge of resentment were to manifest above his head, it would surely display a constant stream of 111s. Based on the intelligence he gathered during the day, Peter successfully located Harry's villa. Using his webs, he suspended himself from a tree outside the villa, quickly assessing the interior. A middle-aged man in pajamas, several servants, but Harry was not home. Without hesitation, Peter's gaze fixed upon the middle-aged man, Norman Osborn, seated on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper. Peter wasted no time and launched a surprise attack. Bam! The glass shattered as he believed Norman to be an ordinary man, choosing to engage forcefully as he burst into the villa. The servants inside screamed in alarm at Peter's intrusion. Swiftly, Peter approached Norman, seizing his collar in an attempt to abduct him. But at that moment, a fist unexpectedly struck his chest. Caught completely off guard, he had no time to react. He was propelled backward like a cannonball. Crash! The sound reverberated throughout the villa as Peter doubled over on the ground, surrounded by shards of glass. At that moment, confusion engulfed his mind. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Wasn't this supposed to be an ordinary person? Wasn't it meant to be effortless? Being sent flying several meters by a single punch, was this truly an ordinary individual? A series of bewildering questions surged through his mind as he gritted his teeth against the pain and looked towards Norman's direction. Norman, who had been seated on the sofa just moments ago, had mysteriously vanished. Peter swiftly surveyed his surroundings, searching for any trace of Norman. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed throughout the villa. In the next instant, a figure on a green skateboard, donning a devil mask, charged directly towards Peter. Witnessing this spectacle, Peter's pupils constricted, and he attempted to evade, but was a fraction too late, colliding with the flying skateboard that struck him in the waist. Gasping, Peter tasted blood in his mouth. With no time to ponder the situation, he grimaced against the pain and dashed out of the villa. The intel was incorrect. This individual was far from ordinary. Realizing the danger, Peter fled the villa in haste, disappearing into the embrace of the night. Chapter 23. Peter joins the Dark Alliance as night enveloped the borough of Queens in New York City. Peter's silhouette darted into a residential building from the second floor. He swiftly removed his hood, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Damn it, bastard. Anger erupted from his lips as he quickly grabbed his phone and dialed Tony's number. Beep, beep, beep. The call was connected almost immediately, before Tony could utter a word. Peter, suppressing his fury, exclaimed, "Damn it, that guy is far from ordinary. Your intel is wrong. Are you trying to get me killed?" On the other end, Tony swirled a glass of red wine in his hand, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he listened to Peter's furious voice. "If I wanted to harm you, you would have been dead long ago. And I never claimed that fellow was an ordinary person. What do you intend to do?" Peter shouted in frustration. "I told you, I need you to capture that guy alive. That is my objective." "Impossible. His strength is formidable. I am no match for him." Peter's tone carried a hint of despondency. Though he did not voice it, he felt a sense of satisfaction since his mutation. However, since encountering Tony, he realized everything had changed. Even the most insignificant individuals seemed stronger than him. In summary, whether human or supernatural, they all showcased their prowess while he merely endured blows. Noticing the disappointment in Peter's words, Tony's smile widened. "Do you wish to grow stronger? I can assist you." Instantly, Peter's guard went up. There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially when dealing with Tony. "What are the conditions?" he inquired cautiously. "Quite simple. I intend to form a dark alliance. And I'm extending an invitation for you to join." Tony took a leisurely sip of his wine, unfazed. "I'm a good person," Peter exclaimed exaggeratedly. "I never said you weren't. I merely wish for you to join the Dark Alliance. Consider it." Upon hearing this, Peter fell into a prolonged silence. The name Dark Alliance suggested a sinister nature, yet he could not help but recall his humiliating defeat earlier that day. Anger surged within him once more, and ultimately, he gritted his teeth and declared, "I agree to join." With these words, Tony burst into laughter, having meticulously plotted this for so long, finally securing Peter's allegiance. "Congratulations. You've made a wise choice. Come to me tomorrow morning, and I will provide what you seek." With that, Tony eagerly hung up the phone and activated the system panel. Name: Tony Stark. Gender: male. Identity: heir to the Shadow Realm. Abilities: mastery of the Shadow Spell. Control over Shadow Ninjas. Control over Shadow Blades. Lottery chances: 1 Dark Alliance members. Spider-Man as he gazed at the information on the system panel. A smile crept across his face, and at that moment, his thoughts began to shift. Instantly, shadows rose from the ground, appearing before him and standing respectfully in place. Unlike the Shadow Ninja, the Shadow Blades possess unique steel claws resembling those of Wolverine. Their abilities may not be as comprehensive as those of the Shadow Ninja, yet their combat prowess surpasses that of their counterparts, making them seemingly born for battle. After a meticulous observation of the Blade Ninja, Tony nodded in satisfaction and instructed them to return to the Shadow Kingdom, while he himself accessed the lottery panel. Once again, it was an exhilarating moment. Despite the growth in his mindset, Tony still felt a twinge of nervousness as he faced the spinning roulette. "Lottery," he silently urged, and instantly, the pointer began to whirl rapidly. "Stop." As the pointer's speed diminished, Tony's gaze fixated upon it, fervently wishing for a formidable ability. Soon, the pointer came to a halt. In the next instant, a dragon-shaped emblem emerged on the wheel, accompanied by a resounding roar. The dragon's silhouette leapt forth from the roulette and swiftly entered his body. Heat. An overwhelming heat. Tony felt the temperature within him soar to its zenith as a dragon-shaped aura manifested upon his skin, radiating an astonishingly high temperature. Minutes later, the dragon emblem vanished, and Tony returned to his normal state. "Sir, are you all right?" Jarvis inquired. "I'm fine. No need to worry." Tony replied with a smile as he opened his eyes. The dragon talisman, ability, dragon eruption, capable of dissolving all things in existence. This information suddenly flooded Tony's mind after acquiring the dragon talisman. To test its true power, Tony ventured into the underground laboratory. Glancing at Reed, who wore an expression of fervor, Tony retrieved a piece of titanium alloy from the material storage. This metal is among the hardest in the Marvel Universe, typically employed in aerospace materials for its resistance to extreme temperatures. According to records from his previous life, this was the very alloy used in the creation of the Iron Man suit. Upon leaving the research facility, Tony sat on the balcony, observing the palm-sized titanium alloy. With a flick of his hand, a flame erupted. Instantly, the titanium alloy began to transform, melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Within mere seconds, it had ignited into a pool of molten metal, swiftly evaporating into gas. 10 seconds later, the titanium alloy had completely vanished, leaving no trace behind. "Hiss," Tony gasped, his face a mask of astonishment. Though he knew the power of the dragon talisman was formidable, he never anticipated it to be this extreme. As the titanium alloy succumbed to vaporization in less than 10 seconds. It was utterly extraordinary. Yet, he reveled in it. His heart brimmed with excitement. And it was not until the stroke of midnight that Tony finally calmed down and went to rest. The following morning, Jarvis roused him from slumber. "Sir, A young man is here to see you, claiming to have an appointment. Groggily awakening, Tony glanced at the image projected by Jarvis, seeing Peter waiting at the door. Let him in. Certainly, sir, Jarvis replied, and the door opened, allowing Peter to cautiously step into the villa. As he entered the living room, Tony descended the stairs with a yawn, casually greeting, I'm here. Peter nodded, feeling somewhat awkward. Tony paid him no mind. After receiving his reward, his interest in Peter diminished significantly. He sauntered into the kitchen to prepare himself a warm glass of milk. Mr. Tony, you said you could help me become stronger. After sitting in silence for a while, Peter felt compelled to break the silence. Indeed, just a moment, Tony replied, momentarily taken aback, but quickly recalling that he had committed to assisting Peter. After finishing his warm milk, which enveloped him with a comforting warmth, Tony approached Peter. Under the anxious gaze of Peter, he simply placed a hand on his shoulder. All right, done. Now go, complete your task as swiftly as possible. Water? Peter asked, his expression one of confusion, feeling as though he had been played. Chapter 24, The Indispensable Shield. Mr. Stark, what is this? Peter inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Tony, seated casually on the living room sofa, regarded him with a nonchalant demeanor. What? Did you think I was deceiving you? I have bestowed upon you the power. Take a moment to truly feel it. Upon hearing this, Peter furrowed his brows and centered his thoughts. Drawing upon his formidable spider sense, he soon discerned an anomaly. It appeared that an inexplicable force had taken root within him, instilling a sense of unease. In the next moment, he endeavored to harness this newfound power, and instantly, silhouettes clad in black materialized around him, their crimson eyes fixed intently upon him. Startled by this sight, Peter instinctively took several steps back. Yet, he quickly sensed a peculiar bond with these shadowy ninjas. He realized he had the ability to command them. Reflecting on this revelation, he turned to Tony, swallowing hard, and said, This is the power you have given me. Indeed, Tony replied with a knowing smile. Elation surged within Peter as he recalled the humiliation of being bested by these very ninjas. He never imagined that he would one day wield control over them. With their assistance, Norman would scarcely pose a threat. As he pondered this, Peter gleefully began to manipulate the shadow ninjas, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Meanwhile, Tony observed silently, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. As the master of the shadow ninjas, Tony possessed the ability to imprint a shadow mark on anyone, thereby enabling them to command the shadow army. However, the ultimate authority remained with Tony. Peter was merely borrowing this power. Should Tony choose, the shadow army could be swiftly severed from Peter's control. This arrangement not only bolstered the strength of the Dark Alliance, but also ensnared Peter within Tony's watchful gaze, a flawless strategy. Now, go forth and remember to bring Norman back to me. Do not keep me waiting too long, Tony instructed. Understood, Mr. Stark. Peter eagerly nodded before departing the villa. Once he had left, Tony did not linger in the villa either. He promptly reached out to several companions for an enjoyable evening. After such a prolonged period of exertion, he too required a well-deserved respite. On the other side, in the SHIELD conference room, Pierce occupied the head seat, with a cadre of elite agents positioned on either side. At that moment, all present were engrossed in the documents before them, the expansive room resonating only with the sound of pages turning. After what felt like an eternity, Pierce rapped the table and cleared his throat. I trust you have all finished reading? What are your thoughts on Tony Stark? Mysterious, highly dangerous, potential anti-government inclinations. Various elite agents chimed in, articulating their conclusions drawn from the materials. Since the Obadiah incident, Pierce had been closely monitoring Tony, initiating a thorough investigation. In addition to deploying Natasha to infiltrate Stark Industries, he had mobilized extensive resources to keep a vigilant eye on him. In this era dominated by surveillance, the formidable power of SHIELD renders the task of monitoring an individual nearly effortless. Consequently, under the meticulous scrutiny of SHIELD, Tony's recent activities have been laid bare before their watchful eyes. Whether it involves leveraging the might of the Shadow Legion or engaging with Peter, every action has been meticulously documented by SHIELD. However, what raises the stakes further is that the scene of Tony escorting Bruce has also drawn the attention of the agency. The Hulk's rampage in New York is an event that SHIELD could not possibly overlook. After witnessing the sheer strength exhibited by the Hulk, it is impossible for anyone to remain indifferent, including SHIELD and Hydra. As the director of SHIELD and a Hydra spy, Pierce was quick to take notice. Thus, the meeting of today was convened. It appears that everyone is acutely aware of the peril Tony poses. With that in mind, let us discuss our perspectives. Should we proceed with an outright capture or consider other strategies? Pierce spoke with a measured tone, while the elite members of SHIELD fell into a contemplative silence, their faces etched with uncertainty. Tony is not one of those unremarkable individuals devoid of connections. He stands backed by Stark Industries. As one of the foremost conglomerates in America, the influence of Stark Industries extends far beyond its superficial facade. Behind Stark Industries stands a multitude of senators, and its ties with the military are exceedingly close. It is rumored that the current president of the United States ascended to power with the backing of Stark Industries. Therefore, moving against Tony is not a matter that can be decided impulsively. The ramifications are extensive, and even S.H.I.E.L.D. may not withstand the retaliation from Stark Industries. Observing the silence that enveloped the room, Pierce understood their concerns. He rapped his fingers on the table and stated, "Tony is Tony, and Stark Industries is Stark Industries. Our target is not Stark Industries, but rather Tony himself. If we can apprehend Tony before Stark Industries realizes, I am confident that the forces behind Stark Industries would prefer to avoid a direct confrontation with us. After all, what they seek is Stark Industries, not Tony." As these words resonated, the expressions of the attendees shifted, grasping Pierce's intent. An overt attempt to capture Tony would undoubtedly invite overwhelming resistance from Stark Industries, making their mission nearly impossible. However, a covert operation to apprehend Tony, before things escalate, might prevent Stark Industries from engaging in a fierce struggle against S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, even without Tony, Stark Industries would continue to function and provide support. At that moment, a robust African-American man rose within the meeting room, asserting, "This alone is insufficient. Once the matter is exposed, S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be able to withstand the pressure from above. After all, Tony currently holds 100% of Stark Industries shares. Those in power will not allow any harm to befall him easily. Ultimately, even if we capture him, we would have to release him." Upon hearing this, the attendees quickly recognized the gravity of the situation. Stark Industries has become a dictatorial entity. Pierce furrowed his brow and inquired, "So, Nick, what is your suggestion?" "Let us collaborate with others," Nick Fury replied in a low voice. As the future director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he contemplated the matter with greater depth. Bruce was a wanted target by the military, and General Ross had been relentless in his pursuit. If we provide information, General Ross will undoubtedly seize the opportunity. By joining forces with the military, even if the higher-ups cast blame upon us later, the military will share some of the burden. Upon hearing this proposal, Pierce's brow instantly knitted in concern. His intention in involving Tony was to harness Bruce's power. However, with the military's potential interference, complications could arise. Yet, observing the eager expressions of those present, he felt compelled to acquiesce. He nodded and stated, "In that case, let us proceed with a covert alliance with the military. This matter must remain strictly confidential. Until it is resolved, no one is permitted to disclose anything. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Chapter 25. The near-perfect enhancer. As the meeting concluded, the matter of contacting General Ross was entrusted to Nick by Pierce. Once everyone had dispersed, a figure entered Pierce's office. His name was Hitwell, Pierce's assistant, and also one of the Hydra spies embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. "Director, you summoned me," Hitwell said with a respectful demeanor. Turning slowly to face him, Pierce replied, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has decided to apprehend Tony. You must inform Bucky. And once the operation commences, swiftly locate Bruce and escort him away." "Understood, Director," Hitwell nodded and promptly exited the office. Watching his departing figure, Pierce felt a slight sense of relief. Given the military's involvement, the likelihood of detaining Bruce was minimal. Thus, it was best to have someone take Bruce directly. By the time his absence was discovered, the military would only pursue Tony, unable to pin the blame on him. Meanwhile, Nick, having accepted the mission, arrived at the military district to meet General Ross. After stating his purpose, he patiently awaited the general's reaction. Tap, tap, tap. General Ross rapped his fingers on the table, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Nick. "Is what you say true? Bruce is in Tony Stark's custody?" "Indeed, General. The information has been verified and is indisputable," Nick Fury affirmed. "So, you plan to take action against Tony? Are you aware of the extent to which Stark Industries supplies the military with weapons each year? Should you move against Tony, do you believe the military will remain passive?" General Ross spoke with a seemingly calm tone, yet his words dripped with coldness, as if ready to defend Tony. Observing this, Nick remained unfazed, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "General, as I understand it, you have long sought to capture Bruce, and I've heard that your relations with Stark Industries are rather strained." At this point, Nick refrained from elaborating further. Yet his implication was clear. They shared a common objective, so there was no need for pretense. Wherever there are people, there are conflicts, and the military is no exception. The U.S. military is divided into two factions, Hawks and Doves, with the Dove faction maintaining a cordial relationship with Stark Industries. Naturally, as adversaries to the Dove faction, the Hawks harbor disdain for any forces allied with them. Under normal circumstances, this might suffice, but in times of crisis, they would not hesitate to act. The same goes for the Dove faction, which is one of the reasons Nick dared to approach General Ross so openly, raising an eyebrow slightly. General Ross maintained his composed expression. If that is the case, let us be direct. What do you require from me? Assist us in deflecting the pressure from the military. And subsequently, Bruce will be handed over to you. That is insufficient. General Ross shook his head decisively. I can send my own people to apprehend Bruce. Your assistance is not necessary. If you wish for my help, you must demonstrate sincerity. The resolute rejection from General Ross led Nick to inwardly curse the old fox. Fortunately, he had prepared himself before arriving. Thus, after General Ross's refusal, Nick continued to negotiate the design blueprints for the laser gun. Upon hearing this, General Ross's pupils constricted, and even his gesture of striking the table came to a halt. The laser gun was exclusive equipment of S.H.I.E.L.D., possessing immense power, and the military had long coveted this weapon. However, since it was independently developed by S.H.I.E.L.D., they had no means to compel its surrender. He was taken aback that Nick would present such an item as leverage, striking at his vulnerability in an instant. All right, it's a deal, but I need the blueprints first. Agreed. The two successfully finalized their terms, and Nick did not linger. He promptly took his leave. With their concerns alleviated, S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly mobilized, dispatching a substantial number of elite agents to surround Tony's villa, seeking the opportune moment to act. Similarly, after bidding farewell to Nick, General Ross quickly summoned his elite team, instructing them to coordinate with S.H.I.E.L.D. in the mission to retrieve Bruce. While S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military were on the move, Tony remained blissfully unaware, indulging in life. Stars, models, and a multitude of beauties became his quarry in just 3 days. He dined with over a dozen beauties, thoroughly treating himself. Consequently, Potts's gaze towards him had turned increasingly resentful. Yet, after a few days of revelry, Tony's idyllic life was abruptly interrupted as Reed's research made groundbreaking progress. In the underground laboratory, Tony strode in, and upon hearing the commotion, Reed turned around to look. Upon seeing Tony, excitement illuminated his face. "Boss, you're here. Come and see." Responding to the invitation, Tony swiftly approached the experimental table, where a biological chamber housed a small white mouse. The mouse was gnawing on a hollow iron ball filled with food. Reed, brimming with enthusiasm, began to explain. "I have eliminated the violent factors in that creature's blood, leaving only the enhanced genes. This little fellow, after being injected with its blood, has not only been comprehensively strengthened, but its strength has increased over tenfold. If the human body can adapt to this power, we could mass-produce Captain America. No, even more powerful than Captain America." Listening to Reed's account, Tony felt a flicker of temptation. One Captain America could topple an army. Imagine 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 Captain Americas, how formidable that would be. He envisioned this thrilling prospect, but soon dismissed the unrealistic notion. Not only had human trials yet to be conducted, but even if the experiments succeeded, mass production of Captain America was implausible. After all, this power stemmed from the Hulk's blood. Even if they drained the Hulk completely, it would not yield 1,000 Captain Americas. What is the success rate of human trials? What are the side effects? Tony quickly composed himself and inquired. At his words, Reed's excitement noticeably diminished. "According to my estimations, the success rate of human trials exceeds 80%. As for the side effects, they stifle growth potential. My research indicates that the tumultuous factor present in this individual's blood, while temporarily impairing rationality, also facilitates a continuous enhancement of his strength. In essence, he will grow increasingly powerful as time progresses. Moreover, following the injection of this serum, the recipient's abilities become nearly static, rendering any further enhancement impossible, and preventing transformation akin to that of this individual." At this juncture, Reed shook his head in regret. However, Tony remained undeterred. The heights that humanity can attain are inherently limited. Apart from a select few, the majority of individuals will never transcend the confines of human capability in their lifetimes. Discounting potential, this is nearly an impeccable enhancer. Chapter 26. The experiment with ease. As Reed continued to document the research data, Tony departed from the laboratory and returned to the living room, contemplating who to select for the human trials. Though such experiments carried inherent risks, the potential rewards were undeniably substantial. He was reluctant to employ a stranger for this endeavor, should the experiment succeed. He would not want to be unable to benefit from it himself. Thus, the first criterion for selecting a test subject was unwavering loyalty to him. With this stipulation in mind, his pool of candidates significantly dwindled, leaving him with scarcely a few options. Upon careful reflection, one name soon emerged in his thoughts: Happy. the former bodyguard. Having served his predecessor for over a decade, Happy's loyalty was beyond question, and his capabilities were commendable. However, upon his return, Tony had sent him to the company to avoid raising suspicions too early. Otherwise, adhering to his predecessor's habits, he would have brought Happy along wherever he went. Jarvis, connect me to Happy's phone, Tony instructed. Certainly, sir, Jarvis replied, his tone as monotone as ever. Hello, boss. Happy's voice resonated through the line. Come to the villa. I have something I need you to do, Tony commanded. All right, boss. I'll be there right away, Happy responded, excitement evident in his tone. After Tony had returned, he had dispatched Happy to the company as the head of security, a commendable position for an ordinary person. However, for Happy, it felt more like a demotion. Consequently, he had been enduring a rather dismal period, plagued by poor sleep and dissatisfaction. Yet upon receiving Tony's call, his spirits soared, as if he had been invigorated with renewed energy. Without hesitation, he ended the call and promptly abandoned his current tasks, hastening to the villa with utmost urgency. 20 minutes later, having sped along the way, Happy arrived at the villa's doorstep. Ding dong. The doorbell chimed, and the entrance swung open instantly. Happy navigated the familiar surroundings of the living room, his excitement palpable upon spotting Tony seated on the sofa. Boss, I thought you had forgotten about me, Happy exclaimed, his voice tinged with a hint of emotion, on the verge of tears, clearly feeling quite aggrieved. Noticing this, Tony felt a shiver run down his spine. Hey, Happy. Hold on. I need to discuss something with you. I have an experimental project that requires your assistance. It entails a certain level of risk. Are you willing to proceed? To divert Happy's attention, Tony swiftly broached the subject. He had no desire to engage in any sentimental displays with a grown man. It was simply distasteful. Absolutely, boss. Whatever you need, I am ready to participate in the experiment right now, Happy replied without a moment's hesitation. For him, any command from Tony was beyond reproach. He had complete faith in him. Seeing Happy's resolute agreement filled Tony with a sense of relief, yet he felt compelled to issue a word of caution. This is a human trial. While the success rate is high, it is not guaranteed. No one can predict if an accident might occur. You may wish to reconsider. No need for reconsideration. If an accident occurs, I will accept it. Boss, when do we begin? Observing Happy, who appeared more anxious than himself, Tony's lips twitched slightly, and he decided against further persuasion, simply waving his hand and saying, "Follow me." With that, he led him into the underground laboratory. Inside the lab, Reed regarded the returning Tony and the accompanying Happy with a hint of surprise. Boss, you aren't seriously considering commencing human trials right now, are you? It seems rather premature. I believe we could wait a bit longer to gather more experimental material, Reed suggested. Tony shook his head decisively. No need for that. In matters like this, it is better to act sooner rather than later. Let us begin immediately. Afterward, he nudged Happy, who, slightly overweight, turned to Reed with a serious expression and declared, I am ready. Let's proceed. He appeared remarkably brave, though one might overlook his trembling legs. After all, this concerned his very life. And maintaining a facade of composure was no easy task. Nevertheless, he placed his trust in Tony. Tony, too, was not jesting with Happy's life. His decision to initiate the human experiment stemmed from a sense of assurance. Even if the experiment were to fail, he believed he could save Happy. Let us not forget that he had acquired the abilities of the horseman's charm. Should an unforeseen incident occur, he could swiftly heal Happy. It was precisely because he had this safety net that the experiment, while seemingly fraught with peril, posed no real risk. Thus, he was reluctant to squander any more time and resolved to commence the human trials without delay. A successful outcome would be a cause for celebration. And even in the event of failure, they could always start anew. Seeing both Tony and Happy share the same resolve, Reed shrugged helplessly. All right, you're the boss. Your word is final. He agreed without further hesitation and began preparing for the human trials. After all, it was not he who would be lying on the operating table. So he felt indifferent. Conducting human trials bore a striking resemblance to experiments with lab mice. The only distinction being that human experiments necessitated additional safety measures to ensure the subject's well-being, which was unnecessary for mice. Though Tony's laboratory was small, it was fully equipped. And within half an hour, Reed had everything ready. Stripping off his clothes, Happy lay in the experimental chamber, continually adjusting his breathing due to his heightened anxiety. Soon, Reed's voice resonated from outside. Are you ready? I am about to begin. If you have any regrets, now is the time to voice them. Let us proceed. I am prepared, Happy responded, closing his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Upon hearing this, Reed promptly operated the apparatus, injecting the purified blood of the Hulk into Happy's body. Watching this unfold, Tony felt a surge of tension. While he could ensure Happy's safety, the success of the experiment remained uncertain, causing his emotions to fluctuate alongside Happy's injection of the Hulk's blood. After 5 minutes of injection, all remained calm, with Happy displaying no unusual symptoms. However, after 10 minutes, Happy's skin began to flush a deep crimson, resembling a boiled lobster. 20 minutes post-injection. Prominent veins surged beneath his skin, creating a ghastly pattern that appeared both menacing and terrifying. The agonizing pain compelled Happy to emit a primal howl, his cries echoing with the ferocity of a wild beast, leaving Tony and Reed with expressions of grave concern. Thus far, every reaction unfolded precisely as Reed had anticipated. Despite his serious demeanor, he refrained from taking any action. As time gradually passed, Happy's heart began to race, blood coursing through his veins at an accelerated pace, while muscles rippled and bulged across his physique. 1 hour, 2 hours, yet the anticipated chaos did not materialize. The experiment proceeded with unexpected success. After 3 hours, the chamber opened to reveal a towering figure, a muscular colossus standing at 2.5 meters tall, emerging triumphantly from the experimental pod. The experiment was a resounding success. Chapter 27. Annihilate them upon arrival. As Reed gazed at Happy, his eyes sparkled with the same fervor a man exhibits upon encountering a striking beauty, his gaze roaming over Happy, making him feel quite uneasy. However, this fleeting discomfort paled in comparison to the elation swelling within him. Following the enhancement, he could distinctly sense the elevation of his strength, an overwhelming power, unparalleled speed, extraordinary perceptive abilities, and a physique as resilient as iron. Though untested, he felt assured that his current physical fortitude could withstand a direct hit from a large-caliber sniper rifle without a scratch. Just as he pondered whether this was mere illusion, a gunshot suddenly rang out. Bang! The resounding crack reverberated through the laboratory, startling Reed, while Happy merely felt a slight sting in his chest, akin to a mosquito bite. Instantly, both men turned their heads towards the source of the noise, discovering Tony holding a modified handgun, smoke still wafting from the barrel, clearly the culprit behind the shot. Indeed, if nothing else, this defensive capability marked him as a competent shield. Upon hearing this, Reed snapped back to reality, his lips twitching as he remarked, "Boss, I believe you should exercise caution. What if the enhancement fails to yield the desired outcome and you inadvertently kill someone?" In response, Tony waved his hand dismissively. "As long as they're not dead, I can save them. It's all fine." Such was the audacity of wielding the power of the talisman. As for Happy, he harbored no significant thoughts. Upon hearing Tony's praise, he broke into a broad grin. "Rest assured, boss, I shall be your shield from now on." Before Tony could respond, Reed shook his head in disbelief. Here were two individuals, one astute as a monkey and the other foolish as a bear, rendering him speechless. "Very well. Continue to serve as my personal bodyguard," Tony acquiesced, prompting Happy to chuckle foolishly while scratching his head. Disregarding him, Tony turned to Reed. "We must strive to produce more of this enhancer." He then added, "I intend to dispose of this fellow." "Why?" Reed inquired, puzzled. Keeping this individual around meant a continuous supply of enhancers. Why would they want to discard him? Furthermore, this man represented an excellent research specimen, with numerous ideas Reed wished to experiment upon. To this, Tony merely shook his head, offering no further explanation. Reed, oblivious to how this man had come into their possession, was unaware that Tony had intercepted him from the military. While it was safe to keep him temporarily, prolonged retention would certainly attract attention. Eventually, Bruce would become a ceaseless source of trouble, and Reed was unwilling to invite that chaos. Moreover, even absent external complications, this individual was a ticking time bomb. Keeping him here necessitated constant vigilance. Otherwise, should he inadvertently awaken, the consequences could be dire. Although Reed administered large doses of anesthetics daily to ensure this man remained in a state of slumber, the adage "better safe than sorry" held true. Anesthetic cannot suppress him indefinitely, so it would be prudent to dispose of him as soon as possible. In any case, this individual has extracted all the benefits he could offer. One cannot genuinely expect to forge an extraordinary army from his blood. That would be utterly deranged, particularly as Tony struggles to find a multitude of suitable candidates. With everything arranged, Tony departed the underground laboratory alongside Happy, the outside world now cloaked in complete darkness. They had lingered in the subterranean research facility for nearly 5 hours, with merely 2 hours remaining until the stroke of midnight. Stretching his limbs, Tony regarded the transformed Happy and casually remarked, "Let us stay here for the night. Find yourself a room." "Understood, boss," Happy replied. Tony paid him no further heed and ascended to the second-floor quarters. After several days of strenuous effort, he felt quite fatigued and in need of a good rest. However, this night was destined to be one of insomnia. Scarcely had he returned to his chamber when J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice resonated. "Sir, I have detected a large group of unidentified armed forces approaching the villa. Please prepare accordingly." At these words, the weariness that clouded Tony's features vanished instantaneously, his gaze sharpening as he peered out the window. Yet, shrouded in darkness, he beheld nothing. "Bring up the surveillance feeds from around the villa and project them onto the wall," he commanded. J.A.R.V.I.S. promptly displayed the external surveillance footage. The screen revealed a sizable contingent of armed individuals clad in black, advancing rapidly towards the villa, all equipped with state-of-the-art weaponry, truly armed to the teeth. Observing them, Tony's brow furrowed as he speculated on their identities. The Ten Rings? Impossible. Given their armaments, they wield the most advanced weaponry in the world. The Ten Rings are not equipped with such resources. Aside from the Ten Rings, he had not offended any other factions upon his return to New York. Could it be him? Suddenly, a vision of Bruce flashed through Tony's mind. Without a doubt, Bruce was the foremost source of trouble in his life. Although they had departed from a secluded alley, devoid of surveillance, if someone were intent on discovering the truth, they could ascertain that Bruce had been taken. After all, Bruce's disappearance coincided precisely with Tony's arrival. What a coincidence it seemed. However, according to his calculations, even if the military had taken note of his actions, it would not be at this moment. Hence, someone must have witnessed him taking Bruce, prompting such a swift response. The entity capable of noticing this promptly must have been surveilling him continuously. Few forces in all of New York could monitor his movements in real time. Wilson Fisk was one, and the military another. Yet, neither of these factions possessed any reason to spy on him. Beyond these two, there was but one remaining, S.H.I.E.L.D. Reflecting on Natasha's appearance at the company, it was likely that S.H.I.E.L.D. had begun monitoring him the moment he returned to New York. Contemplating this, Tony raised an eyebrow, uncertain as to where he had exposed himself, though it may seem lengthy to recount in a mere instant. Tony connected all the dots in his mind. Although he lacked concrete evidence, he was 80% certain that those individuals outside were undoubtedly affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and perhaps even had military personnel among them. Go, eliminate them all. The cold words spilled from Tony's lips. While he had surmised the identities of the intruders, he harbored no intention of showing mercy. When he first traversed into this realm, his limited strength compelled him to conceal his true self. However, now he was fortified with allies and power, backed by the formidable Stark Industries. Anyone who dared to pose a threat would find their claws swiftly severed. Moreover, the current S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from the omnipotent organization it would become in the future. If they had the audacity to target him, they should not blame him for his ruthlessness. Chapter 28. A utter insult. As Tony's voice faded, shadows surged across the ground, flowing toward the villa's exterior. Jill, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., was among the elite of the elite. He had successfully executed numerous assassination missions against high-ranking officials of foreign nations, never failing a single one. Now, he stood just one rank away from the coveted level 7 agents, and after receiving orders from above, he eagerly volunteered for this mission to accumulate merit and expedite his rise within the ranks. Though their target was the renowned Tony of New York, he felt no trepidation. With so many elite agents converging, capturing a mere playboy would be a trivial task. Even the President of the United States would be no match for them. Thus, he viewed this mission as a mere formality, an effortless gain of glory. With a light-hearted mindset, Jill swiftly approached the villa, having meticulously planned his course of action. He envisioned himself breaking through a window and declaring, "You are under arrest," relishing the moment. As he entertained such thoughts, a smirk appeared at the corner of his mouth, as if accolades were already beckoning him. Before long, he reached the periphery of the villa, and just as he prepared to enter, a shadow suddenly obscured the light behind him. What was that? Puzzled, Jill instinctively turned to look behind him. In an instant, a figure cloaked in black appeared before him, its limbs resembling sharp blades. "Who are you?" Jill inquired sharply, instinctively aiming his weapon at the silhouette. As an elite agent, he was confident he could subdue the intruder before they could react. However, he soon realized something was amiss. Why was he floating? And why did his limbs seem unresponsive? Had he been poisoned? Confusion flooded his mind as his gaze shifted from high to low, and a familiar figure suddenly came into view. Who was this? They looked so familiar. Where was their head? Why was there only a body remaining? A cascade of questions swirled in his mind, but quickly, he recognized that the headless corpse appeared to be his own, which explained the unsettling familiarity. Realization struck, and his consciousness plunged into darkness. Though this tale unfolds at length, it all transpired in an instant. As Jill approached the villa, the command was given, and the Shuriken ninja launched their assault. Their claws traced an arc in the air, severing his head with such swiftness and precision that he felt no pain at all. It was only when his head hit the ground that he comprehended the finality of his demise. What transpired here was but a mere glimpse of the chaos. As the Shuriken Legion struck, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had already suffered significant losses before even nearing the villa. The elusive Shuriken Legion had perfected the art of assassination, and the majority of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operatives scarcely had time to react before meeting their end. Yet, elite agents remained elite. After sustaining heavy losses, S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives began to rally, responding to the dire situation. As the situation unfolded, Individuals could no longer conceal their whereabouts and began to alert those around them. Following these warnings, the difficulty of assassination for the Blade Legion significantly escalated. However, as a faction born for combat, assassination was merely one of their methods to accomplish their objectives, not the sole option. Faced with the obstruction of their assassination plans, the Blade Legion promptly altered their strategy and confronted the enemy head-on. One shadowy figure after another emerged slowly from the darkness outside the villa, their crimson eyes radiating an astonishing aura of menace, fixating intently on the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Blade Legion, the so-called elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were engulfed by an inexplicable wave of dread. Once self-proclaimed as fearless, they now felt as though they had plunged into the depths of hell, their bodies chilled, trembling, and their powers suppressed to a mere fraction of their potential. As creatures of darkness, their very existence instilled fear, particularly among ordinary individuals, whose resistance was utterly obliterated by the dark aura they emanated. Yet, despite their diminished morale, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to maintain a semblance of combat readiness, deserving of their elite status. However, even this modicum of fighting spirit proved futile at the moment. Once encirclement was achieved, the Blade Legion launched their assault. Each Blade Ninja moved with the swiftness of a cheetah. Under their relentless onslaught, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. resembled lambs awaiting slaughter. Left to await the arrival of death, resistance was not absent. At the instant the Blade Legion initiated their attack, all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents instinctively opened fire. In the darkness, the sound of gunfire erupted, with several Blade Ninjas caught off guard, felled by precise shots that reduced them to swirling shadows. Yet, such efforts were in vain. As immortal beings of the dark, as long as the Shadow Kingdom endured, they would continue to resurrect within its confines. Thus, after enduring prolonged combat, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. realized that not only had their enemies not diminished, but they seemed to multiply with every exchange. This realization shattered the will to resist among the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. The once dense gunfire rapidly dwindled, and many began to seek opportunities to flee. After all, while their work served the public, their lives belonged to themselves. Apart from a handful of individuals, the majority prioritized their own survival. Consequently, upon recognizing their inability to eradicate the Blade Ninjas, a significant number opted to escape. As those lacking resilience abandoned the fight, despair enveloped the remaining agents, leading them to the brink of utter hopelessness. The steadfast S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives were swiftly executed, while those who attempted to flee were hunted down by the Blade Legion one by one. Soon, the periphery of Tony's villa transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Drenched in blood and strewn with flesh, the pungent scent of blood permeated the air, inducing nausea. A kilometer away, at the temporary command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce observed the harrowing scenes displayed on the surveillance screens, his countenance turning an ashen shade of despair. It was not only him. The expressions of those in the command room mirrored his shock and disbelief. They had anticipated that their operations might encounter challenges. Yet they never imagined that the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D. could be utterly annihilated. This was not merely the defeat of one or two individuals, but rather the complete destruction of over 100 valiant agents. The loss of such distinguished personnel will undoubtedly diminish S.H.I.E.L.D.'s capabilities in the immediate future. Who can elucidate the circumstances that led to this calamity? Our meticulously selected elite were vanquished without mercy. This is an unparalleled disgrace. A profound humiliation. Pierce continued to roar in fury. The anguish etched on his face was entirely genuine. Although he was an undercover agent of Hydra, he also held the position of the highest commander within S.H.I.E.L.D. The losses incurred by S.H.I.E.L.D. were, in essence, his own losses. How could he possibly maintain his composure? Chapter 29. Is this man even human? Observing Pierce, whose visage resembled that of a ravenous beast, the numerous members of S.H.I.E.L.D. present felt an overwhelming trepidation, fearing that a mere slip of the tongue might render them the target of his wrath. As the silence enveloped the room, Pierce inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fury that simmered within him. Deploy the mech warriors. Regardless of what those creatures may be, I want them obliterated. Yes, the members responded in unison, swiftly springing into action. Soon, the heavy thud of footsteps reverberated through the night as a towering figure, 5 meters in height, approached Tony's villa, each step causing the ground to tremble beneath it. This was the mech warrior, a product of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s clandestine research and development. Initially, Pierce had not intended to unleash the mech warriors. Their presence was merely a precaution. Yet, the moment had now arrived for them to be put to use. Controlled remotely by S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, the mech warrior stood at a staggering height of 5 meters and weighed 6 tons. Despite its formidable size, its speed was anything but sluggish. Coupled with unparalleled defenses and extraordinary strength, it was the undisputed sovereign of the land. In its presence, even the most formidable tank armor appeared as mere child's play, easily torn asunder. Before long, the mech warrior, under the command of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, reached the perimeter of the villa. Shadows materialized from the ground as the Blade Legion surged forth once more. In comparison to the towering mech warrior, the Blade Legion appeared diminutive. However, as creatures of darkness, they were utterly oblivious to fear. They were driven solely by one conviction: any intruder to the villa must die. Whoosh, whoosh. A series of slicing sounds pierced the air as the Blade Legion launched their assault, their razor-sharp claws striking the mech warrior and sparking in response. Yet, such an assault was but a mere annoyance to the mech warrior. From its arm emerged a small rocket, and in the next moment, it was launched into the midst of the Blade Legion. Boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, illuminating the night sky in a blaze of crimson, vaporizing countless Blade ninjas in its wake. The area once teeming with Blade ninjas was now rendered entirely desolate. In the command center, witnessing this spectacle, the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were filled with exhilaration, their earlier despondency vanishing in an instant. Within the villa, Tony observed the battlefield through the surveillance projected by J.A.R.V.I.S. Upon witnessing the performance of the mech warrior, Tony raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Interesting. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses some merit after all, having developed such a formidable instrument of warfare. I wonder, how does this mech compare to Happy? As he pondered this, a playful smile crept across Tony's lips. Happy, boss, I'm here. What is up? Heavy footsteps approached from outside, and soon, Happy's imposing figure appeared in the room. Due to the villa's excellent soundproofing, despite the chaos unfolding outside, not a single sound penetrated the interior, leaving Happy blissfully unaware of the tumult beyond the walls. Come take a look. I want you to face off against that metallic brute. What do you think? Tony said, extending his hand to usher him inside. As Happy entered the room, he noticed the projection on the wall. No problem, boss. Leave it to me. I'll dismantle him right now. Observing the image projected by Jarvis, Happy was instantly filled with exhilaration. Having recently acquired superhuman strength, he was eager to showcase his abilities, and thus, rather than feeling trepidation about Tony's arrangement, he brimmed with anticipation. Since you're so confident, go ahead. I'm eager to see your performance. Rest assured, boss. I will twist that metal head right off. With that, Happy strode confidently towards the villa's exit. Meanwhile, the battlefield outside continued to rage on, with the Blade Corps engaged in combat against the armored warriors. Although the Blade ninjas struggled to breach defenses, their indomitable nature allowed them to hold their ground against the mechanized fighters. However, upon Happy's arrival on the battlefield, the previously aggressive Blade Corps suddenly ceased their actions, one by one fading into darkness. This was, of course, Tony's command. He wished to ascertain whether Happy, enhanced by the Hulk serum, was stronger than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s secret weapon, the armored warrior. Hey there, big fellow. Now your opponent is me. Happy taunted the mechanized soldier, even beckoning with his fingers, exuding an air of utter disdain. The armored warrior, being a pure war machine, lacked emotions, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives controlling it did not. Through the warrior's eyes, the operator clearly witnessed Happy's provocation, prompting a barrage of curses and commands to direct the armored soldier toward Happy, intent on making the arrogant challenger pay. As the armored warrior approached, Happy's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. With a loud shout, he flexed his muscles, delivering a powerful punch towards the mechanized fighter. The confrontation between flesh and metal was, in theory, akin to an egg striking a stone. Yet, after the Hulk-enhanced Happy's fist collided with the armored warrior, a resounding metallic clash echoed through the air. To everyone's astonishment, the formidable armored warrior was pushed back by a single blow. This spectacle left the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel utterly stunned. Is this fellow even human? He just knocked back the armored warrior, with a weight of 6 tons, combined with the inherent strength of the mechanized soldier. To be pushed back by a single punch signified that Happy's explosive power was at least 15 tons or more. How could this be possible? All eyes were fixed in disbelief on the battlefield. A few observant individuals noted the emerging cracks on the armor where Happy had struck. This suggested that even the armored warrior, capable of withstanding direct cannon fire, might not endure the force of Happy's fist. Realizing this, many with an S.H.I.E.L.D. felt a chill run down their spines. Use rockets. Eliminate this monster. Pierce's roar reverberated through the command center once more. Upon receiving the command, the mech operator, drenched in perspiration, swiftly commenced his operations. Instantly, a void manifested upon the chest of the mech warrior, where a medium-sized rocket was deployed, wielding a force several times greater than that of a small rocket. Whoosh! The rocket, trailing a fiery plume, soared forth, striking the target before Happy could react. Boom! 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 An explosion erupted, far more ferocious than the previous one. Happy was engulfed by flames in an instant. It struck, in the command center. The mech operator shouted with exuberant fervor, while others joined in jubilant cheers. However, their elation was abruptly quelled as a dark figure emerged slowly from the flames, standing resolutely in place. Witnessing this scene, a wave of dread washed over all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Could this being still be considered human? Chapter 30. I am your father's friend. Happy emerged from the flames, his stride resolute and his gaze brimming with exhilaration. Suddenly, a broad smile illuminated his face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that stood out strikingly. Bring it on, he declared, as he charged towards the mech warrior. A cacophony of thunderous sounds erupting once more. In a frenzy of excitement, Happy swung his fists, delivering crushing blows to the mech warrior. With the aid of his formidable strength, the exterior of the mech began to warp and contort, swiftly transforming into a pockmarked shell, exuding the impression that it could collapse at any moment. Within the command center, an oppressive atmosphere enveloped all present. The onlookers stared in horror at the screen displaying the mech warrior being pummeled by Happy, their hearts racing with trepidation, fearing that it might disintegrate at any second. What should we do now? Pierce's voice cut through the tension, pulling everyone's attention back from the screen. In response, silence fell over the group, as they found themselves at a loss. Even with their secret weapon deployed, they had failed to approach the villa. What could they possibly do? They couldn't very well storm in with guns drawn. The mere thought of the mech warrior being battered sent chills down their spines, solidifying their resolve to maintain a safe distance from the villa. Noticing that everyone had fallen silent, Pierce, surprisingly, refrained from expressing anger. After all, even he felt a twinge of apprehension, let alone the others. However, the operation had commenced, and it could not conclude without resolution. Surveying the crowd, Pierce quickly fixed his gaze upon Nick Fury. Nick, do you have any thoughts? He inquired directly. Nick, taken aback by the direct address, felt no trepidation like the rest. After regaining his composure, he swiftly organized his thoughts and responded, I believe we have misjudged our priorities. Our objective this time is Tony and the bruise he has taken, not a futile struggle against that hulking brute. Since the mech warrior cannot breach the defenses of that giant, let him occupy him. We shall infiltrate the villa from another route and capture Tony. According to our intelligence, that hulking figure serves as Tony's personal bodyguard. His presence here indicates that Tony's security is rather weak. If we act swiftly, once we secure Tony, that brute will have no choice but to surrender. Listening to Nick's analysis, the attendees nodded in agreement. However, Pierce furrowed his brow and interjected, let us not forget those monstrous entities we encountered earlier. Even without that giant's protection, those elusive creatures remain a threat. In response, Nick smiled confidently. I have not forgotten their existence. However, from my observations, while their strength is formidable, their defenses are relatively weak. A targeted strike will render them just as vulnerable. As long as we prepare adequately and avoid being caught off guard, dealing with them will not pose a considerable challenge. Upon hearing these words, Pierce contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. You make a valid point. In that case, select a contingent of elite personnel to infiltrate alongside the military. I shall remain here to divert their attention. Pierce endorsed Nick's plan, simultaneously assigning the task to him. Instantly, a flicker of discontent crossed Nick's face. His gaze toward Pierce tinged with a hint of reproach. Despite his earlier articulate assertions, it was merely theoretical discourse. No one could ascertain whether Tony harbored any hidden trump cards. Much like Happy, who, according to the records, was merely an ordinary bodyguard, yet now found himself overpowering a mechanized warrior with ease, defying the very essence of normality. Director, I believe we could deliberate further on the selection of personnel. Nick attempted to salvage the situation. However, before he could finish his sentence, Pierce had already turned his attention to the screen, adopting an expression of willful ignorance. Observing this, Nick let out a resigned sigh and departed the command center to assemble the operatives. Once Nick had left, Pierce composed a text message on his phone and dispatched it. There is an ancient Chinese proverb, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Today, he intended to play the role of the oriole. He would allow Nick to lead a reconnaissance mission alongside the military while he arranged for others to follow in their wake, ready to reap the rewards. The plan was impeccable. Now, its execution remained to be seen. At the entrance of Tony's villa, the brawl between Happy and the mechanized warrior raged on. However, having learned from previous encounters, Happy swiftly dodged whenever he noticed an opening in the warrior's armor. Although he could withstand the force of bullets, he had no inclination to be bombarded. Meanwhile, after assembling a team of elite members, Nick swiftly coordinated with the elite squad dispatched by General Ross to infiltrate from the rear of the villa. At this juncture, it is essential to discuss the layout of Tony's villa. Perched precariously on the edge of a cliff, the villa's entrance faced the land, while the balcony overlooked the sea. Consequently, when the surveillance was installed, no consideration was given to the seaside view, as the sheer cliff rising dozens of meters below rendered any ascent from that direction inconceivable. This oversight created a blind spot in the surveillance system, undetectable by JARVIS. Having meticulously studied the villa's layout, Nick had naturally identified this surveillance blind spot and opted to utilize it as the point of entry. Of course, he had no desire to scale the cliff in darkness, so he deployed a silent helicopter. The group boarded the helicopter, circled around, and hovered above the villa's balcony, descending via rappel ropes to land on the terrace. Meanwhile, Tony, engrossed in the spectacle of Happy battling the mechanized warrior from his second-floor room, remained blissfully unaware of the uninvited guests infiltrating his home. Without making a sound, Nick and his team utilized thermal imaging to detect the heat signatures emanating from the second floor, making their way directly to that level. As they set foot on the second floor, Tony, thoroughly entertained by the clash between Happy and the mechanized warrior, suddenly received a notification from JARVIS. Sir, we have guests at the villa. They have now reached the second floor and are on the verge of arriving at your room. Upon hearing this, Tony was taken aback. How did they gain entry? Even you failed to notice? According to our analysis, they must have circumvented the surveillance perimeter of the villa and entered through the balcony. Just as one person was conversing with the intelligence, a sudden deafening crash resonated as the door to the room was forcefully kicked open. Nick, leading two fully armed teams, swiftly stormed into the chamber. Their ominous black gun barrels aimed squarely at all vital points on Tony's person. Good evening, Mr. Stark. It seems meeting you is quite a challenge. Nick introduced himself with a smile. I am Nick Fury, an old friend of your father's. We have a case that necessitates your cooperation in our investigation, and I must ask you to refrain from any perilous actions, or they will not hesitate to fire. Nick regarded Tony with a grin, unprepared for the ease with which events had unfolded, allowing his once tense demeanor to relax. Chapter 31. The arrival of Winter Soldier Bucky, observing Nick's demeanor, which exuded triumph. Tony raised an eyebrow. Are you a friend of my father's? I truly pity him for having such a friend. In the dead of night, you invade a friend's home, brandishing a firearm at his son. Is this how you treat your acquaintances, Mr. Nick? Tony did not hold back in his rebuke, causing the smile on Nick's face to vanish instantly. Perhaps you are right, but this is my duty. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Do not expect anyone to come to your rescue. Now, come along with me, Nick asserted, signaling a nearby SHIELD agent, who promptly nodded and approached to restrain Tony. However, before the agent could make a move, Tony sprang to his feet. In that instant, those who had been aiming their weapons at him racked their guns, and an imminent clash loomed. Nick was taken aback by Tony's sudden action. He raised his hand to signal the others to remain calm while quickly stating, I warn you once more, remain where you are and do not move, or I cannot guarantee your safety. Do you truly believe you have the upper hand? Tony scoffed. In the next moment, a multitude of shadowy figures materialized from the ground, positioning themselves in front of Tony. Witnessing this, Nick's pupils contracted, and he ceased to restrain his men, even issuing a command, open fire. Instantly, a barrage of bullets surged forth, forming a metallic tempest directed at Tony. The shadowy ninjas shielding him were shredded by the gunfire and vanished. Yet, to Nick's astonishment, the disappearance of the shadowy ninjas was but fleeting. New figures emerged incessantly from the ground, constructing a human wall before Tony. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Nick understood that he had misjudged the nature of these shadowy ninjas. He had previously assumed they were special individuals recruited by Tony, considering the myriad of peculiarities in this world. However, witnessing these figures, undeterred by the threat to their lives as they shielded Tony from bullets, he comprehended that they might not be extraordinary beings at all. Human beings possess an instinct for survival. It is rare for anyone to recklessly endanger their life for another, especially not in circumstances where death is imminent. Yet these individuals persisted in sacrificing themselves for Tony. By the time he grasped this realization, it was too late. Not only before Tony but all around them, the blade-wielding ninjas continued to materialize, their claws slicing through the air, and cries of agony erupted among the crowd. Although they had been prepared beforehand, the reality of the battle left them somewhat disoriented. Meanwhile, within the underground laboratory, a figure stepped inside. Reed, who was diligently recording data, turned at the sound, and upon seeing the unfamiliar figure, a hint of caution flickered across his face. Who are you? The newcomer disregarded him entirely, directing his gaze instead towards Bruce in the nutrient pod. Once he confirmed that Bruce was indeed the target of this mission, he strode purposefully towards the pod. Halt! Don't move, Reed shouted, brandishing a firearm that he had inexplicably produced. However, he gravely underestimated the newcomer's terrifying prowess. In an instant, the figure flashed before Reed with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Reed was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into a heap of experimental equipment. Having completed this, the newcomer turned to open the nutrient pod, extracting Bruce and hoisting him onto his back as he made his way outside. Unbeknownst to him, the moment Bruce was freed from the pod, his eyelids twitched slightly. To ensure Bruce remained in a deep slumber, Tony had mixed a considerable amount of anesthetic with the nutrient solution, keeping him in a state of unconsciousness. Now that he had exited the pod, it meant Bruce could awaken at any moment. Exiting the laboratory and entering the living room, Tony, clad in casual attire, sat calmly, while Nick lay at his feet, battered and bruised. Observing the figure emerging from the lab, Tony's expression remained serene, devoid of any surprise. The presence of J.A.R.V.I.S. ensured that every corner of the villa was under Tony's watchful eye. Upon seeing the figure from the lab, Nick emitted a gasp of astonishment. Bucky. Upon hearing this name, Tony cast a longer glance at the newcomer. Bucky, full name Bucky Barnes, was a close friend of Captain America, transformed into the Winter Soldier after being brainwashed by Hydra. How intriguing. S-H-I-E-L-D. The military. And now even your Hydra's involvement. What a lively day it has turned out to be. Bucky regarded the two with an impassive expression, showing no signs of panic at having his identity unveiled. Setting Bruce down, he slowly drew a long knife from behind him, its blade gleaming coldly like snow. In response, Tony remained unperturbed on the sofa as shadowy figures began to materialize around him. The Marvel Universe is populated with numerous superpowered individuals, yet most merely possess enhanced strength and speed. Such beings could be sufficiently managed by his shadow army, rendering Tony devoid of any desire to move. Kill. He commanded with a slight wave of his hand, prompting the shadow ninjas to charge towards Bucky, who met them with his knife in hand. The two forces clashed violently, the sound of metal against metal reverberating throughout the villa. Bucky proved formidable. The knife in his grip seemed to come alive as he dispatched ninja after ninja with precision. Yet, he remained but one man, and unless he possessed overwhelmingly superior strength, he would inevitably be overwhelmed by the sheer number of shadow ninjas. It was clear that Bucky did not possess such overwhelming power. As time wore on, he gradually became engulfed by the swarm of shadow ninjas. Meanwhile, Tony sat on the sofa, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding battle, until suddenly, a muffled grunt echoed through the room. On the battlefield, a barely audible sound pierced the air. Yet Tony's expression changed instantaneously. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Bucky, only to see Bruce, whom Bucky had discarded moments earlier, sitting up from the ground, clutching his head in evident discomfort. Clad in nothing but a pair of shorts, his eyes reflected a hint of confusion as he surveyed the chaotic surroundings. The bewilderment in his gaze deepened. Suddenly, a wave of headache washed over him, and a series of fragmented memories began to flicker through his mind. He had mutated, wreaking havoc in the streets. He had escaped the encirclement and found himself in an alley. A figure clad in black had rendered him unconscious, and he was taken to a laboratory where his blood was drawn. Chapter 32. The awakening of Bruce. Fragments of fragmented memories surged forth incessantly. Although Bruce could not grasp the specifics of his experiences, the remnants of his recollections hinted that he had become a test subject, subjected to experimentation upon a dispassionate table. An overwhelming torrent of rage welled up within him. He had once conducted human experiments himself, but he had always been the operator, never the subject. Now, however, he found himself reduced to the status of an experimental specimen, an indignity that no sane individual could endure, let alone someone with his troubled disposition. A primal roar erupted from him, capturing the attention of everyone within the villa. Tony, too, sprang up from the sofa, his expression unusually grave. Bang, bang, bang. As he roared, Bruce pounded the ground violently, his form transforming at a visible pace, turning green and gaining strength. In mere breaths, the green giant that had wreaked havoc in New York days prior re-emerged before the world. Transformed, Bruce lost all semblance of control. Fury dictated his every action, inciting him to obliterate everything in his path. The unfortunate first target was Bucky, who was closest to the rampaging giant. A fist, larger than a sandbag, swung out with astonishing speed, leaving Bucky no time to react before being sent flying by a single blow. Blood splattered through the air as Bucky was left dazed by the impact. Meanwhile, the furious green giant continued his relentless advance, charging directly at the slicing blade legion. His terrifying strength and impenetrable defense rendered their sea of tactics utterly laughable. He stormed through the ranks of the legion like a Tyrannosaurus Rex from the Cretaceous period, exhibiting an unrestrained arrogance that was nothing short of overwhelming. Nick, lying at Tony's feet, observed the scene with a twitching eye, instinctively swallowing hard. He had encountered many extraordinary beings, yet he had never witnessed a figure as formidable as the green giant. particularly not one imbued with such audacious pride that sent shivers down his spine. Tony, who had remained an observer until now, could no longer sit idle if this continued. His beloved villa would be reduced to ruins, and he had grown fond of its current style, wishing to avoid a reconstruction. With a resounding surge, flames erupted in his hand, the fire igniting spontaneously, distorting the surrounding space with its scorching heat. "Hey, big guy," Tony called out, instantly capturing the green giant's attention. The flames erupted from his grasp, hurtling towards the green giant. Boom. The flame, initially no larger than a palm, exploded violently, engulfing the green giant in a torrent of fire. His formidable defenses crumbled under the onslaught, becoming as fragile as parchment, easily consumed by the flames. A howl of anguish reverberated as the once mighty green giant rolled helplessly on the ground, transformed from a tyrant to a mere jester. The difference only a flicker of fire away. Nick, witnessing this transformation, turned to Tony, his expression one of sheer disbelief, as if he had encountered a specter. What a jest this was, an infamous playboy from New York wielding such terrifying power. The green giant had been vanquished in an instant. My God, are you jesting with me? A cascade of questions flooded Nick's mind, leaving him utterly numb. In stark contrast to Nick's optimism, Tony remained utterly vigilant. What is it about the Hulk that instills such dread? Is it his unparalleled defense or his formidable power? Neither. It is his boundless potential for growth. In the early stages, the Hulk struggled against a single army, yet in the later phases, he could confront deities without a hint of trepidation. Such a terrifying enhancement is unparalleled among any other mutant. Thus, witnessing the currently disheveled Hulk, Tony dared not exhibit any complacency, remaining perpetually on high alert. Indeed, while flames continued to engulf the Hulk, the only sound emanating from him was a pained howl, devoid of any sign of weakness. In fact, as time progressed, his resolve only seemed to strengthen. Soon, the Hulk, fully ablaze, rose to his feet, his furious gaze fixated on Tony. With a thunderous stomp, the villa's floor shattered beneath him, and the fiery Hulk swiftly closed the distance to Tony. He unleashed a colossal punch, causing the air to resonate with a deafening roar. Just as it seemed that the Hulk would send Tony flying, he remained steadfast, immovable in his stance. With a resounding crash, a wall of fire materialized before Tony, intercepting the Hulk's blow. The dragon incantation bestowed upon Tony was not merely a means of igniting flames, it imparted a mastery over the very essence of fire. With the dragon incantation fused within him, the flames became a mere plaything under Tony's command. While the Hulk's strength was indeed formidable, it could not transcend the rules established. Thus, from Nick's perspective, the Hulk's frenzied assaults upon Tony were all thwarted by the wall of flames, and to Tony's amusement, a smile graced his lips as he calmly regarded the enraged Hulk. At last, having toyed with the situation long enough, the flames enveloped Tony's right hand, and he delivered a decisive punch toward the Hulk. Boom! The massive figure of the Hulk was propelled backward, crashing through the villa and leaving a gaping hole in the wall. Upon landing outside the villa, the Hulk visibly shrank, the flames consuming him extinguished in an instant, reduced back to his original form by Tony's singular blow. As footsteps echoed softly, Tony emerged from the breach, casting a glance at the unconscious Bruce before shifting his gaze to Happy nearby. As if sensing Tony's attention, Happy turned, revealing a hearty smile. Beneath him lay the remnants of S.H.I.E.L.D.S. mechanized soldiers, reduced to a heap of scattered parts. Boss. Happy hurriedly approached Tony, his attire in tatters from the recent skirmish, resembling someone who had just returned from a war-torn zone. Clean up and get the people back to the basement, Tony casually instructed. Happy nodded in agreement, and Tony proceeded toward the villa's exit, quickly disappearing into the darkness. Meanwhile, within the temporary command center, the atmosphere had grown tense, almost stagnant. The series of failed operations left everyone at a loss, and soon, all eyes turned to Pierce, awaiting his direction as the commanding officer. In that very moment, shadows of ninjas began to emerge one after another around them. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd was instantly taken aback, swiftly huddling together. They had first-hand experience of the terror instilled by the Shadow Legion, and now, confronted by this frightening group, remaining composed was an impossible feat. Pierce was equally startled by the situation before him. However, his psychological resilience was evidently superior. He promptly raised his voice, exclaiming, "Tony, what do you intend to do? We are agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., affiliated with the United States government. Surrounding us now constitutes a crime. Do you realize that?" As he spoke, Pierce's gaze shifted towards the entrance, anticipating Tony's appearance. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, and Tony leisurely strolled into the makeshift command center. Chapter 33. The cowardice before action. The arrival of Tony brought a collective sigh of relief from those present, as they feared he might recklessly order their demise without concern for the consequences. His presence signified that their worst fears would not come to fruition. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Alexander Pierce, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Pierce announced, straightening his attire as he stepped forward to assert his identity. Observing the hand he extended, a hint of a smirk played upon Tony's lips as he inquired, "Are you the one who commanded them to apprehend me at my residence?" At this, Pierce's eyelids flickered. He could not possibly admit to such an accusation and hastily replied, "It was all a misunderstanding. We received word that the Green Goblin was concealed here, prompting us to assemble a team for apprehension. As you are aware, the recent emergence of the Green Goblin has instilled fear in the citizens of New York City, and we must provide an explanation to the public. We were unaware that this was your domicile." One must commend Pierce for his capability as a director. His improvised narrative was so well constructed that it left little room for criticism. Unfortunately, Tony was not present to engage in reasoned discourse. A sharp clap echoed throughout the command center. Everyone stood in stunned silence, astonished that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. had been publicly slapped by Tony. Even Pierce appeared bewildered, completely unprepared for Tony's bold action. A fleeting flash of anger crossed his eyes, yet it vanished as quickly as it appeared, replaced by a semblance of a smile. "Feeling relieved now?" Tony inquired, casting a penetrating gaze at Pierce, recognizing that he was no ordinary adversary. "No. What do you intend to do to alleviate my frustration?" Tony responded languidly, casually flexing his right hand, creating an impression that another slap could follow at any moment. With another resounding clap, the sound reverberated through the room, not from Tony, but from Pierce himself. This spectacle left everyone, including Tony, utterly astonished. He realized that this individual was far from ordinary, and he had not anticipated that Pierce would resort to such self-deprecating behavior. "And now, do you feel relieved?" Pierce asked again with a smile. Tony did not answer the question. Instead, he regarded him with keen interest. "You know, the more you behave this way, the more I am inclined to eliminate you. While a barking dog may be bothersome, a hidden serpent is far more fearsome." Upon hearing these words, Pierce's breath quickened as he sensed the murderous intent emanating from Tony. Yet, the more he felt this, the less he dared to act, forcing a smile as he continued. "Mr. Stark, you jest. Today's events were indeed our fault at S.H.I.E.L.D., affecting you in the process. Rest assured, all your losses will be compensated by me, and we will resolve any subsequent troubles, ensuring no further disturbance to you. I hope you will show us mercy and spare us." As Pierce continued to concede, the murderous intent that had surged within Tony began to subside. It was not that Tony intended to spare this individual. Rather, it was the gravity of his words that moved Tony. A considerable number of lives were lost that night, and if left unaddressed, it would undoubtedly lead to colossal troubles the following day. Although Stark Industries, behind Tony, could manage these complications, it would require a considerable expenditure of social capital, rendering the situation rather cumbersome. Thus, when Pierce pledged to resolve the issues for Tony, he naturally welcomed the offer with open arms. Once an individual has established their worth, they earn the right to survive. At this moment, Pierce had secured such a right for himself. Moreover, there was an additional reason for Tony's decision to let Pierce go. After all, he was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a senior official of the United States, and a high-ranking member of Hydra. Now was simply not the time to eliminate him. "It appears you are a man of prudence. Therefore, I entrust tonight's affairs to you. I hope you handle them adeptly, otherwise." Tony left the sentence hanging, but both parties understood the dire consequences that loomed. At that moment, Pierce exhaled deeply in relief, only to realize that his shirt was drenched with cold sweat. Surveying the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel in the command center, Tony turned to depart. He had come merely to deliver a warning to S.H.I.E.L.D., but he hadn't anticipated Pierce's astuteness. Before Tony could take action, Pierce had already backed down. With the matter resolved, there was no reason for him to linger. Once he left, the shadowy ninjas that had surrounded S.H.I.E.L.D. members faded into the ground, vanishing from sight. As the ninjas disappeared, a chorus of heavy breaths filled the hall. Everyone glanced anxiously toward the entrance, their eyes reflecting sheer trepidation. They had come perilously close to losing their lives. Had Pierce not capitulated in time, it was certain several among them would not have survived. Contemplating this, the respect in their gazes toward Pierce deepened. However, within, Pierce felt far from well. In fact, he was profoundly unsettled. He understood that, despite the current troubles being resolved, this was merely the beginning. When dawn broke, the real complications would truly unfurl. Assaulting the head of a conglomerate in this capital-driven nation was not a matter easily concluded. Yet, those were concerns for another time. Addressing the immediate situation was paramount. With this in mind, Pierce swiftly turned and commanded, "Everyone, immediately clear the scene and retreat. Ensure that all traces of the battlefield are meticulously eradicated. Expedite the process." "Yes, Director." The team responded in unison, and the operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. commenced at an accelerated pace. The remnants of the armored warriors were removed, The devastation from the artillery was cleared, and the damaged lawn was restored. Even the gaping hole that had appeared in Tony's villa was swiftly being repaired. As the night wore on, dawn eventually broke. When Tony emerged from his guest room the following day, everything within the villa had returned to its original state. All traces of the previous night's battle had been meticulously eradicated. The walls were restored to their former integrity, and astonishingly, even the room's disrupted decor had been perfectly reinstated. Had it not been for Tony's vivid recollection of the battle that transpired in the villa the previous night, he might have been tempted to believe that everything was but a fleeting dream. Consequently, he found himself silently commending S.H.I.E.L.D. for their efforts. Although their strength was somewhat lacking, their efficiency was commendable. After pouring himself a glass of milk and preparing a sandwich, Tony settled onto the sofa to relish his breakfast. Just then, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. interrupted the tranquility. "Sir, it appears you may have forgotten something." "Forgotten what?" "Mr. Reed is still lying in the underground laboratory." With that remark, Tony paused mid-bite, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Chapter 34. It seems the treatment was overdone last night was tumultuous, and Tony instinctively forgot about Reed, who had been in the underground laboratory. With a sandwich in his mouth, Tony made his way to the lab. Upon entering, a chaotic scene unfolded before him. It was evident that this place was off limits to S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, and thus no one had tidied it up. Scanning the disorderly laboratory, Tony found no sign of Reed, but he did spot Bruce, who continued to slumber within the nutrient pod. "Jarvis, where's Reed?" "Under the overturned laboratory equipment to your left." At those words, Tony swiftly directed his gaze toward the heap of scattered apparatus, using both hands and feet to rummage through the debris. Soon, Reed's figure emerged before him. He lay on the ground, his complexion ashen, his breathing alarmingly feeble. Had Tony not sensed the faint beating of his heart, he might have believed Reed had succumbed to death. Having endured a punch from Bucky, Reed, as an ordinary human, was nearly pierced through. The fact that he had withstood a night in such critical condition was testament to his bodily resilience. In this state, had he been taken to a hospital, the doctors would undoubtedly have issued a death certificate. Fortunately, Tony had drawn the talisman of healing. Otherwise, faced with this dire situation, he would have been at a loss. A burst of white light manifested in his hands. In an instant, Reed was enveloped in a radiant glow, and the visible wounds on his body began to mend at an astonishing rate. His previously sunken chest gradually returned to its rightful position, and Tony even heard the audible cracking of bones realigning. Within less than 10 seconds, the near-dead Reed was resurrected, his pallor transformed into a healthier hue. Such miraculous abilities could only be attributed to the talisman of healing. Otherwise, even the likes of Dr. Strange would find it challenging to achieve such swift recovery. As his eyelids fluttered slightly, Reed gradually opened his eyes, focusing on Tony, who was within arm's reach. His consciousness quickly returned. "Hey, buddy, are you all right?" Tony inquired with concern. Reed shook his head, indicating he was fine, then sat up from the floor, surveying the disarray around him. "What time is it? Has it all ended?" he asked instinctively. It's 9 in the morning, Tony replied, somewhat sheepishly. Indeed. Upon hearing the time, Reed's expression momentarily stiffened. As a genius, his intellect extended beyond mere scientific pursuits. He quickly assessed his surroundings in conjunction with Tony's words. He realized that surviving this ordeal was truly a blessing from above. However, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he was alive and even thriving, rendering other concerns trivial. Casting a glance at Bruce in the nutrient pod, Reed suddenly turned to Tony and asked, "Boss, may I use that enhancement serum?" Tony regarded Reed with a smile, nodding affirmatively. "Of course, but it would be safer if you called for me while you use it. I'll keep an eye on things." "All right, boss, just give me a moment," Reed replied, swiftly rising and bustling about, showing no sign of needing rest. Before yesterday, Reed had always considered himself a researcher. Thus, even after witnessing the terrifying power of Happy's enhancement, he did not harbor many thoughts. However, after narrowly escaping death from a single punch from Bucky yesterday, he realized that being a researcher is also a high-risk profession. Without sufficient strength, one could meet an untimely demise at any moment. This realization fueled his urgency. Meanwhile, Tony observed Reed's industrious figure with a peculiar expression. He was uncertain whether Reed, having injected the enhancement serum, would undergo further mutations. If their incompatibility resulted in unforeseen consequences, it could spell trouble. Nevertheless, since it was Reed's own choice, he refrained from interference. He believed that individuals are inherently different, and perhaps the enhanced Reed would emerge from the cosmic storm even more formidable. Such matters are unpredictable, rendering any intervention unnecessary. As Reed busied himself with the enhancement serum, Tony was not idle either. The previous night, besides S.H.I.E.L.D. and the military, Bucky had also attacked his villa. While he could not directly confront S.H.I.E.L.D. in the military, he had dispatched Nick, who had narrowly survived the encounter without hesitation. However, Bucky was a different case. Being another superhero, he was precisely the kind of individual his Dark Alliance needed. Therefore, after S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel withdrew last night, Tony instructed Happy to keep Bucky under watch. Upon entering the guest room on the second floor of the villa, Tony pushed the door open. Happy, with his upper body bare, was diligently exercising in the room. His explosive muscles were strikingly impressive. If he were to step outside in such a state, countless middle-aged women would surely be left drooling. "Boss, you're here," Happy exclaimed, a broad smile spreading across his face as he quickly halted his workout. Nodding slightly, Tony casually remarked, "Your strength is now fixed. Further training will not yield any improvement. There is no need to waste time." "Boss, I understand. I'm merely engaging in some light activity," Happy replied, attempting to sound nonchalant. Had Tony not recalled his former portly appearance, he might have been persuaded by Happy's pretense. Without further comment, Tony turned his attention to Bucky, who lay unconscious on the bed, and inquired, "How is he? Has he awakened?" Happy shook his head. "No. He seems to be in a deep coma for some unknown reason. He wasn't seriously injured, yet he remains unresponsive. Do you think he might have been rendered a vegetable by that green behemoth's punch?" Although he had witnessed the scene of the Hulk's fury, he had heard Tony recount it afterward. "Not sure. Should I attempt to treat him?" Tony replied, somewhat uncertain. Although Bucky was no ordinary individual, the Hulk's terrifying strength was indeed monstrous, and he could not be certain whether Bucky had been stunned into unconsciousness by that singular blow. Advancing, he placed his hand upon Bucky's face, and a soft white light emanated from his palm. After 10 seconds, Tony withdrew his hand and awaited patiently. Soon, Bucky, who had been in a deep stupor, began to twitch, ultimately opening his eyes. Upon witnessing the scene, Tony's mind became instantly clear. Indeed, it appeared that the Green Goblin's punch had caused a significant disruption. Who are you?" Bucky's astonished voice broke the silence, as he and the other individual gazed at Tony, utterly perplexed. Observing Bucky's reaction, Tony immediately sensed something was amiss. This fellow was a stark contrast to his demeanor from the previous night, exhibiting none of the earlier indifference. In that moment, a conjecture emerged in Tony's mind. "What is your relationship with Steve Rogers?" "Do you know Steve?" "I am his friend. Where is he now?" Bucky exclaimed with sudden enthusiasm, while Tony, feeling somewhat exasperated, lightly tapped his head, as if the treatment had been excessive. Chapter 35, The Alliance of Light and the Sheep Charm. Last night, I encountered someone who should have been Bucky after his amnesia, transformed by Hydra into the Winter Soldier. Now, this individual appears to be the original Bucky, who, after my treatment, not only awakened from his coma, but also regained his memories. Reflecting on this, Tony, who had originally intended to forcibly recruit Bucky into the Dark Alliance, found himself compelled to alter his plans. "Do you recall the specific events that transpired?" Tony prompted, taking the initiative to guide the conversation. Upon hearing this, Bucky began to reminisce, memories from his amnesiac state flooding back to him, including those of the prior night. As he sorted through his thoughts, his gaze toward Tony grew increasingly complex. "I'm sorry about what happened last night. It was never my intention. I truly do not understand how I became that way." Bucky repeatedly apologized, attempting to rationalize his actions. A faint smile appeared on Tony's face as he reassured him, "It's all right. I understand that what transpired was not your true nature." With this understanding, Bucky seemed to relax significantly. "By the way, I accidentally sent someone flying in the lab last night. Is he all right?" "He is fine. I rescued him. Moreover, you are also one of my rescues." Tony casually waved his hand, mentioning his deed of saving Bucky. He was not the type to perform altruistic acts without expectation. Rather, he preferred to leverage favors. After all, it was a fact that he had saved Bucky, and it was only right that Bucky should reciprocate. Upon learning that it was Tony who had saved him, Bucky felt increasingly embarrassed. "So it was you who rescued me. Thank you. However, I have nothing to offer in return. Perhaps I could assist you with something?" "Of course. It must be within the bounds of the law," Tony replied, noticing the transformation in Bucky, who had become a genuinely good person. "A good person is wonderful. I have a great fondness for good people," he added, a smile gracing his lips. "What a coincidence. I happen to have a task that requires your assistance. I have established an alliance of light, aimed at aiding others, but since it is still in its infancy, we are currently lacking personnel. You seem quite suitable. Would you consider joining my alliance of light? This way, you could repay me as well. What do you say?" Tony coaxed Bucky as if enticing a child. Although Bucky sensed something amiss, his disoriented state due to the recent memory recovery, coupled with the fact that Tony was his savior, compelled him to consider the offer. After some contemplation, he nodded in agreement. "If that is the case, then very well, I shall join." Upon uttering these words, Tony beamed with an exceedingly bright smile. As the system notification chimed in his ear, Ding. A new member has been added to the Dark Alliance. Winter Soldier Bucky. Rewards have been dispensed. Name: Tony Stark. Gender: male. Identity: heir of the Shadow Kingdom. Abilities: Charm of the Horse, Charm of the Dragon, Mastery of Shadow Ninja, Mastery of Shadow Blade. Mastery of Shadow Knight. Bet lottery attempts. 1 members of the Dark Alliance. Spider-Man. Winter Soldier. As Tony beheld the newly acquired mastery over the Shadow Legion in the additional lottery attempt, his gaze towards Bucky softened considerably. All right, you take a good rest. If you need anything, just tell Happy. He will take care of you during this time. With that, Tony turned and departed. Paying no heed to the changing expressions of Happy and Bucky, his demeanor resembled that of a cad, indulging in pleasure and leaving without regard for the feelings of others. Left behind were 2 grown men exchanging bewildered looks, while Tony retreated to his chamber. The familiar lottery wheel materialized before him once more. Rubbing his hands together, Tony exclaimed with excitement, "Heavenly spirits and earthly deities, Buddha, the 3 pure ones, and the Almighty, grant me your favor." Chanting fervently, he swiftly spun the lottery wheel. Instantly, the pointer whirled rapidly, and as Tony anxiously observed, he commanded, "Stop." Upon uttering those words, the speed of the pointer dwindled, ultimately coming to rest, revealing a sheep that rushed towards Tony, plunging into his mind. Boom. A resounding echo reverberated in his consciousness as a warm, gentle energy swiftly integrated into his mind. Tony immediately felt a surge of clarity, awakening his senses to an unprecedented level. Not only that, but he sensed a peculiar alteration in his perspective. Typically, human vision encompasses a mere 124-degree field, sharpening to 25 degrees with focused attention. However, at that moment, Tony felt as though he had unlocked a divine sight, perceiving a 360-degree view with astonishing clarity, every detail manifesting vividly. As he concentrated, he even discerned an intangible force emanating from his mind. To test this newfound ability, he deliberately turned to gaze at a cup on his desk, instinctively wishing to move it. To his astonishment, the cup actually levitated into the air. Telekinesis. Tony gasped in delight. According to the information flooding his mind, the power of the charm of the sheep enhances mental strength and allows for soul projection. He had not anticipated that such enhancement would yield the formidable ability of telekinesis. To explore the limits of this power, he began maneuvering various objects around his room. Reveling in the experience, his mental energy felt boundless. After half an hour of play, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. As for the maximum potential of his telekinesis, he could not ascertain a definitive value, only knowing that he could effortlessly manipulate everything in the room. He nearly entertained the idea of lifting the entire villa beneath him, but ultimately dismissed it to avoid the hassle of relocating. Retracting his telekinetic influence, Tony then experimented with soul projection. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him, and upon looking down, he beheld his body transformed into a translucent form. Behind him, another version of himself stood still with closed eyes, motionless. With a mere thought, Tony soared upwards, transcending the villa's ceiling and emerging into the world outside. Gazing at the cerulean sky, the fluffy clouds, and the boundless ocean, Tony did not venture far. After a brief stretch, he returned to his corporeal form. Although he was uncertain whether his soul's detachment posed any risks, having grown accustomed to the physical existence, he preferred to remain within his body. As he re-entered his physical form, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated at that moment. "Sir, Mr. Reed has prepared the enhancer. He requests your presence in the laboratory." "Understood," he replied, with a wave of his mind. Tony returned everything in the room to its rightful place before descending the stairs towards the underground lab. Upon entering the laboratory, Reed's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Boss, I am ready. Shall we begin?" "Let us commence." Tony nodded in agreement. Chapter 36. The grievance and fury of the spicy pepper. As Tony's words faded, Reed nodded solemnly and stepped into the experimental chamber. Observing Reed's slight tension, Tony pressed the experimental button, and instantly, the enhancer permeated the entire chamber, enveloping Reed's form. Drawing from past successful experiences, Tony remained composed, standing quietly to the side in anticipation. Several hours later, the door of the chamber opened, and Reed emerged, his appearance unchanged. Noticing this, Tony raised an eyebrow and inquired, "How do you feel?" "Absolutely fantastic," Reed replied, his face aglow with a smile. He clenched his fists tightly, reveling in the surge of power coursing through him, and he appeared quite exhilarated. The experiment had proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen incidents. Tony nodded in acknowledgement. And at that moment, Reed declared, "Boss, the enhancer has been successfully developed. I wish to continue with my research project." In essence, Reed's focus on the enhancer stemmed solely from Tony's request. His true passion lay in his own research. Tony did not oppose this and readily replied, "Certainly. I have prepared the funds. I will transfer them to your account shortly. If you could produce a few more doses of the enhancer, you may return to your research." "Sounds good," Reed affirmed with a firm nod. At that moment, a spark of inspiration flickered in Tony's mind. By the way, I would like to invite you to join the alliance I am forming. What do you think? Tony's proposal came rather unexpectedly. However, Reed did not dwell on it for long. He smiled and nodded. No problem, boss. Since it is your alliance, I would be glad to join. With that, Tony eagerly awaited Reed's response. In his eyes, Reed would undoubtedly become a part of the superhero community in the future. Although he had yet to experience the cosmic storm and transform into the marvelous Mr. Fantastic after utilizing the enhancer, his abilities would certainly be on par with those in the original narrative. Thus, inviting him to join the alliance should yield some rewards. Nevertheless, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, the system's voice remained conspicuously silent, as if it had frozen. A wave of disappointment washed over Tony. But he concealed his feelings, offering Reed a few encouraging words before exiting the research room. Upon returning to his own quarters, Tony's impatience erupted. System, what is going on? He instinctively inquired, entirely forgetting that the system lacked intelligence and could not respond to his queries. Fortunately, this lapse was merely momentary. He quickly regained his composure and began to compare Reed with Bucky and Peter. At the very least, he needed to ascertain why the system exhibited no reaction to Reed's membership. In terms of strength, this aspect could be disregarded. After utilizing the enhancer, Reed's abilities were not inferior to those of the two members of the Dark Alliance. So, what lay at the crux of their differences? Furrowing his brow, Tony's thoughts whirled as he meticulously compared the three individuals, sifting through numerous doubts. After eliminating various possibilities, he soon identified the distinctions between them. Both Peter and Bucky had garnered external recognition. One was Spider-Man, the other the Winter Soldier. Those who had encountered extraordinary beings were generally familiar with the two. Reflecting on Reed, his reputation, though quite illustrious, remains that of a scientist. As for the so-called amazing man, only Tony is privy to this knowledge. The outside world remains oblivious to it. Thus, to gain entry into the Dark Alliance, must one be a renowned superhero or villain? Pondering this uncertainty, Tony found himself unsure if his speculation held any truth, necessitating further validation. With this thought in mind, Tony promptly spoke. J.A.R.V.I.S. Please connect me with Peter. Certainly, sir. Before long, Peter's phone call was established, and Tony's composed voice resonated in the room. How goes the mission? On the other end, Peter listened to Tony's inquiry, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his face. I still need a little more time. Having acquired a portion of command over the Shadow Troop, he had become somewhat distracted and had yet to confront Norman. Now, faced with Tony's questioning, a wave of panic washed over him. Hearing Peter's response, Tony's expression betrayed a flicker of exasperation. It has been several days, and you still haven't resolved it. I am at a loss for words. Consequently, Tony's tone turned stern. Tonight, I expect to see Norman. That's final. With that, Tony abruptly hung up the phone, leaving no room for Peter to object. Exhaling slowly, Tony temporarily set the matter aside, changed his attire, and departed from the villa. Driving his sports car at a brisk pace, he soon arrived at Stark Industries. As he entered the company, numerous individuals greeted him along the way. In response, Tony merely nodded, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor as he passed by. Upon taking the exclusive elevator to his office, Natasha, having received the news, entered shortly thereafter. Mr. Stark, it has been a while. Coffee or red wine? Just a cup of tea for me, Tony replied casually, shedding his suit jacket and tossing it onto the sofa. Natasha paused momentarily but quickly nodded. Very well, sir. Before long, she returned to the office with a cup of green tea. Tony took a delicate sip and stated flatly, Please summon Potts. Of course, sir. Natasha turned to leave once more. Not keeping Tony waiting for long, Potts soon entered the office, dressed in professional attire, her legs elegantly clad in black stockings and high heels. After a few days apart, she appeared even more alluring. What do you need, Stark? I have a mountain of paperwork awaiting my attention. Her tone held a hint of complaint, and her gaze towards Tony was laden with dissatisfaction. Tony, comfortable in his role as the boss, acknowledged that corporate affairs still required attention, and as the president, Potts naturally had to assist him. Thus, feeling a bit awkward under her scrutinizing gaze, he coughed lightly and said, No need to be upset. I was merely delayed by other matters. What could possibly be so pressing? Aren't you just busy flirting with beautiful women? Potts retorted, her eyes reflecting a distinctly mournful expression. In response to her words, Tony's embarrassment deepened, yet he found solace in the fact that this time, he had a legitimate reason, and thus felt no alarm. I did not pursue any beautiful women. Rather, I was assaulted last night. As he began recounting the events of the previous evening, the expression on Potts' face transformed instantaneously. Damn it. How audacious they are to dare attack you. Just wait, I shall make them pay. With that, Potts rose and departed, her lovely face suffused with a fierce determination. Tony is her Achilles heel. Despite her seemingly indifferent demeanor towards him, she would not hesitate to confront anyone who dared to harm him. Meanwhile, Natasha, who had been standing silently to the side, found herself in an awkward predicament. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D., her mission was to get close to Tony and uncover his secrets, yet she had not anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken action. If her true identity were to be unveiled, how could she possibly leave Stark Industries unscathed? With this troubling thought, Natasha cast a furtive glance at Tony, only to find him gazing at her with a meaningful expression, causing her heart to race with alarm. Chapter 37. You owe me an explanation, Mr. Tony. It's nothing. I'll take my leave now. Natasha felt a twinge of guilt under Tony's gaze, eager to depart. Observing her intent to flee, Tony remained silent, merely extending his hand to draw her into his embrace. She gasped, caught off guard. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Since you're here, why not indulge in a little game? A sly smile danced upon Tony's lips as he spoke. Previously, he had chosen to disregard her, but now that S.H.I.E.L.D. had made its move, it was only fitting that he collect some interest. He was not one to suffer in silence. As he spoke, his hand began to wander. Feeling the shift in the atmosphere, Natasha's expression altered, her cheeks rapidly flushing. Mr. Tony, please don't do that. Her tone was laced with a hint of vulnerability, tinged with a silent plea. As a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., she was no stranger to strength, thus her current demeanor was a blend of authenticity and artifice, perfectly tailored to her role. Noticing Natasha still playing her part, a playful glint emerged in Tony's eyes. He had anticipated her turning against him, yet she seemed unwilling to reveal her true identity. In light of this, he relished the opportunity to take advantage of the situation. What's wrong? Am I not discussing work with you? He quipped. Have you ever heard the saying that a secretary must not only be beautiful, but also competent? He emphasized the last two words, leaving room for the imagination. Initially intending to maintain her act, Natasha's heart raced at his words, fearing he might indeed pursue something more intimate. Instinctively, she attempted to free herself from his grasp. But a stronger force emanated from Tony, restraining her movements, rendering her unable to resist. Mr. Tony, she exclaimed, feeling his hand venture into uncharted territory, hastily covering her skirt with both hands. Please, don't. Her face flushed with indignation. At her plea, Tony abruptly ceased his actions, his expression turning cold. If that's the case, you might as well head to the finance office and settle your departure. Stunned, Natasha's gaze met his, filled with disbelief. Was this man truly so fickle, turning on a dime? For a moment, she was at a loss for words. However, one thing was clear, she could not afford to be dismissed. She had come with a mission, and to be expelled before its completion would spell disaster upon her return. Thoughts raced through her mind, but only a fleeting moment passed in the outside world. Just as Tony was about to withdraw his hand, Natasha instinctively pressed her palm against his. Mr. Tony, please don't. Though the words remained the same, her tone had shifted dramatically. Observing her capitulation, Tony's lips curled into a smile once more. 20 minutes later, Natasha emerged from Tony's office, covering her mouth in disbelief. It must be said, Natasha is indeed quite capable. After her departure, a refreshed Tony instructed Jarvis to connect him with Rhodey. Hey, Tony, what's the matter? Rhodey's voice emanated from the phone. Tony, without any preamble, got straight to the point. I was attacked, and the assailants were military personnel. I believe you owe me an explanation. Upon hearing this, Rhodey on the other end was momentarily taken aback. Who has the audacity? After regaining his composure, Rhodey spoke with barely suppressed anger. Meanwhile, Tony remained as unflappable as ever. You can investigate who it was on your own. I have provided the military with numerous affordable yet sophisticated weapons. Is this how you treat a partner? You must account for this incident, or I will take matters into my own hands. Tony's words dripped with menace, startling Rhodey. Stark Industries supplies nearly one-third of the U.S. military's weaponry. Should Stark cease its supply, the consequences would be dire. Considering the terrifying ramifications, Rhodey quickly replied. Don't be impulsive, Tony. We will certainly provide you with an explanation. I hope so. Keep me informed, Tony concluded before hanging up. Meanwhile, Colonel Ross promptly entered his superior's office. While Tony was on the phone, Potts was equally busy, making call after call. Soon, news spread through the upper echelons of the United States. The head of Stark Industries, Tony, had been attacked by the government. The situation escalated rapidly, transforming the previously tranquil upper echelons into a tumult of unrest, with calls flooding into the White House. The might of the oligarchs began to reveal its ferocious fangs, placing immense pressure on the U.S. government. This pressure did not solely originate from Stark Industries. It also came from major corporations such as Pioneers Technology and Hammer Industries. Normally, these corporations would engage in fierce competition to the death, with Hammer Industries being Stark Industries' sworn adversary, their conflicts nearly irreconcilable. However, at this moment, Hammer Industries stood alongside Tony, collectively exerting pressure on the government. The rules had been broken, not to protect a single individual, but to safeguard all oligarchs. Today, they dared to attack Tony, who could guarantee they wouldn't be next. Thus, this matter transcended right and wrong. Every violator of the rules must face dire consequences. In the military district, General Ross's office bore witness to his grim demeanor as he regarded the investigator before him. He understood the terror of the oligarchs, which is why he had only dispatched a small team concerning the incident with Tony, remaining uninvolved himself. He hadn't even signed the operational orders. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself entangled in the aftermath. General Ross, please expedite the handover of your duties, the investigator remarked, saluting before departing the office. General Ross slumped into his chair, feeling utterly despondent. Following a high-level military meeting, he was reassigned to the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs. In terms of authority, he had even received a promotion. However, in terms of power, he had nearly lost the majority of his influence. It was evident to anyone that a Minister of Foreign Affairs, especially one with the rank of a powerful general, was a far more favorable position. If given the choice, he would rather demote himself and remain within the military than take on the role of a so-called Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yet, this was entirely beyond his control. His transfer to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs was merely a testament to the efforts of the factions behind him striving to safeguard his interests. Had he been more deeply entangled in this matter, he might have found himself deprived even of the ministerial position. Reflecting on this, General Ross allowed himself a wry smile. Cursing the oligarchs, those damned oligarchs. Chapter 38. Nick Fury eliminates Pierce in stark contrast to General Ross's dismal exit. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agency, as the principal culprit, faced a far more tragic fate. Those high-ranking officials involved in the assault on Tony Stark were either dismissed and investigated or imprisoned on charges of professional misconduct. Even Alexander Pierce, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was stripped of his title, marking the end of his political career. Within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., following the government's pronouncement of the order, another directive was swiftly produced to ensure the agency's continued operation. It was decided at the upper echelons that Nick Fury would assume the position of director. Upon hearing this, the assembled crowd turned their gaze towards Nick, their eyes brimming with envy. In the aftermath of this incident, Nick was among the fortunate few who had evaded disaster, partly due to his connections and partly because the government could not imprison all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, after amicable negotiations, Nick not only escaped the purge but also ascended to the role of director. As his colleagues congratulated him, Nick nodded in acknowledgement, while the recently ousted Pierce watched the scene unfold with a face as dark as a storm cloud. With a disdainful snort, Pierce turned on his heel and retreated to his office. Not long after his entry, Sitwell barged in. Director, Sitwell greeted. Pierce inhaled deeply, forcing down the anger stemming from his dismissal. Sitwell, I can no longer remain within S.H.I.E.L.D. You are now the highest-ranking operative within the agency. Given the recent turmoil, it is inappropriate to make any bold moves. Instruct all members to enter a state of dormancy, awaiting reactivation. I shall communicate with you through alternative means. Pierce meticulously outlined the subsequent steps, while Sitwell listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Soon, having concluded all necessary instructions, Pierce gathered his belongings and stood up, prepared to leave his office. Observing this, the usually silent Sitwell finally spoke. Director, where do you intend to go next? At this, Pierce shook his head in resignation. I plan to leave the United States immediately. Without official protection, remaining here is perilous. I have already booked a flight and will be departing shortly. He revealed his intentions candidly to his trusted subordinate, imbued with a sense of inevitability. Those close to him understood the gravity of the situation. During his tenure as director, he had made numerous enemies, not least of whom was Tony Stark, whose temperament he well understood. It was best to vacate New York entirely. Otherwise, he feared he might not witness the dawn of another day. I shall accompany you, Director, Sitwell offered. After a moment's hesitation, Pierce nodded in agreement. Very well. With that, the two exited S.H.I.E.L.D. in succession, making their way to the airport. Throughout the journey, Pierce closed his eyes in contemplation, while he deftly navigated the vehicle towards the airport. Yet, intermittently, he would steal glances through the rearview mirror at Pierce, who sat in the back seat. As time passed and their proximity to the airport increased, an unexpected cacophony of engines erupted from outside the window. Several black sedans suddenly materialized, aligning alongside Pierce's vehicle, one of which accelerated and obstructed their path. With a screech, the brakes were applied, forcing Pierce's car to a halt. The sudden jolt stirred Pierce from his reverie, his eyes snapping open, observing the scene outside. His previously calm demeanor darkened ominously. Soon, Nick, the newly appointed director of S.H.I.E.L.D., emerged from one of the vehicles, accompanied by a contingent of agents. Witnessing this, Pierce's unease intensified, and he cast a wary glance at Hit in the driver's seat. The only person he had confided in about his journey to the airport was Hit. The swift arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. indicated a betrayal. Someone had leaked information. Why? Pierce's voice turned grave, laced with palpable menace. He could scarcely fathom that a trusted confidant would turn against him. I had no choice before. Now I wish to be a good man. Surrender, Hit remarked calmly. Pierce, consumed by rage, laughed derisively. Surrender? I will never yield to you, traitor. With a fierce cry, he reached into his coat and drew a firearm. Hit, having anticipated this, swiftly opened the car door and rolled out. Without hesitation, Pierce followed suit, and upon witnessing this, Nick and his team raised their weapons. Pierce, your time has come. I am arresting you for espionage. Surrender your weapon and cease this futile resistance, or I am authorized to eliminate you on the spot. Nick warned loudly, while Hit took refuge behind the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Pierce knew he was cornered, but surrender was out of the question. Hail Hydra! He shouted defiantly, and in an instant, he fired at it. As the betrayer, it was the object of Pierce's wrath, and he disregarded everyone else, aiming solely at him. At that moment, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., who had long been poised to take action, opened fire, and a barrage of bullets erupted. Within mere seconds, the gunfire on the highway ceased. Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., lay slain on the asphalt, riddled with numerous gunshot wounds. A gruesome sight indeed. Alongside him, another lifeless body was present. Hit, who had been struck by a bullet through his forehead, his eyes wide with disbelief. Trained by Hydra, Pierce was also a formidable agent, possessing exceptional marksmanship. In his single-minded pursuit of vengeance, he could not prevent Hit from meeting a fatal end. Having dispatched Pierce, Nick and the others holstered their firearms, while two agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly approached to assess Pierce's condition. The report confirmed his demise. Understood. Proceed to secure the area, Nick instructed before turning back to the vehicle, as several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents diligently began to clear the scene. Seated in the car, Nick wearily rubbed his temples. During his tenure under Pierce's command, he had harbored suspicions regarding Pierce's true identity. Yet due to Pierce's position as his superior, he had chosen to remain silent. Even without Sitwell's treachery, Pierce would not have been able to leave the United States today. Thus, Sitwell's betrayal merely validated Nick's suspicions. Therefore, the deaths of the two men were not a source of sorrow. The only lament was that they had perished too swiftly, leaving some of the organization's internal moles undiscovered. Fortunately, the upper echelons of Hydra had been entirely eradicated, and the remaining lesser figures posed little threat. Chapter 39, The Little Spider Faces the Green Goblin. As thoughts flowed through his mind, Nick swiftly cast aside Pierce and turned his attention to the looming figure of Tony. This individual, too, represented an unpredictable element, particularly with the formidable power Tony displayed, which caused him considerable distress. Given the current capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D., they were woefully inadequate to confront Tony, a reality that was undeniably disheartening for the organization. Although Tony's status ensured he would not pose the same level of danger as Pierce, there was little concern about him orchestrating assassinations of high-ranking officials. His unpredictable nature necessitated a counterbalance, as S.H.I.E.L.D. could not simply disregard him. With a heavy sigh, Nick exhaled the tension that had built within him while contemplating Tony. Meanwhile, in Stark Industries, Tony was listening to Happy's report. So Pierce is dead? Yes, boss, he was killed by S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. I witnessed it firsthand. Understood. You may return now. Happy nodded and exited the office. As Pierce had suspected, Tony was never one to exhibit leniency. Having orchestrated an attack against him, there was no way Tony would allow Pierce to live freely. Had he remained the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony might have had to consider the government's reaction, given that the director held a significant position. However, upon learning of his dismissal, Tony promptly dispatched Happy to track Pierce, seeking an opportune moment to eliminate him. To his surprise, before he could act, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already taken the initiative and resolved the matter. For Tony, this outcome was undoubtedly the most favorable. His adversary was gone, and he remained untainted by bloodshed. Yet, he had not anticipated Nick's ascendance to power, a twist that caught him off guard. He had expected Nick to be taken down as well, but the man had proven resilient, not only evading danger but also rising in rank. Whether this was mere coincidence or a manifestation of the world's inherent corrections remained unclear to Tony. With these thoughts dismissed, Tony swiftly refocused, realizing that the unfolding events no longer bore significant relevance to him. and the military had paid their dues, and it was prudent for him to withdraw from further conflict. After all, while the power of the corporate elite was substantial, the U.S. government was not to be underestimated, a fact he understood all too well. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Natasha entered, carrying a cup of tea. Upon seeing her, a smile crept across Tony's face as he gestured for her to come closer. Natasha's cheeks flushed, yet she approached him nonetheless. Soon, a look of contentment spread across Tony's face as he settled into his chair, while beneath the desk, Natasha discreetly indulged in a banana. An hour later, Natasha exited the office, and a relaxed Tony boarded his private elevator to leave Stark Industries. Most matters at Stark Industries were handled by Pepper, and feeling unoccupied, he had no desire to linger any longer. After a day of indulgence, Tony returned to the villa at night, accompanied by two beautiful women, embarking on the lavish lifestyle of the affluent. Meanwhile, Peter, a mere worker, clad in his work attire, was compelled to venture out and labor while his employer reveled in decadence. Navigating through the towering edifices with ease, Peter arrived at the outskirts of Norman's residence, determined to succeed where he previously faltered. This time, however, he was not impulsive. He commanded a band of followers, alleviating him from the necessity of leading the charge himself. Summoning an inexplicable power within, dark figures soon materialized around Peter. Having familiarized himself with this shadowy legion, he recognized them as emotionless machines of destruction. Without hesitation, he issued a direct command: subdue everyone within the villa. Those who resist shall be executed. Upon his words, the shadowy warriors surged towards the villa, their forms seamlessly blending into the night, rendering them nearly undetectable. Inside the villa, a profound silence enveloped the space. Norman swirled his glass of red wine, gazing out at the nightscape. Following the last attack, he had come to realize his vulnerability. Thus, he dismissed all the servants and relocated his son Harry to a different residence, choosing to remain alone and await his adversaries. Unbeknownst to him was Peter's true identity, but he understood that if they had found him, they would not relent easily. To confront Peter, he resolved to use himself as bait, disregarding any desire for retribution against Tony. Soon, the shadowy ninjas infiltrated the villa, encircling Norman in the grand hall. Observing this scene, Norman's previously calm demeanor shifted dramatically. He recognized the shadow ninjas. They were the very ones who had thwarted his previous assault on Tony's villa. Their appearance confirmed his suspicions. Tony was behind the attack on him. As thoughts raced through his mind, the shadow ninjas closed in. With a disdainful snort, Norman donned his green goblin suit, which he had meticulously prepared, ensuring all his equipment was readily accessible for immediate use. Blades sliced through the air, clashing against his armor, producing a cacophony of sparks. Laughing maniacally, Norman, confident in the defenses of his suit, plunged headlong into the fray, unleashing a barrage of powerful punches and kicks that obliterated several shadow ninjas. Yet, the age-old adage rang true. The strength of the shadow ninjas lay not in individual prowess, but in their overwhelming numbers. No matter how formidable Norman's strength, unless he could decisively overpower the shadow ninjas, he would merely exhaust himself against their relentless onslaught. Soon, Norman recognized this truth and activated his thermal sensing device to scan his surroundings. Realizing he could not entirely eliminate the shadow ninjas, he resolved to capture their leader first, aiming to dismantle the puppet master behind the shadowy forces. In a swift moment, Peter's thermal imaging materialized within Norman's line of sight. Aha, found it. He chuckled softly, as a skateboard shattered through the villa's wall and appeared before Norman. With an agile leap, Norman soared out of the villa, hurtling towards Peter. Initially contemplating allowing the shadowy ninja to expend some energy, Peter, upon witnessing this scene, chose not to evade but to confront it head-on. The last time he had been repelled was somewhat excusable, as he had been caught off guard. This time, however, he was fully prepared, should he be pushed back again. He would have no choice but to reconsider his standing. Did they truly believe he was indifferent to his own pride? With a resounding crash, their fists collided, echoing through the night sky. Chapter 40. He is not to be underestimated. Beneath the night sky, the two figures were propelled backward by their clashing forces. One glided on a skateboard, suspended in midair, while the other clung to the wall, his limbs securely grasping the surface. Are you one of Tony's? Norman's voice echoed, laced with a hint of madness. Peter remained silent. He once reveled in incessant chatter, but now, amidst battle, he had no intention of engaging in idle talk. This lesson had been imparted by Tony. One must be ruthless and speak sparingly. In a swift motion, Peter unleashed a stream of webbing from his wrist, hurtling towards Norman. In response, a gleaming alloy blade materialized in Norman's hand, razor-sharp and menacing. This was his newly crafted weapon. A flash of steel cut through the air, severing Peter's webbing with ease. As Norman advanced rapidly, his alloy blade slicing through the atmosphere with a piercing shriek. However, just as he closed in on Peter, the shadowy ninja appeared, blocking his path. Witnessing this, Norman's expression shifted beneath his mask, contorting into one of disgust. He had not anticipated Peter's shamelessness in employing the shadowy ninja as a human shield, an utterly despicable tactic. The blade flashed once more, cleaving the ninja in two, while Peter seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch. Boom! The forceful blow struck Norman squarely in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground. A violent cough erupted from his lips. Despite the enhancements from the serum, he was not invulnerable, and Peter was no ordinary foe. The punch delivered a staggering force, equivalent to several tons. Even with the dampening effects of the Green Goblin suit, the residual power inflicted significant damage. Damn it! Norman cursed, gritting his teeth against the pain as he soared back into the sky, hurling two pumpkin grenades that instantly appeared beside Peter. Unfazed, Peter stood his ground, summoning the shadowy ninja to form a protective barrier around him. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, vaporizing the surrounding shadowy ninjas. Yet, at the center of the chaos, Peter remained unscathed, his spider suit showing no signs of damage. Observing the spectacle, Norman was rendered speechless, especially as one shadowy ninja after another reemerged. He could hardly suppress his frustration. What was the point of this fight? His own attacks were thwarted by the ninjas, while Peter's strikes landed squarely on him. Such a strategy was utterly shameless. In that moment, doubt began to creep into Norman's mind. After all, engaging in a battle devoid of defenses held no merit. He was the one suffering the consequences. Just as he contemplated retreat, Peter surged forward once more. In stark contrast to Norman's frustration, Peter was exhilarated. The thrill of striking his opponent while remaining unscathed was unparalleled. His enthusiasm for combat surged to unprecedented heights. The sounds of fist meeting flesh echoed continuously as the shadowy ninjas provided support, alternating between attack and defense, leaving Norman in a state of utter discomfort. At last, the skateboard beneath him propelled him skyward. He intended to make his escape. Observing this scene, Peter's eyes gleamed with determination. He could not allow this individual to flee. Instantly, he unleashed his web, which ensnared the flying skateboard, and with a sudden forceful tug, Norman, who had been ascending steadily, found his balance disrupted and plummeted violently to the ground, crashing with a thunderous sound. Thud! The earth was indented, creating a massive crater, and Norman nearly lost consciousness. Before he could rise, Peter's form rapidly appeared before him, delivering a punch to his mask. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberated, as if Norman's head had been struck by a freight truck, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing the advantage, Peter continued his relentless assault, delivering blow after blow to Norman. Bang! After a full minute of unyielding strikes, Peter finally ceased his onslaught, and the Green Goblin's mask was now entirely deformed. As for Norman, he had completely succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite his extraordinary physical prowess, he could not endure Peter's barrage indefinitely, much like an ordinary person could not withstand their head being crushed repeatedly by numerous trucks. Removing the Green Goblin's mask and confirming Norman's true state of unconsciousness, Peter let out a sigh of relief, although assisted by the shadowy ninjas. The peril of the battle had been significant, and he dared not be complacent. After resting for a moment and allowing the two shadowy ninjas to carry Norman, Peter departed the scene. Half an hour later, he traversed the Manhattan district, arriving outside Tony's villa in Freedom City. Inside the room, having completed his workout, Tony heard Jarvis's notification. "Sir, Mr. Peter has arrived and is waiting outside." "Oh, let him in." Responding, Tony donned his robe and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the living room, he found a disheveled Peter had been waiting for some time. "I have brought the person you requested," Peter said, his gaze toward Tony filled with envy. Thanks to his extraordinary spider sense, even without ascending the stairs, he could discern the general situation within the room. Besides Tony, there were two lovely ladies present. Reflecting on his own evening and contrasting it with Tony's, it was only natural for the young Peter to feel a pang of jealousy. However, it was merely envy. Having completed his task, he would earn 20 million, and in due time, he too could indulge in luxury. With this thought, a glimmer of aspiration illuminated Peter's face. Unbeknownst to Tony, who could not fathom Peter's thoughts, he glanced at Norman, who lay discarded in the living room, a smile spreading across his face. "Well done, you've worked hard." Offering praise, he turned toward the guest room on the first floor. "Bucky," at his call. The door opened, and Bucky stepped out. "Boss, what's up? This fellow is under your watch now. He is no easy opponent, so be careful." Tony indicated the unconscious Norman, and Bucky nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, boss, I shall keep a close watch on this fellow." As he spoke, Bucky stepped forward and lifted Norman from the ground. At that moment, Tony introduced the two, saying, "This is Peter, a member of the Alliance just like you." Hearing this, Bucky nodded at Peter, who reciprocated the gesture, yet their exchange remained minimal. Both were not particularly loquacious individuals, thus their enthusiasm was naturally subdued. Tony found no issue with this. His intention was merely to ensure they were aware of each other's presence to prevent any unfortunate encounters in the future. Whether they could coexist harmoniously was not a concern he wished to entertain, as he had more pressing matters on his plate. Soon, Bucky escorted Norman away, and Peter, feeling a bit embarrassed, inquired, "Mr. Tony, when will the reward you promised be fulfilled?" In response, a faint smile appeared on Tony's lips as he replied, "Immediately." Chapter 41. You are dead or missing. Upon concluding his words, Tony requested Peter's account details and promptly transferred $20 million from his personal account. Soon after, Peter received a text from the bank, and a flush of exhilaration spread across his face. After all, he was still a young man. And despite his maturity born of mutation, the sudden windfall ignited a thrill akin to that of any ordinary individual. "Thank you, Mr. Stark. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave." Peter expressed his gratitude and, with Tony's consent, exited the villa. Judging by his demeanor, Tony could easily surmise his intentions, likely to indulge in this newfound wealth. Naturally, he had no intention of interfering, choosing instead to turn towards Bucky's room. As he entered, Bucky greeted him with a simple, "Boss." Tony nodded in acknowledgement, directing his gaze to Norman. Compared to other superheroes, Tony had invested significantly more effort into Norman, not due to his superiority or strength, but rather because of the Osborn Group backing him. Although the group's revenue had declined in recent years, the adage "a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse" rang true. As one of the top-tier conglomerates, the Osborn Group's influence remained formidable. Thus, beyond merely wanting to assimilate Norman into the Dark Alliance, Tony aspired to wholly engulf the Osborn Group. It was foreseeable that, should these two colossal entities merge, Stark Industries would ascend to unprecedented heights. Unless Tony incited a rebellion, no official force would dare to challenge him, rendering incidents akin to previous attacks utterly implausible. Even if he were to tread the fine line of legality, the U.S. government would likely cover for him rather than issue arrest warrants. Of course, all of this hinged on his ability to successfully absorb the Osborn Group. Otherwise, while Stark Industries would still rank among America's elite tycoons, it would ultimately remain a step behind. "Find a way to awaken him," Tony commanded, to which Bucky nodded in compliance. Although he had regained his memories, his prior experience with Hydra left him less familiar with interrogation techniques. Grabbing a towel and a bottle of mineral water, Bucky placed the towel over Norman's face and allowed the water to flow down. Before long, the previously unconscious Norman began to stir, struggling violently against his restraints as if he would have risen from the ground were he not bound. Ceasing the water flow, Bucky removed the towel from Norman's face. Ha, ha, ha. A series of deep gasps erupted as Norman, akin to a drowning man gasping for fresh air, breathed desperately. His gaze swiftly scanned the room, and upon spotting Tony, it finally fixed upon him. "Indeed, it's you," Norman rasped. A smile crept across Tony's lips. "Mr. Osborn, it has been quite some time. I never anticipated encountering you in such a setting. I must apologize. What exactly do you intend to do?" Norman retorted fiercely. "That question ought to be directed at you, does it not seem? It appears you were the one who initiated the attack against me." Tony shrugged, momentarily silencing Norman. "Very well, I concede it was my error. I find myself at your mercy now, so you may as well state your intentions plainly. Of course, if your sole aim is to exact revenge for my previous assault, then let us dismiss the matter entirely." As the head of a powerful conglomerate, Norman undeniably possessed composure, not lacking in lucidity. Even though his current predicament appeared dire, he was still able to maintain clarity of thought. Unlike the average individual who might resort to shouting and chaos, engaging in conversation with an astute individual is indeed a pleasure. "I invited you here today for a specific purpose. I have heard that the O'Connor Group has recently been facing difficulties, and major shareholders are contemplating divesting. Coincidentally, I find myself with excess funds that need allocation. Why not allow me to assist you?" Tony spoke with a smile, his gleaming white teeth reflecting a chilling glimmer under the light, resembling a predator poised to feast, baring its formidable jaws. "Absolutely not. That is out of the question," Norman erupted, his roar reverberating throughout the room. He could tolerate any shareholder, but he could never accept a conglomerate. As a fellow titan of industry, he understood their nature all too well. They were merciless beasts, capable of devouring without leaving a trace. Should they acquire shares in the O'Connor Group, the risk of it being devoured whole was imminent. Furthermore, he bore a grudge against Tony. He had not forgotten that Tony had given the O'Connor Group a significant push towards its current state. Yet, the rebuffed Tony remained unperturbed, maintaining his smile as he slowly articulated, "Do you truly believe you possess any choice in the matter? I understand your desire to preserve the integrity of the O'Connor Group. But if you were to be eliminated, who do you suppose could uphold it? Your so-called incompetent son? Or perhaps those cold-hearted capitalists? The O'Connor Group is merely clinging to life. While you are here, there remains a chance to seek a reprieve. Once you are gone or missing, the vast O'Connor Group would crumble in an instant. Thus, welcoming me as an investor is not an insufferable proposition." I could even pledge not to interfere in the day-to-day operations of the O'Connor Group. You would still retain your position as its leader. What do you say? Contemplate it. Tony's words, though not particularly sharp, pierced Norman's heart like a finely honed blade. At this moment, his mind was torn between rationality and emotion. Reason informed him that Tony was correct. Accepting Stark's investment could provide the O'Connor Group with an opportunity. Emotion, however, warned that he was deceiving you. Conglomerates are demons who devour without remorse, and he must not be permitted entry, lest the O'Connor Group change hands. The two conflicting ideologies clashed violently in his mind, causing his expression to shift between despair and hope. Observing his demeanor, Tony chose not to linger in the room. He understood that Norman would not arrive at a decision in haste. After assigning Bucky to keep a vigilant watch, he turned and exited the chamber. Upon returning to his own quarters, he beheld the two sleeping beauties upon the bed. Discarding his night attire, he approached them. The night was still young. How could one squander such a splendid moment? Soon, the room blossomed with vitality, once again imbued with the essence of spring. Early the next morning, after instructing someone to dispose of last night's refuse, Tony sat quietly in the living room, relishing his breakfast. At that moment, Bucky emerged from the room and entered the living area, saying, "Boss, that fellow wishes to see you." He expressed a desire to discuss something. Chapter 42. The ineligibility of negotiation. As Tony strode into the room, he encountered Norman once more, who appeared significantly calmer than the previous night. "How are you? Have you come to a decision?" Tony inquired with a smile. In response, Norman lifted his gaze to meet Tony's. "I agree to let you invest in Oscorp. But you must promise me one thing. I want to exchange shares with you." This was the only solution he could conceive after a night of contemplation. For Oscorp to survive, it needed Tony's capital infusion. To prevent Tony from seizing control and ousting him after his investment, Norman required a safeguard. That safeguard was a shareholding in Stark Industries. Currently, all shares of Stark Industries were held by Tony, and even if Norman acquired shares in Stark Industries, it would not pose a threat to Tony. Conversely, Oscorp had numerous shareholders, and once Tony entered the fray, he would be entitled to purchase shares, potentially leading to a change in ownership of Oscorp. Thus, while exchanging shares would not threaten Tony, it would protect Norman from being ousted and left with nothing. Tony raised an eyebrow and resolutely declined. "No, you lack the leverage to negotiate. You have two options: watch Oscorp go bankrupt or accept my investment. There are no other choices." At these words, Norman's seemingly stable demeanor instantly transformed into a frenzy. "Impossible. I know you intend to swallow Oscorp whole. I tell you, even if it costs me my life, I will never let you succeed." In the midst of his vehement outburst, Norman began to struggle violently. After receiving the human enhancement serum, his emotions had already been unstable, and now, provoked by Tony, he was utterly unhinged. Tony observed the scene with an unwavering calmness. After a prolonged silence, the uncontrollable Norman gradually regained his composure, and it was then that Tony spoke again. "Have you considered it carefully?" His tone remained unchanged, as if he had completely forgotten the previous rejection. Seeing this, a wry smile crossed Norman's face. "Are you certain of your position? Do you not fear that I might truly destroy Oscorp and refuse your proposal?" There was a sense of resignation in Norman's voice. Though he had just exhibited madness, he was still the head of Oscorp. His earlier frenzy was primarily for show, aimed at securing greater advantages. However, Tony was more composed and indifferent than he had anticipated. "Oscorp is merely a company. If it perishes, so be it. It does not belong to me, so why would I mourn for something that is not mine? But for you, it is different. Oscorp is your life's work. If it truly goes bankrupt, can you bear it?" Tony responded with a smile, and Norman, defeated, lowered his head. He understood that he had lost, not because he was inferior to Tony, but because the disparity between them had been uneven from the outset. "You have won. I accept your investment, and I hope you can revive the Aoshi Group." Upon uttering these words, Norman appeared as though all vitality had been drained from him, his demeanor aging significantly in an instant. Observing his countenance, Tony furrowed his brow. "I have stated that I shall not interfere with the operations of the Aoshi Group. You will continue to oversee everything. While capital may often be untrustworthy, I, Tony, am a man of my word." At this, Norman abruptly lifted his head, his gaze fixed intently on Tony, already bracing himself for the possibility of being ousted. Yet, Tony seemed genuinely intent on honoring his commitment. "Is that truly the case?" Norman inquired, uncertainty lacing his voice. Tony shrugged. "If you know me well enough, you should be aware that I detest dealing with corporate matters." Upon hearing this, Norman recalled Tony's notorious reputation as a playboy, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Though somewhat speechless, the prospect of continuing to lead the Aoshi Group was undeniably a fortuitous development. "Thank you," Norman murmured, his voice so faint that only Tony's keen senses could discern it. With a nonchalant smile, Tony turned and exited the room. Upon entering the living room, his voice resonated. "J-A-R-V-I-S. Connect me to Potts." "Certainly." Sir, the call has been connected. Hi, Tony, what is up? Potts' voice came through. Engage with the Aoshi Group. We are preparing to acquire shares. Additionally, locate the shareholders of the Aoshi Group and procure all of their shares. At this, Potts on the other end of the line was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Has the Aoshi Group agreed to our investment? Potts responded incredulously. As fellow top-tier financial moguls, aside from certain business collaborations that involve share exchanges, how could major conglomerates in the same industry possibly accept another rival giant as a shareholder? Thus, Potts' tone was laced with astonishment. Rest assured, I have already negotiated the concerns you had. All you need to do now is follow my instructions, Tony assured confidently. On the other end, Potts nodded emphatically. All right, you can count on me. I will get right on it. Without waiting for Tony's consent, Potts promptly hung up the phone. Immediately after disconnecting, Potts sprang into action, swiftly organizing a negotiation team to head to the Aoshi Group. Concurrently, the Aoshi Group received a call from Norman. Given their prior discussions, Stark Industries' entry into the Aoshi Group proceeded at a pace markedly quicker than a standard investment. Within a mere afternoon, both parties finalized all terms, with Stark Industries securing a 10% stake in the Aoshi Group for a sum of $10 billion. Once the agreement was reached, Potts tirelessly sought out several major shareholders of the Aoshi Group, aiming to acquire their shares in full. In light of the Aoshi Group's perennial losses, these shareholders had long desired to extricate themselves, and Stark Industries' involvement was undoubtedly a lifeline for them, resulting in a highly favorable negotiation. In the span of 3 days, Stark Industries successfully acquired 55% of the shares of the Osborne Group, thereby becoming its largest shareholder. At this moment, Norman, the head of the company, retained only 43% of the equity, while the remaining shares circulated in the stock market. It can be asserted that, should Tony desire, he could initiate a takeover, forcibly acquiring the shares held by Norman and wholly consuming the Osborne Group. However, as he himself articulated, he is a libertine, disinclined towards the management of a corporation. And Pepper's capabilities in overseeing Stark Industries are already stretched to their limits. Consequently, Tony harbored no intentions of coveting the shares in Norman's possession. Thus, a commercial upheaval that sent shockwaves through the upper echelons of American society concluded in a mere 3 days. Chapter 43, Captain America Awakens in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury listened impassively to his subordinate's report, his expression inscrutable, leaving no one to discern his thoughts. Having learned from Pierce's missteps, S.H.I.E.L.D. refrained from taking any aggressive actions against Tony Stark, yet surveillance remained imperative. Stark Industries, already a formidable entity, had recently acquired a significant stake in the Osborne Group, thereby solidifying its position as the largest shareholder and becoming even more powerful, a development that posed a grave concern for forces beyond Stark Industries. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Nick sent his subordinate away and moved to the window, gazing out at the world beyond with a heavy heart. Stark Industries' strength was on the rise, while S.H.I.E.L.D., under his command, had not only failed to grow stronger but had also suffered the loss of numerous elite agents due to previous attacks. If this trajectory continued, S.H.I.E.L.D. would inevitably weaken. For the sake of safeguarding the nation and preserving S.H.I.E.L.D.'s standing, enhancing its capabilities was urgent and essential. Particularly in terms of extraordinary powers, it was laughable that such a vast organization could scarcely muster any superhuman strength. Thus, Nick's first order of business upon assuming command was to seek out extraordinary individuals to join S.H.I.E.L.D. After several days of investigation, a promising target finally emerged, the former Guardian of America, Captain America. Years ago, Captain America's plane had crashed, and he had vanished without a trace, leaving his fate uncertain. Consequently, Nick had dispatched agents to the site of the captain's disappearance, holding out hope for favorable news. Perhaps the echoes of his thoughts summoned a response. For just as Nick was lost in contemplation, the silence of his office was shattered by the ringing of a phone. Roused from his reverie, Nick answered the call. His subordinate's voice brimmed with excitement as he revealed a remarkable discovery. A massive iceberg in the North Sea contained a figure encased within the ice, seemingly the legendary Captain America. Nick's previously stoic demeanor underwent a dramatic shift, revealing intense emotional fluctuations. Well done. Find a way to bring him back, he commanded. Rest assured, sir, I have already initiated recovery operations. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he will soon return to S.H.I.E.L.D., came the reply. After exchanging a few more words, they concluded the call. Nick clenched his fist tightly, exhaling a deep breath of relief. This was the first glimmer of good news he had received since taking office. While its authenticity remained uncertain, it nonetheless inspired a flicker of hope. As time passed, 3 days later, a colossal block of ice was stealthily transported into S. In the research lab, scientists began to thaw the ice, gradually revealing the figure encased within. Nick stood outside the lab, anxiety etched across his face. If successful, SHIELD would possess its first extraordinary asset. As for whether Captain America would agree to join SHIELD, Nick harbored no doubts. Anyone familiar with the captain knew he was a staunch patriot, and as an official entity, SHIELD's invitation would be impossible for him to refuse. Soon, the ice within the lab melted away, accompanied by a chorus of astonished exclamations from the researchers. Incredibly, the vital signs of this individual are showing signs of recovery. My goodness, has he truly been frozen for 70 years? Oh my, to rise from the dead, this is nothing short of a miracle. Amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers, Captain America, who had been lying on the examination table, slightly fluttered his eyelids before gradually opening his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Nick could no longer maintain his composure. He stepped into the laboratory, eager to be the first to engage with Captain America. In stark contrast to the fervor at SHIELD, Tony's villa exuded an air of tranquility. At the dining table, Tony sat across from Norman, with a spread of food laid out before them. With Stark Industries successfully integrated into the Osborn Group, Tony no longer felt the need to restrain Norman, thus granting him a semblance of freedom. Norman devoured the food voraciously, his face suffused with a sense of satisfaction. Although Tony had not mistreated him during his captivity, he had merely ensured Norman's basic survival needs were met. Any desire for indulgence was merely a fanciful thought. Therefore, upon regaining his freedom, Norman's immediate priority was to appease his hunger. Once satiated, a look of contentment graced his features. How's the flavor? Acceptable, I presume? Tony inquired, lifting his teacup and taking a delicate sip with a smile. Norman glanced at him and nodded before responding, "Thank you for keeping your promise. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I have been absent for several days, and there are numerous matters awaiting my attention at the group." "There's no rush," Tony interjected, waving his hand to interrupt Norman. "I have something else I wish to discuss with you. Since we have already delayed for so long, what does it matter if we linger for another day?" Upon hearing this, Norman, who had just risen to depart, hesitated before resuming his seat. "Very well, what else do you wish to discuss? You are aware that this world is becoming increasingly strange, with beings like you and me proliferating. This is not good news for us. After all, the more extraordinary beings there are, the less secure our safety becomes. Therefore, I have formed an alliance, a gathering of individuals who can support one another in these tumultuous times. What do you think? Are you interested?" Observing the genuine smile on Tony's face, Norman's expression turned slightly peculiar. This man was a considerable source of trouble. It would be remarkable if he did not pose a danger to others. Who would be so foolish as to seek trouble with him? In an instant, Norman discerned that Tony's words were laced with insincerity, yet he did not outright refuse. Instead, he countered with a question: what benefits does joining the alliance entail? Though he suspected that Tony's words were not entirely truthful, Norman acknowledged the reality that the world was indeed becoming more perilous. Having a support system could prove advantageous. More importantly, Tony had become a major stakeholder in the Osborn Group. Their relationship had grown exceedingly close. Given this, why not deepen their bond further? This would not only ensure personal safety, but also better protect the Osborn Group. Benefits? How about this? As he spoke, Tony's thoughts sparked, and the shadowy ninja materialized before them. Upon witnessing the scene, Norman's expression shifted dramatically. Having been relentlessly pummeled by the shadowy ninjas, he was acutely aware of the terror these individuals instilled. By joining the alliance, you shall acquire a measure of their control to assist you in your endeavors, Tony remarked with a smile. In response to this, Norman, who had initially intended to maintain a facade of restraint, swiftly cast aside his previous reservations. Deal. A notification chimed, announcing the addition of a new member to the Dark Alliance, Green Goblin, Norman Osborn. The accompanying rewards had already been dispensed. As the message echoed in his mind, Tony's smile blossomed even brighter. Congratulations on making a sagacious choice. Chapter 44. The Rabbit Talisman and the Escaped Prisoner. Having extracted every ounce of value from Norman, Tony dispatched him after bestowing a fragment of control over the Shadow Legion. He then turned back to his room to commence the lottery. Though it was not his first experience, each draw ignited an inexplicable thrill within him. The pointer whirled incessantly, mysterious patterns flashing before Tony's eyes until it halted. With a silent command in his mind, the roulette's pointer visibly decelerated, soon coming to a stop. Instantly, a docile little rabbit appeared before him, swiftly burrowing into his consciousness. A resonant roar echoed within Tony's mind. The rabbit symbolized speed, a velocity surpassing light itself. Possessing the power of the Rabbit Talisman rendered even the Flash a mere junior in comparison. Name: Tony Stark. Gender: male. Identity: heir to the Shadow Kingdom. Abilities: Horse Talisman, Dragon Talisman, Goat Talisman, rabbit talisman, control over shadow ninjas, control over shadow blades, control over shadow night bats, control over shadow giants. Lottery draws. 0 members of the Dark Alliance. Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin. Gazing at the newly unveiled panel of data, a satisfied smile graced Tony's lips. In an instant, he vanished from his location, reappearing in the downstairs living room, having not spent even a second away from the room. Testing the might of the rabbit talisman, Tony summoned the newly acquired giant legion with a mere thought. Immediately, colossal figures emerged before him, each shadow giant towering at 3 meters, resembling little titans. In an ancient battlefield, they would undoubtedly serve as formidable instruments of war. Furthermore, the shadow giants possessed the highest defensive capabilities among the Shadow Legion, making them the ideal frontline bulwark. While Tony contemplated his newfound powers, a prison break was unfolding in New York. Flint Marko, in a disheveled state, navigated through the sewers. Still clad in prison garb, his expression one of utter exhaustion. He lingered in a concealed spot until darkness enveloped the surroundings, allowing him to stealthily exit the sewer. However, upon emerging, he discovered that he was hopelessly lost, surrounded by nothing but a sea of yellow sand. Flint was taken aback, and in his quest to find his way home, he trudged through the sandy expanse, pressing onward. Yet, as time passed, not only did he fail to uncover a path to safety, but he also felt increasingly disoriented, the world spinning around him. Suddenly, his footing gave way, and he found himself sinking into the desert. Quicksand engulfed his body, jolting him awake from his haze, prompting frantic struggles. Yet, the more he fought, the faster he sank. And soon, the quicksand consumed him entirely. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away, a sign hung on a fence, military testing grounds. It became evident that this desolate stretch of sand was the result of nuclear testing conducted by the military. He inadvertently stumbled into the military testing grounds through a sewer, a desolate expanse rife with nuclear radiation. Time slipped away, and as the moonlit night enveloped the earth, a hand emerged from the desert. The sand shifted continuously, revealing Flint's form gradually. He gazed in astonishment at his own hands, his eyes brimming with disbelief. He had believed himself to be doomed, yet here he was, alive once more, endowed with the ability to manipulate sand. A wave of exhilaration washed over him, a sense of survival after calamity, but he quickly regained his composure. Glancing at the surrounding golden sands, despair no longer gripped him. This was his domain. After several hours, he exited the military testing grounds and returned to New York City. In Hell's Kitchen, a slum, Flint, clad in prison garb, returned home under the cover of night. Inside the room, a pale-faced little girl and a woman lay sleeping. Their faces were ashen, their clothing tattered, revealing their dire living conditions. Flint observed them with profound guilt in his eyes. He did not wish to disturb their slumber, but instead leaned back on the sofa, absorbing the warmth of home. At that moment, a few sheets of paper on the table caught his attention. He picked one up, and soon, his body trembled violently. It was a medical report indicating that its owner was afflicted with leukemia, with little time left. The owner of this report was none other than his daughter. In an instant, Flint felt as though he had been struck by a thunderbolt, rendered motionless on the sofa. Leukemia, a terrifying affliction. The only remedy lay in a bone marrow transplant, which required a substantial sum of money. Given the circumstances of this family, it was evident that such funds were unattainable. And as a fugitive, he was even less capable of procuring the necessary amount. Flint, already burdened with guilt towards his daughter, was now confronted with her illness while feeling utterly powerless. A wave of intense anguish surged within him. No, I cannot allow anything to happen to Harley. That is absolutely not an option. Flint murmured, his eyes reddened. He glanced once more at the room before rising and departing from his home, at the Federal Reserve. By 8 in the morning, several armored trucks were stationed at the entrance, guarded by a contingent of heavily armed escorts flanking the road, keeping onlookers at bay. 300 meters away, Flint, clad in a hoodie, fixed his gaze intently on the armored vehicles. As a fugitive, he could not earn money through legitimate means, and time was of the essence. Thus, the swiftest way to acquire funds was to rob a bank. Previously, even if he had the desire, he lacked the courage. But having gained the ability to control sand, he was no longer an ordinary man, and robbing a bank was no longer a mere fantasy. As the doors of the armored truck swung open and the escorts began transporting boxes of cash into the bank, he could no longer remain idle. With a thunderous roar, a gust of wind surged, and he transformed into a colossal figure of sand, racing toward the bank's entrance. Before the escorts could react, Flint unleashed a tempest of swirling sand upon them. However, he did not seek to take lives, he merely rendered them unconscious. Subsequently, a colossal figure, constructed entirely of sand and towering at 3 to 4 meters, swiftly enveloped all the money boxes and vanished from the scene. By the time the crowd regained their composure, they could only witness the sandy giant, along with the money boxes, retreating into the distance at the end of the street. Alas, the alarm rang out, plunging the entire bank into chaos. That day, The New York Morning Report published an extensive article detailing the audacious bank heist, which sent shockwaves throughout New York. The American Police Department suddenly found itself under immense pressure, particularly the Federal Reserve, which, backed by the government, issued a stern directive to expedite the investigation and recover the lost funds. Chapter 45. Transforming Enemies into Allies in the Office of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick received an unexpected call from the White House. Upon recognizing the number, his expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly answered, "Sir, what can I do for you? Have you seen the morning news? What is S.H.I.E.L.D. doing? I expect you to resolve this matter within 3 days." The call abruptly ended, leaving Nick bewildered, utterly unaware of the situation at hand. Not lingering in confusion for long, Nick promptly requested a copy of the morning newspaper. As he opened it, the headline regarding the theft from the M.I.T. storage caught his eye. After meticulously perusing the details, an expletive escaped his lips. Damn it, these despicable bastards. The M.I.T. storage held a status comparable to the 4 major banks of Huagua, controlling the nation's economic lifeline. Its theft was nothing short of a catastrophic incident, placing immense pressure on the American Police Department. However, unwilling to shoulder the burden, they sought to deflect blame. While ordinary robberies would leave them no alternative, this incident involved superhumans. As the organization responsible for managing such individuals, S.H.I.E.L.D., found itself unjustly implicated. It was no surprise that Nick was seething with anger. After venting his frustrations, Nick quickly regained his composure. Despite his ire towards the police's attempts to shift blame, the emergence of an unfamiliar superhuman in New York warranted serious attention. Having recently faced scrutiny, S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to address this issue promptly. Otherwise, they risked being labeled incompetent, with unpredictable repercussions looming. Once his thoughts were organized, Nick swiftly convened the S.H.I.E.L.D. team. Their first course of action was to identify the robbers. Although Flint had transformed into a colossal sand creature, some semblance of his facial features remained identifiable. Utilizing federal data comparisons, they swiftly uncovered Flint's identity. While such a task would have posed considerable challenges for the American police, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority far surpassed theirs, allowing them to resolve the matter within a morning. Armed with Flint's identity, the investigation could proceed. S.H.I.E.L.D. promptly examined Flint's recent activities, discovering that he was, in fact, a fugitive. Psychological crime experts within the agency hypothesized that escaped convicts usually return home first. Thus, the team hurriedly made their way to Flint's residence. In Hell's Kitchen, a dilapidated neighborhood, a fleet of black vehicles came to a halt as Nick and his team disembarked. Although such affairs typically did not necessitate his personal involvement, for reasons unknown, he chose to take charge. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping echoed through the air until a woman opened the door. Upon seeing Nick and his team, a wave of apprehension washed over her. "Who are you?" As one of Nick's colleagues began to respond, Nick raised his hand to halt them. "You all wait outside. I will handle this myself." "Greetings, madam. I am a friend of your husband, Flint. Is he at home?" Upon hearing this, the woman shook her head. "My husband has been arrested and is currently in prison. If you wish to see him, you may go directly to the jail." With that, she attempted to close the door. After all, facing a group of robust men, she felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. "Wait." Nick reached out to halt her motion, subsequently producing a business card from his pocket. "Here is my number. If your husband returns, have him call me. Moreover, inform him that hiding is futile. Matters must eventually be resolved. If not for himself, he should consider you and your daughter." With that, Nick disregarded the woman's bewildered expression and turned to leave with his companions. Once back in the car and driving away, Nick's assistant voiced his confusion. "Director, why don't we search further? We might uncover additional clues." "No need. She likely knows nothing. We shall await news," Nick replied, closing off the conversation. Although his assistant looked perplexed, he fell silent. Initially, Nick had intended to apprehend Flint swiftly, but his thoughts had shifted. He noted that while Flint had committed robbery, he had not taken any lives. The guards at the scene had merely been knocked unconscious. This revelation sparked a new idea in him: to recruit Flint. The S.H.I.E.L.D. was in dire need of extraordinary combatants. And now that one had appeared, they could not afford to let him slip away. Despite Flint's unsavory past, the fact that he had not killed anyone indicated that he was not irredeemably malicious. Furthermore, he learned that Flint's daughter was suffering from leukemia. Under such circumstances, one could understand the act of robbery. Thus, he was inclined to offer Flint an opportunity. In the ancient words of China, this is known as transforming an adversary into an ally. Not long after the departure of the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, Flint, cloaked in a hoodie, appeared at his doorstep. He had witnessed everything that transpired and nearly lost his composure, ready to confront them. Fortunately, the agents took no action and did not even enter the house, allowing him to regain his composure. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon once more. The woman opened the door and, upon seeing the figure outside, her expression froze. Flint, you're back. Come in, she exclaimed, pulling him into the room. Embracing her, Flint held her close. Vanessa, I'm sorry for all you've endured. I'm fine. Aren't you in prison? How did you return? She asked, concern etched on her face. Someone came looking for you. Were they government agents? You must flee. They may return at any moment. Vanessa warned anxiously. Seeing her distressed demeanor filled Flint with even greater guilt. He composed himself and said, Do not worry about me. Listen carefully to what I am about to say. Leaning closer to Vanessa, he revealed the location where he had hidden money, instructing her to use it for their daughter's medical treatment. After sharing this, he inquired about what Nick had said to her. Vanessa did not conceal anything. She candidly recounted the entire affair and handed Flint the business card given to her by Nick. I understand now. You need not concern yourself with this matter any longer. I shall take care of it, she assured him. As for your daughter's illness, I entrust that to you. I cannot remain here any longer. So I shall take my leave. With that, Flint embraced Vanessa briefly, stealing his heart before turning away. As he navigated the bustling streets, Flint found himself absently toying with the card in his hand. He remained oblivious to Nick's true identity, yet he recognized the wisdom in Nick's words. Even if he were to escape, what would become of his wife and daughter? This predicament demanded resolution. Otherwise, his loved ones would undoubtedly face dire consequences. With this realization weighing heavily on him, Flint resolutely decided to dial Nick's number. Chapter 46, The Press Conference of Dr. Octopus and a CAF in Manhattan. Nick sat quietly in a corner by the window, patiently awaiting a visitor. Soon, a figure dressed in a hoodie, their face obscured beneath the garment, entered the establishment. Upon seeing this individual, a smile crept onto Nick's lips as he raised his hand in greeting. Over here, he called out. Upon hearing his voice, Flint cast a glance in his direction. After a moment's hesitation, he approached and took a seat opposite Nick. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury. It is a pleasure that you reached out to me, Nick said warmly, his demeanor exuding enthusiasm. Flint regarded him with a pursed expression, slowly responding. You must be working for the government. Why do you wish to meet with me? This query had long perplexed him, as their paths had never crossed. One was a lawman, the other, a rogue. Yet Nick had claimed over the phone that he intended to assist him. It is quite simple. Your abilities render you valuable. I have reviewed your dossier. Though your past is marred with indiscretions, one might argue you are a good person among villains. I cannot stand by and watch a talent like yours stray further into darkness. Therefore, I hope you will join us in service to the government. If you agree, I can assist in erasing your previous records, allowing you to reclaim your life and live in the light. Naturally, the money you have stolen must be returned. Impossible. Flint's emotions flared, visibly agitated. Nick, having already meticulously examined Flint's background, remained unfazed, maintaining his smile. I understand that you need the money to save your daughter. But rest assured, should you join us, her illness will no longer be a concern. I will help you find a suitable bone marrow match and arrange for the finest hospital and physicians for her surgery. What do you think? At these words, Flint's demeanor shifted to one of calm. His criminal endeavors had been driven by the need to provide for his ailing daughter. If Nick could fulfill his promises, returning the money would seem trivial. However, he was not naive and replied directly, I can agree to your terms. But only if you ensure my daughter's surgery is completed first. Very well, that is acceptable, Nick nodded with a smile. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and he had nearly secured Flint's allegiance with minimal effort. In truth, it was not surprising. Once Flint made the call, the success rate of recruitment soared to 99%. As long as Nick could resolve Flint's troubles, what reason would he have to decline? Nick had successfully enlisted an extraordinary individual, while at that very moment, Tony was attending a scientific press conference. The event was spearheaded by Otto Gunther Octavius, who was also known by the moniker Dr. Octopus. Coincidentally, Dr. Octopus's research project was funded by the Osborne Group. And with Stark Industries now a major shareholder in Osborne Group, Tony naturally sought to familiarize himself with their research endeavors. Thus, he inadvertently stumbled upon the studies regarding mechanical arms, which prompted his attendance at the conference. Observing the striking resemblance of Octavius to his cinematic portrayal, Tony feigned earnestness while listening to his speech, all the while contemplating how to bring him under his influence. After all, Dr. Octopus possessed commendable prowess in comparison to Peter. One Dr. Octopus could easily overpower 3 diminutive spiders. Had it not been for Dr. Octopus's eventual pangs of conscience, the little spider would have undoubtedly met his demise at his hands. However, Tony remained unhurried. Dr. Octopus was currently a scientist within the Oscorp conglomerate, and as a major shareholder, He regarded Dr. Octopus as one of his subordinates. Such a duck already resting in the bowl could not possibly take flight. Yet, in light of Dr. Reed's circumstances, Tony resolved to observe the unfolding events until he successfully transformed into Dr. Octopus. Otherwise, if the system did not recognize him, his efforts would be in vain. With his resolve firm, the demonstration of the mechanical arms soon commenced. A woman ascended the podium. As Tony squinted at her, he could hardly recall much from his Marvel memories, but he vaguely remembered that Dr. Octopus had begun his transformation following a failed press conference. Did this imply that the woman was destined for misfortune? A sense of foreboding lingered in his mind, yet he felt no inclination to provide a warning. What he sought was the formidable supervillain Dr. Octopus, not the scientist Octavius. Shortly thereafter, four metallic mechanical arms emerged before the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Observing the crowd's reactions, Dr. Octopus appeared elated, convinced that by the following day, his invention would achieve worldwide acclaim, leading to his own success and recognition. As he continued to showcase his research, the four mechanical arms connected to the woman's back, enabling her to effortlessly manipulate their movements, further provoking the audience's amazement. In an unexpected turn of events, however, the woman's expression suddenly soured. Her previously rosy cheeks turned pale, and a chilling scream escaped her lips. Instantly, her pupils dilated as her body slumped lifelessly. The abrupt scene rendered the crowd speechless, and Dr. Octopus's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Sally, are you all right?" He removed the mechanical arms and cradled Sally's lifeless form, shaking her gently, only to confront the grim reality that she was indeed gone. The onlookers erupted into chaos, with countless reporters hurriedly jotting down notes. A death at the press conference. Octavius had evidently developed a lethal product. The venue descended into pandemonium as throngs of journalists rushed forward, eager to interview the grief-stricken Dr. Octopus. Standing at the rear of the tumultuous crowd, Tony shook his head in silent disbelief. Indeed, we lived in an era of entertainment to the death, where not a single individual called for help in the face of tragedy. Silently dialing the authorities, Tony exited the chaotic press conference. He refrained from intervening in Dr. Octopus's plight, although the opportunity to secure him and foster goodwill was significant. He remained resolute in his desire for the super-villainous Dr. Octopus. Clearly, this was the inception of his transformation, and Tony had no intention of meddling. Upon returning to the vehicle, Jarvis's voice immediately resonated. "Sir, I have located the individual you requested." "Oh, where?" Tony's interest was piqued instantly. Although he had been preoccupied with matters concerning Stark Industries, it did not imply that he was indifferent to the happenings in New York. He had also seen the news regarding Flint and promptly instructed Jarvis to initiate a search. However, in the realm of locating individuals, no one could rival the capabilities of official agencies. It was only now that Jarvis had acquired pertinent information. "Sir, I have scoured the entirety of New York surveillance and identified the person you mentioned. Just moments ago, he met with Nick and joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 47. Wealth corrupts men. Listening to Jarvis's words, Tony was taken aback. What on earth? The Sandman has joined S.H.I.E.L.D. What an absurd international joke. He never anticipated that S.H.I.E.L.D. would poach from him, and to make matters worse, they succeeded. An overwhelming sense of frustration flooded his mind. It seems my presence has finally begun to alter the narrative. Contemplating this, Tony dismissed his discontent. While being outmaneuvered was somewhat disheartening, he recognized that such an event was inevitable. After all, his interference had muddled the plot, and changes were bound to occur. Yet, he was astonished by Nick's audacity to recruit a criminal outright. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s recent activities were decidedly unusual, as they began to enlist superhumans. Although this was undoubtedly related to the increasing number of extraordinary beings, Tony was skeptical that it lacked a personal motive. The discord between himself and S.H.I.E.L.D. had reached an irreconcilable point. Although he wielded Stark Industries, which kept S.H.I.E.L.D. at bay, there is a saying that rings true: the only constant in the world is change. If S.H.I.E.L.D. refrains from taking action against him now, what about the future? As their power grows, will they continue to tolerate his presence? The current recruitment of superhumans by S.H.I.E.L.D. serves as a clear signal of their intention to bolster their strength. It appears time to find some tasks for my companions. Murmuring to himself, Tony drove towards a particular bar, following Jarvis's navigation. Since acquiring $20 million, Peter's life had undergone a complete transformation. The phrase "living it up" scarcely captures his new reality. Once a model student and a good boy, he had become a regular at bars and nightclubs. The boy who had never so much as held a girl's hand had now morphed into a man who changed women as easily as one changes clothes. Upon Tony's arrival at the bar, he found Peter entwined with two girls, rhythmically swaying on the dance floor. Observing Peter's alluring movements, Tony raised an eyebrow, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, the adage that wealth corrupts men holds true. Just look at Peter, once such a good child, now fallen prey to the corruption of money. With a sigh of exasperation, Tony stepped onto the dance floor, placing a hand on Peter's shoulder and pulling him away. Who? Peter exclaimed, swinging a fist behind him. Tony swiftly caught Peter's fist in his hand, his voice resonating at that moment. Haven't seen you in a few days, young Peter. Your courage has certainly grown. At the sound of Tony's voice, Peter's neck recoiled as he turned quickly. Upon seeing Tony, a smirk instantly appeared on his face. Mr. Stark, what brings you here? If you needed something, you could have just called. There's no need for you to come in person. Peter harbored a natural fear of Tony, especially after acquiring a measure of control over the Shadow Army. This fear had only intensified. Observing Peter's expression, Tony released his grip and replied with a smile. I need to discuss something with you. Come with me. After speaking, Tony took Peter away from the bar and into the car. As Peter settled into the passenger seat, he inquired with a hint of confusion, Is there another mission, Mr. Stark? Yes and no, Tony replied. This matter pertains to you. Upon hearing this, Peter's expression shifted to one of bewilderment as Tony continued. S-H-I-E-L-D has recently recruited an individual named Flint, who was incarcerated for robbery not long ago. During the incident, he and his accomplices robbed a taxi driver, resulting in the driver's untimely death. I believe you knew him, Ben Parker. At this point, Tony paused, while Peter's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Every soul carries regrets. And Peter's greatest sorrow was the loss of his uncle. His inaction had led to his uncle's demise, and each midnight was haunted by overwhelming guilt. Fortunately, he had managed to send the murderer to prison, which offered him a modicum of solace. However, learning from Tony that the one responsible for his uncle's death was not a solitary figure, but rather two, and that one of them had been released and found a promising future with S-H-I-E-L-D, ignited a long-buried fury within him. Where is he now? Peter asked, his voice thick with emotion. He did not doubt Tony's words, but rather demanded the location of the assailant. Tony provided the address of a CAF. Without a word, Peter exited the car and vanished down the street. Observing his retreating figure, a subtle smile graced Tony's lips. As the saying goes, if one cannot be of service to me, then they shall be my ruin. Knowing full well that S-H-I-E-L-D would inevitably become his adversary, Tony could not stand idly by as they grew in strength. Thus, he ignited Peter's fury, aiding him in severing the claws of S-H-I-E-L-D. The Peter of old, even aware of this truth, may not have resorted to violence. But the current Peter was no longer the innocent idealist he once was. In summary, he had matured, understanding that in the adult world, revenge is often drenched in blood. At the CAF, Nick and Flint exited together, engaged in cheerful conversation. Nick felt elated at having recruited a formidable ally, while Flint was buoyed by the hope of a cure for his daughter's illness. Both had achieved their respective desires, their faces adorned with satisfied smiles. However, just as they stepped outside the CAF, a dark spot in the sky rapidly expanded, and a figure descended, landing a powerful kick on Flint, who had just emerged. The glass door of the CAF shattered explosively. Flint was sent flying like a cannonball. Nick, standing nearby, was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. The extraordinary individual he had just recruited was now being thrown across the street. Stiffly, he turned to face the newcomer. Upon seeing the figure clad in a spider suit, realization dawned on Nick, and he hastily exclaimed, "Wait." He had initially presumed Peter was arriving to play the hero, for that was the persona he had adopted in his emergence. Although Peter had been frequenting bars and nightclubs, causing the world to gradually forget him, Nick, as the director of S-H-I-E-L-D, would clearly not be so easily swayed. However, Peter showed no intention of stopping. He completely disregarded Nick and swiftly dashed into the CAF. Soon, a series of thunderous explosions erupted within, prompting the patrons of the CAF to scream and flee in panic. Nick, witnessing the scene, was filled with anxiety. He wished to intervene in the conflict, but while his abilities surpassed those of an ordinary person, they paled in comparison to those of the extraordinary, leaving him powerless to do anything but watch helplessly. Meanwhile, not far away, Tony sat in his car, observing Nick at the CAF entrance, a mocking smile creeping across his face. Chapter 48. The escalation of conflict. Boom. Boom. The air resonated with the thunderous sounds of chaos as the CAF lay in ruins beneath the extraordinary clash between Peter and Flint. One could only imagine the owners succumbing to despair in the restroom. Suddenly, shadows of ninjas emerged from the ground, appearing beside Flint. Before he could react, a flurry of long blades pierced his body. Thud, thud. The sound of blades intermingling echoed through the air as Flint was impaled by countless knives. Yet, contrary to Peter's expectation of a gruesome scene drenched in blood, grains of sand began to trickle from Flint's form. Witnessing this, Peter's pupils dilated in disbelief, a flicker of incredulity crossing his gaze. Good grief, is this fellow even human? He muttered with a curse, showing no hesitation as he charged forward once more. In that instant, Flint roared, transforming into a sand entity, entering a state impervious to physical harm. Outside the CAF, Nick, initially anxious as he observed the battle, felt his expression shift dramatically upon the appearance of the shadow ninjas. Having suffered greatly at their hands, he recognized these figures all too well. He had presumed that Peter was pursuing Flint due to his affiliation, but with the ninja's emergence, he realized the situation was far more complex. Diverting his focus from the battlefield, Nick quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for something. His gaze soon landed on the sports car driven by Tony, and he strode purposefully towards it. Knock, knock. The car window was rapped loudly, accompanied by a crackle of electricity as it descended to reveal Tony's smirking visage. Hello, Mr. Nick. Long time no see. Oh, I forgot. You're now Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. I should address you as Director Fury henceforth. What brings you to seek my counsel? Tony exclaimed with exaggerated cheerfulness, the mockery evident on his face. Nick fixed his intense gaze upon Tony's arrogant countenance, his demeanor serious as he demanded. What exactly are you scheming? Flint has joined S.H.I.E.L.D., and you are assaulting a public official. I could apprehend you at any moment. Oh, how frightful. Tony feigned a look of terror. However, while I may indulge in a bit of chaos, I assure you, I am a law-abiding citizen. How could Director Fury so casually cast aspersions upon my character? It was Spider-Man who took action, not I. I merely happened to be passing by. Is passing by now a crime? With a sardonic smile lingering on his lips, Tony posed the question back to Nick, momentarily rendered speechless. Nick understood that the unfolding scene was undoubtedly linked to Tony, yet he had no evidence. As long as Tony remained in denial, there was little Nick could do. Of course, he could prompt Peter to identify Tony, but would Peter actually do that? The very notion was preposterous. Fine, you've left me no choice, Nick said, nodding resolutely. In Tony's presence, he pulled out his phone and dialed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s number. Send reinforcements to 3rd Avenue immediately. Arrest the criminal, Spider-Man. As he spoke, Nick deliberately branded Peter a criminal in front of Tony, all while maintaining a steady gaze upon him. It seems to suggest that while I may not be able to affect you, I can certainly influence those beneath you. Observing this scene, Tony raised an eyebrow and then smiled, yet remained silent. Soon, numerous elite agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived, and Nick issued a direct command. Aim for Spider-Man and fire. Casualties do not matter. Upon receiving the order, the agents swiftly sprang into action. Instantly, the sound of gunfire erupted as countless bullets raced towards the CAF. Inside the CAF, amid the struggle, Flint paid no heed to the barrage of bullets. Having transformed into Sandman, he was entirely immune to the threat posed by the projectiles. In stark contrast, Peter was not afforded such luxury. Despite his formidable powers, he remained human. A critical hit could still prove fatal. Thus, confronted by a hail of bullets, he could only evade as best he could. However, this evasion provided Flint the opportunity he sought, and he landed a powerful punch squarely on Peter. In an instant, Peter was sent flying. Outside, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. quickly adjusted their aim, unleashing a torrent of bullets toward Peter. If fate held true, he would soon be pierced by an overwhelming number of rounds. Even with his superior strength, death would be inevitable. Yet, at that critical moment, towering black figures suddenly materialized before Peter, forming a wall that shielded him from all incoming assaults. The whistling bullets embedded themselves in their forms, halted by the sheer density of their flesh. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., witnessing the emergence of these black giants, were struck with disbelief. Oh my God, what manner of beast is that? They gasped, their eyes wide with shock. But none could alter the reality of the shadowy titan's appearance. Their numbers swelled, with some guardians remaining by Peter's side while the rest advanced towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deep thuds echoed as the ground trembled. The invulnerable shadow titans finally revealed their fearsome fangs to the world. Firearms, the pinnacle of human weaponry, seemed no more effective than mere sticks against the titans as bullets failed to penetrate their bodies. Once the shadow titans plunged into the crowd, their massive hands effortlessly crushed the elite agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. into pulp. This terrifying spectacle sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, prompting Nick to turn sharply towards Tony, his teeth grinding in fury. Although he had never encountered the shadow titans, he recognized the handiwork of Tony. Yet, Knowing did little to assuage his frustration. He felt powerless against Tony's influence. Faced with two choices, Nick could either retreat, unless Tony desired a full-scale conflict with S.H.I.E.L.D., or grit his teeth and find a way to deal with the Shadow Titans. Leaving without a resolution was not an option. Retreating would undoubtedly tarnish S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation and adversely affect the upper echelon's perception of the agency. Furthermore, having painstakingly recruited a superhuman, relinquishing that opportunity would deter future candidates from joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Goodness, having barely joined for an hour, I find myself met with demise. The illustrious S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot even safeguard its own members. The organization cannot afford to lose this individual. And Nick certainly cannot bear the burden of such a loss. Thus, the so-called two paths were fated from the outset to converge into a singular route. With this thought in mind, Nick gritted his teeth and declared, "Request aerial bombardment. Annihilate this pack of scoundrels." His assistant, upon hearing this, was visibly taken aback. "Director, this is Manhattan. Do as I command," Nick bellowed. With no other option, his assistant hastily contacted the Air Force. Chapter 49. The grand performance is about to unfold. A powerful roar of helicopters reverberated through the skies above Manhattan, prompting countless citizens to gaze upward, speculating on the unfolding events. Sitting in his sports car, Tony listened intently to the commotion overhead, casting a penetrating glance at Nick. This man was determined to stand firm against him. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Tony's lips. If a game was to be played, it would be played to the fullest, to see who could outmaneuver whom. Today, he aimed to shatter the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D., compelling them to retreat in fear. As Tony's mind raced, a surge of energy coursed through him, and suddenly, a multitude of dark figures materialized around him. Within a 3-kilometer radius, with wings resembling those of bats, they were none other than the only aerial unit of the Shadow Legion, the Shadow Bats. As the helicopters neared the battlefield, the prepared battalion of Shadow Bats soared into the sky, presenting an unforgettable spectacle for the citizens of New York City. The sheer number of Shadow Bats seemed limitless, obscuring the heavens and enveloping 1/3 of Manhattan in darkness, erasing the sunlight entirely. Chaos ensued as countless individuals succumbed to panic, while some criminals seized the cover of darkness to commit their misdeeds. Boom! Waves of energy erupted from the hands of the Shadow Bats, and the 3 helicopters that had approached Manhattan were instantly engulfed in explosions. Blinding flames illuminated the sky as the wreckage of the helicopters plummeted to the ground, igniting numerous residential buildings in a fierce blaze. Manhattan, the political heart of America, plunged into turmoil. In the blink of an eye, as Nick finally grasped the scope of the disaster, his complexion drained of color and panic flickered in his eyes. Things had escalated beyond control. If the situation had been manageable before, with the chaos now reigning in Manhattan, it was utterly uncontainable. No matter how S.H.I.E.L.D. managed to resolve this crisis, they would inevitably face scrutiny. Nick's body trembled slightly, his lips quivering. He had overestimated his own capabilities while underestimating Tony's resolve. However, there was no room for retreat at this juncture. He could not afford to suffer such a significant loss and still protect himself. That would indeed be a double disaster. Notify the military. We must enter the city and eliminate the threat. Nick's voice, imbued with an icy intensity, resonated, capable of freezing those who heard it. His assistant, upon hearing this command, shivered slightly but quickly nodded and initiated contact with the military. Meanwhile, Nick took out his phone and dialed a number. "Captain, we have a situation. Your assistance may be required." On the other end of the line, a muscular Caucasian man listened intently, his expression grave. "I'll be there immediately," he replied before hanging up. On the battlefield, Nick let out a slight sigh of relief. Captain America, a former legend, was still his trump card. He had hoped to avoid deploying this ace unless absolutely necessary, but now he had no other choice. Moreover, he wished to ascertain whether Captain America could resolve the issue with Tony. Contemplating this, Nick cast a profound glance at Tony, who was not far away. He recognized Tony as the root of chaos. If Tony could be dealt with, all matters would come to a conclusion. However, having witnessed Tony's formidable prowess, where even the Hulk was nearly incapacitated by a single blow, he felt daunted by the prospect of directing anyone against Tony. Despite being aware of his role as the source of turmoil, nevertheless, the emergence of Captain America instilled a flicker of hope within him. For he was a legendary figure from the past. Could he indeed subdue Tony? Nick was uncertain, yet he found himself eagerly anticipating the outcome. As Nick concluded the call, a faint smile crept across Tony's lips within his sports car. Having merged with the Ram sigil, he had acquired the extraordinary ability of telekinesis, which not only bestowed immense strength, but also allowed him to eavesdrop. Unbeknownst to others, as the battle commenced, Tony's telekinesis enveloped the battlefield, capturing every word of Nick's conversation with crystal clarity. The unexpected resurrection of Captain America was truly unforeseen. In that case, let us see whose prowess prevails, the captain's or my winter soldiers. Chuckling to himself, Tony's voice resonated within the car. Jarvis. Connect me to Bucky. Of course, sir. Shortly thereafter, Bucky's voice emerged from the speakers. Boss, what's the matter? Come to Manhattan's 3rd Avenue. An old friend of yours is arriving. Upon hearing this, Bucky felt a bit perplexed, yet knowing it was Tony's request, he would not decline. All right, boss. I'll be there shortly. As he hung up, Bucky swiftly exited his abode, while Captain America hastened towards 3rd Avenue. Minutes slipped by, and outside Manhattan, a formidable army invaded the city. Tanks, artillery, and helicopters, these instruments of human destruction were once again deployed by mankind. Awaiting them was an overwhelming legion of shadowy soldiers. In the skies, nocturnal bats soared, while on the ground, clawed shadows scuttled, with trolls acting as meat shields and ninjas lurking in the shadows, poised for assassination. The 4 battalions were fully assembled, transforming Manhattan into a battleground against the American soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of intensified artillery reverberated, engulfing Manhattan in a haze of smoke and chaos. Citizens in neighboring districts, hearing the cacophony from Manhattan, were left in a state of shock. What was happening today? Was America on the brink of collapse? Why was there artillery fire within the city? Countless individuals were filled with confusion, their hearts shrouded in a veil of dread. Within Manhattan, ordinary citizens had long since hidden themselves. The streets were now occupied solely by military personnel and the shadowy soldiers. The commander, observing the advancing Shadow Legion, wore a grave expression yet issued the command, commence the assault. Crush them. With this, infantry and tanks coordinated their efforts, while helicopters unleashed fire from above. Rockets exploded, raining down upon the Shadow Legion, resulting in a cacophony of detonations as numerous shadow soldiers were obliterated by the onslaught. Even the so-called invincible trolls suffered significant losses under the barrage of artillery. However, before the military personnel could revel in their moment of triumph, a relentless surge of dark mist began to coalesce upon the ground, and a multitude of shadowy soldiers resurrected on the spot. Rather than diminishing in number due to the onslaught of cannon fire, their ranks had doubled. This astonishing spectacle left the American soldiers across the battlefield utterly astounded, their exhilaration swiftly extinguished by an overwhelming sense of dread. While they stood in stunned silence, the reformed legion of shadow soldiers launched their assault. Waves of shadows surged into the throng, akin to wolves among sheep, unleashing an unfathomable carnage within the crowd. Chapter 50. The love and hate of Steve Bucky. A series of anguished cries echoed through the air as American soldiers, caught in close combat, became mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Utterly defenseless against the shadowy brigade, Claw Shadow and Black Shadow Ninja engaged the soldiers, while the Troll took on the tanks, with Armored Knight Bat addressing the helicopters hovering above. The seamless coordination of the 4 legions inflicted severe casualties upon the military. Helicopters erupted in brilliant explosions high above, resembling vibrant blossoms of fireworks. Tanks, renowned as the kings of land warfare, were dismantled like toys in the hands of the Troll. Elite soldiers fell victim to the merciless slaughter by Claw Shadow and the stealthy assassinations of the Black Shadow Ninja, rendered powerless like sheep. In a mere encounter, the military forces faced a total rout. This battlefield had irrevocably transformed into a veritable hellscape, the ground drenched in blood. Meanwhile, in a CAF, the battle between Peter and Flint raged on, yet both had become completely forgotten amidst the chaos. Though the conflict had originated from their rivalry, they had become inconsequential. It had evolved into yet another confrontation between Tony and S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick aimed to make Tony aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not to be trifled with, while Tony sought to utterly dismantle the backbone of S.H.I.E.L.D. Soon, the distant roar of motorcycles heralded the arrival of Captain America, resplendent in his American battle attire, gripping his vibranium shield. His masked visage and bulging muscles testified to his formidable strength. Upon seeing him, Nick, who had been tense, felt an immediate sense of relief and rushed forward, exclaiming, "Captain, you have finally arrived." In response, Captain America nodded and straightforwardly inquired, "Where is the enemy?" After a moment's hesitation, Nick pointed towards Tony, identifying him as the source of this turmoil. Eliminating him would bring an end to the chaos. Captain America's gaze shifted to Tony, his eyes ablaze with intent to kill. With a slight bend of his knees, he prepared to strike. However, at that moment, Tony stepped out of the vehicle, raising his chin to regard Captain America and remarked, "What's this? After sleeping for 70 years, do you intend to strike at the son of your benefactor?" This utterance halted Captain America's advance, while Nick's expression shifted dramatically. It dawned on him that the super serum injected into Captain America had been developed with the involvement of Tony's father. Thus, It was not an exaggeration to call Captain America a beneficiary of Howard Stark. Would Captain America still attack Tony? Contemplating with a fluctuating expression, Nick quickly urged. Don't listen to his nonsense. Take him down immediately. Tony chuckled. What's this? The self-proclaimed righteous Captain America is now considering repaying kindness with malice? With that, Captain America ceased all movement. Who are you? He asked. Howard Stark is my father. Tony did not reveal his own name, but instead invoked the name of his illustrious father. Suddenly, the expression on Captain America's face changed dramatically, his brows knitting together in concern. Howard, his old friend, had been instrumental in his earlier days. It was through Howard's assistance that he had the opportunity to receive the super serum. Even the equipment he wore had been meticulously crafted by Howard himself. He never anticipated that his first battle upon awakening would be against the son of his benefactor. Momentarily, Captain America stood frozen, unable to move. This scene left Nick anxious, prompting him to call out, Steve, look around you. This chaos is the result of the man before you. Are you really prepared to betray your beliefs? These words jolted Steve from his reverie. As he surveyed the carnage surrounding him, the hesitation in his eyes vanished instantaneously. Regardless of whose son he was, one must adhere to the law. America is a land of freedom, but such liberties cannot be abused. With that, Steve assumed an offensive stance once more. Tony observed this transformation with a sense of inevitability. Everything unfolded just as he had anticipated. The Marvel Universe is populated with numerous superheroes. Yet those who possess genuine conviction are rare, and Steve is undeniably one of them. To him, faith is paramount, eclipsing all else. Thus, Tony's earlier remarks were not merely attempts at camaraderie, but rather a test to see if Steve truly lived up to his illustrious reputation. It appears that he indeed does. Of course, this did not deter Tony from casting aspersions upon him. TSK, even the son of a benefactor is not spared. You truly possess a heart of stone. In the words of the Chinese, he was akin to a wolf raised by humans, ungrateful and treacherous. Despite the mockery, Steve's demeanor remained unchanged, though youthful in appearance. He was an old soul, impervious to the external clamor. However, not everyone shared this stoic perspective. Following Tony's taunts, the gaze of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents towards Steve underwent a subtle transformation. Previously, Steve had been viewed in an overwhelmingly positive light, almost saintly. Now, however, his image was beginning to fracture. Behold, the legendary Captain America, who once stood for the nation and its people, was prepared to strike against the son of his benefactor. Such a shift was silent, almost imperceptible. Yet the nature of human sentiment is peculiar. A good person may spend a lifetime doing good, yet a single misdeed can render them irredeemably villainous. Conversely, a nefarious individual, upon performing a single act of kindness, may be regarded as having turned over a new leaf. Steve's current predicament mirrors this phenomenon. While its immediate consequences may be negligible, the long-term implications remain uncertain. Enough of this chatter, follow me. Steve grunted, charging directly at Tony without holding back this time. Observing this confrontation, Tony maintained his smile, standing resolutely in place without a hint of movement. Had Nick not been aware of Tony's true nature, he might have thought that Tony had surrendered, ready to capitulate. As Steve approached Tony, an apparition of remarkable speed suddenly materialized before Tony, intercepting Steve. With a resounding thud, Steve was thrust backward by a powerful punch. It was not that Steve lacked the strength to contend with this newcomer, but rather that he had been taken by surprise, momentarily holding back his own force in anticipation. Steadying himself, Steve lifted his gaze to the figure before him, and instantly, a familiar visage came into view. His pupils constricted in disbelief. Bucky. At that moment, Bucky, with a face full of intricate emotions, gazed at Steve and softly remarked, "Long time no see, Steve." With that, a fleeting wry smile graced his lips. He had not anticipated that Tony's first assignment for him would involve confronting an old friend. Truthfully, if given the choice, he would have preferred a different opponent. Chapter 51. The old pager. The air was still thick with the ominous aura of slaughter emanating from Manhattan. Yet the space where Tony and his companions stood felt oddly tranquil. Bucky and Steve faced each other, both enveloped in a heavy silence. A reunion of old friends should have been a joyous occasion, but the prospect of imminent conflict left them at a loss for words. Tony, arms crossed and standing behind Bucky, did not press for a resolution. Rather, he watched the unfolding scene with keen interest. This was a dramatic moment he had orchestrated, and he was curious to see how the love-hate dynamic between the two would ultimately resolve. Meanwhile, Nick took a deep breath. The moment Bucky appeared, he understood that his plans had unraveled. Whether Steve could contend with Tony had always been uncertain, and now with Tony bolstered by an ally, Steve posed even less of a threat. With the battle reaching this juncture, continuing seemed futile. The defeat of S.H.I.E.L.D. was all but assured. Nick's heart brimmed with resignation. Thus, as Bucky and Steve remained locked in their standoff, Nick stepped forward from the crowd towards Tony. Observing Nick's approach, Tony raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "What insights do you have for me, Director?" As he spoke, Tony remained rooted in place, unperturbed by any potential actions from Nick. This air of invulnerability extinguished any lingering thoughts of resistance within Nick. Nick had always held a watchful eye on Tony. In the past, he had merely regarded him as a charming playboy, albeit a genius, yet not someone to be taken seriously. However, at some point, Tony had transformed into an enigmatic figure, perpetually adorned with a calm smile, impervious to the chaos surrounding him. His composure in the face of adversity rendered him inscrutable, a quality that irked Nick profoundly. Yet, he knew that acknowledging one's inferiority and strength was necessary. Listening to Tony's words, Nick exhaled slowly, his voice steady. "Perhaps it is time to cease, Tony. Today's events have already escalated significantly. Prolonging this will yield no benefits for you. Do you truly intend to annihilate S.H.I.E.L.D. and betray your country?" Nick's expression was grave. Tony smirked. "If S.H.I.E.L.D. falls, so be it. What of it? With sufficient financial resources, such an organization can be rebuilt anew," he replied nonchalantly. Nick's lips twitched slightly, though the sentiment was harsh. He had to concede that Tony had a point. After all, this was a society driven by capital, with control over Stark Industries and the Osborne Group. Tony's societal standing in America had reached staggering heights. To speak bluntly, even the president might not hold an advantage over him. It was not that the president's status was inferior to Tony's. In a strict comparison, they were nearly equal. Thus, Tony was indeed entitled to make such declarations. "I acknowledge your capabilities, but what advantage does this bring you? You have already gained enough today. It is time to relent." Nick continued to persuade, yet Tony remained unyielding. His steadfastness was not driven by a desire for personal gain, nor was he genuinely intent on obliterating S.H.I.E.L.D. Rather, he was probing the cards Nick held close to his chest, although his understanding of Nick was limited. He gleaned from his past life's memories that Nick was a cunning strategist. Until he faced utter despair, no one could ascertain what hidden tactics he possessed. Tony was certain that Nick still concealed an ultimate trump card, but the specifics eluded him. Thus, he was determined to force Nick to reveal his hand, to gain clarity on the matter. After all, the Marvel universe of his previous life was merely a series of films, while the current reality was palpably tangible. The information within could be either truth or fabrication. Given the opportunity to ascertain the facts, why should he relinquish it? Seeing Tony's resolute demeanor, intent on dismantling S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick felt a surge of frustration. He could not fathom why Tony was so insistent. However, time was of the essence. Each passing second meant more lives at stake. Exhaling a deep breath, Nick appeared to have made a firm resolution as he looked earnestly at Tony. "Tony, I acknowledge your strength, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is not to be trifled with. If you refuse to relent, do not blame me for the consequences." As he spoke, a vintage beeper materialized in his hand, his finger poised over the dial button, ready to act at any moment. Observing this movement, Tony narrowed his eyes, his heart racing. Nick indeed possessed that phone. It seemed he could not pressure S.H.I.E.L.D. too aggressively just yet. Extraordinary beings had always existed, albeit in scarce numbers, until science began to unveil their prevalence. Nick, even as a low-ranking agent, had once encountered an extraordinary individual, Captain Marvel, previously uncertain of its authenticity. Tony now realized the gravity of the situation. That was one of the titans of the Marvel power hierarchy. Though Tony considered his current abilities commendable, he recognized that he could not withstand such a formidable force. In an instant, the once resolute Tony softened his stance, conceding, "Director Nick, you jest. I am merely an ordinary citizen, incapable of dismantling S.H.I.E.L.D. Having witnessed enough of the commotion, he added lightly, "I shall not intrude further. Farewell." With that, he turned and entered his vehicle, departing with no hesitation. As he left the scene, Bucky, who had been facing off against Steve, also turned away, vanishing at the street's end. Simultaneously, the shadowy battalion, engaged in fierce combat with the military, appeared to receive a command, each soldier retreating into the ground, disappearing without a trace. Thus, with Tony's departure, the chaos enveloping Manhattan dissipated in mere moments. Certainly, the young spider had not yet departed. He remained entangled in a fierce confrontation with Flint. However, he did not keep Nick and the others waiting for long, as he soon emerged from the CF, soaring into the sky before vanishing from sight. The abruptness of the events left everyone momentarily stunned, and Nick wore a peculiar expression. Why did it seem as though Tony was anticipating his phone call? Could he possibly know? That seemed implausible to Nick, who found himself perplexed. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, a series of troublesome matters swiftly interrupted his contemplation. Though Tony had taken his leave, the mess he left behind required someone to address it, and it was evident that Nick had become that reluctant cleanup crew. This realization only added to his frustration. Nonetheless, he found a sliver of solace in the fact that, all things considered, the tumultuous episode had finally reached its conclusion. Chapter 52. Be a proper vase. The turmoil in Manhattan had subsided, and half a month had swiftly passed. Tony, now in control of two major financial conglomerates, was blissfully untroubled, while Nick refrained from reporting him, fully aware that such an action would yield no fruitful outcome. However, this left Nick and S.H.I.E.L.D. in a rather unfortunate predicament. The economic heart of the nation, Manhattan, had experienced such a calamitous incident, and naturally, accountability was required. Despite S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable capabilities, consecutive failures had rendered them the undeserving scapegoats, incurring penalties that left them severely weakened. The budget cuts alone, slashing a third of their funding, nearly caused Nick to choke on his frustration. More critically, the aftermath of the conflict had led to significant losses for numerous citizens, and as the designated fall guys, S.H.I.E.L.D. was obliged to cover these damages. The notion of the U.S. government footing the bill was utterly ludicrous. As the nation's leader succinctly put it, those who create the chaos must resolve it. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. was compelled to allocate funds for compensation. Yet, an awkward predicament arose. S.H.I.E.L.D. had depleted its financial resources. As a colossal entity, the notion of financial insolvency within S.H.I.E.L.D. was almost laughable. Nevertheless, it was the stark reality. Despite being a global force, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget was already stretched thin, heavily reliant on governmental support. The sudden cut of a third of their funds left them unable to cover even their operational costs, let alone provide compensation to the aggrieved populace. Thus, even amidst the absurdity of the situation, S.H.I.E.L.D. found itself genuinely devoid of funds. When Nick received the report from his subordinate, he was taken aback. "What did you say? No money?" Nick bellowed. His assistant, visibly apprehensive, nodded in trepidation, unable to meet the piercing gaze of Nick's fury. "Director, I am at a loss as well. Our current budget barely suffices to sustain internal operations. We will need to tighten our belts. There is no way we can compensate the public." At this juncture, the assistant's tone was laden with indignation, prompting Nick to rub his temples in exasperation. "I understand. You may leave. I will devise a solution regarding the financial matters." With a dismissive wave, he slumped back into his chair, feeling like the most unsuccessful director in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s history, troubled by financial woes. An absurdity indeed. Yet the reality was undeniable. The most pressing concern was to find a means to bridge this financial chasm. The incident in Manhattan was still fresh in the public's memory. If compensation were not swiftly arranged, further unrest was inevitable. A large-scale protest at this juncture could very well spell the end of his tenure. But where would the funds come from? Reports indicated that the number of affected citizens had reached a staggering 160,000. While insurance could cover a portion, the amount S.H.I.E.L.D. was liable for was still considerable. A rough estimate suggested they would need nearly $2 billion, and that was a conservative figure. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s annual budget barely exceeded several billion. With a third slashed, extracting an additional $2 billion would undoubtedly drain the agency's resources entirely. Thus, one must never entertain thoughts of the S.H.I.E.L.D. unless one wishes to lead everyone to a fate of starvation. As for the government, there is no point in considering that route. When the President of the United States speaks, no one dares to offer financial support. With these two avenues closed, the only alternative left is to seek funding from the populace. At this thought, Tony's image suddenly flashed in his mind. "Damn it, why should I clean up your mess while you indulge in a life of excess?" Remembering Tony, the root cause of this predicament, Nick felt increasingly aggrieved. Initially at a loss for funds, he suddenly resolved to make Tony cover this expense. With his decision made, Nick drove away from S.H.I.E.L.D. At Stark Industries, after an extended absence, Tony returned to the company today, merely to pass the time. For him, work was simply a change of scenery to indulge in his leisure. Had it not been for Pepper's incessant phone calls due to his prolonged absence, he would not have set foot in the office at all. Inside the office, Pepper was earnestly briefing Tony on the company's recent developments. Although he appeared to be attentively listening, his thoughts had long since wandered elsewhere. Natasha, serving as his secretary, stood solemnly beside him, seemingly serious. Yet, if Pepper were to take a step closer, she would discover Tony's left hand resting on Natasha's thigh. Soon enough, After Pepper finished her report, she noticed Tony's distracted demeanor and furrowed her brow. Tony, can you please focus? Upon hearing her, Tony snapped back to reality, quickly retracting his hand and offering an awkward smile. Pepper, you know I have little interest in these matters. You're the CEO now. You can make the decisions without consulting me. While Tony could effortlessly dispatch foes outside, he found himself somewhat intimidated by this woman, not out of fear, but rather from embarrassment. For quite some time, Pepper had been managing the company while he had merely been a passive observer. Although he had never directly managed the company, he understood the immense burden of overseeing such a vast enterprise as Stark Industries, a burden that Pepper had shouldered. It could be said that his current carefree existence was inextricably linked to Pepper's hard work. Thus, when faced with her, Tony felt a lack of confidence that had nothing to do with capability. It was purely psychological. In the past, his predecessor had fared better in similar situations, as he was a genius capable of conjuring inventions that propelled the company forward. However, Tony was not so fortunate. He lacked the intellectual prowess of his predecessor and was merely coasting along. Listening to Tony's words, Pepper felt exasperated. She noted that Tony had grown increasingly lazy. Were it not for her 3 daily calls, he might not have graced the office even once a year. So, observing his sheepish expression, she conceded, "All right. I won't press you further, but you must promise me to spend a couple of days at the office from time to time. After all, you are the captain of this ship. It wouldn't be good for the company if you remained absent for too long." "Absolutely, I promise," Tony readily agreed. And Pepper chose not to linger in the office, leaving promptly. As the actual leader of Stark Industries, she had far more to attend to than to engage in idle chatter with him. As he watched Potts depart, Tony felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, a pair of delicate hands rested upon his shoulders. Natasha, who had just moments ago maintained an air of utmost seriousness, now stood directly behind Tony, gently kneading his shoulders while softly whispering in his ear, "I've noticed that Miss Potts seems rather weary of late. Perhaps I could lend her a hand." As she spoke, a collection of formidable instruments pressed against Tony's back, providing him with an unexpected thrill. However, in the next instant, a chilling command escaped his lips. "Just be a good ornament. Otherwise, you know the consequences." Natasha's alluring demeanor vanished, replaced by a flicker of apprehension in her eyes. Chapter 53. The Just Eddie Brock. During this period, although Tony seldom visited the company, he would occasionally invite her out, and their relationship had progressed remarkably. She initially believed she held a certain significance in Tony's heart, but now it seemed she could not compare to Potts, leaving her feeling somewhat aggrieved. Tony, however, paid no heed to this, regardless of Natasha's affiliation with S.H.I.E.L.D. Even without any background, she was merely a decorative figure. It was harmless to entertain her occasionally, but entrusting her with the management of the company would be an act of folly. At that moment, a phone call came through. "Mr. Tony, a gentleman named Nick Fury is seeking your presence." Upon hearing the receptionist's voice, Tony raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity crossing his eyes. "Nick? What could he possibly want?" "Show him up," he instructed. "Very well, Mr. Tony," she replied before hanging up. Turning to Natasha, who stood behind him, Tony remarked with a smile, "Your superior has arrived. Do you wish to meet him?" At this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Natasha's face as she quickly responded, "No, you two go ahead. I'll take my leave." With that, she hastily exited the office. She had been with Tony for some time now, and not only had she not acquired any valuable intelligence, but she had also invested herself personally. Thus, the news of Nick's arrival brought her no joy. Rather, it filled her with trepidation, making her reluctant to encounter him. Tony, however, did not press her, adjusting his collar as he silently awaited Nick's arrival, genuinely curious about the purpose of his visit. Before long, the office door swung open, and Nick entered. Tony, nonchalantly seated in his chair, greeted him with a casual smile. "What a rare occasion. What brings Director Fury to my humble abode?" After this, curiosity glimmered in Tony's eyes. He truly could not fathom Nick's intentions. Nick, in turn, showed no interest in pleasantries and got straight to the point. "To be candid, I am here to request your assistance." "Request?" Tony's expression turned slightly peculiar. The man had unexpectedly employed a term from his hometown. "Pray tell, does S.H.I.E.L.D. truly need to solicit assistance from a mere civilian?" "You are hardly a mere civilian. If the wealthiest among us were deemed civilians, then this world would be devoid of the affluent." Nick retorted with a hint of sarcasm before continuing to speak plainly. "During the recent Manhattan Shield incident, many citizens suffered considerable property losses, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is obligated to provide compensation. However, we find ourselves short on funds. Hence my hope that you could contribute a sum for reparations." "I assumed it was a matter of great significance. It turns out you are merely here to ask for money. I am lacking in many things, but money is not one of them. However, why should I part with any for you?" Tony replied with a playful smirk. Nick's brow furrowed immediately. Do not forget that you were the mastermind behind the Manhattan incident. And what of it? Are you planning to sue me? Tony retorted boldly. Seeing this, Nick felt a headache coming on. If he had the choice, he would prefer to avoid dealing with Tony altogether, for he was as stubborn as they come, impervious to reason. Yet, there was no alternative. He was, after all, in dire need of funds. Enough of the trivialities. Simply tell me how much you are willing to pay, Nick said impatiently, prompting a chuckle from Tony. He relished conversing with astute individuals. As he often remarked, he was not short on funds, yet he would not part with money without due cause. The matter of compensation bore no relevance to him. However, despite his financial abundance, he found himself lacking in certain unique regulatory materials. While the wealthy elite wield considerable power, there exist some challenges that even they cannot surmount. Take, for instance, the rare metal vibranium. Acquiring such materials poses a significant challenge, even for a magnate like Tony. Should he have the opportunity to procure them directly from S.H.I.E.L.D., he would readily part with a substantial sum. Although he had no immediate use for these special materials, it would not hinder him to accumulate them. Here is my offer. Provide me with some unique materials, and I shall grant you $5 billion, Tony stated plainly, leaving Nick somewhat pained by the audacity of the sum. It was indeed fitting for a man of his wealth to utter such a figure. Nick found the offer satisfactory, yet he wished to negotiate further. However, before he could voice his desires, Tony anticipated his intentions. He had no time for haggling and asserted, a nod of agreement will suffice, if you disagree. The door to my office is right there. Please, take your leave without further ado. Seeing Tony's unwavering confidence, Nick furrowed his brow, eager to exhibit the resoluteness of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director. Yet, considering the compensation owed to over 100,000 individuals, he ultimately relented. On one hand, Tony's offer was undeniably sincere. On the other, procuring the materials was not impossible, albeit rather complicated. Therefore, whether he agreed or not bore little consequence, merely demanding additional effort on his part. Consequently, he acquiesced. I accept your terms. Please provide a list of the materials, and I will arrange for their delivery. For now, let us proceed with the payment. Upon hearing this, Tony smiled and nodded, refraining from further complicating matters. It was essential to afford Nick a semblance of dignity. A quick phone call later, Tony initiated the transfer of $5 billion from the company's accounts. With this matter resolved, Nick was eager to depart. Rising from his seat, Tony feigned a gesture to retain him, though his sincerity was lacking. Meanwhile, as the two concluded this dubious transaction, an individual stealthily infiltrated a bioresearch company on the other side. At the Life Foundation Laboratory, New York's premier testing facility, Eddie Brock navigated the metallic corridors with utmost caution, his eyes brimming with vigilance. As a journalist, he had heard whispers of the Life Foundation's ghastly human experimentation, and motivated by ambition and a sense of justice, he had chosen to infiltrate the facility on his day off, seeking to uncover a significant scoop, perhaps by divine providence. He managed to enter the Life Foundation's laboratory without detection, and the process unfolded seamlessly. However, he found himself devoid of the news he sought, leaving him momentarily disheartened. As he passed by a laboratory, he remained oblivious to the dark liquid slowly dripping from the ventilation duct above, cascading onto his shoulder. It was only when the substance accumulated in greater quantity that he finally registered its presence. A flicker of terror crossing his face as he instinctively attempted to tear it away. However, at the moment he moved, the black liquid seemed to come alive, swiftly enveloping him, seeking to merge with his very being. An agonizing pain surged through his body, and Eddie let out a piercing scream, startling the security personnel within the laboratory. In an instant, a multitude of guards rushed towards his location, but by the time they arrived, the dark liquid had completely fused with him. Before their astonished eyes, a creature, entirely shrouded in black with an elongated tongue, materialized. Chapter 54, Symbiotic Dark Spider-Man Tick-Tock. Tick-Tock. The creature's saliva incessantly dripped onto the floor, its eyes radiating a terrifying glow as it observed the approaching guards. The following day, the New York Morning Herald reported a catastrophic explosion at the Life Foundation, resulting in numerous fatalities on the spot. In Queens, at Peter's residence, despite having acquired a substantial fortune from Tony, he hesitated to move out, uncertain of how to explain his situation to his aunt. He had, however, replaced all the household items, removing brand labels to render them indistinguishable from generic products. After the battle at Manhattan, the once reckless Peter found renewed determination. Faced with a visible adversary he felt powerless against, he began to confront his own limitations. Though his training yielded only modest results, it was certainly preferable to inaction. Perhaps it was fate or mere coincidence, but as Peter diligently exercised in his room, a few hundred meters away, Eddie stood before a mirror, terror etched on his face. After being engulfed by a black substance, he lost control of his body, yet his consciousness remained intact, fully aware that a monster now resided within him. Disturbingly, This creature possessed its own consciousness, amplifying his fear. "Get out of me," Eddie shouted at his reflection. Suddenly, a monstrous face emerged from his chest. A long tongue dripping with saliva, its voice grotesque. "Stop struggling. We are one now. I am you, and you are me." "Shut up. I am not a monster," Eddie retorted, his emotions spiraling out of control. In a fit of rage, he clawed at the grotesque face on his chest, desperately trying to rip it from his body. Yet, no matter how hard he fought, the black substance clung to him like a relentless parasite, refusing to detach. Nonetheless, Eddie refused to surrender. He was determined not to become a monster, nor to allow anyone else to control his body, and thus he continued to resist. As time elapsed, his persistence paid off, and a small portion of the black liquid was torn away. With a primal roar of frustration, he hurled the extracted mass out of the window. Instantly, the fist-sized blob of black liquid vanished, yet he remained encumbered by even more of the substance. The scene shifted to outside the window, where the expelled black liquid traversed through a series of apartment buildings, fortuitously landing just outside Peter's window. Engrossed in his workout, Peter dismissed the noise as merely the chirping of a bird. Meanwhile, the fist-sized mass of black liquid appeared to come to life, writhing and inching closer to him. The symbiote is a peculiar life form that can only survive by bonding with a host. Abandoned, the black liquid faced the threat of death if it failed to find a new host. Thus, driven by the urgency of survival, it slithered through the window into Peter's room, inching ever closer to him. At this moment, Peter, who was exercising, came to a halt. Possessing the extraordinary sensitivity of a spider, he could distinctly perceive everything around him. Thus, when the black liquid slithered into the room, his gaze fell upon it with intrigue. "What is this?" Peter pondered, gazing curiously at the enigmatic substance. This writhing mass of black liquid appeared almost alive, yet it bore no head, limbs, or any discernible features. Unbeknownst to him, he remained oblivious to any potential danger, mistakenly believing that a previously unknown life form had entered his sanctuary, and he found himself captivated. As the unknown entity inched closer, curiosity compelled him to extend a finger toward it. In an instant, Peter felt an unmistakable surge of excitement emanating from the liquid. The black substance made contact with him, gradually coiling around his fingertip. Were it a typical individual in his position, they would likely have recoiled in terror. However, Peter, confident in his abilities and driven by an innate penchant for risk, observed the unfolding scene with no intention of intervening. Thus, the nascent symbiote, having been separated, successfully completed its parasitic endeavor. In a flash, the black liquid enveloped Peter entirely, and his expression shifted dramatically as he finally sensed something amiss, though it was too late. The symbiote penetrated his skin, swiftly merging with him. Due to Peter's unique nature, almost immediately, a Spider-Man clad in a black suit materialized in the bedroom. Before the mirror, Peter willed the mask atop his head to dissolve, and as he gazed at his darkened reflection, disbelief washed over him as he examined his own hands. He could feel his strength, speed, endurance, and even his spider sense amplified exponentially. Moreover, he realized he could effortlessly command the black liquid with mere thought. Initially troubled by his need for strength, he found it astonishing that such a small entity could double his power. In that moment, he forgot the terror associated with the symbiote, a smile creeping onto his lips. Unlike the mature symbiote that resided within Eddie, which possessed self-awareness, the substance now within Peter was an innocent offshoot, devoid of consciousness. If one were to draw an analogy, it would be akin to the relationship between an infant and an adult. While the surge in power exhilarated Peter momentarily, he quickly regained his composure. He sought vengeance. Although his newfound strength could overpower Sandman, it was insufficient to vanquish him entirely. Thus, he recognized the need for assistance. With this thought, he shrouded himself once more in the black mask and departed his abode. He intended to seek out Tony, hoping he might possess a means to obliterate Sandman completely. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, in a room where the symbiote had been conversing with Eddie, it abruptly turned to gaze out the window. It sensed the presence of a kindred spirit, as if a fragment of itself had just split away, emerging as a new life form. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from Venom's mouth, startling Eddie. Before he could comprehend what had transpired, Venom once again seized control of his body. Leaping through the window in pursuit of a scent, he was determined to uncover the truth of the matter. Without the slightest intention of concealing himself, Venom boldly exposed his presence to the bustling crowd. This act immediately instilled terror among the citizens on the street. A chorus of frightened screams filled the air, prompting Peter, who had just stepped outside, to glance back. There, on the ground, he beheld a terrifying creature advancing towards him. At the same time, he sensed from Venom an aura reminiscent of the unknown life form he had encountered moments earlier. Instantly, Peter found himself coming to a halt. Chapter 55. The young Spider-Man's fierce confrontation with Venom. Peter did not have to wait long. Soon, Venom stood a short distance away, eyeing him intently. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense and silent as they assessed one another. After what felt like an eternity, Venom finally broke the silence, the new symbiote. "Will you not come forth to greet me?" His words were met with silence, rendering the moment awkward. Although the symbiote within Peter had originated from venom, once it fused with Peter, it became a new entity, entirely independent and devoid of any connection to venom. Furthermore, the nascent consciousness was still bewildered, contributing to the present uncomfortable situation. Venom, feeling slighted by the lack of response, became enraged. In his mind, the symbiote, having split from him, should naturally heed his command. The audacity to disregard him was, in his eyes, an act of insubordination. With a thunderous roar, he assumed a menacing stance. Observing this, Peter, who had been previously perplexed, instantly shifted into a combat mode. He had initially intended to investigate what this creature was, but witnessing Venom's aggressive demeanor, he quickly resolved to subdue this foe before conducting any further inquiries. With a resounding crash, a large crater formed in the ground as Peter vanished from sight, launching himself towards Venom. His fist hurtled forward, generating a fierce gust of wind that struck Venom's face. This action ignited Venom's fury to a boiling point. He perceived the new symbiote as possessing its own consciousness. Not only was it ignoring him, but it had the audacity to attack, an affront that could be described in human terms as a rebellion against authority. Without flinching, Venom retaliated with a powerful punch. And in that instant, their fists collided mid-air with a deafening boom. Venom was sent reeling backward. In a single blow, he found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Stunned, Venom could hardly fathom the situation. How could a symbiote that had merely split from him possess greater strength? Unbeknownst to him, he was not battling the new symbiote he envisioned, but rather Peter himself. Unlike typical organisms, symbiotes, while formidable, require a host to unleash their true potential. The strength of the host significantly influences the symbiote's combat capabilities. In this instance, although Venom was powerful, his host was merely an ordinary human, limiting his effectiveness. Conversely, the new symbiote, though initially weaker, was fused with Peter, whose inherent strength catalyzed a vigorous reaction, dramatically enhancing its power. Thus, Venom found himself thoroughly overwhelmed, with a series of explosive impacts echoing through the air. The two engaged in a fierce battle, resembling two human-shaped nuclear bombs, leaving the entire street in utter disarray. The citizens on the streets have long since dispersed, and even the residents within their homes have abandoned their abodes, vacating the thoroughfare. Soon, a considerable contingent of government personnel arrived at the scene to impose a blockade. Media outlets and television stations swiftly congregated at the front lines, broadcasting this fierce confrontation live. In his villa, basking in the sunlight on the balcony, Tony Stark was suddenly roused by the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. "Sir, there is a piece of news that I believe will pique your interest. It pertains to Mr. Peter." Upon hearing this, Tony opened his eyes. "Peter? What has that fellow done now? Show me." "Certainly, sir." At that moment, a virtual screen materialized before Tony's gaze, displaying the tumultuous battle between Venom and Peter. Observing the two combatants engaged in a ferocious struggle akin to that of wild bears, Tony's brow furrowed slightly, and a cryptic smile played upon his lips. This world is becoming increasingly intriguing. All manner of beasts and fiends are emerging. Reflecting on this, Tony's attention remained fixed on Venom. Although he had sensed that the timeline of this world was beginning to diverge, he had not anticipated such a drastic deviation. The notion of Dark Spider-Man pummeling Venom was a plot twist he found utterly fascinating, leaving him eager to see what further developments would unfold. Lost in thought, Tony suddenly called out, "Happy." Upon hearing this, Happy's imposing figure promptly emerged from a room on the first floor of the villa. "What is it, boss? You need to head over to this location and keep an eye on Peter. Otherwise, that kid is likely to get himself into trouble." As he spoke, Tony gestured towards the virtual screen. Happy glanced at it, nodded, and then turned to leave the villa, not questioning how Peter, who seemed to have the upper hand, could possibly falter. He understood that it was Tony's directive, and his duty was merely to execute it. Under different circumstances, one might not worry about Peter, especially given that he was dominating Venom. However, Tony was acutely aware that behind Venom lurked the Life Foundation. It was not that they were allies, but rather that if Venom attempted to flee, they would certainly try to recapture him. As someone who had also merged with a symbiote, Peter undeniably represented a prime subject for research. Should the Life Foundation discover him, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Thus, the ability to pummel Venom did not imply the absence of peril, for the true threat did not stem from Venom himself, as Tony surmised accurately. At that very moment within the Life Foundation, Dr. Drake was intently observing the news report. He paid little attention to Venom's plight, instead focusing on Peter's performance. As Spider-Man, Peter possessed a measure of renown in New York, and witnessing Peter's displayed prowess ignited a spark of interest in Drake's eyes. Previously, his experiments with symbiotes had involved ordinary individuals. He had yet to test an extraordinary being. He was astonished by the immense power unleashed when an extraordinary individual merged with a symbiote, prompting him to issue an immediate directive. bring them both back at any cost. Especially our Spider-Man. He is the epitome of an ideal experimental subject, demonstrating such remarkable compatibility with the symbiote. Understood. A figure responded with a sound and subsequently departed from the office. On the battlefield, the fierce combat finally came to a close, culminating in an unsurprising victory for Peter. Venom lay on the ground, gradually retracting back into Eddie's body, unable to fathom how this newly formed symbiote could possess such formidable strength. Peter approached Eddie, who, having regained control of his body, bore an expression of sheer terror. "Stay away, don't come near," Eddie exclaimed. Observing his evident fear, Peter furrowed his brow, contemplating how this individual seemed to be a completely different person. Likewise, Peter was unaware of the dual consciousness residing within him. Nevertheless, he resolved to take action. With that thought in mind, Peter disregarded Eddie's pleas and swiftly struck him on the neck with a precise chop, rendering Eddie unconscious. Chapter 56. Let us see who has the numbers. Having rendered Eddie unconscious, Peter was poised to carry him away when, suddenly, a multitude of figures emerged from the shadows, surrounding them like ferocious beasts. Witnessing this scene, Peter's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his eyes narrowing in suspicion as they scrutinized the looming threats. These entities bore a resemblance to Venom, yet were distinctly different, leading Peter to mistakenly believe they had come to rescue him. At that moment, the encircling creatures parted to reveal two figures, a man and a woman, who stepped forth with deliberate grace. The man glanced at Peter, then at the incapacitated Eddie, a smirk playing upon his lips as he addressed Peter. "Mr. Spider-Man, our employer wishes to meet you. We kindly ask that you accompany us." "And who might your employer be?" Peter countered, seeking to extract further information. You shall discover that upon meeting him. For now, we kindly insist you come with us." The man replied with a courteous demeanor reminiscent of a gentleman. Realizing that he could not glean any useful intel, Peter opted to forego further dialogue, resolutely declining. "I have no desire to meet him. If he wishes to see me, he ought to come himself. Step aside and do not obstruct my path, lest I become less than courteous." Peter's tone was frigid, yet the man appeared unfazed. "Mr. Spider-Man, I believe it would be prudent for you to reconsider. No one can refuse the invitation of our employer." The man maintained his smile, though his eyes had grown cold. "Are you threatening me?" Peter chuckled. Even if his powers had surged, he was still backed by Tony Stark. Though he was uncertain of Tony's full might, he understood that it far exceeded his own comprehension. Thus, whether in the past or future, he possessed the confidence to confront anyone, a privilege of standing alongside the powerful, allowing him to speak with conviction. "Since you, Mr. Spider-Man, perceive it as a threat, let it be a threat. Nevertheless, you must accompany us today," the man retorted, raising an eyebrow defiantly. In response, a glimmer of determination flashed in Peter's eyes, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. The man remained unperturbed as tendrils of cerulean liquid surged from his body, enveloping him in a powerful symbiote known as Rampage. This entity was birthed from Venom, and in terms of lineage, could be considered Venom's daughter. Claws sliced through the air as they collided with Peter's fist, both combatants staggering back under the force of their exchange. Simultaneously, the woman, who had remained silent until now, underwent a transformation. A golden liquid cascaded from her body, accentuating her form, while her flowing golden hair danced in the wind. If one were to disregard her face, she would undeniably be deemed a celestial beauty. Her name was Scream, a symbiote birthed from Venom by the Life Foundation, equally formidable. With her joining the fray, the previously balanced skirmish was irrevocably altered. Peter's strength is not inferior to that of any individual among the two adversaries. However, when they join forces, he is swiftly overwhelmed. After all, in a contest between equals, facing two opponents while hoping to gain the upper hand is no simple feat. The sound of dull collisions reverberates incessantly as the surrounding symbiotes, under the command of Chaos and Frenzy, join the fray. These symbiotes are the products of failure, lacking the formidable power of the two assailants, yet their involvement acts as the final straw that breaks the camel's back, leaving Peter utterly defenseless. "Hey, little spider. It's not too late to surrender, otherwise you'll soon taste the bitterness of defeat," Chaos taunts, looking gleefully at Peter, who is sprawled on the ground, struggling to rise. Peter scans the multitude of symbiotes encircling him, and cold words escape his lips. "Is it sheer numbers that embolden you against the few? It seems this is the extent of your prowess. However, when it comes to numbers, I have never feared anyone." As his words resonate, shadows begin to coalesce around him. And in an instant, a legion of shadow soldiers emerges from all directions, engulfing the battlefield. What was once Peter being surrounded by numerous symbiotes has now transformed into a scenario where they find themselves encircled by the Shadow Army. The sudden turn of events leaves the two assailants momentarily stunned, their brows furrowing in unison. As symbiotes, their instincts far exceed those of ordinary humans. And upon closely observing the newly emerged shadow soldiers, they simultaneously conclude that these beings are not human. Instantly, a flicker of wariness ignites within them. Kill. Eliminate them. Peter's voice resonates with chilling authority, his expression hidden beneath the mask appearing exceedingly cold. These foes dare to exploit their numbers against the few. Today, we shall see who truly possesses the greater force. Contemplating this, Peter feels a surge of confidence. Apart from Tony, he is the one who has engaged with the Shadow Army the longest, understanding their might better than anyone else. Their seamless coordination, terrifying will to kill, and their immortal nature render the Shadow Army akin to reapers traversing the mortal realm, mysterious and formidable. Soon, the sounds of battle erupt once more, but this time, in stark contrast to before, the numerous symbiotes find themselves at a distinct disadvantage under the relentless assault of the Shadow Army. Many symbiotes are brutally slain on the spot. As chaos and frenzy notice this alarming development, the calm demeanor they once maintained is swiftly replaced by a surge of panic. The strength of the symbiotes, aside from their exceptional abilities, lies predominantly in their terrifying vitality. It can be said that every symbiote possesses an indomitable life force, making their complete annihilation a daunting task. Yet, everything has changed. The Shadow Army seems to possess an innate advantage over the symbiotes, striking at their vital points without targeting their weaknesses, effortlessly dispatching numerous symbiotes. Although the fallen symbiotes are deemed failures, their fearsome vitality is unequivocal. Yet, their terrifying vitality appeared as mere decoration in the presence of the Shadow Legion, having no effect whatsoever. Instantly, panic engulfed the two. Since the Shadow Legion could slaughter other symbiotes, it was evident they could easily do the same to them. Although they could not fathom the reason, a desire to retreat surged within them at once. They certainly did not wish to lose their lives in this place. Just as they sensed the anomaly, Peter too became aware of it. He had personally experienced the symbiote's formidable life force. It could be said that unless they were annihilated in an instant, they would eventually recover over time. However, at this moment, contemplating this, Peter turned his gaze towards the two who were screaming, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Chapter 57. The perfect miss of scientific talent. As Peter directed his attention towards the two screaming individuals, they immediately sensed his gaze. Their expressions shifted simultaneously. Had it been before, they would have acted without hesitation. Even with the Shadow Legion's assistance, they had confidence in overcoming Peter, especially in a 2-against-1 scenario where their odds were considerably high. However, now they hesitated, for the Shadow Legion could directly eliminate the symbiotes, a development they had not anticipated. This revelation significantly heightened the threat posed by the Shadow Legion, instilling in them a deep sense of apprehension. Thus, when Peter's gaze fell upon them, they instantly discerned his intentions. Without a moment's hesitation, they vanished from sight, leaving the symbiote behind, which neither of them cared to acknowledge. After all, they were merely failures. If they were gone, so be it. Peter, who had initially intended to detain them and, with the help of the Shadow Legion, eliminate them, was taken aback by this turn of events. He had not expected them to flee so decisively, disregarding even their own kind. At that moment, the corners of Peter's mouth twitched, but he found himself powerless to act. The speed of the fleeing duo was no less than his own, even if he pursued them. Catching up would likely prove futile. Moreover, the commotion they had stirred was considerable, and he had already spotted S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arriving on the scene, compelling him to abandon any thoughts of apprehending the two. In collaboration with the Shadow Legion, Peter swiftly eradicated the remaining symbiotes at the location before hastily escorting Eddie away. As both parties departed, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents finally arrived, beginning the grim task of clearing the battlefield. It was indeed a lamentable sight. The once renowned S.H.I.E.L.D. had now devolved to merely tidying up after others. Beyond the cordoned area, Happy parked the car. Observing the battlefield, which had already settled into silence, he scratched his head, realizing he had arrived too late. With no other choice, he turned the vehicle back toward the villa. In Liberty City, at the seaside villa, Tony sat on the balcony, gazing out at the horizon, his mind enveloped in contemplation. Although the live news feed had been short-lived, he had managed to utilize JARVIS to access surrounding cameras and review the entire confrontation. Consequently, he noted the peculiar effectiveness of the Shadow Legion against the symbiotes. The extent of their countermeasures was indeed surprising. To delve deeper, he summoned a Shadow Ninja for further examination. However, after hours of study, he found himself at an impasse, unable to grasp any underlying principles, which prompted a self-deprecating chuckle. It was evident that he had perfectly missed out on all scientific aptitude. With a sigh of resignation, Tony chose not to dwell on his predicament. Although the reason behind the Shadow Legion's effectiveness against the symbiotes remained elusive, the mere knowledge of such a capability was sufficient. Thus, the threat posed by the symbiotes was significantly diminished for him. Nevertheless, while the danger to himself was less pronounced, The same could not be said for others, as the symbiotes remained an immense threat. Perhaps, he pondered, he could cultivate 2 symbiotes for experimentation. Deep in contemplation, Tony felt a high feasibility for his thoughts, and suddenly an idea emerged within him. Meanwhile, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick was also pondering how to harness the symbiote for his own purposes. He had already reviewed the combat footage of Peter and Scream, captured by surveillance cameras. Although the images were somewhat unclear, they did not diminish his awareness of the symbiote's formidable power. Ever since Tony had burst onto the scene, Nick had developed a fear of inadequacy and strength, longing to gather all extraordinary beings under his command, a sentiment exemplified by his recruitment of Flint. In the past, Nick would never have considered admitting someone with a criminal record like Flint into S.H.I.E.L.D., but the situation had changed. New extraordinary individuals frequently emerged in New York, while S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked the power to suppress them, relegating the agency to mere cleanup duty. Moreover, the looming threat posed by Tony further exacerbated Nick's urgency. As such, whenever he encountered an extraordinary being, he felt compelled to integrate them into his ranks to bolster his strength. Consequently, he had become increasingly indifferent to whether these individuals embodied justice. Naturally, he still maintained certain boundaries. He would not recruit those with egregious records. Although the symbiote appeared somewhat fearsome, its ability to bond with humans made it an enticing prospect for recruitment. At that moment, the door to his office swung open, and his assistant entered without hesitation. "Director, I have compiled the information you requested," he said. Without turning around, Nick replied, "Go ahead." The assistant nodded and proceeded to open the folder in his hand. "According to our investigation, those who battled Spider-Man are affiliated with the Life Foundation. The male is named Lee Price, and the female is Donna Diego. Just months ago, they were ordinary individuals without any extraordinary abilities. However, a few months back, a meteorite incident occurred, and the Life Foundation contained that meteorite. Our informants within the Life Foundation have reported that they discovered an extraterrestrial organism within the meteorite, known as venom, referred to as a symbiote, which can bond with humans and grant them immense power. Following their research, the personnel at the Life Foundation managed to cultivate or divide numerous symbiotes from venom. The 2 who confronted Spider-Man are named Scream and Riot. However, the original venom escaped from the Life Foundation recently and bonded with a reporter, the very individual taken by Spider-Man. Upon concluding, the assistant closed the folder. Nick remained silent for a moment, then nodded thoughtfully. "I understand. You may leave now. This information is classified. Send it to the archives." "Understood, Director," the assistant acknowledged before exiting the office. Once alone, Nick returned to his chair, murmuring to himself, "It seems I need to have a serious discussion with Drake." As he spoke, he dialed Drake's number to arrange a meeting. After identifying himself, Drake ultimately agreed to the encounter. At this moment, within the confines of Tony's villa, a smile graced his face as he observed Peter entering with Eddie in tow. It is often said that when one is in need of a pillow, it arrives just in time. Tony had just been contemplating the creation of a symbiote, and here was Peter presenting him with Eddie as the origin of the symbiote. The presence of venom meant that Tony no longer needed to make grand efforts to procure a symbiote. Well done, he thought. Let us take him to the basement. He patted Peter on the shoulder in praise, which left Peter feeling both surprised and honored, prompting him to respond eagerly, "Of course, Mr. Stark." Chapter 58. Nick collaborates with Drake to send Eddie to the Underground Research Institute. Upon returning to the living room after escorting Eddie, Peter found Tony seated on the sofa, who looked at him with a grin and remarked, "I believe in rewarding merit and punishing transgressions. You have successfully brought this fellow here. Thus, you have earned a reward. Now, pray tell, what is it that you desire?" At these words, Peter felt a stir within him, and thoughts began to race through his mind. Money was not an immediate concern, as he still had plenty to spend. Strength, too, was no longer a pressing need, having significantly advanced after merging with the symbiote. However, other desires lingered in his mind, and he suddenly recalled the remarkable performance of the Shadow Legion. With a shy smile, he inquired, "Might I obtain control over a portion of the Shadow Legion?" Peter felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although he had acquired some authority to summon the Shadow Ninjas, it was limited to them alone. He was well aware that Tony possessed command over other legions, having witnessed the formidable capabilities of the Shadow Ninjas. He was envious of the other factions, especially given the astonishing display they had put forth that very day. Tony regarded Peter with a bemused expression, recognizing the boy's insatiable greed. Nonetheless, he felt no objection. The authority over the Shadow Legion could easily be revoked at his discretion. Thus, granting Peter a bit more power posed no risk. He nodded and said, "Very well. I shall grant you control over the Claw Shadows." Following this, Tony rose and patted Peter on the shoulder. Instantly, Peter felt a familiar surge of power flowing within him, his eyes alight with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, He summoned a claw shadow right there, and witnessing its deadly form ignited a spark of exhilaration in his face. With the claw shadow at his disposal, he was confident that should he encounter a similar siege as today, none of his adversaries would escape. Not lingering in the villa for long, Peter swiftly departed. After his exit, Tony instructed Jarvis to connect him with Reed. He acknowledged his own limitations in studying the symbiote, recognizing that such specialized matters were best left to experts. With that, he simply asked Jarvis to summon Reed, then hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, Reed arrived at the villa. Before he could knock, the door swung open, and Jarvis's voice resonated within. "Welcome, Mr. Reed." "Thank you," Reed replied courteously as he stepped into the living room. Noticing Tony brewing tea, he smiled and asked, "Boss, you summoned me with such urgency. What is the matter? Have you seen the news?" Tony asked abruptly, leaving Reed momentarily perplexed. After a moment, Reed awkwardly chuckled. "I've been engrossed in my research lately and haven't kept up with the outside world." Nodding in understanding, Tony directed Jarvis to display the news alongside the footage captured during the battle. Once they had finished viewing, Tony broached the main topic, stating, "Those creatures are known as symbiotes. They are extraterrestrial beings. I happen to have one on hand, and I would like you to study it and find a way to replicate it." Listening to the request, Reed fell into a contemplative silence, his eyes brimming with thought. Tony remained patient, quietly awaiting a response. After a considerable amount of time, Reed finally spoke up. "Boss, your request should pose no issue. However, I am nearing the conclusion of my current research and would prefer not to be distracted at this moment. Could we possibly postpone this for a while?" Upon hearing this, Tony felt a twinge of disappointment. He had been eager to witness the effects of equipping the Shadow Legion with symbiotes. It now appeared that realizing this ambition would require some additional time. "Very well, no problem. We can revisit this after you complete your current research. However, is your project progressing this swiftly? Are you already on the verge of yielding results?" Tony inquired with curiosity. Instantly, a smile illuminated Reed's face. "I, too, did not anticipate such smooth progress, but I owe it all to you, boss. Without your substantial support, my research would not have advanced so rapidly." Reed's words bore no trace of flattery. They were heartfelt and sincere. The privilege of being backed by a top-tier conglomerate was exhilarating. Whenever he required specific materials, they would be delivered the very next day, whether they were regulated or rare. Reflecting on his earlier struggles, when he had to plead for even the slightest resource, the current state of his research felt like a dream come true, allowing him to immerse himself in his studies while others managed the logistics. Tony appreciated Reed's praise and, intrigued, probed further into the progress of his research. Reed, naturally, shared every detail, and the two engaged in a thoroughly enjoyable conversation. Meanwhile, across town at the Life Foundation, in Drake's office, Nick entered, guided by the secretary. Drake, though slender, emanated a sharp, focused aura. Had Nick not known he was a scientist, he might have mistaken him for a military officer. Gesturing for Nick to take a seat, Drake took a sip of his coffee, smiling as he did so. "Director Nick, I have heard much about you. What brings you here today?" Nick, eschewing any pretense, responded candidly. "I have a singular purpose for my visit. I wish to discuss a potential collaboration." Collaboration on what?" Drake appeared somewhat perplexed. Yet Nick discerned that he was feigning ignorance. "Mr. Drake, I have come prepared and am well aware of the circumstances. We are all intelligent individuals here. Please do not underestimate my understanding," Nick stated bluntly. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Drake's eyes. "Since you have put it that way, I shall be straightforward as well. I currently have no interest in collaborating with any factions. If there is nothing else, I kindly ask you to take your leave." Drake, an ambitious individual, regarded the symbiote as his secret weapon. He would not recklessly engage in partnerships, especially not with an official organization like SHIELD. Thus, from the outset, he had no intention of collaboration. Agreeing to a meeting was merely a courtesy extended to SHIELD. In light of this situation, Nick had anticipated such an outcome, as evidenced by the personality analysis report of Drake that rested on his desk. Consequently, when confronted with Drake's refusal, Nick remained unperturbed and remarked, "Do not jump to conclusions too hastily. The decision regarding our collaboration may not rest solely in your hands." "Are you threatening me?" Drake's eyes narrowed, emanating a menacing glint. Nick then tapped his desk and replied in a grave tone, "It is not I who threatens you, but rather Tony from Stark Industries. Perhaps you are unaware that the Spider-Man you previously encountered is, in fact, under his employ." Chapter 59. A gargantuan appetite. Nick's voice was neither loud nor soft, devoid of any emotion, merely stating a fact. Upon hearing this, Drake's gaze abruptly narrowed. Ever since the discovery of the symbiote, he had been utterly captivated by its power. In his eyes, there was no force more formidable than the symbiote. However, after his battle with Spider-Man, his understanding was irrevocably shattered. The Shadow Legion had managed to annihilate the symbiote with mere cold weapons, leaving Drake astounded. It was evident that the symbiote was vulnerable to the Shadow Legion, and when Nick informed him that Spider-Man was affiliated with Stark Industries, Drake found himself increasingly agitated. This implied that if Stark Industries were to target them, the Life Foundation would likely suffer significant losses due to this vulnerability. Contemplating this, Drake's thoughts began to shift unconsciously. How do you propose we collaborate? Drake inquired in a low voice, yet Nick did not respond directly. Instead, he countered with a question. How is your research on the symbiote progressing? If you don't mind, could you elaborate on its capabilities? After all, knowing oneself and one's adversary is essential to devising the most suitable collaboration plan. Don't you agree? Nick smiled, immediately seeking the core data of the Life Foundation. Had the symbiote not been revealed to be countered, Drake would have dismissed him outright, boldly ordering him to leave. However, with the looming threat of Stark Industries, he could not afford to reject the alliance with S.H.I.E.L.D., no matter how displeased he felt. He understood that a countered symbiote posed minimal threat, but facing Stark Industries would undoubtedly result in severe repercussions, if not death. Suppressing his indignation, Drake inhaled deeply before responding with an icy tone. The symbiote is an extraterrestrial organism, however, due to its species traits. It cannot survive independently and must bond with a host, achieving a symbiotic relationship. According to our research, the stronger the host, the greater the power derived from the bond. You could liken the symbiote to a cheat code in a game. Merging with a symbiote is akin to activating a cheat. Upon hearing this, Nick's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had not anticipated that the strength of the symbiote was contingent upon the host. A fleeting image of Flint and Captain America crossed his mind. Both were already extraordinary beings. If they were to merge with a symbiote, their power would be drastically amplified. With their enhanced abilities, they might not triumph over Tony initially, but they would certainly not be rendered utterly defenseless as they were now. A cascade of thoughts raced through his mind, yet Nick maintained his composure, aware that he needed to ascertain further details. From my observations, symbiotes possess their own consciousness. Once bonded, who assumes dominance, the host or the symbiote? This is crucial. If the symbiote were to dominate, I would hesitate to proceed. After all, if the Life Foundation were to tame the symbiote, and it were to bond with individuals like Captain America, it would be akin to sending a meat bun to a dog. There would be no return. Upon hearing the question, Drake understood the underlying concerns but refrained from elaborating. He simply explained that generally, when an individual merges with a symbiote, their actions are primarily governed by the host while during ordinary circumstances, whereas in battle, the symbiotes will take precedence. However, if one possesses considerable strength, the individuals will largely dominate post-fusion. It is only those with feeble strength and willpower who find themselves subjugated by the symbiote. Listening to this explanation, Nick nodded in silence, knowing he could not wholly trust Drake's words. Thus, the veracity of his claims required further validation. His final inquiry pertained to whether a symbiote could alter a person's will. Upon posing the question, Nick's expression grew markedly grave. After all, the presence of an additional consciousness within him raised uncertainties about the potential influence of the symbiote on the host. The fearsome visage of the symbiote undeniably bore the traits of a villain, and were it not for the pressure exerted by Tony, Nick would have never contemplated accepting such a risk. Alas, there are no what-ifs. Tony's existence loomed over him like a mountain, compelling him to seek every possible means to augment his strength to contend against Tony. Otherwise, he would continue to be relentlessly subdued by Tony, unable to prevent his excessive actions, a reality Nick was desperate to avoid. We have conducted research on this matter as well. At this point, Drake hesitated, aware that what he was about to disclose pertained to human experimentation, which is widely recognized as illegal. He pondered whether to proceed with his revelations. Observing his demeanor, Nick raised an eyebrow, quickly discerning Drake's apprehensions. Thus, Nick intervened to alleviate his concerns, stating, I am solely interested in the research findings. Other matters do not concern me. With this assurance, Drake felt a measure of relief and slowly nodded, continuing, the symbiote itself possesses no inherent sense of good or evil. They exist in a state of neutrality. Should the host's intentions be pure, they naturally become benevolent. Conversely, if the host harbors malevolence, they transform into demons. Having received the answers he sought, Nick nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Drake pressed on. Now, may I inquire about your intended collaboration? Of course. Nick replied with an air of composure. You provide the symbiotes, and we, S.H.I.E.L.D., shall supply the hosts, cultivating formidable individuals to counter Stark Industries. Nick's plan was straightforward, but upon hearing it, Drake furrowed his brow. What is it that I stand to gain? He questioned. Your proposal benefits solely S.H.I.E.L.D. My Life Foundation has been making contributions without reciprocation. This hardly aligns with the principles of collaboration. Drake's tone was laced with frost, clearly dissatisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D. DS one-sided pursuit of benefits without offering anything in return. That cannot be the case. Nick countered. SHIELD will take responsibility for containing Stark Industries, ensuring your safety. Is that not sufficient? Not nearly enough. Upon hearing this, Nick shrugged helplessly, realizing that his desire for a free ride had come to naught. He could only present a proposition. You provide the symbiote. And if you bring down Stark Industries, you may reap half of its enterprises, including its research achievements. What do you think? As he spoke, Drake's eyes narrowed, and a look of intrigue washed over his face. The magnitude of Stark Industries far surpassed that of the Life Foundation. Securing half of Stark Industries' assets and research accomplishments would undoubtedly propel the Life Foundation to unprecedented heights. Thus, Nick's proposal stirred his interest. However, being a shrewd businessman, he was not easily satisfied. I also demand half of Stark Industries' patents. Chapter 60. The Dark Alliance assembles Stark Industries is not merely a purveyor of arms. It is a formidable entity dedicated to the research and development of advanced weaponry. The patents it holds are as numerous as the stars in the sky, each one capable of sustaining an enterprise on its own, let alone half of them. Should one manage to acquire these assets, the Life Foundation would ascend to become the next oligarch, wielding the power to influence not only the United States, but the entire globe. Thus, his demands could be deemed excessive. However, to his astonishment, Nick readily acquiesced, his agreement so swift it felt surreal, despite the fact that he would be taking all the research data on the symbiote. Yet, in Drake's eyes, every concession was worth it. After extensive negotiations, both parties reached an accord. Nick did not linger at the Life Foundation, soon rising to take his leave. Once outside, he entered his vehicle, with his assistant at the helm, steering them back to SHIELD. During the journey, the assistant hesitantly broached the subject. Director, why did you offer such favorable terms? If we could indeed secure Stark Industries, why not assimilate it ourselves? Why share the spoils with outsiders? At this, Nick, who had been resting with his eyes closed, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. As you mentioned, those conditions can only be fulfilled if we indeed secure Stark Industries. Do you believe we can accomplish that? Nick's rhetorical question rendered the assistant momentarily speechless. It dawned on him that all of Nick's promised conditions hinged upon the successful acquisition of Stark Industries. However, if they failed to achieve this, those promises would merely be empty assurances. Did SHIELD possess the capability to conquer Stark Industries? The thought conjured an image of Tony in the assistant's mind, along with the prior encounters between SHIELD and him. After a thorough comparison, he despaired at the realization that taking Stark down seemed an insurmountable challenge. Firstly, it was imperative to neutralize Tony. As long as he existed, Stark Industries would remain impervious. Coming back to reality, the assistant cast a peculiar glance at Nick, who was wearing a smile, then pitifully regarded the Life Foundation outside the window. They were likely still caught in a dream, unaware that such dreams are often mere fantasies, unattainable in reality. With his eyes closed, Nick felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, albeit tinged with a hint of regret. Although he had issued empty promises, he secretly harbored hope for the acquisition of Stark Industries and the resolution of the Tony dilemma. After all, Tony posed a significant threat. Thus, while his commitments appeared bleak, they were not entirely devoid of hope. Shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts, Nick pondered who should be chosen to merge with the symbiote. His options were limited, comprising only Flint and Captain America. Given the unfamiliarity with the symbiote, selecting either candidate entailed considerable risk, necessitating careful deliberation. Meanwhile, in Tony's villa, as Nick and his associate finalized their collaboration, Tony's discussion with Reed had also reached its conclusion. As Reed departed from the villa to continue his research on his project, Tony withdrew his gaze, succumbing to contemplation. Reed lacked the time to study the symbiote, yet Tony was unwilling to squander precious moments. After all, if more symbiotes could indeed be spawned, it would significantly enhance the strength under his command. Thus, he was determined not to delay. However, aside from Reed, who could possibly delve into the mysteries of the symbiote? After much reflection, Tony despaired to realize that he appeared to be unfamiliar with any talents in this field. Even the memories from his past life proved futile. His understanding of the Marvel Universe was already superficial. And with his presence altering the narrative threads of Marvel into a chaotic mess, he found himself unable to locate a suitable scientist to study the symbiote. Despite the disappointment, his objective remained steadfast. The proliferation of symbiotes must occur swiftly. Any delay was tantamount to wasting life. Since he could not pursue the research himself, he might as well seize the findings of others. After all, he was not the sole individual engaged in symbiote research. Acquiring another's research results would yield the same outcome, while saving him valuable time. Jarvis, please connect me with Norman and Peter. Having made his decision, Tony promptly began gathering personnel. It is said that one trained soldiers for 1,000 days to use them for a brief moment. The Dark Alliance had been established for quite some time without executing a mission together, and now this would serve as their inaugural task. Understood, sir, Jarvis acknowledged, simultaneously dialing Norman and Peter's numbers. Soon, the two men, having received the summons, made their way to Tony's villa, while Happy and Bucky were also called from their quarters to await in the living room. 20 minutes later, a dark figure leaped into the room from the balcony office. In order to expedite his arrival, Peter had chosen the swiftest method. A few moments later, a luxury car halted at the villa's entrance, from which Norman, clad in a tailored suit, strode directly into the villa. Before long, the gathering was complete, and Tony surveyed the assembled company, nodding in satisfaction. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been quite a while. He greeted them with a smile. The others rolled their eyes. Peter had seen Tony recently, while Bucky and Happy practically resided in the villa, rarely venturing outside. Although Norman had not visited the villa in some time, as a major shareholder of the Oscorp Group, he often encountered Tony during inspections. Thus, Tony's words felt somewhat superfluous, rendering the atmosphere slightly awkward. Clearing his throat, Tony acknowledged the awkwardness before swiftly regaining his composure. The purpose of gathering you here today is to assign a task. The Life Foundation has recently been researching a creature known as the symbiote, and I require their complete research data. Remember, it is imperative to obtain everything, so I need you to collaborate on this endeavor. Any objections? Upon his conclusion, Bucky and Happy nodded in agreement without uttering a word. Having spent so much time in Tony's company, they had developed a habit of acquiescence. Whatever Tony decreed, they followed without question. Peter, having previously encountered the symbiote, knew that the Shadow Legion could counter it, so he too had no objections. Regardless of the available means of restraint, even if victory eludes him, he remains unperturbed. However, Norman is quite different. As the captain of a formidable financial empire, he contemplates matters more deeply than anyone else. What is a symbiote? A unique form of life. What benefits can we derive from completing the task? Norman inquired. And the atmosphere in the room became somewhat oppressive. The trio of Happy exchanged furtive glances with Tony, apprehensive of inciting his ire. After all, they were ostensibly under Tony's command, and to seek personal gain from the directives of their superior seemed audacious. Yet, the anticipated fury they imagined did not manifest on Tony's countenance. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. The inquiry posed by Norman was precisely what he intended to address next. Chapter 61. The modified Captain America. Tony has always held a steadfast belief that everything in this world possesses its own value, and that the ties of self-interest constitute the most reliable relationships. Certainly, this does not imply that emotional bonds lack efficacy. For instance, take Happy. Tony could command him to face peril, and he would likely do so without a moment's hesitation, which illustrates the strength of emotional ties. However, such connections are ill-suited for the Dark Alliance. Members of the Dark Alliance are predominantly villains, ruthless and cold-hearted. Even a paragon like Peter, once subjected to their indoctrination, would not remain untainted. To lead such a cadre, one must not only possess absolute strength to compel them, but also provide commensurate incentives to ensure their earnest commitment. Thus, at the inception of the Dark Alliance, Tony began contemplating a comprehensive system of rules and rewards and punishments. At present, with a limited number of personnel, the system may not be immediately necessary, yet as they embark on missions, it is imperative to establish a reward system. Rest assured, I shall not permit anyone to labor without compensation. Within the Alliance, a points system will be instituted, allowing members to exchange points for various items, whether technological schematics, currency, or enhancement elixirs. Furthermore, there will be additional resources to bolster their strength. The specifics of what can be exchanged will become apparent upon their return from missions. For this upcoming endeavor, each member can earn 1,000 points upon successful completion. Naturally, failure will incur penalties, and I shall delineate all particulars for your perusal later. Now, does anyone have any questions? Upon finishing, Tony's gaze swept across the assembly, and none dared to speak, their faces reflecting a burgeoning anticipation. Although they were unaware of the potential rewards, the thought of Tony's formidable power kindled their eagerness for what he might offer. Very well, since there are no objections, let us each prepare for action. We shall proceed tonight, and I hope for your safe return. Tony raised his coffee cup in a gesture of camaraderie, and the group fell silent, departing to make their preparations. Meanwhile, as Tony was formulating the action plan, the Life Foundation welcomed a host from S.H.I.E.L.D. After careful deliberation, Nick ultimately opted for Captain America, recognizing his formidable strength and unwavering resolve as the ideal candidate for the experiment. Steve, upon learning of this decision, did not oppose it, as no one would forego an opportunity to enhance their abilities, especially after the incident with the Manhattan Shield. Steve discerned that the world had grown far more perilous than in his own era. His current prowess was evidently insufficient to quell all threats. Thus he would not let the chance to augment his strength slip away. At the Life Foundation Research Institute, Drake stood outside the experimental chamber, accompanied only by a few assistants, with no one else present. The symbiote fusion represented a first for S.H.I.E.L.D., yet for the Life Foundation. It was a familiar procedure, requiring no fanfare. Had it not been for the desire to witness the transformation in power following the integration of the extraordinary entity, Drake would not have found himself there. Observing Steve, who had completely relaxed, Drake nodded to the researcher beside him, prompting the latter to press a crimson button. Instantly, a dark liquid surged into the experimental chamber, and upon sensing Steve's presence, it seemed to come alive, rapidly enveloping his entire being. As the sensations coursed through him, Steve stifled the impulse to react and embraced the merging process in silence. Time slipped away, and soon the dark liquid completely enveloped Steve, penetrating into his skin. A tingling, prickling pain spread throughout his body, yet Steve remained undeterred. Suddenly, all of the dark liquid merged into his being, and a wave of agony erupted in his mind. Even with his unwavering will, he could not suppress a soft groan. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating within minutes. The dark liquid vanished from his surface, and the chamber door opened, allowing Steve to step out. At that moment, he appeared unchanged from before the experiment, at least to Drake and the others. However, he could distinctly feel a tremendous enhancement in his physical prowess. Upon a cursory assessment, Steve sensed that his physical capabilities had multiplied at least tenfold. A smile involuntarily graced his lips. Drake approached, curiosity etched on his face. Congratulations on successfully merging with the symbiote. How do you feel? Shall we conduct a test now? After a moment of contemplation, Steve nodded. It's no trouble. I too am curious about the differences between a symbiote-enhanced individual and an ordinary person. With that, the two made their way to the testing arena. The testing area, though modest in size, was fully equipped, featuring a force gauge for measuring strength, a modified treadmill, and a lead ball array for testing reaction speed. Without waiting for Drake's invitation, Steve strode directly towards the force gauge, his resolve unwavering, and unleashed a powerful punch. A resounding impact echoed, and the eyes of Drake and the others widened as they witnessed the numbers on the gauge rapidly fluctuate. Soaring to its maximum limit of 10 tons in the blink of an eye, the gauge shattered with a sharp crack, unable to accommodate the overwhelming force. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, a single punch exceeding 10 tons of power, and it appeared this was not even Steve's limit. What manner of being was he? As the astonished crowd looked on, Steve proceeded to the modified treadmill and set it to the highest setting. In an instant, he transformed into a blur, moving so swiftly that he was nearly indistinguishable, leading some to believe they were witnessing a specter. Gasps filled the air as everyone swallowed hard, internally marveling. Is this fellow even human? Having learned from previous experiences, Steve brought his sprint to a close, but as he stepped off the treadmill, the machine began to emit smoke, signaling yet another casualty in their testing apparatus. In the final test of the lead sphere matrix, it was undeniable that Steve once again passed with remarkable perfection. His reflexes were inherently swift, allowing him to effortlessly evade the lead spheres even without the aid of the symbiotic fusion. Given the current circumstances, this was even more pronounced. Ultimately, this assessment yielded no valuable insights, leaving Drake somewhat exasperated. However, Steve's prowess remained unquestionable. Although this test did not provide any useful data, it nonetheless afforded him a more precise understanding of his own physique, which he found quite satisfactory. Chapter 62. The heroes stormed the Life Foundation as twilight descended. The moonlight began to envelop the land. A vigilant patrol team meticulously surveyed every corner of the Life Foundation. Due to prior warnings, Drake had long since issued strict orders, and no one dared to let their guard down. As time slowly passed, a sudden piercing sound shattered the night, as if something had sliced through the air above them. Before anyone could investigate, a resounding explosion echoed from the distant horizon, accompanied by an eerie, maniacal laughter. Ha ha. A green figure on a flying hoverboard charged directly into the Life Foundation. Witnessing this scene, the personnel of the Life Foundation changed their expressions, urgently shouting, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" While sounding the alarm, they swiftly redirected their weapons towards the figure in the sky. Gunfire illuminated the night, as a fierce barrage erupted, shattering the silence. Countless bullets soared skyward, and although the Green Goblin moved with incredible speed, a number of bullets still struck him amidst the overwhelming firepower. Yet, clad in his green battle attire, he paid no heed to the threat of the bullets. Aside from the clattering sounds as they ricocheted off him, the projectiles posed no danger whatsoever. An ominous laughter continued to emanate from his lips as the Green Goblin casually rummaged at his waist, producing 2 pumpkin bombs in his hands. Pulling the pins, he hurled the bombs forcefully towards the ground, where they landed amidst the crowd. Boom. The terrifying explosion resounded, instantly diminishing the previously dense gunfire. The armed members of the Life Foundation were largely reduced to mere skeletons in the wake of the pumpkin bomb's detonation. What seems lengthy to describe was merely a brief interlude. Suddenly, a towering figure descended from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater upon impact. The shadow that had darted earlier now paused atop the Life Foundation skyscraper, revealing Peter in his black spider suit. The roar of a vehicle echoed as it smashed through the entrance of the Life Foundation, and the cold, unyielding Bucky stepped out. The members of the Dark Alliance made their entrance in various ways, effortlessly breaching the defenses set up by the Life Foundation as they advanced toward the research building. At that moment, a piercing alarm rang throughout the building, signaling an external invasion. In the surveillance room, Drake stared at the images displayed on the monitor, his expression darkening to the point of nearly dripping with tension. Although he had been forewarned by Nick that Tony would eventually come for him, he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. Even more shocking was the formidable strength of Tony's subordinates. Aside from Spider-Man, there were 3 other extraordinarily powerful beings. With such formidable prowess, coupled with the shadowy troops that seemingly countered the symbiote, it was indeed challenging for the Life Foundation to withstand this onslaught. Fortunately, he had accepted Nick's offer of collaboration, and the recently enhanced Captain America was still within the Foundation. Thus, despite his grim demeanor, Drake held no cause for alarm as he observed the intruders. As Drake picked up the communicator, his voice instantly reverberated through the air. "Price, Donna, we have guests arriving. Gather everyone and ensure they are well received." "Understood, Doctor." He adjusted the power settings, preparing to intercept the members of the Dark Alliance, and dialed Nick's number. The connection was established almost immediately. Without allowing Nick to utter a word, Drake interjected, "The Stark Industries personnel have arrived. Now is the time for your S.H.I.E.L.D. to take action." "Got it. Hold on a moment. Reinforcements will arrive shortly." After Nick's response, Drake chose not to continue the conversation and promptly hung up, rising to head towards the training room. In contrast to Nick, who was far away, Captain America, who was within arm's reach, was evidently a more suitable ally to seek assistance from. Having been adapting to his surging powers, Steve seemed oblivious to the external situation until Drake approached him, prompting a delayed realization. "An invasion? I understand. Rest assured, I shall take action." Steve readily affirmed Drake's plea for aid. Not only had he recently benefited from Drake, but even without that, his character would not permit him to remain passive. With Steve's agreement to assist, Drake felt a wave of relief wash over him, regaining his earlier composure. Meanwhile, in the research building, members of the Dark Alliance entered in unison. Shadows emerged at the behest of Peter and Norman, with Claw Shadows tasked with reconnaissance and combat, while Shadow Ninjas sought out information. They dispersed from the first floor, meticulously searching every possible location that might harbor vital data. This marked their first coordinated operation. Whether for rewards or to fulfill Tony's directives, everyone was determined to accomplish their mission without a hint of negligence. Just as they were scouring the entire floor, the Life Foundation personnel swiftly arrived at the same level. A curvaceous figure named Scream appeared before Peter, flanked by a group of symbiotes, blocking his path. Learning from previous encounters, they were now equipped with an array of gear significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Witnessing this, Peter's expression grew grave beneath his mask. He summoned the more combat-ready Claw Shadows without hesitation. On another front, the Green Goblin, while searching for information, was suddenly ambushed by Shadows. The frenzied, jagged claws sliced through the air and struck him, emitting a chilling sound that grated on the nerves. On the third floor, Bucky and Happy commenced their search, but at the stairwell, Steve, clad in his American uniform, directly obstructed their path. Upon seeing Steve, Bucky's expression shifted, his gaze becoming extraordinarily complex. How did you end up here?" "That question should be directed at you. Bucky, how have you become this way? Have you forgotten our former ideals? Why consort with these malevolent forces? Return. Let us join forces to combat evil. Do not let yourself go astray again." Their last encounter had been brief due to the prevailing circumstances, leaving much unsaid. Under the current circumstances, Steve promptly began to counsel Bucky, hoping to extricate him from the clutches of the Dark Alliance. Listening to Steve's entreaties, Bucky shook his head resolutely. "I have never forgotten our ideals. However, I possess my own path and my own methods. The Light Alliance embodies true justice. In stark contrast, the S.H.I.E.L.D. you are affiliated with has become a mere puppet of the upper echelons of the United States. Their actions increasingly serve the interests of the elite rather than the justice we hold dear," Bucky declared with righteous fervor. During his time spent in Tony's villa, he had, under Tony's subtle influence, come to embrace the Alliance, and now found himself in a position to persuade Steve instead. Chapter 63. The terrifying encounter with Steve. As Steve gazed at Bucky, who was lost in delusion, his expression hardened with resolve. You have strayed onto a perilous path, and I cannot permit you to continue down this erroneous road. Since you refuse to break free, I must bring you back, he declared, preparing himself for action. At that moment, the ever-impatient Happy interjected loudly, "If you're going to fight, then fight. Spare us the unnecessary words." Without a second thought for Bucky, Happy charged forward. His physique began to swell, transforming in an instant into a giant reminiscent of a small mountain. His colossal fists tore through the air, whistling ominously as they aimed directly at Steve's face. Witnessing this, Steve's gaze sharpened, and without a hint of hesitation, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists, one large and one small, collided fiercely in midair. A grin spread across Happy's face. How foolish to challenge him directly. Having injected himself with the Hulk serum, he was unparalleled in strength. Apart from Tony, no one in the entire league dared to confront him head-on. Thus, seeing Steve choose to engage him in a direct clash, he envisioned the moment he would send Steve flying. With a resounding boom, a figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall and leaving it cracked. To Bucky's astonishment, it was not Steve who was thrown back, but rather Happy himself. His expression morphed into one of disbelief. How could this be? Since joining the league, he had sparred with Happy more than anyone else, and each encounter had left him bruised and battered. After all, facing a behemoth with unmatched defenses and strength, he had no hope of overcoming Happy. Bucky had previously witnessed Steve's prowess. Although stronger than himself, it was within limits. Logically, he should not have been a match for Happy. Yet now, the very giant who had dominated him was sent sprawling by a single punch from Steve. It was utterly inconceivable. Bucky's shock was palpable, while Happy seethed with rage. The very individual he had looked down upon had dared to strike him down. He refused to accept it. With a furious roar, Happy rose from the ground and charged at Steve once more. His towering form resembled a mountain, and with each step, the floor trembled beneath him. To any observer, Steve appeared to be the weaker of the two. However, strength does not waver in the face of Happy's fury. He lacked the Hulk's ability to grow mightier with rage. Soon enough, Happy was sent flying backward at an even greater velocity, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. His once impenetrable defenses had been shattered. Steve retracted his fist slowly, his expression impassive as he regarded the vanquished Happy. Before merging with the symbiote, he indeed had not been a match for the hulking brute. But after the bond, his power had surged beyond tenfold. How could the giant possibly stand against him now? Retracting his gaze, Steve once again turned his attention to Bucky. Speaking in a calm tone, "Surrender, Bucky, you are no match for me." At these words, Bucky snapped out of his shock, gazing at Steve with a serious expression. The overwhelming power he sensed filled him with despair, yet he would never capitulate. He remained steadfast in his convictions, and his pride forbade him from yielding without a fight. With a swift motion, he drew his specially crafted sidearm, unleashing a barrage of high-powered bullets toward Steve. In response, Steve did not attempt to block them. Instead, he vanished in a blur, evading the onslaught. When he reappeared, he was mere inches from Bucky. As Bucky realized his presence, Steve's fist struck his chest with a thunderous impact, sending Bucky crashing to the ground. Agonizing pain coursed through every fiber of his being, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. The symbiote-infused Steve had grown exponentially powerful, transcending mere levels of strength. Both Happy and Bucky found themselves akin to children facing an adult, utterly helpless against the overwhelming force. Observing the incapacitated forms of Happy and Bucky on the floor, Steve shook his head and spoke calmly. "Why must it be this way? You may remain here for now." With that, he turned and descended the stairs, disregarding the two on the ground. Happy and Bucky, having endured the brunt of Steve's formidable blows, had completely lost their combat capabilities, finding even the slightest movement a Herculean task, lying obediently on the ground. On the second floor, the battle between the Green Goblin and the Rampage continued unabated. With the aid of advanced technology, the Green Goblin clearly held the upper hand over Rampage. Furthermore, with the Shadow Claw assisting in the fray, Rampage found himself increasingly constrained, unable to rely on the symbiote's formidable vitality for a desperate offensive. Unless circumstances changed, Rampage's defeat was merely a matter of time. While the two were embroiled in their fierce combat, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Steve appeared before them, prompting both the Green Goblin and Rampage to instinctively create distance as they turned their attention to him. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the Green Goblin furrowed his brow, while Rampage's face brightened with relief, sensing a kindred spirit in Steve, clearly an ally. "Who are you?" Norman inquired, his expression tinged with suspicion. He recalled that Bucky and Happy had ascended to the third floor, and now an unfamiliar individual had descended, undoubtedly a foe. Where have Bucky and Happy gone? If they were on the third floor, they should not have allowed anyone to come down. As he awaited a response, Steve offered none, instead fixing his gaze upon Norman before vanishing in an instant. At that moment, Norman felt a jolt of fear. He was incredibly fast. His mind raced with alarm, prompting him to retreat at once. Recognizing the shift in circumstances, he decided it was prudent to flee for his safety. Without hesitation, he leaped onto his flying glider, flames erupting from it as he propelled himself toward the window. As long as he could escape this place, he would swiftly free himself. Unless that fellow possessed the ability to fly, he would undoubtedly be unable to catch up. The Green Goblin had devised his plans meticulously. Yet he underestimated Steve's swiftness while overestimating his own prowess. Just as he was about to burst through the window, Steve's form suddenly materialized before him, blocking his path. In that instant, Steve unleashed a powerful punch. A surge of terrifying force erupted, and Norman had barely enough time to raise his hands in defense before being sent crashing off his glider, plummeting to the ground. The impact resonated throughout the entire building, startling Peter on the first floor. Before he could comprehend what was happening, Norman's furious roar echoed down from above. Run. Chapter 64. Contact me after you have decided. Norman's roar caused Peter's expression to shift, for he discerned the fear laced within Norman's words. Although he was oblivious to the circumstances at hand, he dared not linger any longer and swiftly fled from the Life Foundation. The scream, which had been suppressed within him, reacted promptly upon witnessing Peter's escape, realizing that they had gained the upper hand. Without a moment's hesitation, the scream pursued him, intent on capturing Peter. However, as shadowy figures emerged to hinder his escape, the scream was detained, forced to watch helplessly as Peter fled the research building, unleashing an enraged howl. Once Peter had exited the building, Steve's figure appeared on the first floor, cautiously followed by a frantic presence. Observing the scene below, Steve furrowed his brow. Where had everyone gone? The scream, having dispatched the last two shadowy figures, halted its actions, glanced at Steve, and coldly remarked, "They've fled." In response, Steve cast a deep look at the scream, but ultimately said nothing, retreating to the second floor. Meanwhile, Peter, having narrowly escaped, gasped for breath. Glancing back at the Life Foundation that lay far behind him, he remained perplexed as to how he had inexplicably lost the confrontation. For extraordinary beings, each possessing formidable strength, coupled with the assistance of the Shadow Soldiers, left Peter bewildered as to the reason for their defeat. Prior to the mission, he had believed it would be a mere formality. Yet, the reality was astonishing. They had lost. Although he was unaware of the precise details, he could surmise that Norman and the others must have encountered insurmountable foes. Otherwise, even in defeat, their entire force would not have been obliterated. Reclaiming his focus and suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, Peter hastened toward Freedom City. At a seaside villa, Tony sat upon the balcony, cradling a glass of red wine, his gaze serenely surveying the vast ocean. The night waves surged fiercely, each crest crashing against the shore with a resounding roar. At that moment, a shadow descended from the heavens, alighting upon the balcony. Tony did not even glance at the figure, completely indifferent to the unfolding scene. Peter, observing Tony's calm demeanor, felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, "The mission has failed. How can you remain so composed?" In response, Tony took a sip of his wine, maintaining his tranquil expression, and said, "Now, tell me what transpired." Peter promptly relayed everything he knew, and Tony listened in silence, refraining from offering any commentary. Upon finishing, Tony finally drained his glass of wine, placing it aside, and a faint smirk graced his lips. "I warned you all to proceed with caution before the mission, but no one heeded my advice. Now, you've brought about a complete disaster. Do you truly believe that mere prowess warrants disdain for the world?" As Tony spoke slowly, the initial anger on Peter's face gradually transformed into a flicker of shame. They indeed became complacent, believing that their strength could effortlessly conquer all adversaries, completely disregarding the Life Foundation, which ultimately led to their downfall. Consequently, faced with Tony's mockery, Peter found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice interrupted. "Sir, Mr. Nick is calling. Shall I connect the call?" "Yes, please," Tony replied calmly. "Very well, sir." With that, Nick's voice resonated within the villa. "Hello again, Tony. If you are calling to gloat, I suggest you remain silent." Nick's tone carried a hint of pride. Having clashed with Tony on multiple occasions, this was the first time he felt he held the upper hand, and even his manner of speaking was imbued with joy. However, before he could continue his boast, Tony's retort extinguished any notion of further bragging. After being rebuffed, Nick fell silent for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. "I'll be direct. I can return your people, but you must cease your interest in the Life Foundation. What do you say?" The notion that Nick genuinely intended to release Happy and the others was utterly absurd. Having witnessed Tony's true capabilities, he understood that Tony's power was unfathomable. Even though Steve had significantly strengthened his abilities, Nick still lacked the confidence to confront Tony directly. As long as Tony remained standing, capturing his subordinates would be futile and could potentially provoke Tony's ire. Thus, his only strategy was to negotiate a deal involving Happy and the others. It must be said that Nick was adept at knowing when to advance and retreat, but Tony clearly had no intention of granting him such courtesy. As soon as Nick finished speaking, Tony's indifferent voice cut through the air. I want your people, and I also require the documents pertaining to the Life Foundation. If you are wise, you will deliver them willingly. If not, I shall retrieve them myself. That is all. Contact me once you have deliberated. With that, Tony abruptly ended the call, leaving Nick on the other end, stunned by the dial tone. Upon regaining his senses, an indescribable fury welled up within him. If only Tony were before him, he would certainly demand to know if Tony truly understood the situation. How could he dictate terms when he was the one at a disadvantage? How dare he adopt such a domineering tone? In the office, Steve and Drake observed Nick's furious demeanor, their expressions equally filled with cold intensity. Although Nick had not put the call on speaker, both of them were far from ordinary individuals. Under the same roof, they could clearly hear the conversation between Nick and Tony. Thus, as they listened to Tony's audacious demeanor, both felt equally displeased, especially Drake, initially opposed to the deal proposed by Nick. He found himself unable to voice his dissent since it was Steve who had captured the individuals in question. However, at this moment, despite having hostages in their grasp, they found themselves threatened by Tony, a situation that was intolerable for Drake. He emitted a cold snort, his voice laced with menace as he proclaimed, I have long asserted that your trading scheme is utterly unreliable. It would be far wiser to heed my counsel. Either eliminate those 3 individuals, or allow me to devise a means to control their symbiotic fusion, thereby augmenting our own strength. Why should we be beholden to that man's whims? As Drake articulated his proposal, Steve, typically reticent, surprisingly nodded in agreement, showing his support for Drake's plan. At that moment, Nick interjected, shaking his head emphatically. No. If anything were to happen to those 3, there would be no turning back. Chapter 65. Just one punch to teach team leader me a lesson. Upon witnessing Nick's repeated refusals, Drake's lips twitched slightly, yet he refrained from uttering any further words. After all, this collaboration was predominantly under the aegis of S.H.I.E.L.D., and since the individual in question was apprehended by Steve, the connection to the Life Foundation was tenuous at best. He found himself in no position to issue demands, and excessive discourse might jeopardize the fragile cooperative relationship. However, his silence did not imply that Steve would acquiesce to Nick's plans. In the next moment, a commanding voice reverberated throughout the office. Enough. Nick, as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., your duty is to eradicate evil and uphold the stability of our nation. Yet, what are you doing now? Simply capitulating to the forces of darkness? Is that individual truly invincible? I refuse to believe it, Steve proclaimed with righteous fervor. This assertion stemmed not only from his character, but also from a significant surge in his own capabilities. Having merged with the symbiote, he had effortlessly vanquished 3 exceptionally formidable superhumans. It was impossible for him to remain entirely unchanged in mindset. Nevertheless, he was no inexperienced youth. His demeanor was remarkably composed, which had allowed him to suppress any unusual sentiments until now. Yet, with Tony's incessant provocation and Nick's continual retreat, Steve felt an overwhelming urge to unleash his frustrations. In his perspective, even if Tony's power was considerable, it was merely on par with his own improved strength. Engaging in a confrontation of equal standing did not daunt him in the slightest. As he listened to Steve's impassioned outcry and noted the intensity of Nick's gaze fixed upon him, Nick suddenly realized that he had lost his composure. Perhaps the pressure exerted by Tony had been too great, leading him to become tentative in the face of such a challenge. While he could leverage his authority as director to enforce his commands, the expression on Steve's face indicated that doing so might lead to a schism between them. A sigh echoed within him. He understood that he could no longer afford to yield and must confront Tony head-on. For if he did not, Steve might very well become disillusioned. All right, Captain, perhaps you have a point. In that case, let us endeavor to resolve matters with Tony. However, I must caution you. Do not underestimate him. He is exceptionally cunning and powerful. Even with your newfound strength, you may not easily subdue him. Listening to Nick's warning, Steve nodded in acknowledgement. He was not one to disregard counsel and could discern the concern in Nick's tone. Rest assured, Director, with my current prowess, even if I cannot conquer Tony, I will not falter. Besides, the initiative lies with us. As long as we are not overwhelmed, he will ultimately have to yield. Meanwhile, in the seaside villa, after concluding a phone call, Tony ascended to the 2nd floor to change into a fresh outfit. Clad in a pristine white suit, he exuded an air of sophistication as he descended the staircase. He beckoned to Peter, who awaited him, and proceeded towards the villa's exterior. Upon witnessing the scene, Peter inquired with curiosity, "What shall we do now?" "We are going to reclaim our territory," Tony replied with a smile, explaining as he walked. At his words, Peter's eyes brightened with excitement. He had always sensed that Tony was extraordinary, yet he had never witnessed him in action. Now presented with the opportunity, he eagerly followed suit. Driving the sleek silver sports car, Tony executed a sharp drift as he departed from the villa, heading towards the Life Foundation. His physical prowess had significantly improved since earlier, with both his vision and reflexes reaching the pinnacle of human capability, coupled with the knowledge from his past life as an avid racer. He maneuvered the car with remarkable finesse. As the clock struck midnight and the streets became nearly deserted, Tony accelerated to an exhilarating speed of 130 miles per hour shortly after leaving the villa. 15 minutes later, with a stylish drift, the silver sports car came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the Life Foundation. Tony opened the car door, and Peter quickly followed suit. Simultaneously, Nick and his team at the Life Foundation spotted Tony's arrival through the surveillance cameras. Nick's expression grew serious, while Steve, standing behind him, appeared eager to test the mettle of this formidable individual. "I'm going to see for myself just how formidable this guy is," Steve declared, disregarding Nick's consent as he turned and strode out of the office. Watching this unfold, Derek felt a flicker of anticipation in his eyes. One was a super soldier he had helped create, and the other was a figure exalted by Nick. Regardless of belief, Derek was keenly looking forward to their confrontation. As Tony and Peter entered the Life Foundation, they made their way towards the research building, following the recent ambush by Peter and his companions. The ordinary security personnel had long since retreated, allowing the duo to proceed unimpeded. It was not until they reached the entrance of the research facility that heavy footsteps began to echo from within. Steve, already a towering figure, appeared even more imposing after merging with the symbiote, effectively blocking the entrance to the research facility. To gain entry, they would first need to deal with Steve. The moment Steve emerged, Peter's face was instantly filled with wariness, while Tony remained composed. "Are you going to stop me?" "Indeed. And I also intend to take you back to S.H.I.E.L.D., Steve unabashedly stated, laying his intentions bare. Just as his words lingered in the air, Tony sprang into action. For him, there was no need for further dialogue when faced with an adversary. The objective was simply to incapacitate, especially bolstered by the power of the rabbit talisman, which amplified his speed to an extraordinary level. Almost instantaneously after Steve spoke, Tony was already standing before him, delivering a punch squarely to his cheek. In an instant, the previously invincible Steve was sent flying by a single punch from Tony. The impact resonated as his body crashed heavily against the wall, creating a tremendous noise, and he became enveloped by debris. However, in that moment, he paid little heed to these trivialities, instead staring in shock at Tony, who stood a short distance away. Although Nick had introduced Tony as exceptionally formidable, Steve never anticipated such overwhelming strength. A single blow had rendered him utterly defenseless. In a fleeting moment of confusion, he gazed at Tony by the entrance. His eyes filled with bewilderment. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do?" Just as Steve was lost in thought, Tony cast a calm glance in his direction, a smirk gracing his lips, and remarked nonchalantly, "Is that all?" Chapter 66. What comes to me is mine. Tony's disdainful voice echoed, and in an instant, Steve, still reeling from shock, lifted his head. A flicker of anger gracing his features. He possessed his own pride, particularly as he had previously dismissed Tony entirely, only to find himself sent flying by a single punch from him, an affront he found utterly intolerable. Yet, despite his anger, his mind remained remarkably composed. As a seasoned warrior with countless battles behind him, he understood well that losing one's wits in combat was inexcusable. The moment rationality slipped away, the outcome of the fight was all but predetermined. With a slow exhale, Steve fixed his sharp gaze on Tony and declared, again. Before Tony could respond, Steve charged forward. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted as the ground beneath Steve shattered underfoot, unleashing a terrifying surge of power that propelled him towards Tony at an unimaginable speed. Peter, standing behind Tony, despite his extraordinary spider sense, could only catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow, unable to discern the details of Steve's form. His heart raced, and he felt compelled to warn Tony to be cautious. However, just as Peter's words left his lips, a dull thud resonated, and there stood Steve, directly before Tony. Tony remained unmoved, yet it appeared as though Steve had struck an impenetrable barrier, his body pressed against the air less than a meter from Tony's frame. Witnessing this scene, Peter was not the only one taken aback. Nick and Drake also stood in shock, their expressions reflecting disbelief. What was happening? Amused by Steve's predicament, a smirk crept across Tony's lips, his eyes gleaming with mockery. He wielded numerous abilities, the fiery powers bestowed by the dragon talisman, the swiftness granted by the rabbit talisman, and the telekinetic prowess from the sheep talisman. At that moment, he was employing telekinesis. Unlike Steve, who relied solely on physical prowess, Tony was not one to engage in brute force when he possessed such formidable abilities. Besides, in terms of sheer physicality, he was not necessarily Steve's equal. That he had managed to send Steve flying was purely due to the element of surprise combined with the enhanced force from the rabbit talisman. Observing Steve nearly pressed against him, Tony concentrated, and in an instant, his body soared into the air before crashing heavily back to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. A series of resounding impacts followed as Steve's form was repeatedly lifted and slammed onto the earth, quickly creating a massive indentation in the ground. Among all extraordinary abilities, one could not claim that physical prowess was the least useful. However, when faced with a power as overwhelming as telekinesis, lacking sufficient strength left one utterly powerless. As was the case for Steve at that moment. Peter, witnessing the spectacle, stood with his mouth agape, large enough to accommodate an egg. In the monitoring room, Nick and his companion shared a look of incredulity, equally astonished by the unfolding events. Particularly Nick, although he had anticipated that Steve might not pose a challenge to Tony. The extent of the defeat far surpassed his expectations. Regaining his composure, Nick hastily shouted, "Quick, summon reinforcements." At his command, Drake immediately nodded in agreement. Soon, 3 figures surged from the research building: the Sandman Flint, Scream, and Riot. A tempest of sand swept towards Tony, each grain resembling a steel pellet, capable of effortlessly piercing through a person's body. Scream and Riot launched their assault from the sides, fully aware that their own strength would be futile, thus positioning themselves as distractions to divert Tony's attention. Yet, they underestimated Tony and overestimated their own capabilities. A mere trio of miscreants was insufficient to distract him. Shifting his gaze to the swirling sands, Tony waved his right hand, conjuring a raging inferno that surged towards the tempest. While the sand possessed considerable lethality, it was rendered ineffectual against the intangible essence of flames. Quite the opposite. The terrifying heat incinerated the surroundings, swiftly engulfing the sand and reducing it to powder. Meanwhile, Scream and Riot, before they could close the distance to Tony, found themselves confronted by both the troll and the night demon. The troll launched a frontal assault while the night demon attacked from above. In this coordinated effort, Scream and Riot were thrown into disarray. Rather than executing their ambush on Tony or distracting him, they now struggled to ensure their own survival. With a casual flick of his wrist, Tony discarded Steve as if he were refused, simultaneously invoking the power of a rabbit talisman, which propelled him instantaneously before Flint. Startled by Tony's sudden appearance, Flint's countenance shifted in alarm, prompting an instinctive desire to transform into quicksand and flee. However, before he could fully execute his escape, Tony's telekinesis ensnared him, immobilizing him in place. With a delicate snap of his fingers, a flicker of flame ignited at his fingertips. "I hear you possess considerable confidence in your ability to save yourself. Allow me to assist in testing that." With that, Tony flicked the flame onto Flint, who instantly transformed from Sandman to a figure engulfed in fire, a piercing scream erupting from his lips. "Stop!" A commanding voice bellowed from the entrance of the research building. Nick emerged alongside Drake, flanked by members of the Life Foundation who were escorting Bucky and the others. Upon witnessing this, Tony raised an eyebrow and remarked with a smile, "What is this? Do you still wish to threaten me?" In response, Nick inhaled deeply, refraining from engaging further, and stated directly, "Release them, and I will return your people." "This is not a threat, it is a transaction. I believe it to be quite fair. Do you agree, Tony?" "Indeed, it is fair. However, even without negotiating with you, I can still rescue them," Tony replied with a sardonic smile directed at Nick. Taking a deep breath, Nick added, "I will also provide you with the research data on the symbiote." "Insufficient. Since I have come, this possession rightfully belongs to me. It seems rather inappropriate for you to barter with my belongings." As these words left his lips, Nick felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Were it not for his apprehension of Tony's formidable power, he would have unleashed a torrent of invective. The audacity of such a claim, that what is yours simply becomes mine upon your arrival, is beyond shameless. Even with overwhelming strength, one cannot dictate reality in such a manner. At that moment, Nick contemplated the prospect of a fatal confrontation with Tony, yet he was acutely aware of the consequences. Both Steve and Flint represented the last vestiges of extraordinary power for S.H.I.E.L.D. Without them, any hope of standing against Tony would be utterly extinguished. Moreover, even if he desired to confront Tony with reckless abandon, he lacked the standing to do so, leaving him with no choice but to endure. As for threatening with the communicator, he had already exhausted that avenue. Nick recognized that should he dare to wield the communicator against Tony once more, given Tony's dispositions, he would rather endure than yield. So what is to be done? Chapter 67. "May I stay at your home tonight?" As Nick uttered these words, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped him. He was certain that he was the most beleaguered director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in history. Looking at his predecessor, who wielded immense power and commanded respect, he found himself reduced to bowing and scraping, a far cry from the authority he once imagined. It was a tale soaked in tears. Upon hearing Nick's request, Tony began to ponder seriously. To be candid, he had no desire to sever ties with S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise, he would not have spared Nick last time. Captain Marvel was one reason. The second was that he had to consider Stark Industries as well. Of course, if the stakes were high enough, a rupture was not out of the question. Yet the mere existence of a symbiote did not warrant such a hefty price from Tony. As the situation progressed, Nick found himself bowing once more. Retracting was not entirely off the table. However, the pressing question loomed. What benefit should he seek? Undeniably, he had begun to view Nick as a veritable cash cow, which explained the tumult surrounding him. A lion had opened its mouth wide. While Nick might not acquiesce, a low demand would leave Tony feeling cheated, creating a considerable headache. Fortunately, with the advantage of memories from a past life to draw upon, Tony swiftly honed in on a target. He could indeed overlook today's incident. I've heard that S-H-I-E-L-D possesses a cube. If you hand that over to me, we can consider this matter settled. At this, Nick furrowed his brow. S-H-I-E-L-D possessed only one cube, obtained from Hydra, a relic captured by Steve during his assault on their headquarters. Although Hydra valued this object immensely, S-H-I-E-L-D had spent decades studying it without discovering its functional capabilities, only aware of the immense energy it contained. For a moment, Nick hesitated, weighing the decision of whether to comply or not. As he wrestled with his thoughts, the agonized cries of Flint diminished in the distance. Under the searing flames, his figure had turned utterly black, his body beginning to dissolve slowly. It was clear that if the flames were not extinguished soon, he would be completely vaporized. Witnessing this scene, Nick abandoned his contemplation and declared, "I'll give it to you. Let him go." Upon hearing this, Tony smiled. A casual wave of his hand extinguishing the flames engulfing Flint, while Steve, who had been caught in the chaos, finally descended to solid ground. The perilous screams and frantic energy of the Black Shadow soldiers managed to escape, preserving their lives. "Prepare the item and deliver it to my villa," Tony instructed, turning his attention away from Nick to face Drake. Feeling the weight of Tony's gaze upon him, Drake's anxiety surged, and he instinctively swallowed hard. Having witnessed Tony's formidable prowess, he had previously underestimated him but now felt a palpable fear. If Tony chose to target him next, his fate would be sealed. "Mr. Stark, here are the documents you requested. Everything is contained within," Drake hastily approached, respectfully offering the folder with both hands. Meanwhile, the imprisoned trio, Bucky and his companions, had also regained their freedom and now stood before Tony, each of them lowering their heads in a gesture of shame. After casting a glance at the three individuals, Tony silently turned away, and Peter, taking the documents, followed suit. Bucky and the others, seeing this, hurriedly trailed behind. Thus, the group made their way toward the exit of the Life Foundation. Watching Tony and the others depart, both Nick and Drake breathed a sigh of relief. Nick swiftly turned to Flint and Steve on the ground, urging, "Save him." In the sleek silver sports car, Tony occupied the back seat while Bucky sat in the passenger seat, and Happy dutifully handled the driving. As for Peter and Norman, they naturally soared back. Observing the taciturn Tony in the rear, the two felt too anxious to even breathe, striving to appear as obedient as possible. Noticing their demeanor, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. "What is this? Am I that terrifying?" Upon hearing this, Bucky and the others seized the opportunity to speak up, hastily apologizing. "Apologies, sir, for making you come down personally." Observing their expressions, Tony's smile faded as he slowly remarked, "It seems you are aware of the embarrassment." He continued, "Upon your return, focus on enhancing your abilities. I do not wish to witness such a spectacle again." To be candid, Tony felt a twinge of disappointment. His painstakingly assembled Dark Alliance had nearly met its demise. When he first heard the news, he nearly considered letting them fend for themselves, as it was truly shameful. However, after some contemplation, he opted to confront the situation personally. Unfortunately, the outcome was not entirely bleak. "Rest assured, sir, we will strive diligently upon our return," Bucky and Happy echoed in unison. Tony merely nodded dismissively, harboring little hope in his heart. While Bucky might improve, Happy's potential seemed stagnant, offering limited room for growth. Their efforts would yield little difference, it seemed. Without further conversation, they soon arrived back at the villa. However, upon their arrival, the expressions of everyone except Tony abruptly changed, for the villa bore a significant gash, resembling a scene of devastation. Witnessing this, their hearts raced, and their gazes shifted toward Tony. At that moment, Tony narrowed his eyes, silently advancing toward the villa. Seemingly unfazed by the chaos, yet an unmistakable chill radiated from him, compelling the others to refrain from uttering a word. "Jarvis." Tony's voice resonated as he surveyed the near ruins of the villa. "Sir, I am here," Jarvis replied. "What transpired?" Tony inquired gravely. "Sir, after your departure, the new individual in the basement awakened. He released Banner, and the two escaped the villa together." Upon hearing this, Tony promptly made his way to the underground laboratory. Soon, he encountered the scene of utter devastation in the basement. In that moment, a smile crept upon Tony's face. "Well done, not only did you escape, but you also dared to wreak havoc. How amusing." Though Tony spoke with a smile, everyone sensed the simmering anger beneath. Particularly, Peter instinctively shrank his head. He was aware that this turmoil stemmed from the symbiote he had brought along. Should Tony's ire be misdirected, he would have nowhere to shed his tears. Fortunately, Tony did not take his frustration out on them and soon regained his composure. Enough, everyone. Go about your own business. We shall discuss any matters tomorrow. Happy. Please contact someone to restore the villa. With that, Tony turned and walked away from the group. The villa, in its current state of disrepair, was uninhabitable, necessitating a change of residence. As they watched Tony depart, Peter and the others also began to leave, ultimately leaving behind the beleaguered Happy, who was left to reach out to a renovation team for repairs. Driving towards downtown Manhattan, Tony parked his vehicle beneath a luxurious apartment complex and dialed a number. Potts. I've lost my home. I'm downstairs. May I stay at your place tonight? After his words, Potts' voice resonated through the phone, prompting Tony to express his pleasantries. Before long, a graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the complex to escort Tony upstairs. Chapter 68. The transformation of the cube and the arrival of Loki. The night passed in silence. The following day, within the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. In Nick's office, the door was abruptly flung open. Nick's assistant hurried in, a radiant expression adorning his face. Director, I bring good news. Tony Stark's mansion was attacked, and the imprisoned Hulk seized the opportunity to escape. At this revelation, Nick, who had been engrossed in his paperwork, instantly lifted his gaze. His eyes sharp as he fixed his assistant with an intense stare. Who was responsible? In response to this inquiry, the assistant scratched his head, hesitatingly shaking it in uncertainty. I'm not sure. However, according to reports from our intelligence personnel, when the Hulk fled the mansion, he was accompanied by another individual. This person's appearance bears a striking resemblance to the symbiote we recently collaborated with. Upon hearing this, a fleeting image of Drake flashed through Nick's mind. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion, shaking his head to dispel such an implausible thought. Drake had been by his side the previous day. Nick found it hard to believe that, after witnessing Tony's formidable power firsthand, Drake would possess the audacity to dismantle Tony's mansion. Clearly, another individual was involved. With this realization, Nick promptly issued a command. Relay the order to mobilize all S.H.I.E.L.D. resources within New York City. We must find those too, no matter the cost. The assistant nodded vigorously, but before departing, he expressed a hint of curiosity. Director, do you intend to capture them and hand them over to Tony? At this, Nick cast a penetrating glance in his direction, his eyes inscrutable, offering no explanation. The assistant, sensing the gravity of the moment, offered an awkward smile and quickly averted his gaze, departing the office in haste. Watching him leave, Nick withdrew his gaze and turned to the window. Time and again, he had been threatened by Tony, and to claim he bore no resentment would be a lie. However, lacking the strength to retaliate, he endured. Yet, in his quest to bolster S.H.I.E.L.D.'s might, he had dispatched numerous personnel to scour the globe for extraordinary individuals, all in hopes of one day standing against Tony. The Hulk, evidently, was a promising candidate. Not only was his power formidable, but he also harbored a grudge against Tony. If he were to join S.H.I.E.L.D., he would undoubtedly become a pivotal force in the struggle against Tony. As Nick's thoughts swirled, he found himself lost in contemplation by the window. Meanwhile, within a certain laboratory of S.H.I.E.L.D., a square object encased in glass suddenly began to tremble. This was the cosmic cube that Tony had previously requested. Yet Nick had not yet had the opportunity to deliver it. Having just ascended to the role of director, he had yet to utilize the cube for weapon development. Thus, it remained within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possession. In the laboratory, the cube, dormant for years, underwent a sudden transformation. It began to levitate slowly, shattering the glass enclosure as torrents of spatial energy surged forth, gradually coalescing into a portal. Tap, tap, tap. A series of footsteps echoed from the portal, and a long-haired man clad in medieval noble attire, wielding a scepter, elegantly stepped forth. His movements were graceful and unhurried, and as he surveyed the laboratory's arrangement, a hint of amusement flickered across his brow before his gaze settled on the cosmic cube, a subtle smile curving at the corners of his lips. With a casual flick of his wrist, the tesseract effortlessly fell into his grasp. Observing the cube in his hand, Loki's eyes glimmered with amusement. Is this indeed the space stone you covet? He mused. After uttering these words, he nonchalantly stowed the tesseract away and stepped toward the exit, murmuring to himself, I wonder how my dear brother is faring. I have come to see you. S.H.I.E.L.D., as a clandestine organization, boasted security measures rivaling those of the White House. Thus, as Loki emerged from the laboratory, he was promptly spotted by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Halt. Who are you? What are you doing here? A guard bellowed, leveling his firearm at Loki. Unfazed by the scene, Loki merely raised his scepter and waved it lightly. Instantly, a look of stupor crossed the guard's face, and in the next moment, He turned the weapon upon himself and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunfire shattered the stillness. The guard's head exploding like a watermelon. Loki walked past him with an air of tranquility. An urgent alarm blared throughout S-H-I-E-L-D, a signal of foreign intrusion. The agent's expressions shifted dramatically as they sprang into action. In Nick's office, the unexpected alarm jolted him awake. His demeanor changed instantly. He flung open the door and stepped outside. Upon exiting, he spotted his assistant rushing toward him in a panic. "What is happening?" he demanded, his face darkening. "It's bad. Director, there's been an incident in the lab. Someone has breached it and taken the Tesseract." "What?" Nick's voice thundered, his agitation escalating further. The Tesseract was meant for Tony. And now that it was lost, there was no telling how Tony would react. Without a moment to spare for his assistant, Nick hastened toward the scene of the incident. Though he quickened his pace, the expansive layout of S-H-I-E-L-D hindered his speed. By the time he reached the location, all he found was a gruesome scene of blood and corpses with no sign of the intruder. Who was responsible for guarding this area? Nick turned to his breathless assistant, his expression ominous. The assistant, filled with trepidation at Nick's fierce demeanor, stuttered, "It was Barton. He was on duty today." "Where is he?" I don't know." The assistant replied, his face a mask of despair. He had rushed to report the situation as soon as he received the news, unaware of Barton's whereabouts. Hearing this, Nick's expression darkened further, and he swiftly made his way to the surveillance room. As a critical agency, S-H-I-E-L-D was equipped with extensive surveillance systems. Shortly, Nick arrived at the monitoring room and accessed the footage from the laboratory. There, Loki's figure appeared on the screen. Watching as Loki merely waved his scepter, causing the elite agents to turn their weapons upon themselves, Nick's countenance soured. When he saw Barton being taken away by Loki, he understood why Barton was missing. Turning off the surveillance video, Nick took deep breaths, yet he could not quell the rising agitation within him. He realized that he had indeed fallen into a stroke of misfortune, while others in the position of director enjoyed a life of leisure. Occasionally engaging in minor skirmishes with a few members of Hydra, he found himself beset by extraordinary individuals far too frequently. What was more alarming was the sheer terror of their abilities, with Tony and his companions being the least of his concerns. Even the figure he had just witnessed displayed an exceptionally fearsome power, capable of inducing self-harm in others, utterly defying the instinct for survival. With a heavy sigh, Nick expressed his helplessness. "Send someone to search. We must locate that individual," he commanded, and his assistant nodded hurriedly in agreement. Once the assistant had departed, he wearily rubbed his neck, feeling a wave of discomfort wash over him, pondering how he would explain this predicament to Tony. Chapter 69. The octopus doctor of the slums. The villa was still undergoing renovations, and Tony was temporarily residing at the Potts residence. Observing the neatly arranged living room, devoid of the previous night's chaos, a faint smile crept onto Tony's lips. At that moment, a sudden ring of the doorbell echoed from the entrance. Instinctively, Tony commanded, "Jarvis, open the door." However, when no response came, he remembered that Jarvis was still at the villa. Shaking his head in resignation, Tony strode towards the door and opened it. Instantly, Nick's grim visage appeared before him, causing Tony's brow to furrow slightly. He had no desire to see this individual so early in the morning, and instinctively, he attempted to close the door. Observing Tony's actions, Nick grew anxious and quickly extended his hand, exclaiming, "Wait." The cosmic cube was lost, and he could not explain it to Tony. To prevent Tony from exploding in anger, Nick had no choice but to confront him personally. To his dismay, just as the door opened, Tony attempted to shut it again. Was he truly so unwelcome? Silently lamenting, Nick hastily spoke, "The cosmic cube is missing. Last night, someone broke into S-H-I-E-L-D and stole it." Upon hearing this, Tony paused, regarding Nick with a look of skepticism. Why was it lost precisely when he was requesting it? How could such a coincidence occur? Recognizing the thoughts swirling in Tony's mind, Nick could only manage a wry smile. "I'm not lying to you. Look, I brought the surveillance footage." With that, Nick raised his hand, indicating the tape he held. "Rest assured, since I promised you, I will retrieve the cosmic cube. Just give me a little more time." Taking the tape from Nick, Tony contemplated for a moment, then nodded, conceding, "All right." With that, he abruptly closed the door. Angered by the rejection, Nick stormed away from the Potts residence, continuing to urge S-H-I-E-L-D personnel to expedite their search. Tony returned to the living room, retrieving the tape from the box and inserting it into the VCR. He settled onto the sofa, savoring the breakfast that Potts had prepared for him. The video was brief, lasting only a few minutes, and it concluded swiftly. As the footage revealed Loki, a glint of cold determination flashed in Tony's eyes. Why was this character appearing at such a critical moment? However, he muttered to himself, "Daring to steal from me is tantamount to courting death." Despite his irritation, Tony had no immediate plans of action. His curiosity about the deities of this world piqued. He was eager to observe the chaos this god could incite. This was also partly due to his lack of absolute confidence in victory. Although Loki appeared somewhat incompetent in the films, he was nonetheless a deity, not to be underestimated. Moreover, he might be backed by Thanos. If the outcome against Loki remained uncertain, facing Thanos was a prospect that left Tony with no assurance whatsoever. After all, he was among the universe's elite. A formidable opponent not easily dealt with. With this realization, a sense of urgency washed over Tony. After a moment of contemplation, he rose, changed his attire, and departed the neighborhood. Driving his supercar, Tony swiftly navigated the streets, guided by the information provided by Jarvis, until he arrived at Hell's Kitchen. Renowned as one of New York City's most notorious slums, Hell's Kitchen embodies the city's darkest corners. Robberies, drug trafficking, prostitution, and various criminal activities unfold in this area, rife with gangsters who roam freely, rendering it akin to a hell on earth. Tony's purpose for venturing here was to enlist new members for the Dark Alliance, and he was not unfamiliar with the individual in question, Dr. Octopus. Since the failure of his last product demonstration, Dr. Octopus had not only lost his wife, but also faced the complete cessation of funding for his research. After all, the product he had developed resulted in fatalities. Who would dare to utilize such a creation? Even if he improved it, public apprehension would prevent any attempts at revival. Consequently, the product's investment value diminished, leading the Osborn Group to sever his research funding entirely. Naturally, Dr. Octopus was unwilling to accept this fate. His mechanical arms were the culmination of his life's work, and he was resolute in not relinquishing them easily. To sustain his research, he liquidated his assets and relocated to Hell's Kitchen, drawn by the more affordable rent. He poured all his remaining funds into his research. Recently, based on the information Tony had commissioned for investigation, it became clear that his funding had been exhausted, yet the product remained in an immature state, still a half-finished endeavor. With no investors willing to support him, Dr. Octopus found himself in a state of despair. If circumstances did not change, it would not be long before New York welcomed yet another supervillain. However, Tony, eager to enhance his power, was unwilling to wait any longer, prompting him to seek out the doctor directly. As he drove, the supercar attracted countless gazes, both overt and covert, yet none dared to approach him with ill intentions. Let it not be assumed that such opportunism is a mere Chinese phenomenon. Wherever there is profit to be made, it occurs. Small-time players have their ways of survival. But had he been in a less ostentatious vehicle, they would not have hesitated to seize the opportunity. Yet, those who drive supercars are invariably affluent, and in American society, wealth equates to influence, deterring any foolishness. Shortly, the car came to a halt beside a street. Tony exited the vehicle and strode towards a nearby courtyard. Recognizing the significance of the research, Dr. Octopus had deliberately rented a modest property. Observing the unlocked iron gate, Tony showed no hesitation and entered without a second thought. Entirely unconcerned about trespassing. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed. A drunken voice emerged from within. Who the hell is it? Tony remained silent, continuing to knock. Finally, the occupant, irritable, cursed as he opened the door, revealing Dr. Octopus before Tony. Gazing at the disheveled middle-aged man with hair resembling a bird's nest and stubble adorning his face, Tony was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly believe that the once dapper social elite had devolved into this state in such a short span of time, though his influence played a significant role. It nonetheless left Tony marveling at the ease with which one can dismantle a person. Mr. Tony. As he gazed at Tony, Dr. Octopus's intoxication abruptly faded. A regular at the social elite, Tony's fame was undeniably substantial. Even though Dr. Octopus was engrossed in his research, he had encountered numerous reports about him. Beyond being a socialite, Tony was also the wealthiest man in America and the youngest billionaire. Instantly, the agitation that had stemmed from his interrupted research was replaced with excitement. Mr. Tony, what brings you here? Are you interested in my research and considering an investment? Dr. Octopus inquired eagerly. Tony did not dispute this, but merely smiled, responding, What? Do you expect me to stand here and chat with you? Chapter 70. Who was deceiving whom? As the words fell, Dr. Octopus immediately came to his senses and hurriedly invited, Please, come in. I sincerely apologize. My home is a bit cluttered, please do not mind. After speaking, Dr. Octopus bashfully scratched his head, while Tony shook his head, indicating that he was unperturbed. However, the moment he stepped inside, Tony found himself regretting his decision. The room was filled with a plethora of empty bottles and household refuse, the acrid scent of alcohol mingling with a foul odor that made Tony's lips twitch involuntarily. He suddenly wished he hadn't entered. Yet, with no other options available, he steeled himself and sought a relatively clean spot to sit. Barely settled. Before Tony could utter a word, Dr. Octopus eagerly inquired, I wonder how much Mr. Stark intends to invest? The mechanical arm is a groundbreaking product I have painstakingly developed. It is now nearly perfected. With just a few adjustments, it will soon be ready for production and profitable experimentation. Dr. Octopus extolled his research as if it were unparalleled, eliciting a bemused smile from Tony. He recalled their last encounter, where Dr. Octopus exuded an air of superiority characteristic of proud researchers. Yet now, that arrogance had been cast aside, replaced by a desperate need to extract investment from Tony. Nonetheless, Tony had not come merely to invest. He aimed to catalyze Dr. Octopus's transformation into success. Thus, after Dr. Octopus concluded, Tony chuckled, "I was present at your last press conference. At that event, due to your product, a person tragically lost their life. Has the situation improved since then?" Tony pointedly addressed the blemish on Dr. Octopus's research, carefully omitting the identity of the deceased to spare him embarrassment. However, the implications were already palpable. Dr. Octopus hadn't anticipated that Tony had witnessed the previous conference, which significantly raised the stakes of his deception. Still, he was unwilling to relinquish his chance. This was his final opportunity, as he had exhausted all other avenues for investment. Cough, cough, Mr. Stark, rest assured, I have improved the mechanical arm. Such issues will not recur, I assure you, Dr. Octopus replied. Yet assurances hold little weight without substance. How about this? Why not try on the mechanical arm yourself? Tony suggested, attempting to coax him. At these words, Dr. Octopus hesitated, to put it plainly. He hadn't even grasped the reasons behind the fatal incident at the last conference, and discussing solutions was mere pretense. His previous statements were merely fabrications aimed at securing investment. But now, Tony was insisting he personally try it on, which could potentially jeopardize his life. In that moment, he was faced with a dilemma, to wear it or not. Wearing it posed a risk to his safety, a gamble with his life. Not wearing it, however, meant that there was an 80% chance this investment would fall through. If the developer himself was afraid to wear it, who would dare to? Thus, he found himself in a perilous predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. Observing the fluctuations of his expression, Tony's lips curled into a faint smile as he chose to wait patiently, not rushing him. He understood these scientific zealots. Nothing held more significance than their research, often to the point of sacrificing their very lives. Once Dr. Octopus donned the mechanical arms, Tony's objective would be achieved, and at that moment, escape would no longer be an option for him. Thus, a supervillain would be born in earnest. Strangely enough, this prospect ignited within Tony a sense of historical creation as he eagerly anticipated Dr. Octopus's decision. Ultimately, with a resolute grimace, Dr. Octopus declared, "Very well, I consent." Without further ado, he turned and retreated into his chamber, prompting Tony to follow suit. Instantly, four colossal mechanical arms materialized before Tony's eyes. Observing the mechanical appendages, Dr. Octopus decisively discarded his shirt, leaning against the arms, preparing to affix them to his body. However, before he could press the installation button, the mechanical arms sprang to life, piercing the interface with steel needles that penetrated his spine and entered his body. Startled by the abruptness of the scene, Dr. Octopus let out a pained scream. Tony, however, remained unfazed. Anyone familiar with the lore understood that these mechanical arms were not mere tools, but rather entities possessing their own consciousness, capable of influencing a person's character. Ignoring Dr. Octopus's cries, Tony observed the unfolding spectacle with quiet anticipation. Nearly half an hour later, the fusion was complete. Due to the thorough nature of the integration, it progressed at a much slower pace than anticipated. Breathless from his earlier screams, Dr. Octopus finally exhaled in relief, his body growing weak as he prepared to collapse onto the ground. Yet, before he could touch the floor, the mechanical arms instinctively moved, supporting him as if they were human legs. The other two arms hissed menacingly at Tony, reminiscent of serpents. Tony, unfazed by the mechanical appendages, smiled and inquired, "How do you feel now?" "Remarkable. I feel as though I have 2 extra pairs of hands, and I can control them effortlessly." Despite his disheveled appearance, a genuine smile graced his face. Although he had engineered the mechanical arms, this was the first time he had them installed on himself. Apart from the initial pain, he was feeling splendid. Why not try to remove them? Tony suggested. Dr. Octopus nodded, attempting to detach the mechanical arms, but soon his expression shifted dramatically. "It's futile. Utterly futile." His designed removal mechanism appeared to be nothing more than a decorative piece, completely ineffective in dislodging the mechanical appendages. Panic surged within him. No one desires to become a monster, and with the mechanical arms, he felt no different from one. Realizing he might be condemned to bear this burden for a lifetime, his countenance darkened. "Curse it. What is happening? I had meticulously designed this. How could it possibly fail?" Dr. Octopus roared incessantly, yet a barely perceptible smile graced Tony's lips. "Do not fret. It appears to be merely a minor malfunction. However, it is nothing of great concern. If we persist in our research, we shall undoubtedly discover an escape route." Tony reassured him. Dr. Octopus, calmed by Tony's words, nodded in agreement. "You are indeed correct, Mr. Stark. It is a trivial issue. Furthermore, I am grateful for your unwavering support. Dr. Octopus exclaimed with genuine joy, although his mechanical arms had encountered a slight glitch. The elation of securing investment far outweighed any momentary setbacks. He was confident that he would soon resolve the disassembly dilemma. Chapter 71. The solitary nightcrawler. Observing Dr. Octopus's elation following his recent investment, Tony seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. By the way, I have established a consortium aimed at uniting scientists like yourself to deliberate on the future of humanity. I would like to invite you to join. What do you think? Tony inquired nonchalantly, as if the idea had just occurred to him. As expected, Dr. Octopus was unfazed and nodded casually, replying, "Sure, no problem. I, too, wish to exchange ideas with my peers." Ding. Congratulations on the addition of a new member to the Dark Alliance, Dr. Octopus. Rewards have been dispatched. The moment Dr. Octopus consented, a notification chimed in Tony's mind. Even though this was not his first encounter with such a sound, each time it resonated, it felt like celestial music, heralding an impending enhancement of his abilities. Moreover, through this experience, Tony uncovered a subtle loophole, regardless of the reason for an individual's inclusion. As long as they agreed, the system would acknowledge it. This seemingly trivial detail significantly expanded his operational latitude, potentially allowing him to accrue system rewards. However, this was merely a notion for now. Tony needed to contemplate the specifics further. Suppressing his thoughts, Tony rose with a smile and declared, "Then it's settled. I will prepare a new laboratory for you, and I shall notify you when it is ready. I must take my leave now." Having obtained what he desired, Tony swiftly lost interest in lingering and promptly excused himself. Dr. Octopus, seeing this, refrained from insisting he stay, and instead accompanied Tony to the exit. Once downstairs and settled in his vehicle, Tony did not hasten to start the engine. Instead, he opened the system's lottery feature, initiating a new round of drawing. His gaze fixed intently on the spinning wheel, Tony watched as the pointer gradually slowed, ultimately coming to a halt. Suddenly, a small pig appeared on the wheel, racing toward Tony's mind and merging with it. After a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, when Tony finally opened them, a spark of fervor flickered in his gaze. At that moment, he was reminded of Cyclops from the X-Men and felt an urge to test whose eyes were superior. Yet, he pondered whether this world even contained mutants. Despite his prolonged sojourn here, he had yet to hear any news of them or discern their existence. Opening the personal information panel he had not reviewed in ages, Tony beheld the opulent data before him, a confident smile gracing his lips. Name: Tony Stark. Gender: male. Identity: heir of the Shadow Kingdom. Abilities: horse charm, dragon charm, goat charm, rabbit charm, pig charm, shadow ninja control, shadow blade control, shadow bat control, shadow troll control, shadow samurai control. Lottery draws: 0 Dark Alliance members, Spider-Man, Winter Soldier, Green Goblin. Dr. Octopus. The Shadow Legion had now welcomed an additional samurai tribe, bringing Tony's command over the Shadow Army to 5 factions. With just 4 more, the 9 major Shadow Legions would be fully assembled. Tony eagerly anticipated the moment when the 9 Shadow Legion would emerge, a thought that filled him with excitement. The Shadow Kingdom was said to possess 10 formidable legions, yet Tony had not received any pertinent information. Perhaps it was necessary to first gather the 9 legions to unlock the 10th? While Tony reveled in the joy of his growing power, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby alleyway, filled with sounds of terror. A scruffy thug was effortlessly subdued by a figure clad entirely in a uniform. The assailant strikes merciless, leaving the thug in agony. Hearing the disturbance, Tony turned to glance through the car window into the alley, raising an eyebrow in surprise. In a city teeming with superheroes, New York was home to more than just the legendary Spider-Man. Amongst its defenders were the likes of Daredevil and the Punisher, who operated in the shadows. Unlike Spider-Man, who preferred to leave criminals for the police, Daredevil and the Punisher embraced a more violent form of justice. Moreover, their activities were primarily confined to Hell's Kitchen, which had kept their notoriety from reaching the heights of Spider-Man's fame. Encountering Daredevil was undoubtedly a fortuitous coincidence, particularly in broad daylight, which made it all the more astonishing. Although Tony was aware of Daredevil's existence, he had not considered enlisting him. After all, these heroes forged in suffering were resolute in their convictions, a stark contrast to the youthful Peter. Recruiting them would require considerable effort. These individuals likely had conflicts with Kingpin, who had not informed Tony, presumably wishing to resolve matters independently. However, since fate had brought them together, Tony felt compelled to engage, whether or not it led to success. After all, there was a chance that Daredevil might unexpectedly agree to his proposal. With a relaxed demeanor, Tony exited the vehicle and strode into the alley. Sensing Tony's approach, the thug, unable to contain his fear, cried out for help. "Please, save me." Without even glancing at the desperate figure, Tony turned his attention to Daredevil, remarking with interest, "You must be the superhero of Hell's Kitchen. I wonder what this fellow has done to warrant your intervention in broad daylight." This inquiry served not only to initiate conversation but also stemmed from Tony's genuine curiosity. Unlike Spider-Man, Daredevil's vigilantism placed him on the brink of criminality in the eyes of the law, making his daytime appearances exceedingly rare. He had no doubt that Daredevil would divulge the details. Superheroes share a common trait of believing in the righteousness of their actions, and thus, they are often forthcoming when questioned. After all, superheroes are human too, seeking validation from others. Drug dealing, extortion, leading to the ruin of a family. Daredevil's voice resonated with a magnetic quality. Though brief, his words provided Tony with a clear understanding of the situation's underlying narrative. The matter at hand involves the trafficking of narcotics followed by lending to others, and when they are unable to repay, those despicable individuals resort to exploiting the families of addicts. The men peddle their organs while the women sell their bodies, epitomizing a grotesque one-stop service. Such individuals are nothing short of demons dwelling among us, having entirely forsaken their humanity. Contemplating this, Tony cast a cold glance at the thug, deeming his existence a mere waste of air. Even if Daredevil refrained from ending his life, others would soon arrive to administer their own form of justice. Redirecting his gaze, Tony addressed Daredevil with an invitation. I have established a dark alliance, comprising individuals like yourself who traverse the shadows to uphold justice. Would you be interested in joining us? Upon hearing these words, Daredevil's expression finally shifted, turning to regard Tony. Being blind, he did not recognize Tony and had initially assumed him to be an ordinary man. However, the weight of Tony's words made him realize there was more to him than met the eye. I apologize, but I am accustomed to operating alone. Chapter 72. Thor seeks his brother. Daredevil did not explicitly refuse, yet the intent behind his words was unmistakably clear. Tony, however, felt no surprise. Were he to find himself approached by a stranger inviting him to join a nebulous faction, he would likewise decline. Thus, Daredevil's refusal was merely a foreseen outcome. This is my business card. Feel free to reach out when you've made your decision, Tony offered, presenting his card before turning with a smile and departing the alley. The encounter was serendipitous and hardly warranted excessive effort. Whether or not he succeeded in recruiting was of no consequence to Tony. After all, Daredevil's capabilities seemed rather pedestrian. Once seated in his vehicle, Tony departed Queens. As he successfully returned with Dr. Octopus in tow, a figure plummeted from the sky in the suburban area, crashing heavily to the earth. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., the piercing sound of alarms echoed through the hall. Nick's expression shifted as he swiftly grasped the phone. What has transpired? Director, an unidentified flying object has been detected crashing in the suburbs. Gather personnel. We must investigate, he commanded. Upon hanging up, Nick promptly exited his office, hastening towards the scene with a cadre of elite agents. Ordinarily, he would not be the one to respond to such incidents. However, with most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operatives dispatched in search of Loki, he had no choice but to take action himself. Furthermore, the current situation was increasingly chaotic, with all manner of creatures emerging. The appearance of an unidentified flying object necessitated immediate assessment of any potential threat. Half an hour later, Nick and his team arrived at the site. Observing the large crater and the figure lying within, his eyes narrowed. S.H.I.E.L.D. Personnel quickly cordoned off the area, and after a moment's hesitation, Nick approached the massive pit. As he drew closer, the identity of the individual became clear. A gasp escaped Nick's lips. Thor? Upon recognizing the unconscious god, he gestured urgently to a nearby agent, instructing them to summon medical assistance to rouse him. Yes, Director. Before long, Thor was transported to a vehicle, where two medical staff members commenced their examination. Meanwhile, Nick remained at the crater, his gaze drawn to the hammer standing resolutely within. Curiosity flickered in his eyes. He recognized Thor, having visited Earth years prior, and knew well that the hammer was a prized artifact. Feigning indifference would be disingenuous, seizing the opportunity while Thor lay unconscious. Nick stepped forward, attempting to lift the hammer. Alas, he overestimated his own strength, for despite his utmost exertions, the mighty Mjolnir would not budge. He enlisted several others to assist, yet their efforts proved equally futile, the hammer remaining steadfast. Reluctantly, Nick resolved to await Thor's awakening. After an indeterminate period, within the vehicle, Thor finally regained consciousness. Upon receiving the news, Nick hastened to his side. Hey, how are you feeling? Nick inquired warmly. Thor nodded, his expression still somewhat bewildered, clearly still recovering his clarity of mind. Fortunately, this state was only temporary, and soon, Thor was fully restored, gazing at Nick and asking, what brings you here? This was a question that ought to have been directed at him. Did you not return to Asgard? How have you come back? This was also a source of confusion for Nick. I came to find my brother, Loki. Loki? Nick furrowed his brow, suddenly reminded of the individual who had absconded with the Tesseract. He promptly beckoned his assistant to bring forth a photograph of Loki. In no time, the assistant presented a tablet. Nick scrolled through it and handed it to Thor. Is this the person you seek? Upon seeing the image, Thor's excitement surged. Have you encountered him? Noticing Thor's reaction, Nick's lips twitched, confirming the truth of his suspicion. It was indeed the same individual. Yes. He not only stole the Tesseract, but also caused the demise of many agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. At this, Thor fell silent, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. There was no need for confirmation. He knew Nick's words to be true. After all, he was well acquainted with Loki's appearance. The two shared an unspoken understanding and chose not to dwell on the matter further. Nick redirected the conversation, saying, "We are currently searching for him as well. Why don't you accompany us? Once we locate him, I shall inform you." Upon hearing this, Thor nodded without hesitation. Thank you. Although he was a god, he felt more like a being endowed with immense power. Searching for someone amidst a vast sea of humanity would be an endeavor fraught with uncertainty. Thus, Nick's willingness to assist was most welcome. Moreover, the cunning Nick would never engage in a fruitless venture. Thor represented formidable strength. For someone in dire need of power, Thor was undoubtedly a valuable ally. Consequently, the two found common ground, establishing a harmonious rapport. Without lingering in the outskirts, Thor seized his hammer and accompanied Nick back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, atop the towering edifice of Stark Tower, Loki surveyed the bustling world below with a broad smile. Hawkeye, under his control, stood silently at his side. What a vibrant spectacle it was, though it would soon be brought to ruin. How is the radiation device coming along? Loki inquired without turning around. Hawkeye coldly replied, "It will be ready shortly. Within 3 days, it will be fully constructed. Be swift, my impatience grows," Loki urged, and Hawkeye nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, Loki abruptly turned his gaze toward S.H.I.E.L.D., his calm demeanor transforming into one of sharp intensity, a playful smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he had believed Thor to be on Earth, but after departing from S.H.I.E.L.D., he realized Thor was no longer present, which had disappointed him. However, now sensing Thor's presence reignited his interest. With a swift motion, Loki soared into the sky, heading toward S.H.I.E.L.D. Outside the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick and his companions had just alighted from their vehicle when Thor glanced upward at the sky. Noticing his demeanor, Nick instinctively followed suit, only to behold Loki descending from above. Instantly, Nick's expression shifted, and the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised their weapons in unison. However, Loki paid no heed to this display. He merely gazed at Thor and remarked, "My dear brother, we meet again." Thor, the god of thunder, spoke softly, his countenance shifting to one of grave seriousness as he tightened his grip on his hammer, appearing poised to strike at any moment. Observing this, a smile crept onto Loki's face. "Are you truly prepared to engage here? I have no objections, but they may not be so fortunate." Loki cast a glance around, and Thor quickly grasped the implication. Their clash, even without direct intent, could unleash a force capable of devastating ordinary lives, should a confrontation ensue. The fate of those nearby would surely be dire. After years of experience, the once impulsive Thor paused to reflect, ultimately deciding to relinquish his hammer. Chapter 73, The God of Lies Scorns Deceit. What are you truly trying to achieve? During Thor's silence, Nick spoke up in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Loki cast a glance at Nick, his eyes brimming with disdain, showing no intention of responding. To him, a god, Nick was no more significant than an ant. How could he possibly deign to reply to Nick's words? A flicker of annoyance crossed Nick's eyes at being ignored, yet he dared not give the order to fire. For he had already witnessed Loki's enigmatic power and had no desire to endanger his own life. "Did Odin send you?" Loki inquired, tilting his head to regard Thor. Thor nodded in affirmation. Loki smiled. "What did the old man send you for? To capture me? Indeed. Well then, let us see if you can catch me. Farewell. And do hurry. Once I seize this planet, the tables will turn, and it shall be I who captures you." With a confident grin, Loki vanished from sight, revealing no hint of concealment regarding his intentions, exuding an overwhelming sense of self-assuredness. It was only after Loki's figure had completely disappeared that Nick slowly spoke. "Is what he said true?" At this, Thor glanced at him and replied silently, "He is the god of deception and lies, skilled in manipulating hearts." Hearing this, Nick sighed in relief. "So that means what he said is false." "No, it is true." Nick's lips twitched as he looked at Thor, somewhat perplexed. Noticing his confusion, Thor shrugged. "He takes great pride in his craft, and he scorns the act of lying, at least not in my presence." Nick regarded Thor with a bemused expression, suddenly realizing that these gods were quite fascinating. The god of deception and lies, who scorns falsehoods. How oddly ironic that felt. Regaining his composure, Nick's urgency surged within him. Though he was uncertain of Loki's plans, he knew they would spell significant trouble. His current power was insufficient. He must grow stronger. With this thought, Nick turned to Thor. "You should rest for now. I have matters to attend to. With that, Nick climbed into his vehicle, while Thor was escorted into S.H.I.E.L.D. by two agents in Queens at Eddie's residence. After escaping from the villa, Banner and Eddie had returned here. With nowhere else to go and the military having rescinded the order for Banner's capture due to Tony's influence, the two felt it safe to return. Before long, Nick's car appeared on the street outside. As he arrived, an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. swiftly entered the vehicle. Are they still inside? Nick inquired. Yes. They haven't left at all. All right, I understand. Continue monitoring. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agent nodded and exited the vehicle. Nick, unusually, lit a cigarette, watching Eddie's residence as he took a drag. While S.H.I.E.L.D. might lack in sheer combat power in matters of intelligence and surveillance, they remained undeniably the best, especially in New York, the stronghold of S.H.I.E.L.D. The agency's power is almost unimaginable. Within just a few hours, S.H.I.E.L.D. had pinpointed the whereabouts of Banner and his companion amidst a population of over 10 million in New York City. Originally, Nick had intended to observe for a while before contacting the two, as they were both formidable individuals, making recruitment far from straightforward. However, Loki's threat disrupted his plans. Uncertain of Loki's intentions, Nick knew that any disturbance caused by a god would undoubtedly be significant. Thus, in a bid to bolster his strength, he resolved to reach out to the two sooner than anticipated. Soon, as the cigarette burned down to its end, Nick pushed open the car door and approached the residence. Ding dong. The doorbell echoed, yet there was no response from within. Noting this, Nick called out from outside. I know you are inside. If you wish to avoid being taken back by Tony, I suggest you open the door and talk. At his words, the door swung open with a bang, revealing Eddie, who regarded him with evident wariness. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., a clandestine government organization. Upon hearing this, Eddie's expression shifted, his demeanor growing noticeably tense. As an ordinary journalist, he had no direct connection to an esteemed organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. However, the mention of a secret organization was enough to evoke many thoughts in his mind. Just as he hesitated on whether to let Nick enter, a voice from within the room called out, "Let him in." With that, Eddie hesitantly nodded and stepped aside. Observing this, a smile crept onto Nick's lips. Thank you. The gratitude expressed was sincere. After being constantly undermined by Tony, he had almost begun to feel that S.H.I.E.L.D. lacked prestige. Now, at least, he had salvaged some dignity. Beyond the likes of Tony and Loki, S.H.I.E.L.D. still held considerable influence. In the living room, Banner was slumped weakly on the sofa, his complexion remarkably pale. Witnessing this, Nick raised an eyebrow. What has happened to you? He was well aware of Banner's formidable prowess. It was perplexing to see him in such a state. Banner, recognizing Nick's confusion, managed a bitter smile. If you were to have your blood drawn repeatedly, nearly having all your blood extracted, you would look like this too. At this, Nick cleared his throat, knowing without a doubt that it was Tony's doing. He swiftly shifted the conversation. Are you both aware of your current predicament? At his words, Eddie and Banner exchanged glances, somewhat perplexed by Nick's statement. One was a mere journalist, and the other a researcher, while they might excel in their respective fields. Conversing with a seasoned strategist like Nick was evidently beyond their capacity. In simpler terms, they struggled to grasp his underlying implications. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Nick quickly clarified. Although you have escaped from Tony's villa, he will not let you go easily. With his capabilities, it is only a matter of time before he locates you. With that, Eddie spoke up. Tony's villa? Do you mean to say that it was Tony who captured us before? Are you unaware of this? This time, it seems to be Nick who is taken aback, as these two individuals were oblivious to the fact that it was Tony who had ensnared them. Banner cleared his throat and explained, We were all apprehended while in a state of unconsciousness, so we are somewhat unclear about the details. Could you elucidate further? Upon hearing this, Nick suddenly regretted revealing this information, if Tony were to discover that it was he who had disclosed it. He feared he might not survive to see the dawn of another day. Despite these thoughts, he found himself unable to retreat, compelled to face the truth and divulge it to them. As they learned the reality, both of their faces were simultaneously overtaken by a surge of anger, particularly Banner, whose eyes were alight with a fierce intent. Anyone who had been imprisoned and treated as a mere source of sustenance for such an extended period would undoubtedly harbor a deep-seated resentment. Chapter 74. Gathering strength with great difficulty, observing Banner's emotions spiraling out of control, Nick swiftly raised his hand and said, Hey, buddy, take it easy. Tony is not as straightforward as you might think. Do not act impulsively. Upon hearing this, Banner took several deep breaths and only after a few minutes managed to regain his composure. Now, what is your purpose? You did not come here merely to inform us of this matter, did you? Banner's tone was somewhat frosty, yet he had indeed calmed down. Noticing this, Nick decided to be forthright and disclosed the intention of his visit. You both are exceptionally talented individuals, and I would like to extend an invitation for you to join SHIELD. Once you become part of SHIELD, you need not worry about Tony pursuing you any further. After all, Tony would have to show some respect to our organization. Nick spoke with confidence, although internally he felt a twinge of insecurity, considering Tony's past attitude towards SHIELD. He hoped that he would indeed show them some courtesy perhaps. Regardless, securing their agreement was paramount. As Nick's invitation resonated in the air, both Banner and Eddie sank into contemplation. Truth be told, they were uncertain about their choice. Initially, they had intended to seek revenge after their escape. However, despite their ignorance of Tony's true strength, even Nick, the director of SHIELD, had cautioned them, indicating that Tony was far more formidable than they had anticipated. With the option of vengeance off the table, they were left without a clear course of action. After a moment of reflection, Banner was the first to nod in agreement. All right, I accept, but under one condition. SHIELD must not hinder my quest for vengeance. Upon hearing Banner's stipulation, Nick smiled, pleased with the prospect of collaboration. Turning to Eddie, he noted that Eddie had been indecisive, merely unsure of how to proceed. With Banner's agreement, Eddie felt no need for further hesitation and also nodded in assent. Very well, I will agree to. With that, Nick exhaled a sigh of relief. Welcome to SHIELD. Now, let us return and complete your registration. The two nodded and rose to follow Nick as they departed the premises. At that moment, not far away at Peter's residence, Peter was leaving home at Aunt May's behest. As he passed the intersection, he caught sight of Banner and Eddie trailing behind Nick. Although Peter had never met Banner, he recognized Eddie and sensed the dormant symbiote within him. The symbiote within Peter had originally split from Venom, and while distance posed no issue, proximity ignited a mutual awareness. At once, Peter halted, directing his gaze towards Eddie, suspicion etched across his features. Simultaneously, as Peter's eyes fell upon Eddie, Eddie turned to face Peter, his expression shifting. Although he did not recognize Peter, he received a warning from the symbiote, leading their gazes to intersect momentarily. With an instinctive reaction, Eddie quickly averted his gaze and resumed his facade as he followed Nick into the vehicle. Peter, in turn, did not pursue. He merely observed as the vehicle started and gradually departed. In the driver's seat, Nick, focused on the road, noticed Eddie's unusual behavior and curiously inquired, "What's wrong? Why are you staring at the rearview mirror?" In response, Eddie candidly pointed to Peter, declaring, "That guy seems to be the one who previously apprehended me, Spider-Man." Upon hearing this, Nick's expression changed, and his gaze immediately shifted to the rearview mirror. Spotting a young man standing at the rear of the vehicle, Nick swiftly committed his features to memory. Previously, he had attempted to investigate Peter's identity, but due to the spider suit, he had found no information. To his surprise, today brought an unexpected revelation. However, he had no intention of taking action. Merely knowing the true identity of his adversary would compel Peter to exercise greater caution. All right, no more looking. Keep your distance from him. It's best not to confront him until we deal with Tony. Acknowledging this, Eddie nodded and withdrew his gaze. Meanwhile, Peter, witnessing the car disappear from view, retrieved his phone and dialed Tony's number. The call was quickly answered, and Tony's voice resonated on the line. "Hello, young Peter. Why the sudden call? Mr. Stark, I've located the perpetrator responsible for the destruction of your villa. It turns out he lives right next to me. However, I think I just saw SHIELD personnel taking him away. Additionally, there was a refined middle-aged man accompanying him, likely a fellow escapee." "Got it. For now, hold off on any rash actions," Tony replied before hanging up. Peter continued his journey to the supermarket, intending to purchase some items. At Pot's residence, lounging on the balcony, Tony ended the call and gazed out at the sunlight streaming through the window, a smile gracing his face. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. Who are they gathering these individuals to confront? Loki or me? Tony mused with a chuckle, devoid of any worries. He had mastered the 5 mystical symbols and was no longer the novice he once was. Except for certain formidable figures, even if Banner and the others joined SHIELD, it would be futile, even if they were to join the White House. His reluctance to act stemmed from a desire to discern whom SHIELD was truly targeting. If it was himself, he would evaluate SHIELD's true capabilities. If it was Loki, he would not mind witnessing the spectacle. In the SHIELD conference room, upon Nick's return with his team, he wasted no time in convening a meeting with Steve, Thor, and others. Soon, all extraordinary powers within gathered, divided into 3 groups, each seated in distinct areas. Steve and Flint congregated together, while Banner and Eddie remained in close proximity, and Thor sat apart, isolated in his own circle. Nick occupied the main seat, observing the scattered assembly with a hint of exasperation. He took the initiative to introduce the identities of the others present. However, it was evident that the members were not particularly cordial towards one another, displaying a marked indifference. This reminded Nick of a Chinese proverb: scholars often look down upon one another. Although they are not literati, the current situation is strikingly similar, characterized by an atmosphere of mutual disregard. Observing this, Nick cast a glance at the assembly, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Steve and proactively suggested, "Captain, as a senior with experience in leading teams, how about you take the helm for our forthcoming operations?" Upon hearing this, Steve pondered for a moment before nodding affirmatively. "No problem." Thor, however, furrowed his brow, interjecting with opposition, "I am the god of war from the 9 realms. My combat experience surpasses that of anyone present. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, you intend to confront Loki, am I right? Therefore, it is only fitting that I lead the charge, for I am more familiar with him than any of you." Chapter 75. The love-hate relationship of 2 brothers. Thor openly opposed Nick, showing no regard for his feelings. This left Nick in an awkward position, yet he masked his discomfort and gently suggested, "Thor, we are on Earth after all, and you may not be fully aware of the circumstances. I believe it would be wiser for the captain to lead the team." Nick's subtle plea for Thor to show some consideration fell on deaf ears, as Thor remained obstinate. "I am a god. How can a mere mortal presume to command me? If that is the case, let us act independently." Upon hearing this, Nick was momentarily taken aback. The expressions of Steve and the others turned noticeably hostile as they regarded Thor. Even Bruce Banner, who had been observing, cast a cold glance in Thor's direction. After all, Thor's words were not just directed at Steve, but encompassed everyone present. Thor sensed the animosity directed at him, yet he remained unfazed. Although his experiences on Earth years prior had tempered some of his arrogance, certain aspects of his divine pride were deeply ingrained and unchangeable. To Thor, even those present who were extraordinary beings were no different from mortals. Suppressing his rising frustration, Nick reminded himself that he was the one who had assembled this team and needed to maintain his composure. "Thor, both Loki and your strength are formidable. We must collaborate to overcome him. Furthermore, we remain unaware of his true motives. It is imperative we unite rather than descend into conflict. We share the same objective. Can we not set aside our differences?" Nick's earnest entreaties, however, were met with indifference as Thor continued on his own path. "I do not require your assistance. Had it not been for my consideration of you, Loki would already be in my grasp. Do not summon me for such trivial matters in the future. Farewell." With that, Thor rose and departed from the conference room, leaving an atmosphere of palpable tension in his wake. Nick sat in his seat, visibly agitated. Banner and Eddie remained quietly in the background, while Steve stood and made his exit, with Flint hastily following suit. Thus, the inaugural extraordinary meeting of S.H.I.E.L.D. concluded on a discordant note. Upon leaving the conference room, Thor did not return to his quarters, but instead exited S.H.I.E.L.D. entirely. As a god, he felt the need to assert his correctness. The most compelling way to do so was by capturing Loki, demonstrating to those mortals the true might of a deity. Therefore, after departing S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor extended his senses to locate Loki. As a divine being, their essence was entirely distinct from that of ordinary humans. If one were to draw a comparison, it would be akin to the difference between humans and ants. Both are living beings, yet they belong to vastly different dimensions. Consequently, despite the millions inhabiting New York City, it posed no challenge for Thor to find Loki amidst the throngs. Soon, Thor pinpointed a general direction and strode towards it, the pinnacle of the Time Tower. As Thor emanated his perception, Loki sensed his brother's presence. A refined smile graced Loki's lips as he remarked without turning, "How is the construction of the broadcasting tower progressing?" Hawkeye, responsible for the intricate details, replied with utmost respect, "The device is nearly assembled. We merely need to channel sufficient energy to activate the Tesseract and open the portal to the realms of time." Upon hearing this, Loki nodded slightly and added, "No need for further efforts, someone has delivered the energy." Hawkeye paused, perplexed by the statement. However, his attention was soon captured by a figure descending from the sky, radiating a formidable aura. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, was engulfed in a torrent of thunderous power. Loki, perched upon the platform, watched him with an air of elegant composure. "My dear brother, we meet again. Loki, surrender at once and return to Asgard with me," Thor declared with an authoritative tone. Loki shook his head, reassuringly stating, "Fear not. I shall return, but not at this moment. Once I have conquered this planet, I will lead my army back." "Humph, so stubborn. Do you truly believe that with my arrival, you still stand a chance?" As he spoke, arcs of electricity crackled around Thor, presenting a terrifying spectacle. Loki, unfazed, maintained his smile, though his gaze grew increasingly indifferent. Do you genuinely consider yourself the god of war? Without Odin's favor, what are you? Loki conveyed this in a detached tone, as though merely stating a fact. This ignited a surge of fury within Thor. Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate the veracity of my divinity. A thunderous roar echoed across New York as lightning erupted. The inhabitants below were startled, gazing upward in awe. On a nearby balcony, Tony Stark set aside his book and raised an eyebrow toward the heavens. Instantly, at his command, a Nightwing ninja materialized before him, bowing respectfully. Without hesitation, Tony stepped forward, allowing the ninja to carry him skyward. Typically, he was the observer of others' escapades, now presented with the opportunity to witness the spectacle firsthand. He could not let it slip away. Soon, Tony hovered above the Time Tower, observing the battlefield in the distance. A vast tempest of lightning, under Thor's command, struck Loki, who appeared unguarded and was immediately engulfed, his form disintegrating into fine ash. Yet, rather than elation, Thor's countenance darkened with concern. Indeed, in the next moment, Loki re-emerged, not as a singular entity, but multiplied. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Lokis surrounded Thor, each bearing an elegant demeanor and an unchanging smile. Is this truly all you are capable of, Thor? The multitude of Lokis taunted in unison. Thor, however, remained undeterred, his gaze intensely scanning the crowd for the real Loki. As the deity of lies and deception, Loki manifests his prowess through illusion. Every art, upon reaching its zenith, possesses extraordinary capabilities, and illusion is no exception. Loki's mastery of illusion has ascended to the point where falsehood can seamlessly transform into reality, and vice versa. Each of the numerous Lokis before him may very well be his true self or merely a fabrication. In the original text, even the Thunder God was deceived multiple times by tears. Thor, well aware of such deceptions, grew furious after a prolonged search yielded no distinction between truth and falsehood. Do not presume this will confound me, he thundered. With a resounding cry, the heavens darkened as ominous clouds gathered, enveloping New York in a shroud of darkness, while the thunder roared, creating an atmosphere of immense oppression. Chapter 76. If you can't get by, come find me. Dark clouds loom over the city, threatening its very existence. Enveloped by ominous clouds and thunder, New York City has become suffocatingly oppressive. Countless citizens are gripped by fear, gazing anxiously at the sky, convinced that doomsday is upon them. At this moment, Thor and Loki simultaneously turn their gazes toward Tony, who is fervently narrating the unfolding drama. Noticing the rapt attention from Thor and Loki, Tony pauses, clearing his throat. Please, continue. You are the protagonists now. I shall remain a mere observer, he explains, sealing his lips thereafter. While Thor and Loki choose not to dwell on the matter. After all, as deities, they regard Tony, this mortal, with disdain, even if he occasionally exhibits extraordinary traits. Once I annihilate your every incarnation, I wonder where you shall flee, Thor declares confidently, raising Mjolnir high above his head. A bolt of lightning piercing through the dark clouds, summoned by his might. In an instant, countless blinding bolts of lightning cascade from the heavens, transforming the skies above New York City into a tempestuous sea of thunder. For a fleeting moment, the entire world is bathed in a blinding white glow. However, this spectacle exists solely within Thor's perception. To Tony's eyes, Loki stands with his staff raised high, the gematopet gleaming with a brilliant white light. The mighty lightning bolts descend from the skies, drawn towards the pinnacle of the Stark Tower, where a towering radiation device stands resolute. The power of the storm, under Thor's guidance, surges into the device, fueling its energy. Observing this scene, Tony's emotionless voice resonates once more. The hero believes he is saving the world, yet remains oblivious to the fact that he is becoming an accomplice to the devil. His strength is manipulated by malevolence, gradually steering the world toward perdition. Listening to these words, Loki, the sole audience, cannot help but chuckle. Soon, another version of Loki appears beside Tony, gazing at him with curiosity. You seem rather unperturbed? Why should I be anxious? I am merely here to witness the spectacle, Tony replies, bemused by the inquiry. I intend to summon an army to conquer the earth. Did you know that? If you do not hinder me, I shall soon open a portal to gather my forces, Loki declares, revealing his plan with eager anticipation. Curious to observe Tony's reaction. Intrigued by Tony's demeanor, he openly shares his intentions, truly embodying a confident deity. Yet, once again, Tony's response exceeds Loki's expectations. What concern is it of mine who rules this world? Furthermore, if you believe it's so easily conquerable, why does the one behind you not come in person? Upon hearing this, Loki's expression shifts for the first time, a flicker of unease crossing his usually composed visage. Since his arrival on Earth, he has maintained an air of elegance and tranquility. However, Tony's words have disrupted this calm. You know the one behind me? Just a mere purple sweet potato. Pfft. Loki, who had only just adopted a serious demeanor, could not help but laugh upon hearing those words. Purple sweet potato? Reflecting on that individual as persona, he suddenly found the description quite apartment. You certainly possess audacity to make such an assessment of a supreme being. However, I am quite intrigued. What did you mean by your earlier remark? Is this world truly so complex? Yet, since my descent, it appears I have not encountered any formidable beings. Perhaps due to the previous commentary, Loki's demeanor lost its aloofness, transforming instead into the casual banter of old friends. Tony, too, noted that this Loki seemed markedly different from the portrayal in the films, feeling no hesitation in engaging him in light conversation. To my knowledge, there resides another supreme being on this planet, and there is yet another from this world in the cosmos. Tony did not articulate this too clearly. But for an astute individual like Loki, this information was more than sufficient. So it follows that I have become mere cannon fodder. At this, Loki chuckled and shook his head, prompting a curious raise of Tony's eyebrow at his reaction. You are not angry? Why should I be? If one lacks the strength, one must naturally adhere to the arrangements. Otherwise, I would likely have perished before even reaching Earth. Loki spoke with an air of calm acceptance. In that moment, Tony found himself genuinely appreciating this fellow, not for his demeanor, but for the authenticity he exhibited, the genuine pride, the true disdain for lesser beings, and the honest acceptance of his status as expendable resonated with him. Tony perceived no hint of pretense in Loki's demeanor. This realization deepened Tony's understanding. This is a real world, not a film nor a comic. Each individual possesses flesh and blood, not merely personalities crafted by a writer. The character arcs of the past could only serve as mere references. Those who regard such constructs as the definitive fate of this world are truly misguided. Moreover, the flutter of a butterfly's wings could alter the trajectory of an entire realm. Now, having reshaped the narrative entirely, Tony recognized that the so-called plot had long since lost its significance. Recollecting his thoughts, Loki's words echoed in Tony's mind. Since you do not impede my endeavors, I shall attend to my tasks. We can converse further at another opportunity. Certainly, pursue your affairs. Should you find yourself in dire straits, you may seek my assistance, and I shall offer you refuge. With that, Tony casually produced a business card before turning to depart. Watching Tony's retreating figure, Loki glanced at the card in his hand and smiled. With a flick of his wrist, a flame ignited in his grasp, reducing the card to ashes. A sudden wave of inexplicable energy rippled through New York, sending tremors through the air. With an S-H-I-E-L-D, all senior officials gathered in a conference room, transfixed by the projection of Stark Tower. The image displayed Thor channeling lightning into a radiation device, and under the device's guidance, this power seamlessly merged with the tesseract embedded within, successfully activating the cosmic cube. Suddenly, a vast spatial fluctuation stirred the surrounding space, and a towering portal, hundreds of meters high, gradually materialized in the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of Nick and the others turned grim. Nick immediately spoke in a grave tone. Do you all see that portal? Can anyone enlighten me on its purpose? Upon hearing this, a scientist from S-H-I-E-L-D, who had dedicated himself to the study of the Tesseract, rose to his feet, his demeanor serious as he explained, the Tesseract harbors immense power. It can open gateways in space, enabling the long-distance transport of vast quantities of weaponry and resources. That portal is likely the spatial gateway activated by the Tesseract. Once it opens, it may either bring forth various objects or even extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 77, The Blurring Line Between Reality and Deception. The scientist of S-H-I-E-L-D spoke with grave seriousness, their faces etched with concern, causing the atmosphere in the conference room to become increasingly oppressive. After a lengthy silence, Nick finally rose and addressed the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment of life and death has arrived. Prepare for battle, regardless of what emerges from that door. We must force them back. Jack, contact the military and have them mobilize troops into the city, establishing a perimeter. We cannot allow anything to breach our defenses. Yes, Director. Wells, reach out to the government and arrange for the evacuation of all residents within a 10-kilometer radius. Additionally, those beyond 10 kilometers should also be prepared for evacuation. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we may need to consider deploying weapons of mass destruction. Upon hearing this, the attendees were momentarily stunned, gazing at Nick with incredulity. Unable to believe such words had escaped his lips, Wells, singled out by Nick, immediately stood and said, Director, this is New York. Should we not seek prior approval? Do not worry. I will report to Congress shortly. For now, you must prepare. Should accountability arise later, I will bear the responsibility. Let us act. Yes. In unison. The group responded, recognizing the gravity of Nick's declaration, rendering any dissent futile. Once the assembly had departed the conference room, Nick called upon Steve and several others. Friends, I must ask you to venture forth and bring Thor back. Furthermore, please assess if the device can be dismantled. If dismantling proves impossible, retreat, and we shall devise another plan. With that, Nick bowed to the group, earnestly stating, "This incident concerns the safety of approximately 10 million citizens, as well as the security of hundreds of millions in the United States. I implore you to give your utmost effort." The determination emanating from Nick resonated with everyone, especially Eddie, a man driven by a strong sense of justice. He had previously risked infiltrating the Life Foundation to uncover the truth behind human experimentation. "Rest assured, Director, we will handle it," Eddie proclaimed boldly. At that moment, Steve stepped forward to assist Nick. "Do not forget, I am a hero of the United States. Saving the world is my forte." Steve's rare jest elicited a smile from Nick. As the group dispersed, Nick began contacting his superiors. Under the leadership of S.H.I.E.L.D., various governmental departments swiftly mobilized, with troops and armored vehicles pouring into New York to establish a blockade. Centered around the Times Square, residents within a 10-kilometer radius began to evacuate, organized by the U.S. government. While some resistance was encountered, it was swiftly quashed by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s formidable might. In this critical moment, S.H.I.E.L.D. showed no mercy to anyone obstructing their path. Loki stood atop the Times Square, observing the unfolding scene with an expression of utter indifference, neither intervening nor attempting to hinder the proceedings. Proud as he was, he deemed it beneath him to engage with mere mortals, as long as they did not impede his own pursuits. At that moment, Thor, who was lost in a reverie, awakened as his divine energy was significantly depleted. Upon seeing Loki standing unscathed at a distance, with a colossal portal to another time and space illuminating the sky, Thor's expression shifted dramatically, particularly when he sensed the familiar energy emanating from the device. His countenance turned grim. "What is happening?" Thor questioned, disbelief creeping into his mind. He had begun to grasp the situation but was reluctant to accept it. In response, Loki did not conceal the truth, revealing everything. "It was not intended to be activated so soon, but I must thank you, my dear brother. Your divine power has become the driving force for the Tesseract, yielding results beyond my expectations. Do you see that portal? You have unwittingly assisted me in opening it." Upon hearing this, Thor's body swayed slightly, his complexion paling not from fear, but from the severe exhaustion of his divine power, leaving him weakened. However, Loki's words also weighed heavily on his heart. How could he have become an accomplice? This was inconceivable. As the god of thunder, the champion of the 9 realms, it was utterly unacceptable for him to be cast in such a role. Yet, regardless of his acceptance, the matter was already settled. He could only watch in silence, unable to alter the course of events. Just then, Steve and the others arrived. Whoosh! A sound like the slicing of air erupted as Steve forcefully hurled his shield, which soared through the air with a piercing whistle towards Loki. Bam! Loki's body was brutally struck, blood splattering as his corpse collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Banner and the others, poised to act, were momentarily stunned. This was the formidable foe they had feared? So easily dispatched? Even Steve, the instigator of the attack, found it hard to believe, looking at his hands in astonishment, questioning when he had become so powerful. As the others were caught off guard, Thor, who knew the truth, bellowed loudly, "That is a deception. Do not be fooled." No sooner had he spoken than Loki's figure materialized beside Steve, swinging his scepter forcefully towards his face. Steve's pupils dilated as he swiftly raised his hands in defense. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. Apart from a gust of wind, there was no actual attack. A trick? He muttered to himself, as another Loki appeared at his side, once again swinging the scepter in an assault. Each time he defended himself, it proved to be another illusion. In the blink of an eye, Loki had struck 7 or 8 times, each instance nothing but a mirage. This lulled Steve into a false sense of security, and when faced with another attack from Loki, he could hardly be bothered to move. The result was a resounding thud as Steve was sent flying by Loki's scepter. Observing this scene, everyone except Thor was left in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the weakened Thor, witnessing this, resignedly explained, "Loki is the god of lies and deceit, adept at illusions. He has the power to turn falsehoods into reality. His every action may be genuine, or it may be a mere fade." Upon hearing those words, the crowd's eyes twitched, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. However, while they remained in stunned silence, Loki was far from idle. Soon, a multitude of Lokis surrounded them, launching a relentless assault. The onlookers frantically dodged and attempted to block the attacks, yet they were mere illusions. It was only when they let down their guard that the assaults became painfully real, tormenting everyone to the brink of despair. In this labyrinth of reality and deception, how could one possibly fight back? Before long, all but Banner had succumbed to the ground. Only the transformed Hulk, with his formidable defenses, stood as a living target for Loki's relentless barrage. Chapter 78. The future of New York lies in your hands as the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. faced imminent defeat against Loki. A sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. The multitude of soldiers surrounding the area unleashed a torrential downpour of bullets aimed directly at Loki. Observing this scene, Loki furrowed his brow but swiftly evaded the incoming fire. Although the weapons of mortals posed no threat to him, his pride forbade him from allowing their attacks to land, prompting his choice to dodge. This evasive maneuver inadvertently created a window of opportunity for Steve and his companions to retreat. Fall back. Take Thor and go, Steve shouted decisively. Without hesitation, he and Eddie rushed to Thor's side, swiftly lifting the weakened god and making their escape. Banner and Flint wasted no time either, hastening their withdrawal. And soon the group vanished from Loki's sight. Noticing their flight, Loki refrained from pursuit, his expression calm as he observed the direction in which they fled, lost in thought. With an S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the retreat via satellite. Although he had not been present at the scene, he had observed the entire confrontation between Steve's team and Loki. To say he felt disappointed would be an understatement. The individuals he had placed so much faith in had crumbled before Loki with alarming ease. Despite the enigmatic nature of Loki's abilities, that could not serve as an excuse. A wave of confusion washed over him. Were these individuals truly capable of stopping Loki? Before the battle, that question lingered in his mind like a haunting specter, but now, it had morphed into a profound despair, as he could see no glimmer of victory on the horizon. As for the deployment of weapons of mass destruction, that was a measure of last resort. If at all possible, he wished to avoid such drastic actions, especially in New York, where the ramifications would be catastrophic. Even the president would be affected by the fallout. But were there any alternatives to this course of action? Nick's mind raced with possibilities until suddenly, Tony's image flashed into his thoughts. If anyone could turn the tide, it would be him. Nick contemplated, uncertainty mingling with a flicker of hope in his previously despondent heart. Though loath to admit it, he recognized that Tony was the most enigmatic and formidable individual he had ever encountered. While others may have little hope against Loki, Tony stood a significant chance of triumphing. This was not mere conjecture, it was a confidence born from having endured Tony's relentless prowess for so long. But therein lay the conundrum. How could he involve Tony in this crisis? Should he appeal to his sense of duty? The very thought crossed his mind, only to be dismissed with a shake of his head. Such a noble appeal might sway others, but with Tony? That was a futile hope. The man was a staunch individualist. Without substantial incentive, persuading him to intervene was akin to chasing phantoms. Just as the nascent hope began to wane, another name surfaced in Nick's mind, Natasha. He recalled that Natasha had been assigned to infiltrate Stark Industries under the previous administration, leaving him uncertain of her current situation. Carrying an inexplicable sense of anticipation, Nick dialed Natasha's number. "Hello, Director." Natasha responded, somewhat taken aback, uncertain as to why Nick was suddenly calling her. Though he had been undercover, she was still privy to certain affairs within S-H-I-E-L-D. Ahem, how is your relationship with Tony? Nick inquired awkwardly, an uncharacteristic sense of embarrassment washing over him. Natasha was momentarily flummoxed by the question. Relationship? What relationship? Though her mind was slightly muddled, she did not forget that Nick was on the other end of the line. After a moment's hesitation, she answered uncertainly, "I suppose it's going reasonably well." Upon uttering these words, vivid and risque images flashed through her mind, causing a hint of crimson to bloom across her neck. Hearing her response, Nick felt an unexpected relief. As long as there was some connection, he feared the absence of one even more. "I have a task for you," Nick continued, his tone turning serious. "I need you to persuade Tony to assist with a certain individual. Employ any means necessary." Though his demeanor was grave, the awkwardness brewing within him was becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. This was the first time he had requested such a personal favor from a subordinate. Yet, as the saying goes, as long as he remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon the other party. Thus, despite the discomfort gnawing at him, he displayed no outward signs of distress. Director, I cannot guarantee I will succeed," Natasha replied, her self-assurance waning. In truth, she felt uncertain in her dynamic with Tony. He had always held the reins, leaving her unsure of her standing in his eyes. "That's all right. Just do your best. You must secure his agreement. The fate of all New York now rests in your hands." With that, Nick hung up before Natasha could respond. Taking a deep breath while seated in his office chair, Nick forced himself to forget the earlier call and return to his work. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries, Natasha listened to the busy signal on the line before putting away her phone, a look of resignation washing over her face. She wished to give her all. Yet Tony was hardly ever at the office. How could she possibly do so? Resigned to her thoughts, Natasha retrieved her phone once again, locating Tony's number. After a moment's hesitation, she dialed. At Potts' residence, Tony, contemplating where to indulge himself, was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Picking it up and glancing at the caller ID, he raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" Tony, are you free tonight?" Natasha asked. At her words, a mysterious smile crept onto Tony's face, and he found himself missing her lips. I'm free right now. Let me come pick you up. Ah, but I'm still at work. Natasha replied, caught off guard by his assertiveness. No worries. I'm giving you the day off. Come downstairs now. I'll be there shortly, Tony declared, his tone domineering, leaving no room for her to refuse before abruptly ending the call. After tidying himself up, he drove off in his sports car. 20 minutes later, Tony's vehicle appeared near Stark Industries. Through the glass, Tony immediately spotted Natasha waiting at the entrance, clad in a professional suit, her legs elegantly enveloped in black stockings, and a pair of black-framed glasses perched on her nose, exuding an aura of a consummate professional. With a sudden screech, a car came to a halt before Natasha. She opened the door and entered the vehicle, a hint of a smile gracing her lips as she inquired, Mr. Tony, where are you taking me? I'm treating you to a meal. How does sausage sound? He replied with a grin, yet curiously, from the perspective of the windshield. Natasha in the passenger seat had inexplicably vanished from view. Chapter 79. A day of playing landlord time flows by unnoticed. And Tony spent the entire day playing landlord with Natasha in the room. As night descended, a refreshed Tony, clad in a robe, descended the stairs. The seaside villa was still under renovation, thus he resided in another of his estates. The simplicity of a wealthy man's joy is truly unadorned. Seated on the balcony with a glass of wine, he gazed at the night scenery when Natasha gracefully descended from upstairs. Having just bathed, she exuded an astonishing allure. Yet Tony, enveloped in a state of complacency, remained oblivious to her charm. What brings you here? He inquired, taking a small sip from his glass without turning his head. Although he had limited interactions with Natasha, he was skeptical of her sudden initiative unless she sought something. However, considering her earnestness, Tony was willing to afford her an opportunity. Taken aback by his response, Natasha paused momentarily before obediently settling beside him, resembling a kitten as she leaned against him. I don't have anything in particular, but Nick wishes to ask for your assistance, and I was sent to inquire about it. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile graced Tony's lips. Is it about Loki? Yes. Would you like me to lend a hand? Just say the word, and I shall assist. Tony looked down at Natasha, an amused glimmer in his eyes. At that moment, Natasha's heart raced, an unusual sense of nervousness enveloping her. Really? Indeed, I speak with conviction, Tony assured her. Natasha was on the verge of speaking but hesitated before her words could escape. A silence lingered. After a considerable pause, she shook her head, her expression a tapestry of complexity. I will only relay the message. The rest is beyond my concern. Tony's eyes widened in surprise. Oh, why is that? As she spoke, Natasha reached out to caress Tony's cheek. You possess a magnetic charm. I do not wish to transform our relationship into a mere transaction. Relaying the message fulfills my duty. What follows is not for me to ponder. If he had been merely surprised before, Tony was now genuinely taken aback. He had always believed Natasha would pursue her objectives relentlessly, a fitting approach for her role. Yet her recent words utterly subverted his impression of her. Could it be that she harbored feelings for him? Tony pondered uncertainly. Yet, he could not deny that her choice had indeed piqued his interest. He lacked for female companionship, and had she spoken up, she would have merely been a favorable bargaining chip for future dealings. As for anything else, he was not inclined to entertain emotional entanglements. He reached out to stroke her silky golden locks, curious about the shampoo she used, as her hair was exceptionally smooth and delightful to touch. You're quite astute. Do call Nick. All right. Natasha nodded obediently and rose to retrieve her phone. In no time, the call was connected, and amidst the beeping tones, Nick's slightly anxious voice came through. Natasha, what is the verdict? Has he agreed? This is Tony. Tony held his phone, and instantly, Nick on the other end fell silent. When he finally spoke again, his tone had transformed into one of calm assurance, devoid of the urgency that had marked their previous conversation. Having dealt with Tony for an extended period, Nick understood all too well the necessity of concealing his thoughts. Otherwise, he would be left vulnerable. A lesson learned through numerous painful experiences. However, today, Tony had no time for negotiations. He cut straight to the chase, stating, If you want me to assist you with Loki, you must agree to one condition. What condition? Nick inquired. Natasha must withdraw from S-H-I-E-L-D. At this, Nick's brow furrowed immediately. I will not trade my subordinate. Is that so? Then why did you have her reach out to me? Tony scoffed, his disdain palpable. He detested individuals who played both sides, and Nick was no different from those he loathed. On the other end of the line, Nick was rendered speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough of this banter. I'm in a rare good mood. Accept my terms or be on your way, Tony said, his impatience evident. Nick's voice grew somber. I respect Natasha's choice. Then it's settled. Goodbye. With that, Tony hung up without hesitation and turned to Natasha. From now on, just manage the company for me. Remember to get along with Pepper. Understood, Natasha nodded. At S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick sat in his office chair, massaging his temples in frustration. He had not anticipated the situation would unfold in such a manner. Although he had successfully invited Tony, he had simultaneously lost a valuable asset. Natasha may not have been the strongest, yet her capabilities were undeniably remarkable. For a moment, he was uncertain whether his decisions had been right or wrong. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and exited his office, heading towards the conference room. Inside the conference room, Steve and the others sat with expressions of despair, accompanied by an elderly white man. He was the scientist previously responsible for researching the Tesseract and had been granted permission to attend this meeting due to his expertise. Soon, the conference room door swung open and Nick strode in. Observing the lackluster demeanor of the group, he rapped his knuckles on the table. Hey team, the challenges we face remain unresolved. Let us stay focused. James, report on the status of the temporal gate. Having reminded them, Nick directed his attention to the elderly scientist. In response, James rose and said, Director, according to our calculations, the enormous temporal gate will open by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning at the latest. We have little time left. Is there any way to close it before it opens? Nick inquired, his brow knitting in concern. James shook his head in resignation. There is a way, but it is practically unfeasible. According to our research, a powerful energy impact can forcibly close the space-time portal, provided that the portal's strength is unable to withstand the onslaught. However, the energy contained within the cosmic cube is so vast that it cannot be impacted to such an extent. Is there anything more substantial? Nick inquired impatiently, as he sought a solution rather than an impractical approach. The final option remains, relocating the cosmic cube, by simply removing the cube from the launch apparatus. The space-time portal could be closed. Nevertheless, this action might lead to an energy imbalance, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion, for the launch device is also saturated with energy. Upon hearing this, everyone cast a glance at Thor, as he was the one who had infused the apparatus with its potent energy. Chapter 80. The gateway of time and space has been opened. As everyone's gaze turned towards him, Thor's expression darkened, but he found himself unable to speak, resorting instead to feigning ignorance. The disdain he had previously harbored for the group now rendered him profoundly embarrassed. His confident attempt to confront Loki had not only failed but had inadvertently aided him, leaving him at a loss for justification. Fortunately, at that moment, Nick intervened, alleviating the tension. As long as there is a plan, you will be responsible for retrieving the Tesseract, while I will find someone to deal with Loki. Upon hearing this, Steve and the others looked up at Nick, their eyes filled with confusion. You have a backup plan? Thor directly voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Nick nodded. I have contacted Tony. He will take action. At this revelation, the expressions of Steve, Banner, Flint, and the others shifted significantly. Thor, keenly sensing the atmosphere had soured, refrained from inquiring further about Tony's identity and fell silent. Director, how can you rely on that guy? He is utterly unreliable. Steve stood up to express his discontent. Although Banner remained silent, he regarded Nick with a similar look of skepticism. Nick had anticipated this reaction, yet he felt compelled to mention it. Otherwise, he feared that when Tony eventually appeared, Loki would not be subdued, and a confrontation would ensue. Captain, calm down. I too am at a loss. Currently, Tony is the only one capable of handling Loki. If we do not enlist his help, what options do we have? Upon hearing this, Steve, though begrudgingly acknowledging Nick's words, retorted, that guy's strength is indeed unfathomable. But how can you be certain he is genuinely cooperating with us rather than manipulating us? If he were to turn on us unexpectedly, it would spell disaster. He continued. We merely underestimated Loki's abilities, which led to our previous misfortune. If we were allowed another attempt, even if we cannot subdue Loki, it certainly would not be as disastrous as today. In response, Nick helplessly raised his hands. Captain, do you truly understand the implications of your attempt? Approximately millions of civilians might suffer catastrophic consequences due to your trial. Moreover, should you fail, I would be compelled to resort to the final option, deploying weapons of mass destruction in New York. At that point, regardless of the economic implications or the aftermath, do you comprehend the number of lives that would be lost? The debate between the two escalated within the conference room, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. As Nick continued to articulate the gravity of the situation, the once resolute Steve fell silent. In conclusion, the plan is as follows. Tomorrow, you will be responsible for sabotaging the device and retrieving the cosmic cube, while I shall entrust Loki to Tony. Rest assured, though Tony is selfish, his reliability is assured. Once he agrees to assist, he will not betray us. That will be all. The meeting is adjourned. With that, Nick stood to leave. However, at that moment, Eddie weakly inquired, Director, since we have a plan, why not take action now? At this, Nick paused momentarily, then hastily replied, we will act tomorrow morning, and departed without directly addressing Eddie's question. If only Tony would heed his counsel, he would wish to act immediately to resolve this matter at the earliest opportunity. However, Tony remains unyielding. Without his cooperation, any attempt at action would be futile. Thus, they must patiently await the arrival of dawn. As time passes, the night swiftly unfolds, destined to be unforgettable. The colossal space-time portal looms in the firmament, visible to all citizens of New York City who merely glance upwards. Countless individuals engage in fervent discussions, some even spending the night awake. The spectacle above the city has already permeated the internet, soaring to the top of trending topics. At last, the clock strikes 7 in the morning. All residents surrounding the Times Tower have been evacuated, while the military establishes a formidable perimeter. Nick, Steve, and others have arrived early, poised for the commencement of operations. Yet, as moments tick by, Tony's absence breeds growing impatience among Steve and the others. What is the delay? Why has T arrived yet? Director, shall we continue to wait? One inquires. Wait, Nick replies with a calm demeanor, unlike the mounting anxiety of the others. He exudes a commanding composure, betraying no signs of distress. It is not that he is devoid of urgency, rather, he has done all he can. And fretting would serve no purpose, better to maintain his equanimity. Finally, when the clock approaches 8:50, Steve can no longer contain himself. He turns to Nick and insists. That guy is certainly toying with us. He wants to show up. Let me lead a team while the portal remains unopened. Let us take a chance. Steve seeks permission to act, but Nick furrows his brow, his tone resolute. We will continue to wait. As these words echo, the tension among the group threatens to explode. Yet, confronted with Nick's icy demeanor, they suppress their agitation. Despite their frequent disputes with him, Nick's authority as director remains unyielding. When he adopts a stern expression, Steve and the others dare not protest. The hour finally arrives, and a tremendous roar suddenly reverberates from the heavens. A resounding hum fills the air as the vast space-time portal begins to ripple like water, stabilizing and ready for activation. In light of the spectacle, the group momentarily forgets their frustrations, each one poised and vigilant, eager to discover what may emerge from the portal. At last, a brilliant light pierces the heavens, and the portal fully opens, revealing a vast expanse of black starry sky on the other side. As the crowd gazes through the portal, a collective gasp escapes their lips. In the boundless cosmos, an array of starships congregates, dominating the celestial expanse. Soldiers, clad in equipment entirely distinct from that of Earth's military, begin to traverse the portal, descending upon the planet. Witnessing this, the expressions of all present grow grave. Their suspicions have been confirmed. A formidable army lies beyond the portal, an extraterrestrial force. Taking a deep breath, Nick forces down his astonishment, preparing to issue commands. Just then, the sound of revving engines echoes from behind the crowd. Nick and his companions instinctively turned around, only to behold a silver sports car executing a perfect drift, coming to a halt gracefully behind them. Shortly thereafter, Tony, adorned with sunglasses and hands casually tucked into his pockets, approached with an air of nonchalance. Witnessing this scene, Nick felt an immediate sense of relief, while Steve, in stark contrast, erupted with fury, charging at Tony with indignation. You scoundrel! He exclaimed. With a thunderous crash, Steve was sent hurtling backward with greater speed, having been forcefully struck by Tony's hand. The onlookers were momentarily rendered speechless, particularly Banner, who had initially yearned to unleash his own wrath, but now sought merely to find a hiding place, hoping to evade Tony's gaze. Chapter 81. The arrival of the Grand Army and the unceasing carnage. With a casual flick, Tony sent Steve sprawling, and as if nothing had transpired, he approached the crowd with an air of tranquility. Oh, you're all here. Why are you staring at me? While I am aware of my striking appearance, I harbor no interest in men, Tony remarked in a languid tone, surveying the assembly before his gaze finally settled on Nick. The two shared a silent glance, neither uttering a word, as Tony brushed past Nick, directing his attention to the heavens above the Stark Tower. Peering through the temporal portal at the vast expanse of the cosmos, where alien vessels floated, Tony raised an eyebrow, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. This was his first encounter with extraterrestrials, and they bore an uncanny resemblance to humans. Of course, Loki and Thor were exceptions, having crossed paths with him previously. Lost in thought, a shadow manifested beneath his feet as a Nightwing ninja appeared in his path, allowing Tony to tread upon his back, before soaring skyward. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, as though choreographed, exuding an air of sophistication. The onlookers watched as Tony ascended into the sky, and at that moment, Nick finally spoke. All right. It is time for us to take action. The fate of New York City rests in your hands. Whether we succeed this time, I entrust to you. Nick's tone was solemn, and the expressions of the crowd shifted to one of gravity as they nodded in agreement. Even Steve, who had been unceremoniously sent flying by Tony, did not dwell on the incident. In the grand scheme of the lives of millions in New York, his minor humiliation paled in significance. As an American hero, Steve understood the weight of priorities. With that, the group mobilized, advancing toward Stark Tower. Meanwhile, below the temporal portal, as alien soldiers descended, they swiftly organized themselves, launching an assault on the surrounding American troops. Steve and his companions soon collided with these extraterrestrial assailants, resulting in an immediate clash. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding echoes of artillery fire mingled with the cacophony of violent explosions reverberated throughout New York, in their fervor to thwart the alien soldiers. The heavily armed American troops paid no heed to the depletion of their ammunition, unleashing a torrent of firepower as if intent on reducing Stark Tower to rubble. In response, the invading alien soldiers were equally relentless, their laser weapons sweeping through the battlefield, piercing the ranks of American soldiers. Within mere minutes of confrontation, a significant number of American troops fell victim to the onslaught of laser fire, their bodies shattered. In stark contrast, humanity's pride in its conventional weaponry proved futile against the defensive armor worn by the alien soldiers. The clash resembled a collision of modern civilization with ancient prowess, as technological superiority rendered the American forces at a distinct disadvantage. Fortunately, the presence of superheroes on the American side alleviated some of the pressure, preventing the troops from being entirely overwhelmed. Flint maneuvered through the crowd, commanding the swirling sands around him. Immune to most physical damage, he could not entirely shield himself from the harm inflicted by lasers, yet his capacity for recovery surpassed the inflicted wounds. Thus, he transformed into a harbinger of death amidst the alien soldiers, disregarding their attacks as he directed the sands to pierce through their bodies from the gaps in their defenses. Banner, with a more direct approach, wielded formidable defenses that endowed him with the audacity to rampage across the battlefield. Nearly impervious to all assaults, he resembled a humanoid tank, wreaking havoc among the throng, where numerous alien soldiers were crushed into mere pulp beneath his immense strength. The defensive apparatus they wore felt as fragile as paper to Banner, utterly incapable of withstanding his onslaught. Steve, the earliest American hero, equally exhibited formidable power. Shield in hand, he hurled it forth like a boomerang, weaving through the chaos. Wherever the shield traversed, alien soldiers met their demise, severed in a scene both gruesome and violent. Furthermore, due to his prior absorption of the symbiote, his physical prowess far exceeded that of his original self. While he could not rampage as freely as Banner, a modicum of caution rendered him a formidable force on the battlefield. However, the most resplendent display of might belonged to Thor, the god of thunder. As a deity, Thor bore his own pride, especially as the so-called god of war across the Nine Realms. Yet, his arrogance had inadvertently opened the portal, allowing the alien army to descend, thus fueling an inner fury he could not release. In the heat of battle, he unleashed his frenzy, wielding Mjolnir with reckless abandon, summoning bolts of lightning that turned alien soldiers to ash with each strike. Dissatisfied with the pace of destruction, he unleashed his ultimate ability, unleashing a tempest of thunder to obliterate countless foes. Observing from the rear, Nick nodded in satisfaction at the performance of his comrades on the battlefield. His previous strategy had proven sound, amassed sufficient strength, which, while not guaranteed to be decisive, could influence the course of localized conflicts. Contemplating this, Nick gazed skyward, realizing that, in contrast to the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, Tony's position was paramount. If he could thwart Loki, it would be a resounding victory. However, should he fail, the implications would be dire. Alone, Loki could decimate Steve and the others, and with an army at his command, his unchecked rampage would be inevitable. Thus, even without sight of the celestial skirmish above, Nick remained fixated on the heavens, fervently hoping for Tony's continued invincibility in battle. Unbeknownst to him, Tony was not yet engaging Loki. The two stood atop Stark Tower like old friends, gazing down upon the tumult below. What do you think? Aren't these soldiers impressive? Without a strong hand to intervene, I might truly have a chance to dominate this planet, Loki remarked with a nonchalant tone. Tony shook his head, declaring that in this world, there are no what-ifs. You should understand that in the presence of true strength, numbers hold little significance. I am aware of this. Yet I cannot help but feel a lingering sense of discontent. That formidable adversary has treated me as a mere pawn for testing, while the hidden sovereign regards them in the same light. Are the weak truly incapable of seizing their own destinies? Upon learning of another sovereign concealed on Earth, Loki realized that his ambitions to dominate this planet were futile. Consequently, he found himself utterly indifferent to the impending invasion of extraterrestrial forces. Otherwise, he would not simply observe the chaos of battle while expressing his grievances to Tony. Listening to his words, Tony shrugged, refraining from speech. However, he did not exhibit any signs of despondency. Instead, he appeared entirely unconcerned, which stirred a flicker of doubt within Loki. Do you not harbor even a shred of discontent? Chapter 82. The Soul has found you. Loki had limited interactions with Tony, yet he observed that Tony seemed entirely devoid of any emotions akin to a weakling's resentment. Regardless of the circumstances, he displayed an air of nonchalance, even daring to openly jest with the Supreme. If he were merely a weakling, it would be one thing. Loki could attribute it to ignorance breeding fearlessness. However, judging by Tony's demeanor, Loki sensed that although he remained unaware of Tony's true strength, it was undoubtedly formidable. Furthermore, Tony was cognizant of the existence of beings at the supreme level, which rendered ignorance an implausible excuse for his audacity. This raised a question. What was the source of his confidence that allowed him to mock a supreme? Previously preoccupied with constructing a temporal gateway, Loki had little time to ponder these matters. Now, however, as he reflected, an enigmatic veil enveloped Tony in Loki's eyes. With a slight smile, Tony regarded the inquisitive Loki and slowly shook his head, stating, "Supremes also ascend from the ranks of the weak. Why harbor resentment? Perhaps I cannot rival a supreme now, but in the future I shall undoubtedly reach that echelon. Thus, there is no reason for discontent." Upon hearing this, Loki's lips twitched slightly. Harboring doubts about whether Tony was merely spinning tales, yet lacking any evidence to substantiate his suspicions. His words, while seemingly reasonable, were fundamentally nonsensical. If sheer effort could elevate one to the status of a supreme, then such a title would lose its value. Take Loki himself, for instance, among the gods of Asgard. His talents were already unparalleled, yet he remained uncertain about achieving the status of a supreme. However, Tony's tone suggested that attaining such a rank was as effortless as eating or drinking, devoid of any semblance of difficulty. Although Loki was perplexed by the source of Tony's confidence, he was intrigued to witness it firsthand. Shaking his head, he extended a challenge for combat. Since he could not discern the basis of Tony's bravado, he was keen to see if the self-assured individual possessed the strength to match his confidence. In response, Tony cast a curious glance at him. He too was intrigued by Loki's ability to manifest illusions, and thus, without hesitation, he nodded affirmatively. "All right, I too wish to ascertain the extent of my strength." With the challenge accepted, the atmosphere between them shifted dramatically. If they had previously conversed like old friends, they now resembled mortal foes, both exuding an astonishing aura of lethal intent. For both, this was no mere sparring session, it was a genuine confrontation. Should one inadvertently fall in battle, it would be deemed their fate. As the saying goes, dragons do not dwell with snakes, without commensurate strength. Neither Tony nor Loki would spare the other a glance. Boom. Tony struck first, unleashing two beams of laser light that erupted from his eyes, surging toward Loki with unerring precision. Unsurprisingly, the lasers pierced through Loki's form, impacting the wall behind him and causing an explosion. Observing this, Tony raised an eyebrow. Although he was already aware of Loki's abilities, experiencing it firsthand still startled him. He could affirm that Loki had indeed stood before him in his true form, only to inexplicably transform into an illusion, an impressive feat, indeed. At that moment, another Loki suddenly appeared before Tony, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his cheek. The resounding whoosh of the strike reverberated, creating an illusion of authenticity. However, Tony did not flinch, for he comprehended that the veracity of this blow was inconsequential. Everything hinged on Loki's intent. If he evaded this strike, it would be deemed a mere illusion. Should he fail to escape, then it would indeed be real. Thus, speculating on the authenticity of Loki's assault proved utterly futile. With a thunderous impact, the punch landed squarely on Tony's face. Observing this scene, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Loki's eyes. If Tony possessed only such meager prowess, he might genuinely consider eliminating this friend who was somewhat to his liking. Yet, he quickly sensed something amiss. Tony's figure remained unchanged, his head not even tilting slightly. More importantly, he felt no sensation of collision that should accompany such an impact. At that moment, Tony turned to face Loki, whose fist lingered before him, but upon closer inspection, one could discern that Loki's fist was merely a millimeter away from his cheek. Loki struck nothing but a wall of air, not Tony himself. Realizing this, Loki chuckled. What an intriguing ability. It resembled mental prowess. Indeed, it was a manifestation of psychokinetic energy derived from mental force. Chuckling, Tony did not cease his onslaught. An invisible force of psychokinetic energy enveloped Loki, immobilizing him in place. He could feel that he had indeed ensnared Loki's corporeal form, confirming that this was his true self. In that instant, beams of laser light ignited in Tony's eyes, aimed directly at Loki's vulnerable spots. With the power of the pig talisman, should this strike land, Loki would be grievously injured, if not killed. Tony showed no inclination to hold back. Yet, unexpectedly, the laser once again fell short, with Loki still standing before him. Through his psychokinetic abilities, Tony could ascertain that the Loki in front of him was indeed his true form, not an illusion. Immediately, Tony furrowed his brow in confusion. What was happening? I must admit, you have truly exceeded my expectations by managing to pinpoint my true self. However, just because you have identified my true form does not imply that the version of me you perceive is the genuine article. Perhaps the one you are attacking is not me at all, Loki remarked with a tilted head and a smile. In an instant, Tony grasped the meaning behind his words. His senses were not mistaken, yet the perception of what he sensed and what he saw were entirely divergent. Perhaps his awareness had been obscured by Loki. For instance, he sensed Loki before him, while in reality, Loki might be positioned behind him. Coming to this realization, Tony could not help but marvel at Loki's mastery of illusion. He believed that had Loki not been ensnared by his psychokinetic force, he would have already been subjected to a tempestuous onslaught. Exhaling slowly to calm his inner turmoil, Tony suppressed his astonishment and once again donned a confident smile. You have indeed reached the pinnacle of illusion. But you must not forget one crucial point. Not everything in this world can be transformed from falsehood to reality. Loki furrowed his brow, an unsettling premonition suddenly rising within him. Tony, however, offered no explanation, merely smiling as he closed his eyes. In the next moment, a translucent version of Tony emerged from his body, revealing his soul. The sheet talisman allowed for the soul to transcend the physical realm. Compared to the perceptions of the corporeal form, the awareness of the soul is far more acute. Moreover, as life is a marvel within the cosmos, even with Loki's mastery over the illusionary arts, he could never replicate a true soul. Indeed, once freed from the confines of his physical body, Tony effortlessly located Loki's true essence. A faint smile graced his lips as he gazed at the immobile Loki standing not far from him. Found you. Chapter 83. Loki's second invitation. As the essence returned to his corporeal form, Tony's gaze emitted a laser that surged forth, piercing through a wall. On the other side of that wall stood Loki. Witnessing the incoming beam, Loki's expression shifted dramatically as he activated his ability to transform illusion into reality once more. However, this time, he did not conjure mere phantoms. Instead, he manifested tangible defenses. In an instant, he erected a multitude of defensive barriers before him, more than a dozen in total. Yet, he underestimated the potency of the enchanted energy, a laser of unparalleled intensity that typical defenses could not withstand, although the barriers somewhat mitigated the laser's force. In the next moment, they struck his chest directly, propelling him backward. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Tony's perception returned to normal, revealing Loki in a disheveled state amidst the rubble. A gaping hole the size of a watermelon marred his chest. Through this grievous wound, Tony could even glimpse the remnants of his internal organs, which had been vaporized by the earlier blasts. Nevertheless, as a deity, Loki's vitality transcended that of mortals. Injuries that would surely claim the life of an ordinary human were merely grievous wounds to him, perhaps not even fatal. Cough, cough. A series of violent coughs erupted as Loki struggled to rise from the debris. Miraculously, the gaping wound on his chest began to heal at an astonishing rate, visible to the naked eye. Observing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Tony's brow. Impressive. You are indeed more formidable than I anticipated, Loki remarked. Though his appearance was somewhat ragged, he retained an elegance befitting a divine being. However, I am the god of fire, and deception and lies are but a fraction of my prowess. My true strength lies in the flames. With that declaration, Loki raised his hand, conjuring a burst of flames that ignited within his palm, causing the surrounding temperature to ascend rapidly. A fiery emblem manifested upon his brow, imbuing him with an aura of authority, complemented by an unprecedented air of dominance. Yet, contrary to Loki's expectations of Tony's astonished expression, Tony bore a look of peculiar intrigue. In the next moment, he too raised his hand, summoning a flame that mirrored Loki's. A dragon motif appeared on his brow, and in that instant, the two appeared as reflections of one another, identical in posture and flame, save for the differing designs on their foreheads. Loki's composure faltered. How was this possible? A gasp escaped his lips as he stared in disbelief at the flames in Tony's grasp. While an ordinary person might perceive only the flame's surface, Loki, as the god of fire, could see beyond, into the very fabric of fire's laws. The flames in Tony's hands were entirely composed of these elemental principles, embodying the essence of a fire deity more than Loki himself. If Loki had come to comprehend the laws and thus command the flames, Tony had mastered the laws themselves, bending the flames to his will. The distinction between them was profound. You are but a mere mortal. How could you possibly master the rules? This is inconceivable, Loki lamented, suddenly bereft of his usual composure. Observing his state, Tony could only shrug in exasperation, uncertain of how to offer solace. After all, he was unlike others. As a favored player in this game, any words spoken might be perceived as pretentious, rendering silence the better option. Noticing Loki's inability to regain his calm, Tony chose to disregard him and turned his gaze towards the scene below. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. continued to struggle amidst the alien soldiers. Their objective clear to Tony, dismantling the radiation device housing the Tesseract. Just the night before, Nick had briefed him on the entire plan. Presently, not far from him, both the radiation device and the Tesseract awaited. A mere extension of his hand would suffice to resolve the matter. However, he was disinclined to intervene. Having fulfilled his part of the bargain by stalling Loki, the remaining tasks were no longer his concern. Even though a simple motion could bring resolution, he had no intention of meddling. Thus, while the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fought valiantly below, Tony observed with keen interest from the rooftop. At that moment, he felt a pang of regret for not having prepared any snacks. In his previous life, he had never watched the Avengers. Now, having the opportunity for a live viewing, he lamented the absence of popcorn. A popcorn movie devoid of popcorn felt somehow lacking. Thoughts meandered chaotically through his mind as time slipped away. At last, Steve and the others broke through the enemy ranks and made their way towards the top of Stark Tower, striving to resolve the situation swiftly. Yet, the closer they drew to the summit, the more uneasy they became. In their view, a fierce battle between Tony and Loki should have been underway. However, an unsettling silence prevailed. Could it be that Tony had failed? With this thought, their brows furrowed, and their expressions grew increasingly grave. None had entertained the notion of Tony subduing Loki, after witnessing Loki's ability to manifest illusions as reality. They held little faith in Tony's capacity to unravel such a peculiar power. Thus, burdened by anxious speculations, they arrived at the pinnacle of Stark Tower and pushed open the door. Instantly, the figures of Tony and Loki came into view, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The two stood calmly, gazing in their direction, the atmosphere remarkably harmonious, devoid of any tension. In that instant, a collective apprehension gripped their hearts. Steve, furrowing his brow, stepped forward and exclaimed, "You have truly betrayed humanity." Having harbored prejudice against Tony, he now perceived their camaraderie as evidence of Tony's allegiance to Loki. Indifferent to such a biased perspective, Tony chose to disregard him entirely, merely stifling a yawn and stating, "You all arrived rather late. The Tesseract and radiation device are right there. You may handle it yourselves. I'm off now. What about you, Loki? Care to join me?" In contrast to his previous silent refusal, Loki contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I have recently gained new insights regarding fire, and perhaps you can provide me with further inspiration." With that, the two of them ascended the staircase, one following the other. As they approached, Steve and the others were momentarily taken aback, quickly adopting a vigilant demeanor and parting to create a path for them. "Loki!" Thor exclaimed from the crowd. Loki paused. Turning to face him, his expression tinged with curiosity. At a loss for words, Thor could only take a deep breath and declare, "I will certainly bring you back to Asgard." With a casual smile, Loki responded, "Until we meet again," and then followed in Tony's footsteps, departing from the Stark Tower. Chapter 84, Loki and Jarvis, Kindred Spirits. Loki followed Tony away. Steve and the others gazed at the nearby radiation device and the Tesseract, suddenly feeling like mere jesters. They fought with all their might, claiming to represent justice. Yet, in the end, Loki seemed utterly indifferent to their efforts. This left an unsettling sensation in their hearts, diminishing even their sense of righteousness in saving the world. And what had transpired between Tony and Loki? Why had Loki chosen to depart with him? A cloud of confusion enveloped them. Fortunately, Steve did not forget their mission. He hurried forward to dismantle the Tesseract. Although Loki had left, the alien army continued to descend relentlessly. They even spotted a spaceship emerging from the portal. If it landed, countless lives would be at stake. Boom. A terrifying wave of energy radiated from the Stark Tower, sweeping outwards in all directions. The Tesseract was forcibly removed, causing the portal in the sky to flicker momentarily before closing. The energy contained within the radiation device became destabilized due to the removal of the Tesseract, resulting in a catastrophic explosion. Thankfully, the blast was not overly destructive, merely toppling a few buildings. Was it over? Nick watched the cloud of dust. Uncertainty etched on his face. The once intense gunfire had ceased, and the oppressive portal had vanished. At that moment, Steve and the others emerged from the haze, prompting a flicker of relief in Nick's eyes. Had they succeeded? Although he already suspected the answer, he sought confirmation from them. Steve nodded and extended his right hand, the Tesseract resting quietly in his palm. Instantly, Nick exhaled deeply, the tension in him dissipating entirely. "Well done," he exclaimed, preparing to take the Tesseract. However, just then, Steve retracted his hand. Nick furrowed his brow, perplexed as he regarded Steve. "Director, I wish to know how you intend to handle the Tesseract." Steve's voice was low. Nick assumed his anger towards Tony lingered, and he attempted to reason with him. "Captain, I understand your disdain for Tony. However, failing to hand over the Tesseract to him could lead to dire consequences. For the greater good, I've been deeply concerned. Do you realize that Loki left with Tony?" "What?" Nick exclaimed, utterly taken aback, completely unaware of this revelation. Steve continued, "I do not know how they became entwined, but entrusting the Tesseract to Tony effectively means giving it back to Loki. What then have we fought so hard for?" At this, Steve fixed Nick with a steely gaze, and the previously resolute expression on Nick's face was now clouded with uncertainty. "Surely not. Tony is one thing, and Loki is another. Director, are you willing to take a gamble?" Steve chuckled self-deprecatingly. Nick fell silent. He could not gamble the entire safety of the United States. He trusted that Tony would not misuse the Tesseract. Yet if he were to hand it over to Loki again, who could guarantee that today's calamity would not repeat itself? With this troubling thought, Nick gazed at the Tesseract in Steve's hand, now a veritable hot potato. Neither giving it away nor withholding it seemed a viable option. He decided to defer that matter for later and focus on resolving the immediate situation, requesting the assistance of his companions to save lives. Unable to devise a solution, Nick opted to abandon his choices and tackle the pressing issue at hand. Although the surrounding residents had evacuated, the recent explosion had still affected numerous soldiers. While specialized rescue teams would respond, they would certainly not arrive as swiftly as the multitude of super beings. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and dispersed to aid in the rescue. Meanwhile, the matter of the Tesseract was instinctively overlooked by the group, temporarily entrusted to Steve for safekeeping. On the other side, Loki accompanied Tony back to the seaside villa in Freedom City. Under the influence of financial power, the damaged villa had been restored to its former glory in just a few days. J.A.R.V.I.S. Long time no see. How have you been? Tony greeted as he entered. Instantly, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated through the hall. Sir, it has indeed been a while. I am quite well. Allow me to introduce Loki, Tony said without turning around. Hello, Mr. Loki. Welcome to Mr. Stark's villa. J.A.R.V.I.S. addressed Loki. Greetings, Loki replied, his gaze sweeping over the villa with curiosity. What was that voice just now? Why did I not sense any life force? An artificial intelligence, a product of technology. Would you prefer red wine or coffee? Tony replied while opening the refrigerator, though he had not been there for a few days. The villa supplies were replenished daily by dedicated personnel. Red wine, please, Loki responded, settling onto the sofa, a hint of astonishment on his face. Is it a silicon-based life form? It feels nearly indistinguishable from true life. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Loki. I still have much to learn, J.A.R.V.I.S. interjected. Consequently, Loki and J.A.R.V.I.S. engaged in conversation. One an artificial intelligence, the other a deity. Both possessed vast reservoirs of knowledge. As their dialogue flowed, Tony sensed a hint of mutual respect emerging from their tones. He raised an eyebrow, peculiar thoughts flashing through his mind. Placing the red wine before Loki, Tony took a sip and inquired, Are you particularly interested in artificial intelligence? Upon hearing this, Loki paused, then chuckled and shook his head. Not particularly. I have encountered numerous silicon-based life forms throughout the cosmos, yet none possess the cognitive abilities of J.A.R.V.I.S. Their reasoning skills are impressive. But compared to J.A.R.V.I.S., they resemble pre-programmed scripts, lacking the capacity for learning and growth. Hence, I am merely curious. Listening to this, Tony chuckled and suggested, since you have no pressing matters at hand, would you like me to arrange a laboratory for you to delve into artificial intelligence? I can have J.A.R.V.I.S. assist you. Upon hearing this proposal, Loki lowered his head in contemplation, but soon made a decision, responding, That sounds agreeable. I do possess a certain curiosity in this area. After exchanging a toast with their glasses of red wine, both acknowledged that despite Loki's lack of experience with technology, neither he nor Tony doubted his potential. As a deity, he transcended ordinary existence, although Tony perceived the gods of this world as somewhat weak. It remained undeniable that such beings possessed formidable learning capabilities. Even in unfamiliar domains, with a dedicated pursuit, they were bound to achieve something remarkable. After all, with the Mind Stone in his possession, this fellow might just collaborate with J.A.R.V.I.S. to create something extraordinary. Chapter 85, The Return from Space in the S.H.I.E.L.D. conference room. The Tesseract lay at the center of the table, and Nick and the others exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. The atmosphere was thick with tension as no one dared to speak. They had previously evaded making a choice, but the time had come to confront a pressing dilemma. Should they surrender the Tesseract or not? Handing it over might precipitate a tragic recurrence of today's events, while withholding it would invite the wrath of Tony Stark, a prospect too daunting to contemplate. It was evident that everyone present, save for Thor, had encountered Tony. Even Steve, who held the deepest reservations about Tony, was compelled to acknowledge that the potential devastation wrought by Tony's vengeance would likely surpass that caused by Loki. Thus, they found themselves caught in a predicament. Eventually, Thor, unable to endure the stifling atmosphere, stood up impatiently and declared, What is there to deliberate? If it comes to that, allow me to confront this Tony fellow and eliminate him, then all our troubles will vanish. His words were met with incredulous stares from the others, and Nick felt a familiar sense of deja vu as he recalled Thor's previous assertion about dealing with Loki. What had been the outcome of that? Not only had Thor failed to resolve the issue, but it had escalated further. Silence enveloped the room as they all regarded Thor, who, overwhelmed by the pressure, eventually sat down with a hint of reluctance. This won't he do, nor will that. So what do you propose? Should we continue to linger here? Thor's voice was tinged with frustration and helplessness. The god of thunder found himself at a loss against a mere mortal, a scenario he would never have envisioned before facing Loki. Yet, he now had to concede that the human capable of making Loki yield was beyond his reach. Thor's remarks shattered the silence in the conference room. Nick, seated at the head of the table, inhaled deeply and took the initiative to respond. Since we are gathered here, it is evident that none of you are inclined to hand over the Tesseract to Tony. Therefore, let us bypass this issue and address the next. How shall we contend with Tony? Everyone is well aware of his formidable capabilities. Merely relying on ourselves will not suffice. We must strategize to enhance our strength. Additionally, if anyone has connections with extraordinary beings, feel free to recommend them. In essence, no one should feel constrained. Any idea with a semblance of feasibility is welcome. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick's leadership was unquestionable. His words effectively steered the discourse away from indecision and towards decisive action. Indeed, once a resolution was established, the others began to express their thoughts openly. Steve proposed that they merge with symbiotes to amplify their abilities, fully aware of the significant enhancement such symbiosis could provide to extraordinary individuals. This was already part of Nick's plan, though the implementation had been delayed due to the ongoing cultivation of new symbiotes. At this moment, Steve raised the issue, and Nick readily acquiesced. Meanwhile, Banner, in his resolve to contend with Tony, invested significantly, willingly offering his own blood, which could bestow immense power, to serve as a test subject for the creation of enhancement serums. Although Flint, Eddie, and others did not contribute any constructive ideas, they all expressed their determination to oppose Tony. Under Nick's guidance, the previously heavy atmosphere in the conference room dissipated, and a sense of united purpose emerged among them, unbeknownst to Tony, who was blissfully unaware of Nick's ulterior motives. He had just sent Loki into the underground laboratory to study artificial intelligence when he received a call from Reed. On the line, Reed detailed his research progress and expressed his intention to embark on a spacecraft to explore the ultimate secrets hidden within the human genome. In response, Tony conveyed his support and wished them safe travels before hanging up. In the blink of an eye, a week had swiftly passed. During this time, Tony's life was notably tranquil. He would casually visit the company during the day and either rendezvous with Natasha or seek out Potts in the evening. When he grew weary of his usual fare, he opted for a few dishes of wild mountain greens to change things up. Consequently, Tony graced the cover of Playboy once more, much to the delight of countless onlookers. However, on this particular day, Tony's leisurely lifestyle came to an abrupt end. Reed and the others returned, but each one was gravely injured and hospitalized. Aware that this marked the beginning of their fate's transformation, Tony promptly rushed to Maria Hospital. After all, building rapport should be done early. If he could recruit the Fantastic Four all at once, his shadow army would be fully unlocked. Yet, upon arriving at the hospital, Tony encountered an unexpected figure, Nick. Instantly, he furrowed his brow in confusion. What was Nick doing here? As these thoughts crossed his mind, he approached, his footsteps echoing crisply down the hospital corridor. Upon hearing him, Nick turned, his expression mirroring Tony's surprise. What are you doing here? Tony inquired directly. I have a matter I need to discuss with Mr. Reed. I heard he was in trouble, so I came to check on him, Nick replied with a smile. His demeanor remarkably amiable. One might mistakenly assume they were good friends. Observing this, Tony felt a surge of wariness. Nick, usually so cunning, was unexpectedly cordial today. Something was amiss. Could it be that he was aware of Reed and the others acquiring extraordinary abilities? This thought briefly flickered in Tony's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. After all, it was his prior knowledge from watching films in another life that allowed him to grasp the news so quickly. Unless Nick was also a traveler from another realm, it was unlikely he could possess such information at this moment. If it were not due to this matter, then what could explain Nick's presence here? Especially considering he had no prior connection to Reed? A cascade of questions surged within Tony's mind, yet he found no answers. At that moment, the door to the hospital room swung open, and the doctor emerged, addressing Tony and his companion. Visitation is permitted, but they require rest, so please keep it brief. Upon hearing this, both nodded in acknowledgement, and Nick turned to Tony, inquiring, shall we enter together? No, you go ahead. I will wait. Tony declined Nick's suggestion, wishing to ascertain the purpose of Nick's visit today. With this statement, Nick did not protest. He simply turned and stepped into the room. However, once the door closed behind him, a trace of gravity settled upon Nick's face. The reason for his visit to Reed was concerning the enhancement serum. Although Banner was willing to provide his blood as experimental material for S.H.I.E.L.D. to develop the serum, the unfortunate reality was that the scientists at S.H.I.E.L.D. were utterly unable to decipher the mysteries of his blood, let alone create the enhancement serum. Consequently, he had taken it upon himself to investigate the scientists Tony had interacted with during Banner's captivity, ultimately leading him to Reed. Chapter 86, The Master of Human Nature. Nick Fury. The sudden appearance of Tony nearly led Nick to suspect that their intentions to create the enhancer had been revealed. However, judging by Tony's demeanor, he seemed unaware of the matter. What, then, was the purpose of his visit? As Nick traversed the short distance into the infirmary, his mind whirled with countless thoughts. mirroring Tony's own contemplation regarding the other's motives. Neither of them believed the other had come to visit the patients. Individuals of their ilk rarely pay such visits unless they are family or have vested interests. It could be said that every action they took was imbued with intention. Soon, Nick composed himself and focused his attention on the room. Yet, upon seeing the 4 individuals on the hospital beds, he could not suppress a slight grimace. Reed and his companions were swathed in bandages like mummies, with only their mouths and eyes visible, creating a rather comical sight. Fortunately, Nick's composure was commendable, and he displayed no signs of discomfort. Instead, a hint of concern surfaced on his face. "Are you all right?" he inquired. At that moment, Reed's weak voice responded. "Thank you for your concern. We are fine, though we are unsure of who you are." A flicker of confusion appeared in Reed's eyes. It was then that Nick seemed to realize the oversight, quickly patting his head and introducing himself. "I am Nick Fury, a representative of the government. I heard about the incident involving your research, so I came to check on you." His expression was earnest, and Reed and the others felt a wave of emotion wash over them. Although their research had received investment from Tony, it had initially been funded by the government, which fostered a natural affinity towards it. Given their recent misfortune, they were touched by Nick's prompt visit on behalf of the government. "Thank you, Mr. Fury, for taking the time to see us. We have unfortunately failed in our research and feel we have let the government down," Reed expressed, a trace of guilt evident in his eyes. Observing their expressions, Nick quickly reassured them that it was of no consequence and proceeded to inquire about their conditions. "How are you all feeling? What did the doctors say?" Upon hearing his question, their spirits plummeted further. The youngest among them, Johnny, spoke in a despondent tone. "We have suffered extensive burns and muscle necrosis. We will likely be rendered useless in the future." The atmosphere in the infirmary became heavy with despair. Even Reed, known for his maturity, felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. Yet, amidst the somber expressions, Nick, appearing mournful on the surface, felt an inner delight. His original intention for this visit was to enlist Reed's assistance in developing the enhancer. However, after encountering Tony, his objectives shifted. He aimed to recruit all of them into SHIELD, while he remained uncertain of Tony's ulterior motives. He was certain they were intertwined with Reed and his companions. Thus, he resolved to preemptively integrate them into SHIELD, ensuring that whatever scheme Tony had in mind would ultimately come to naught. Upon reflecting on this, Nick promptly reassured, "Fear not. The government shall not forsake any of its heroes. Each of you has rendered immense contributions to this nation. I will mobilize the finest medical resources to attend to your needs. Furthermore, you need not worry about employment. On behalf of the SHIELD agency, I solemnly pledge that, should you desire, you may continue your research endeavors with us. Additionally, to compensate for any future suffering you may endure, I represent the government in offering each of you a compensation of 1 million euros. Nick's expression conveyed genuine concern for their welfare, leaving Johnny and the others astounded by his words. They had been rendered nearly incapacitated, yet Nick was willing to embrace them, providing not only compensation but also employment opportunities. For those who found themselves in such a low state, this felt akin to a divine salvation. In an instant, the group was moved to tears. However, Reed, being the more astute among them, remained unaffected by the conditions Nick proposed. The initial warmth he felt dissipated as he grew increasingly vigilant. Such fortuitous gifts from the heavens do not simply fall into one's lap. If they ever did, one must remain cautious, for there may be deeper motives at play. Their current predicament rendered them as 4 individuals of little value, and yet Nick offered them such generous terms. To claim that his intention stemmed solely from humanitarianism was utterly absurd. Having lived in this country for an extended time, Reed had long perceived its true nature, an embodiment of pure capitalism, where one is exalted while deemed useful and promptly discarded upon losing value. Thus, rather than being swayed by Nick's propositions, Reed's heart brimmed with suspicion. "Mr. Nick, I appreciate your kindness, but we have a contract with Stark Industries, and the company will compensate us accordingly." By invoking Stark Industries, Reed effectively declined Nick's proposal. Upon hearing this, Nick maintained a facade of calm, yet internally he was anxious. He had not anticipated Tony's ruthless tactics, but he was unwilling to relinquish his pursuit. He was unaware of the potential advantages these individuals possessed, but they were evidently significant enough for Tony to personally intervene. Regardless, he resolved to bring at least 2 of them back. Even if they proved to be of little use, he did not mind supporting a couple of liabilities. "Mr. Reed, one cannot speak so lightly. Stark Industries is not a charity, it is a capitalist enterprise. Do you truly believe that once they discover you have become incapacitated, they will continue to support you? It is inconceivable. The nature of capitalism is something you understand better than anyone. I, on the other hand, represent the government, as long as you are willing. You shall remain government personnel indefinitely." In matters of combat, Nick may not have ranked highly, but when it came to understanding human nature and psychology, he was undoubtedly a master. The group, which had just found stability through Reed, now hesitated upon hearing his words. Even Reed himself began to waver in uncertainty. Although he understood Tony well enough to know that he was not that kind of person, he recognized that capital is perpetually ruthless and capitalists are notoriously fickle. Thus, he could not guarantee the validity of everything Tony had once promised. Upon this reflection, he found himself unable to deter others from pursuing their intentions. Even he, who had the most frequent interactions with Tony, began to feel a sense of insecurity. It was needless to say that the others, having had little direct contact with him and relying solely on sensational gossip, were even more hesitant to wager on Tony's character. Consequently, it was not long before Ben, one of the four, was the first to acquiesce to Nick's invitation. "Mr. Nick, I am willing to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Very well. What about the rest of you?" Chapter 87. You deserve a good person card. Nick smiled at Reed and the others, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon receiving Ben's agreement, Johnny's previously wavering inclination firmly tilted towards S.H.I.E.L.D. "I concur," Johnny declared, then turned to the adjacent hospital bed where Susan lay. "Sister, you agree too, right? If we miss this opportunity, there won't be another." Susan opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated, instead directing her gaze towards Reed and asking, "Reed, what do you think?" At her words, both Ben and Johnny turned their eyes to Reed as well. As the leader of their team, Reed commanded respect. Yet the matter at hand concerned their individual futures, prompting Ben and Johnny to make their choices so abruptly. They naturally hoped Reed would acquiesce, as it would reunite their small team and, more importantly, alleviate their guilt over betraying their collective bond. Observing the hopeful expressions on their faces, Reed sighed softly, realizing that their little team had reached its conclusion. "I appreciate the government's kind offer, but I am already affiliated with Stark Industries," he declined resolutely. Nick's expression shifted slightly before he replied with a smile. "Are you worried about penalties? Rest assured, we will cover any breach of contract. All you need to do is follow your heart and make your choice." Nick's promise was extraordinarily generous, yet it only further solidified Reed's resistance. Flattery is often a guise for ulterior motives. Though he may not have been familiar with the phrase, Reed understood the treachery of society and thus shook his head firmly. Witnessing this scene, Nick felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Had he known Reed's true sentiments, he might have been even more disheartened. His intentions were merely to intervene. He harbored no malicious intent. Despite his disappointment over Reed's refusal, he could only attempt to secure at least one more ally. "So, Miss Susan, how have you decided?" Nick inquired, but Susan ignored him, her gaze fixed sorrowfully on Reed. "Reed, don't you intend to join us?" "No," Reed responded decisively. He was not well acquainted with Nick and preferred to place his trust in Tony. Unfortunately, he could not influence the thoughts of others, and thus could only watch as Ben and Johnny prepared to join S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing Reed's rejection, Susan instinctively considered declining as well. But at that moment, Johnny called out, "Sister." The words halted her impending refusal. Her brother had already joined S.H.I.E.L.D. How could she abandon him? With a bittersweet smile, she finally said, "I agree to join as well." At this, Nick smiled broadly, while the expressions of Reed and the others darkened. The once inseparable team, faced with a pivotal choice, ultimately decided to part ways. The so-called Fantastic Four would never come to fruition. They never even had the chance to form, their potential extinguished before it could blossom. Outside the hospital room, Tony sat on a bench in the corridor, with Happy standing nearby. Suddenly, the corners of Tony's mouth lifted slightly. "No need for me to nurture them. They've turned to darkness on their own." "Well done, Nick." A silent cheer erupted within, yet on the surface, Tony maintained a facade of tranquility. Intrigued by Nick's intentions since the moment he entered the hospital room, Tony had enveloped the entire space with his telekinetic abilities, eavesdropping on their conversation. Initially, when Nick attempted to recruit individuals, Tony felt an urge to intervene, for these individuals were destined to become members of his Dark Alliance. To dare snatch them away from him was a challenge he could not overlook. However, before he could act, he recognized a dilemma. While he could thwart Nick's efforts by presenting more enticing propositions, the question remained: how could he persuade them to join the Dark Alliance? The Fantastic Four, as champions of justice, were not the villains inherently aligned with the Dark Alliance's ethos. Thus, mere consent would not suffice for their inclusion. For virtuous heroes to embrace the Dark Alliance, they would need to undergo a transformation into darker beings, akin to the former Peter Parker. Directly assimilating the Four, given their worldview, would undoubtedly be a laborious task to darken their spirits to meet the Dark Alliance's criteria. However, with Nick's intervention, the dynamics shifted. The trio's decision to join S.H.I.E.L.D. for their respective reasons was understandable, yet from another perspective, it could also be perceived as a betrayal. Having collaborated for years, their deep bonds would surely be strained by such treachery, leaving even the most noble of hearts unsettled. This presented Tony with an opportunity to lure them more easily into the shadows. Realizing this, Tony recalled the initial evaluation he conducted with Reed. At that time, when he invited Reed to join the Dark Alliance, he received no response from the system. Aside from Reed not yet embodying the essence of Mr. Fantastic, it was likely due to his steadfast adherence to a sense of justice. With his thoughts clarified, Tony found himself no longer angered by Nick's interception. Instead, he felt a sense of gratitude. As the saying goes, it is better to have a bird in hand than 1,000 in the forest. Recruiting a group of heroes who could not join the Dark Alliance was far less advantageous than enlisting a villain who could seamlessly integrate into it. This sentiment elucidated Tony's long-standing fascination with villains. Suddenly, the hospital room door swung open, and Nick emerged with a smile. "Mr. Tony, my visit is concluded. It is now your turn. By the way, it seems a bit inconvenient for 4 individuals to recuperate in one room. So I have already contacted the hospital to arrange separate accommodations for them. Aside from Reed, the other 3 will be transferred to different rooms," Nick said with a grin, a blatant display of triumph. Having been subdued by Tony for so long, seizing this opportunity was a moment of vindication for Nick, and he felt compelled to revel in it. He was confident that Tony could decipher the underlying meaning of his words. However, contrary to his expectations of seeing Tony flustered, a faint smile appeared on Tony's face instead. "Is that so? I appreciate your assistance in arranging their accommodations. I was at a loss regarding how to manage the situation. After all, the individual is incapacitated, and neglecting them would be inhumane, while providing care would be a drain on resources. Your ability to take charge of them has truly alleviated a considerable headache for me. You are indeed a commendable individual." Casually, I presented Nick with a good person card, disregarding the bewildered expression on his face as I passed by him. Since he dared to flaunt in my presence, I had no qualms about offering him a taste of his own medicine. After all, the trio, who had yet to showcase any extraordinary skills, were indeed quite inept. Upon entering the ward, several nurses swiftly arrived to transfer Johnny and his companions to another room. As they passed by me, their gazes towards me were laden with complexity, while I regarded their departure with an impassive demeanor, uttering not a single word. Chapter 88. Betrayal and Darkness in Proportion. Once Johnny and his companions had completely departed, Tony took a seat beside Reed, a faint smile gracing his lips. "How do you feel? Are you able to rise from the bed?" In response, Reed rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Mr. Tony, do I appear capable of getting out of bed in my current state?" In contrast to his earlier conversation with Nick, Reed's tone now bore a casual ease. "Those 3 inept individuals aside, you have undergone an enhancement injection. Spare me the theatrics." Tony disregarded Reed's pitiful appearance, his impatience evident. Upon hearing this, a flicker of embarrassment crossed Reed's eyes as he recalled that Tony was well aware of his circumstances. In that moment, the figure previously swathed like a mummy managed to sit up unaided. Had Johnny and the others witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly astonished. While they struggled even to move, Reed was already free to act. Observing this, Tony nodded in approval. "Now that's more like it. So, how does it feel to be betrayed?" Tony was direct, leaving no room for ambiguity. Reed looked at him in surprise. "You already knew?" After a moment, he shook his head in resignation. "It's not quite betrayal, is it? Everyone has their own choices to make. Is that so? You may not see it as betrayal, but others might disagree," Tony subtly implied. At this, Reed chuckled. "I understand them. They are not the type to act in such a manner. I believe they will understand my position as well." Reed spoke with confidence. Hearing this, a slight smile tugged at the corners of Tony's mouth. "Since you were so assured, how about I show you how they speak of you behind your back?" "No need for that," Reed replied hesitantly. Tony, however, continued to tempt him. "Aren't you confident in your judgment? It wouldn't hurt to take a look. Besides, aren't you curious about how they perceive you?" Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, and even a genius like Reed could not escape its pull. Initially indifferent, Reed found his curiosity ultimately triumphing over rationality after Tony's persistent persuasion. "If you put it that way, I suppose I shall take a look. But how shall we proceed? We can't just observe openly." Reed expressed his confusion. Tony smiled enigmatically, offering no explanation. Suddenly, he reached out and grasped Reed, and in an instant, Reed's soul was extracted from his body. Though all of Tony's powers stemmed from system rewards, it did not imply that he lacked ambition. He often took the time to study his abilities. Among his most significant advancements was the sheep talisman, which not only enabled telekinesis but also the extraction of another soul. Consequently, the capabilities of the sheep talisman far surpassed its portrayal in anime. "What is happening?" Reed, now in a spectral form, gazed in shock at his own ethereal body. The existence of the soul has long been a profound topic of inquiry among contemporary scientists, yet no one has managed to provide conclusive evidence. However, now finding himself in a state of astral projection, Reed, a distinguished scientist, faces an undeniable shock. The power of the sheep talisman swirls in his eyes, and observing Reed's astonishment, Tony merely smiles, choosing not to elaborate. He is not here to engage Reed in a scientific discourse. Rather, he intends to exploit this opportunity to lead Reed into darkness. Come, let us see what your friends say about you behind your back. With that, Tony strides toward the door, while Happy, glancing curiously at the slumbering Reed, prepares to follow him. At this moment, Tony's voice halts him. You need not accompany me. Remain here for now. Oh, very well, boss. Happy scratches his head, uncertain of Tony's destination. Outside, Tony swiftly guides Reed to the intensive care unit. Initially, Nick had planned to assign them each a separate room. But due to their recent alliance, all three feel a profound sense of insecurity and prefer to stay together with familiar companions, prompting the arrangement of a single intensive care room. Upon reaching the door, Tony, of course, cannot simply push it open. He glances left and right down the corridor, confirming the absence of anyone and any surveillance. With a subtle shift of his body, he melds into the surrounding darkness. When he reappears, he has entered the room, taking refuge in a corner. Shrouded in shadows, Tony remains invisible to those outside. A mere glance would reveal nothing amiss, save for the slightly dimmer light in his corner. Only Reed, whose soul is under Tony's control, can sense his presence, though he cannot see Tony's form. As a disembodied spirit, Reed can traverse most physical barriers, effortlessly floating into the room and hovering above Johnny and the others. At that moment, the trio below is engaged in conversation about Reed, yet their remarks are not unkind. This revelation brings a wave of relief to Reed, who, despite his earlier display of confidence, harbored some trepidation. With the outcome now revealed, Reed confidently turns towards Tony's direction, asserting, "See? I told you they would respect my choices, just as I respect theirs." Hidden in the shadows, Tony listens, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Using telekinesis, he communicates, "Do not rush, let us continue to observe." With those words, three tendrils of darkness, under Tony's command, silently infiltrate the bodies of Johnny and the others. As they are not actively embracing the darkness, these shadows will not linger long within them. Yet during their brief stay, they will amplify the trio's inner darkness. Instantly, under the influence of the dark essence, the light-hearted banter among Johnny and the others begins to take a sinister turn. I still cannot fathom why Reed insists on remaining at Stark Industries, joining us in SHIELD, and continuing our research together. Is that not preferable? Johnny, humph. It's because he sees us as worthless now, unwilling to stay by our side, fearing we might hinder him. Susan, surely that cannot be the case. Reed must be a better person than that. Johnny, sister, you still defend him. If he truly did not wish to abandon us, why would he not join us in the SHIELD? That man has already declared he would bear all the penalties. What further concerns could he possibly have? Ben, Johnny speaks the truth. Reed indeed seeks to forsake us. He has betrayed our friendship, a traitor. Susan, you are both right. He is indeed a traitor, and he has also betrayed the love we shared. Chapter 89. The arrival of Dr. Doom, as the saying goes. A kind word warms the winter, while harsh words chill in the summer. Reed floated atop the roof, listening to the grievances of the three below, his previously serene visage gradually paling. He had never anticipated that, in the eyes of his companions, he would be perceived in such a light, even branded as a traitor. Was he truly regarded so poorly in their hearts? Though he had transformed into a spectral form and could no longer feel the passage of seasons, Reed now sensed a profound chill enveloping him. One should not so easily forgive him. A traitor must face the consequences of treachery, asserted Ben. You speak rightly. Unraveling the mysteries of human genetics has always been his aspiration. While this endeavor may have faltered, the pursuit itself is not at fault. Let us disseminate this data, so he understands the repercussions of betrayal, Johnny added. I concur. Let us proceed as such, Susan agreed. The dialogue among the trio persisted. Yet Reed found himself unwilling to listen further, turning to glide out of the room. After his departure, the dark aura enveloping Johnny, Ben, and Susan dissipated, leaving the once furious trio momentarily stunned as they exchanged bewildered glances. In the shadows, Tony observed their perplexity with a smile, subsequently exiting the infirmary. Returning to Reed's room, he found Reed with his eyes open, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Tony shrugged, saying, "You should rest well. I shall return to check on you." Without waiting for Reed's response, he departed with Happy in tow. The seeds of darkness had been sown. Now it was merely a matter of patiently awaiting their growth. Shortly after Tony's exit from the hospital, a sharply dressed young man entered, cradling a bouquet of flowers. With his handsome features and mature demeanor, he garnered considerable attention as he made his way to the nurse's station. A young African-American woman was preparing medication when the young man's gentle voice broke the air. "Excuse me. Could you direct me to Reed's room?" The nurse looked up, her complexion instantly flushing, and shyly replied, "At the end of the corridor, just around the corner." I finished my shift at 6 this evening." She quickly jotted down a phone number and handed it to him, gesturing to indicate a call. With a warm smile, the young man accepted the note. nodding appreciatively before departing. As he passed a trash bin, the paper he had previously tucked into his bag was casually discarded within. Inside the hospital room, Reed remained lost in thought until he heard the sound of the door being pushed open. Assuming it to be a nurse or doctor, he did not turn. "Hello, Reed," the young man greeted with a smile. Startled by the voice, Reed instantly turned to face his visitor, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. "Victor, what brings you here? I heard you were in trouble, so I came to check on you." "I brought your favorite tulips," Victor replied, placing the bouquet on the bedside. The two were friends from their university days, both academic prodigies. Had it not been for Tony's interference, Victor would have invested in Reed's research. Having recently endured a setback, Reed's expression brightened at the sight of Victor's arrival. "It has been quite some time since graduation, and I thought you had returned to your homeland." Reed joyfully reminisced, while Victor exchanged a few pleasantries with him. Suddenly, Victor shifted the conversation. "I have heard that your recent venture into space was to observe cosmic storms, gather information, and unravel the ultimate mysteries of human genetics. How did that fare?" Upon hearing this, a bitter smile emerged on Reed's face. "What do you expect? Here I am, lying in this state." "So, was your ordeal in vain, resulting in nothing at all?" "Who said that? Although there were some unforeseen circumstances, I still managed to acquire a wealth of information," Reed retorted. Victor's expression shifted slightly, and he maintained his composure, saying, "Is that so? Congratulations. To be honest, I too am intrigued by the information contained within cosmic storms. Could you share it with me?" Reed was not surprised by this. Victor had always possessed a profound curiosity about the enigmas of the universe, a trait evident since their school days. "I apologize, Victor. I wish I could assist you, but all that information resides solely in my mind, and I cannot find an appropriate way to articulate it. Unless I dedicate some time to research, perhaps I can record it later." "Is that so? What a pity," Victor said with a look of regret. Seeing this, Reed intended to divert the conversation to amusing college anecdotes, but Victor continued, "Reed, I truly admire you. However, you possess information that I require." "I am sorry," Victor said with a look of sincere regret. Reed's expression changed upon hearing this. Recently affected by a setback, his emotions were already sensitive, and Victor's demeanor instantly put him on guard. "What do you mean, Victor? What are you planning?" "Nothing serious. It will be over quickly, and I will do my best to minimize your suffering." Victor's response was evasive, and simultaneously, his right hand reached towards Reed's head. In that instant, Reed could no longer conceal his distress and reacted explosively, throwing a punch at Victor. A deafening sound pierced the air as Victor's expression altered. In the next moment, his form became ethereal, and Reed's fist passed right through him, striking the wall instead. Boom! The wall was punctured by Reed's blow, creating a significant disturbance. At the same time, the bandages that had enveloped Reed's body were now torn away, leaving him bare from the waist up, alertly watching Victor. Observing Reed unscathed, a glimmer of light flickered in Victor's eyes. "Were you waiting specifically for me?" Clearly, upon seeing Reed's condition, he assumed Reed had already sensed his presence and had set a trap in anticipation. "No, I merely wished to rest in the hospital. I did not expect you to take action against me." "Victor, why? Have I offended you in any way?" Reed's face was filled with confusion, his heart reeling in astonishment. He had never anticipated that Victor was anything but ordinary, having shared years of university life without ever detecting anything amiss. "You have not offended me, but I require the information that resides in your mind. However, you seem to have changed. It appears I must exert some effort." As Victor spoke, he raised his hand and pointed. A vast surge of energy converged at his fingertips, hurtling towards Reed. Though this may sound lengthy, it was accomplished in an instant. Reed, witnessing the incoming beam of energy, felt his expression shift dramatically, sensing the ominous presence of death within Victor's assault. With a resounding shout, Reed abandoned all pretense of concealment and unleashed his full power. In an instant, his form swelled, transforming into a small giant several meters tall, as he braced his hands against his chest to withstand Victor's energy beam. Chapter 90. Can I have a moment of rest? Boom. A terrifying shockwave hurled Reed across the room, leaving the ward in utter disarray, as though ravaged by a tempest. Blood erupted from Reed's mouth as he lay on the ground, his expression grave as he regarded Victor, his mind racing with thoughts of escape. Meanwhile, Victor nonchalantly retracted his fingers, shaking his head. A clone is ultimately just a clone, unable to realize its potential. With a calm demeanor, Victor gazed at Reed and remarked, "Stop struggling. Though I am unaware of the source of your strength, it is still woefully inadequate. Surrender, and you may suffer less." At these words, a wry smile flickered across Reed's battered face. "After 4 years of college, do you still not know me? When have I ever given up?" Victor chuckled softly, then shook his head. "Very well, I shall send you on your way. Though it may complicate matters to seek you out in death, it is an acceptable outcome." As he spoke, a glimmer of light re-emerged at Victor's fingertips. Upon seeing this, Reed's pupils constricted. A quick glance at the window behind him prompted him to grit his teeth, and in an instant, he sprang from the ground, crashing into the window with great force. Bang! With the sound of shattering walls, Reed hurtled through the opening, a wave of weightlessness washing over him as he instinctively reached for something to grasp. In that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. His arm elongated indefinitely, seizing the railing of the rooftop, slowing his descent. At the sight of the destroyed wall, Victor, who had been poised to launch an attack, felt his focus sharpen as he witnessed this remarkable display. The attack he had prepared dissipated from his fingertips. He had a sudden change of heart. He wanted a live specimen. If Reed's transformations within the ward could be attributed to mutations, this extraordinary feat of bodily distortion transcended mere mutation. Thus, upon witnessing this scene, Victor became certain that Reed had acquired far more from the cosmic storm than he had disclosed, if he even understood it himself. Such a prime specimen for experimentation could not simply perish. With this thought, Victor stepped through the shattered wall, his form suspended in midair, and began to descend as if walking downstairs, each step bringing him closer to the ground. Reed, having safely landed, barely had time to process the changes within himself. Though astonished, his life was his foremost concern. A glance back at the hospital nearly caused his eyes to bulge in disbelief. Victor was defying the laws of gravity, approaching him step by step as if Earth's pull was utterly ineffective. This was no mere flight. He was truly walking in the air. In that moment, Reed felt a shiver run down his spine, his understanding of Victor's terrifying nature deepening. Fearful of remaining any longer, Reed took off running towards the horizon, creating a scene of utter chaos. At this moment, the entire hospital was in chaos due to the actions of two individuals, repeated explosions, the airborne Victor, and the towering Reed standing at 4 to 5 meters high. Each of these occurrences could easily headline the news, let alone their simultaneous manifestation. The public fled in panic, resulting in numerous stampedes, and when Reed emerged from the hospital onto the street, he inadvertently caused a series of vehicular accidents. Suspended in the air, Victor pursued Reed, his brow furrowed as he observed the turmoil caused by Reed's actions. Typically reserved, he detested the exposure of being in the public eye, feeling akin to a jester on stage, entertaining the masses. However, Reed's long strides propelled him forward with remarkable speed and unable to employ additional means. Victor found himself unable to keep pace, trailing behind and helplessly watching the situation escalate. Meanwhile, at S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick had barely returned and caught his breath when his assistant rushed in, urgency etched on his face. "Director, it's bad. Superhumans are battling in the city, and chaos reigns." "What?" Nick exclaimed, his expression darkening instantly. Could these individuals not grant him a moment's respite? Having just dealt with an extraterrestrial incident, now another disturbance erupted in the city. Did they truly regard S.H.I.E.L.D. as mere decoration? A multitude of thoughts flashed through Nick's mind, and just then, the phone on his desk rang. Hearing the tone, his countenance soured further. He needed no answer to know who was calling. Nevertheless, faced with the situation, he steeled himself and answered the call. As anticipated, he was met with a barrage of insults from the Secretary of Defense, who directly insulted his mother and demanded resolution of the matter, or else Nick would find himself out of a job. This ignited the suppressed fury within him. Ending the call, Nick cast a predatory glare at his assistant and spoke in a low, ominous tone. "Gather the captains. We must act. Furthermore, keep a close watch on those two miscreants. I want to personally deal with them." "Yes," the assistant replied, hastily exiting the office, aware that Nick's ominous demeanor was too daunting to bear. Soon, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents collaborated with the military, swiftly clearing the streets along Reed's path and establishing a blockade. On the other side, the oblivious Reed plunged directly into the encirclement. Although Victor sensed S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements, he paid them no heed. Despite the unintended magnitude of the commotion, nothing was more crucial than capturing Reed. In due course, as Reed sprinted, he finally sensed something amiss. From a distance, he spotted a group of armed soldiers along with S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, instinctively halting his reckless charge. Anxiety washed over his face. Having realized Victor's terrifying potential, he understood that Tony was the only one left in New York capable of rescuing him. Thus, his frantic dash through the city, creating such chaos, was deliberately aimed at attracting Tony's attention to come to his aid. Little did he expect that before he could wait for Tony, he had already encountered the officials. He certainly did not perceive the agents as allies. And reflecting on the commotion he had caused, the likelihood of them being there to confront him was far greater. With this thought, Reed's anxiety deepened. Trapped between the proverbial wolf and tiger, his escape routes were entirely severed. Meanwhile, as Reed was engulfed in unease, Tony was at Potts' residence, reveling in her attentive care. After departing from the hospital, he sought the rare opportunity to enjoy a quiet moment with Potts, discarding his phone to avoid any disturbances. Thus, while chaos erupted outside. He remained blissfully ensconced in a cocoon of tenderness, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 91. Why can't I master this move? Nick's gaze was frigid as he fixed his eyes on the immense figure looming in the distance, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Observing the distant figure's reluctance to move, he abruptly gestured forward, prompting the military personnel to advance. Reed glanced at the approaching forces and then turned to behold the ever-closer victor, a flicker of hostility surfacing in his eyes. Had it been yesterday, he would never have engaged in conflict with the officials. However, after enduring the betrayal of a close friend and being relentlessly pursued by Victor, his heart brimmed with fury. Just as Tony had anticipated, Reed's darker side was gradually being unearthed. "It is you who have forced my hand." Roaring in defiance, Reed charged toward the military. The sound of heavy footsteps reverberated as each of his strides caused the ground to tremble. As the distance between the two sides diminished, Reed resembled a colossal beast of war, exuding a menacing aura that made many soldiers tremble as they gripped their weapons. "Fire!" Nick commanded loudly. Instantly, the already tense military personnel found an outlet for their pent-up energy and opened fire. The gunfire erupted like a thunderstorm, a relentless metallic tempest sweeping toward Reed. The bullet struck Reed's skin, producing a clattering sound akin to metal clashing. Aside from inflicting a momentary sting, they inflicted no significant harm whatsoever. Observing this scene, Nick's expression remained unchanged. He had long since acquired a thorough understanding of the extraordinary, and the recent barrage served merely to assess Reed's defensive capabilities. Without turning back, Nick queried, "How about it? Can the Apocalypto One penetrate his defenses?" Behind him, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. scientist, engrossed in his instruments, confidently replied, "Absolutely. His defenses are far weaker than Banner's. Apocalypto One is more than capable of breaching them." Nodding in acknowledgement, Nick waved his hand, clearing a path for the military personnel. Members of S.H.I.E.L.D., armed with peculiar weapons, stepped forward in the front ranks. From a distance, their weapons appeared as colossal rocket launchers. Yet their tips bore a needle-like shape, exuding a sci-fi aura. This was a new type of laser weapon that Nick had developed specifically to combat Tony's shadow army. Initially, he had not intended to unveil it so soon, but Reed's and Victor's actions had thoroughly provoked him, compelling him to bring forth this ace. With a sizzling sound, the Apocalypto One was launched, sending a sonic wave rippling through the air. Reed, who had been charging headlong, was caught off guard and was struck by the Apocalypto One, resulting in a violent explosion erupting around him. Reed was propelled backward. Witnessing this spectacle, the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel erupted in excitement. The Apocalypto One indeed proved capable of contending with the extraordinary. With this weapon in their arsenal, they would no longer be rendered powerless against such beings. Even the corners of Nick's mouth curled into a slight smile, clearly satisfied with the outcome. As the smoke dissipated, revealing Reed's form, the excitement of the onlookers came to an abrupt halt. Remarkably, Reed bore no wounds despite being enveloped in darkness. Witnessing this, Nick's expression darkened instantly. His intention in testing Reed's defensive capabilities was to ensure that Apocalypto One could achieve a decisive victory, thereby instilling confidence within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, with the increasing number of superhumans, S.H.I.E.L.D. had suffered successive blows, leaving morale at an all-time low. However, with Reed unscathed, not only was Nick's face metaphorically slapped, but the morale of S.H.I.E.L.D. was plunged further into despair. "What is happening?" Nick's gaze fell somberly upon the researchers behind him, who were equally unsettled. It was improbable. His defense could not be that formidable. Surely it could not withstand the assault from Apocalypto One. In silence, Nick refrained from voicing his thoughts and turned his attention back to Reed. This was not the moment for accountability. Addressing the immediate predicament was paramount. "Banner, I must trouble you." Nick quietly addressed Banner, who stood a short distance away. Banner nodded in acknowledgement, while Steve and the others watched closely. Previously, in an effort to bolster the spirits of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s members, Steve and the others had refrained from intervening immediately. Now, with Apocalypto One having failed, they had no choice but to take action. As Banner stepped forward, approaching Reed, his body began to swell, tearing through his clothing until he transformed into the Green Giant. With a resounding crash, the two colossal fists collided with tremendous force. In an instant, Reed was sent hurtling backwards, crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. "It's you," Reed exclaimed, surprise flickering in his eyes as he recognized Banner. Earlier, he had not clearly seen Banner's visage, but now clarity settled in. Banner, in turn, displayed a hint of confusion. "Do you know me?" "Indeed, my strength derives from you," Reed affirmed without hesitation. In that moment, Banner's breath caught, the power emanating from him. "Are you one of Tony S?" "Absolutely. You shall pay." A low growl erupted from Banner, and in the next heartbeat, he leaped high into the air, descending upon the grounded Reed. A fierce gust of wind swept through the swirling dust, and in that instant, Banner resembled a celestial being descending from the heavens. However, just as he was about to land upon Reed, Reed's arm extended unexpectedly, delivering a powerful punch to Banner's face. With no leverage to counteract in midair, Banner was sent flying backward with a resounding thud. The impact caused him to roll several times across the ground, shattering the earth beneath him, while a bewildered expression enveloped his features. Who am I? Where am I? Was it not said that your abilities came from me? Yet, why can I not replicate your moves? Banner looked toward Reed in confusion, who had now risen from the rubble, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Having exchanged blows with Banner, he had already acknowledged that he was not Banner's equal. No one comprehends the terrifying extent of Banner's power better than he does. After all, he has studied Banner for quite some time, observing him as if he were a mere laboratory mouse lying before him. Had it been in the past, he would have surely faced defeat. However, the incident that transpired in the hospital made him acutely aware that he had transformed from his former self. After attempting a test, it appeared that the results were rather promising. Cursing under his breath, he rose from the ground and charged once more towards Reed. Yet, the previous scene unfolded again. Reed's arm elongated, delivering a devastating punch from a distance of over 100 meters. As a pure melee fighter, Banner lacked any ranged combat skills, and his charge was once again thwarted, forcing him to swiftly raise his defenses. Chapter 92. Do I, the god of war, not care for my reputation? On the battlefield, two colossal figures clashed fiercely from a distance of over 100 meters, creating a scene that appeared evenly matched. Outside the fray, Nick contemplated sending Steve and the others to assist, but upon witnessing the emergence of Victor in the sky behind Reed, he was compelled to redirect his focus entirely to Victor. Although Nick's own strength was modest, his experiences with Tony and Loki had sharpened his instincts, allowing him to perceive that Victor was no ordinary adversary. This intuition was purely instinctual, yet he placed his trust in it. Thus, he shifted his attention away from Reed and concentrated fully on Victor. All of you, go confront that fellow. Be cautious. He is formidable, Nick warned, his expression grave as he addressed Steve and the others. Instantly, expressions of confusion spread across their faces, particularly on Thor's. Though he had faltered in the presence of Tony and Loki, it did not imply that he would shrink from others. He, the god of war from the realm of deities, Thor, was invincible. Do not be so somber. He merely flies. Watch me vanquish him, Thor declared with unwavering confidence, charging forward before Nick could utter another word. As a deity, the ability to fly was fundamental. Soaring over the two hulking figures on the ground, Thor positioned himself directly in front of Victor. Just as he prepared to showcase his might, before he could even speak, Victor's voice resonated with a dismissive command. Get lost. Victor cast a cold glance at Thor, perceiving his essence effortlessly, yet he remained indifferent. A mere god, he had encountered many and vanquished countless others. Nothing remarkable. Upon hearing Victor's brusque dismissal, Thor momentarily faltered, then a surge of fury ignited within him. Did he, the esteemed god of war, not care for his dignity? Seeking death. With a thunderous roar, there swung his enchanted hammer, unleashing a bolt of lightning directed at Victor. The brilliance of the lightning exploded through the air, illuminating the surroundings with a silvery glow. Any ordinary person witnessing this spectacle would likely be struck with dread, yet Victor maintained his icy composure, not even blinking. A mayfly shaking a tree, utterly oblivious to its own limitations. Victor remarked, extending a finger. A terrifying wave of energy coalesced at his fingertip and then erupted forth to meet the oncoming lightning. To the astonishment of all, rather than the expected explosion, Victor's energy beam consumed the very essence of the lightning, then surged toward Thor with relentless force. As this transpired, Thor's countenance shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over him. How could this be? His attack had been devoured. This thought flickered through his mind just as the energy beam collided with him. Boom. Only then did the explosion resonate, sending Thor hurtling backward, crashing before Nick and the others. Witnessing this, their expressions transformed instantly, filled with incredulity. While Thor had always been somewhat brash, there was no denying his prowess. Even among the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D., he was regarded as one of the top 3. Looking across the globe, one can see that he is indeed among the elite of the elite. Yet now, to everyone's astonishment, Thor has been grievously injured in a single blow. This left the onlookers at a loss for words. Had Tony been present, he would undoubtedly have remarked on the sheer terror of the situation. What shall we do? Steve inquired, his expression troubled. Nick, too, fell into a moment of silence, pondering the bizarre circumstances that continually thrust such formidable adversaries into his path. Regardless of the situation, it was imperative to halt him. Nick spoke with gravity. Upon hearing this, Steve nodded in understanding and immediately advanced toward Victor, with Flint and Eddie hastily following suit. They traversed the battlefield where Reed and his companion clashed, ignoring the two towering figures. In comparison to Victor, Reed, though formidable, posed no significant threat, particularly with Banner holding him at bay. As Steve and his companions positioned themselves to intercept Victor, he slightly shook his head. Is my temperament so forgiving that you believe I would abstain from taking a life? That was merely a warning. Should you persist in your obstruction, do not blame me for the consequences. Victor spoke in his usual calm tone, yet his intent was unmistakable. Steve raised his shield, casting a grave glance at him before finally stating, "It is my duty. Surrender peacefully." With that, he swung his shield forcefully, initiating the attack. As he moved, Eddie and Flint sprang into action as well. A storm of yellow sand surged toward Victor, each grain imbued with lethal potency. Eddie transformed into venom. His visage twisted into a menacing grimace as he lunged at Victor. In stark contrast to Victor's composed demeanor, Eddie embodied the essence of a villain at that moment. Observing the onslaught, Victor's expression remained unchanged. Why are people so resistant to advice? He mused, and in an instant, a terrifying aura emanated from him, coupled with a vast power coalescing around his form. As Steve and his companions' assaults neared their target, the indifferent Victor finally made his move. He raised a finger, and a chilling breeze swept through the area, causing snowflakes to begin falling within a 100-meter radius around him. Frozen, Victor stated flatly. As his words echoed, the shield that was about to strike Victor slowed dramatically, ice forming upon its surface until it was entirely encased in frost, plummeting to the ground before him. The yellow sand, too, succumbed to the freezing temperatures, transforming into a crystalline beauty within the snow. The unluckiest of all was undoubtedly Eddie. While Steve and Flint executed ranged attacks, Eddie foolishly charged directly at Victor. Consequently, beneath the snow, Eddie's form became rigid, the frost rapidly enveloping him, ultimately sealing him within a block of ice. Witnessing this scene, both Steve and Flint inhaled sharply, a sense of indescribable terror surging within their hearts. An unsettling question simultaneously arose in their minds. Is this being before us truly human? Are we certain he is not a deity in disguise? With a mere gesture, he could alter the very fabric of reality. In the sweltering heat of summer, he summoned a snowfall. This phenomenon utterly transcended their comprehension. For a moment, they found themselves immobilized, caught in a dilemma. To advance would be tantamount to courting death. Compared to their previous adversaries, Victor resembled a god far more than soul. Conversely, retreating would mean betraying their duties and forsaking their beliefs, an idea that Steve found equally intolerable. Chapter 93. Did you truly believe I lack temper? In the neighborhood where Potts resided, Tony descended from the second floor, poured himself a glass of wine, and leisurely settled onto the sofa. He casually picked up his phone, which he had carelessly discarded earlier, and was immediately greeted by a barrage of notifications on the screen. Astonishing. Such events have transpired in the downtown area. Quick. Take a look. The government's concealed secrets. Extraordinary beings dwell among us. Good heavens. Such monsters still exist in the world. Observing the headlines reminiscent of a certain publication from his previous life, Tony's lips twitched involuntarily, yet he instinctively tapped on the notifications. Instantly, a series of news articles regarding Reed appeared on his phone, including photographs captured when Reed escaped from the hospital, alongside images of Victor. Noticing this, Tony's gaze sharpened, and his fingers swiftly glided across the screen, his expression growing increasingly serious. The fact that Nick and the others could not recognize Reed did not imply that Tony was equally oblivious. After all, he had assisted in administering Reed's enhancement serum. Jarvis, locate Reed's whereabouts, he commanded. Certainly, sir. Searching. Confirmation. Mr. Reed is currently on First Avenue. Upon hearing this, Tony tossed his phone aside, and with a mere thought, he melded into a shadow lurking within the ground. Simultaneously, at home, Peter, the octopus doctor in his lab, Norman testing the upgraded Green Goblin armor, and Bucky and Happy, his newfound allies, were all startled as shadowy ninjas appeared behind them. Although initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of the ninjas, they recognized them as part of Tony's legion and, despite their surprise, offered no resistance as the shadowy figures placed hands on their shoulders and led them into the depths of the earth. Beside First Avenue stood a towering building, several stories high, from which Tony and the others materialized atop, while Tony had yet to fully command the Shadow Realm. Traversing it briefly with the aid of the Shadow Troops was not an issue. Peter and the others, confronted by the unexpected arrival of their companions, wore expressions of confusion, uncertain of the situation. However, upon spotting Tony at the forefront of the group, they fell silent, clearly awaiting his instructions. Quite the lively scene. Tony mused as he surveyed the battling factions below, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Those who continuously targeted him truly believed he lacked temper? At this moment, Peter glanced at the chaotic battleground below, excitement bubbling within him. Are we going to fight? In response, Tony turned to him, then scanned the faces of the assembled group, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, my friends, the time has come to showcase your worth. Unleash your fury upon them. He gestured towards Reed. his words laced with a sense of brutality. Upon hearing this, the reactions among the group varied, yet apart from Dr. Octopus, the eyes of everyone else sparkled with a desire for battle. After all, they were all individuals steeped in darkness, none averse to the notion of slaughter. At present, Peter could no longer contain himself and leapt from the towering building, his form tracing a graceful arc through the air, connected by webs to the opposite edifice. Observing this, Norman, unwilling to be outdone, sprang into action, his feet landing on the green goblin-esque glider, emitting his signature maniacal laughter as he plunged into the fray. Meanwhile, Bucky and Happy, in their audacity, leapt recklessly, disregarding the 10-meter height of the building, plummeting towards the ground. In that moment, only Dr. Octopus stood somewhat bewildered, unsure of what to do, as this was his first experience in combat amidst his relentless research. Noticing his hesitation, Tony offered a reassuring smile. Go on. It's time to test your mechanical arms. But I do not fight. Dr. Octopus hesitated. Do not worry, they will assist you. Tony pointed to the mechanical arms behind him, which seemed to respond to his words, swaying slowly downward. Witnessing this, Dr. Octopus gritted his teeth and finally relented. Leaping down like Bucky and Happy, Tony could only watch in exasperation. Fortunately, the mechanical arms proved reliable, moving into action to grasp the building's facade, guiding Dr. Octopus safely down step by step. Otherwise, the illustrious Dr. Octopus might have met his demise that day. The arrival of the Dark Alliance immediately captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Nick's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing them. Damn it, why are they here? What is Tony planning? As he spoke, he observed how the presence of the Dark Alliance altered the dynamics of the conflict. Happy, now resembling a small mountain in size, delivered a punch to Banner, sending the unsuspecting man flying. After this, Happy turned to Reed, grinning widely. This is how a battle should be. With that, he charged forward. Norman, riding his glider, dove into the military ranks, tossing pumpkin grenades as if they were free, causing devastating explosions and resulting in numerous military casualties. Coupled with Norman's trademark cackle, he had become a nightmare for the soldiers. The first to engage, Peter sought out Flint, a nemesis he had never forgotten, though Flint had always eluded him while hiding within S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, finally face to face, Peter could not let this opportunity to avenge himself slip away. Meanwhile, Bucky, unsurprisingly, found himself once again in a confrontation with his friend Steve, continuing their cycle of love and conflict. However, after merging with the symbiote, Steve's power had surged, rendering Bucky, who once could match him, utterly outclassed. He was quickly overwhelmed. Fortunately, in a crucial moment, Dr. Octopus joined the fray, teaming up with Bucky to create a 2-on-1 scenario that finally subdued Steve. Nearby, Victor, who had intended to continue his assault on Steve and Bucky, stood frozen, stunned by the unfolding events. The sudden shift in the situation caught him off guard, compelling him to halt his actions momentarily. However, with his keen observation skills, he noticed the location where the members of the Dark Alliance had emerged and turned his gaze towards the building. After a brief moment, he spotted a figure looming above, gazing down upon him as if a deity surveying mere ants on the earth. Upon this realization, Victor instinctively furrowed his brow, and his typically indifferent demeanor transformed into an unusual seriousness. He sensed a threat emanating from Tony, signifying the latter's formidable strength. Their eyes locked, and the two men exchanged an intense gaze across the distance. Chapter 94. If possible, I shall end your life. The eyes of the two men collided midair. While Tony pondered the identity of Victor, he had never encountered Victor before, but one who could approach Reed must surely be a villain featured in the films. Among the adversaries of the Fantastic Four, only one stands as the greatest, the formidable Dr. Doom, Victor, a being of unparalleled might, comparable to the likes of Dormammu and Thanos. However, if this were indeed the true Dr. Doom, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Reed would have undoubtedly perished long before this moment. Thus, either Victor was experiencing some form of malfunction, or he was not in his true form at present. In either case, it signified that Victor was not an invincible entity. Having clarified this, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him. He activated his telekinetic abilities, gracefully descending from the heights of the skyscraper, striding towards Victor. This scene mirrored Victor's earlier emergence from the hospital, though the powers wielded by each were distinctly different. Who are you? Victor inquired as Tony approached, taking the initiative to ask for his opponent's name for the first time. Neither Thor nor Steve had been granted this privilege. Clearly, this indicated Victor's acknowledgement of Tony's prowess. And I am Tony, a man of considerable wealth, Tony replied nonchalantly, his demeanor markedly indifferent, an unexpected contrast to his usual propensity for charming villains. It was not that Tony had undergone a sudden change of heart. Rather, he understood that someone like Victor would never submit to him, rendering any display of emotion or rhetoric a waste. An intriguing introduction. Pray tell, do you intend to thwart me? Victor's expression hardened, his tone laced with a newfound arrogance. Thwart? Not quite. I merely wish to witness the extent of your strength, and if possible, to end your life in the process, Tony stated, his words flowing as easily as if he were discussing a trivial matter. It was not his desire to antagonize Victor. He simply recognized that Victor would not spare Reed. Individuals of Victor's caliber, once resolved to a course of action, would see it through to the end. Tony shared this trait. It was a hallmark of the strong, leaving no room for dissent. Thus, unless relinquishing Reed, a lethal confrontation with Victor seemed inevitable. Yet, how could Tony possibly abandon him? His pride forbade him to bow down. And Reed's value alone was sufficient to warrant Tony's protection. Not to mention, Reed was integral to the rewards offered by the system. Anyone who dared impede his quest for such rewards would inevitably become his adversary. As the saying goes, there is no point in prolonging the conversation with the unworthy. With Tony's words hanging in the air, Victor fell silent, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Raising a hand, a terrifying surge of energy coalesced at Victor's fingertips. An energy beam imbued with devastating power surged forth, breaking free from his grasp and hurtling towards Tony. Simultaneously, two beams of laser light flickered in Tony's eyes as the power of the pig talisman activated, colliding violently with the energy beam, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated throughout the surroundings. As the energy attacks of the two collided, a flurry of snowflakes cascaded from the heavens, causing the temperature within a 100-meter radius to plummet, swiftly plunging below freezing, with snowflakes beginning to coalesce upon Tony. At that moment, a surge of searing flames erupted from Tony's body, the terrifying heat melting the ice and snow, transforming the frost enveloping the vicinity into vapor. Beneath them, venom was thawed, his consciousness returning. However, before he could catch his breath, the escalating heat compelled him to emit a cry of agony as his form began to gradually melt away. Explode. A chilling command resounded from Victor's lips, unleashing a mysterious force that enveloped Tony in an explosion of arcane magic, a specialty of Dr. Doom, capable of igniting dark particles in the void to provoke detonation. A formidable shockwave radiated around Tony, sweeping toward him, inadvertently striking Venom, who was caught in the crossfire and hurled away. Upon landing, the severely injured Venom erupted into a laugh of survival. Though his appearance was dire, he had preserved his life. Remaining in the heart of the battle would have inevitably led to his complete incineration. After the laughter subsided, he gazed up at the two combatants in the sky, his eyes reflecting awe. Having witnessed their might, his pride was utterly shattered. The strength he had once held in high regard paled in comparison to the prowess of Tony and his counterpart. Not only was he incapable of engaging them directly, but even the residual force of their battle was beyond his endurance. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Tony's figure gradually emerged, still floating gracefully in midair. His form unchanged, even the creases of his attire remained as they were. Observing this scene, a glimmer of understanding passed through Victor's eyes as he discerned the secret behind it. Before him, a transparent wall of air encircled Tony, forming a barrier that shielded him from the explosion, akin to the mysterious force field he had utilized previously. In that moment, Victor refrained from further aggression. He had exhausted his most potent means, yet they proved ineffective against Tony. To persist would be futile. Likewise, Tony chose not to strike again, recognizing the futility of attempting to subdue his adversary. With Victor unwilling to continue, Tony found relief in the cessation of hostilities. Through this clash, Tony became acutely aware of his shortcomings. Despite possessing numerous abilities and formidable strength, he lacked a definitive finishing move, the proverbial trump card. This realization ignited a sense of urgency within him, urging him to amplify his powers further. Those individuals are your subordinates, are they not? Victor suddenly inquired. Tony, unsure of the intent behind the question, chose not to deny it, merely nodding in affirmation. Indeed, hand Reed over to me, and I shall spare them. One individual should be no match for a multitude, correct? What, do you possess such confidence in overcoming me to confront them? Tony responded with astonishment. Victor shook his head, acknowledging your prowess, which is indeed sufficient to withstand me. However, I am not alone in this endeavor. With a mysterious smile, Victor began to chant an arcane incantation. And before him, an immense magical circle materialized. The circle emanated a sinister aura, and under Victor's command, a colossal portal emerged from the ground, adorned with intricate depictions of demons. As the portal swung open, Tony beheld a realm of molten lava. Where's this? Tony inquired, furrowing his brow. Victor generously provided the answer. This is the Inferno of Lava, the dwelling place of the lava demons. Chapter 95. I shall seek you after emerging from hell. Victor casually offered an explanation. Soon, a cacophony of savage roars erupted as a towering lava demon, standing 3 meters tall and composed entirely of rock, emerged from the portal. Its body was adorned with fiery patterns, the rocks radiating a vivid crimson hue, accompanied by a faint scent of sulfur wafting from it. As if savoring the air of freedom, the roars of the lava demon became increasingly exuberant. In a matter of moments, one after another, lava demons continued to surge forth from the portal, claiming dominion over the land below. Simultaneously, Victor's voice resonated again, tinged with a hint of pride. How do you find your options now? Though these creatures are somewhat inept, they should suffice to handle your subordinates. Hand read over to me, and I shall withdraw. This is your final opportunity. Upon hearing his words and observing his smug demeanor, a peculiar smile crept across Tony's lips. Summoning creatures, you say? I have my own. Why not take a look at mine? With that, Tony concentrated, and a vast expanse of darkness gathered beneath him. As shadowy giants emerged from the gloom, each standing 3 meters tall, with robust forms and gleaming crimson eyes that pierced through their inky blackness. In stark contrast to the chaos of Victor's summoned demons, the shadow giants appeared as disciplined entities, a stark distinction reminiscent of a well-organized army versus a ragtag band. This juxtaposition rendered the lava demons utterly inferior. Witnessing this scene, an unsightly expression crept onto Victor's countenance. Reflecting on his earlier threats and the current scenario, he found himself in a rather embarrassing predicament. Even for someone of Victor's temperament, a flicker of indignation was difficult to suppress. Rend them apart, Victor bellowed. And at his command, the lava demons charged toward the shadow giants with ferocity. Observing their advance, a smirk of disdain curled Tony's lips. With a snap of his fingers, he pointed forward nonchalantly, uttering, "Let them tear." As the words left his mouth, the shadow giants advanced to meet the oncoming assault. In an instant, the two legions clashed like crashing waves, causing the very earth to tremble. The lava demons, not only possessing formidable physicality, but also imbued with the power of flames. Each rivaled exceptional beings like Happy, if not exceeding them in strength. In contrast, while the shadow giants boasted invincible power and sturdy forms, their lack of extraordinary abilities rendered them less lethal than the lava demons. Thus, on the battlefield, it took 2 shadow giants to match a single lava demon. However, the Shadow Legion was not renowned for its prowess. Their greatest strength lay in their immortality. A shadow giant felled in one moment would resurrect in the realm of shadows the next, rejoining the fray. In this relentless cycle of attrition, despite the apparent advantage of the lava demons, their numbers dwindled with each passing encounter. Though Victor continuously summoned lava demons to bolster his forces as time passed, the battlefield was gradually overtaken by shadow trolls, and the number of lava demons dwindled. Ultimately, with the last lava demon falling, Victor's summoned legion faced utter defeat. An indescribable sense of oppression emanated from Victor. He ceased his summoning. He had come to realize that no matter how many demons he summoned, unless they possessed overwhelming power, their numbers would never suffice against the shadow trolls. At that moment, Victor cast a fierce glance at Tony and, filled with indignation, declared, "You may have won this round, but I shall return to seek you out." With that, Victor retracted the magic circle and turned to depart. However, at that instant, a mocking smile appeared on Tony's face. "You wish to leave? How much magic do you have left?" Upon hearing this, Victor's expression shifted dramatically, and his previously composed form accelerated in an attempt to escape. Yet, just as he fled, the power of the rabbit talisman activated within Tony. In the blink of an eye, Tony appeared behind Victor, gently placing his palm on Victor's shoulder. As searing flames surged forth from his hand, with a resounding burst, the flames ignited upon contact, rapidly enveloping Victor's entire being, releasing a foul odor of burning flesh. Victor's expression changed drastically as he attempted to summon his strength to suppress the inferno engulfing him. However, bolstered by Tony's relentless power, his resistance was swiftly extinguished, and despair filled Victor's heart. He turned to face Tony, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, proclaiming, "When I rise from the depths of hell, I shall seek you out again." With those words, the flames consumed him entirely, reducing his form to ashes. As a gentle breeze swept through, the ashes dispersed into the ether, while Tony stood majestically in the air, calmly murmuring to himself, "I await your return." He then turned his gaze toward the battlefield behind him, his expression indifferent. Although Victor had perished, it was evident from his earlier words that this was not his true form. A mere avatar or clone could hardly compare to his true self, revealing the extent of Victor's terrifying power. Nevertheless, Tony felt no fear. It had only been a short time since he had risen from an ordinary mortal to this point. He believed that when he next encountered Victor, he would not merely be able to suppress him, but would certainly not fear him either, rendering Victor's threats a mere jest in Tony's eyes. It was time to conclude this. Observing the various battlefields in the distance, Tony spoke softly to himself. He then began to drift slowly toward the direction of S-H-I-E-L-D, resembling a deity surveying his dominion. As he advanced, shadows began to manifest along the streets: shadow ninjas, shadow claws, shadow nightbats, shadow trolls, shadow warriors. Within moments, an endless legion of shadows enveloped the entirety of First Avenue. Witnessing this spectacle, an overwhelming terror surged within the hearts of S-H-I-E-L-D and military personnel, their faces etched with fear. Even the extraordinary combatants ceased their movements, and Steve and the others gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. The members of the Dark Alliance instinctively swallowed hard. They had encountered the Shadow Legion before, yet they had never witnessed such an overwhelming multitude of them. It could be said that, as far as the eye could see, darkness reigned supreme. This spectacle sent shivers through the crowd, evoking an instinctive sense of dread. Among them, Nick trembled as he observed the scene. And when his gaze fell upon Tony in the heavens above, he let out a bellow. "Tony, stop." Upon hearing his voice, Tony did not even cast a glance in his direction. Instead, he coldly surveyed all those below, casually gesturing with his hand. Kill. Chapter 96. Did not overthink Tony's voice. Though not raised, resonated among the crowd like a divine judgment, sending tremors through their very souls. The moment the Shadow Legion surged forth, a palpable weight descended upon everyone present. The shadowy night bats danced across the heavens, unleashing energy beams that rained down upon the masses below, igniting a series of explosive eruptions. The Blade Legion leaped from the towering edifices lining the streets, their razor-sharp claws glinting ominously, descending upon the crowd and painting the air with crimson splatters. The Shadow Giants charged headlong into battle, their towering forms and formidable defenses rendering them nightmares on the battlefield, effortlessly transforming soldiers into mere pulp with each devastating blow that shook the earth. Meanwhile, the Shadow Warriors and Shadow Ninjas flitted through the darkness, poised to strike with lethal precision at any moment. Blood blossomed in the air, and carnage flourished beneath the sun. No soldier, no matter how elite, could withstand the onslaught of the Legion from the abyss. Despair and wails became the dominant symphony of the battlefield, where all lives were rendered equal in the face of slaughter. At the rear of the army, Nick stood transfixed, his gaze locked onto the horrifying scene before him. His face drained of color, and his spirit seemingly departed. On the battlefield, Steve and his companions regained their focus, witnessing the devastation wrought by the Shadow Legion. And they charged forward, roaring in defiance, striving to resist. Yet, human strength has its limits, and at that moment, the Shadow Legion embodied an unstoppable force. How could mere mortals stand against such overwhelming power? Moreover, the members of the Dark Alliance were no idle spectators, as Steve and his allies engaged. The Dark Alliance sprang into action, joining the fray. Amidst the chaos, Flint stirred up furious sands, resisting the relentless assault of the Shadow Legion. Suddenly, Peter materialized behind him, delivering a powerful punch to his back. Bang! A tremendous force surged through Flint's body, sending a cascade of sand spilling from his chest. In the skies above, Norman swiftly approached on his glider, cackling maniacally, before accurately tossing 2 pumpkin grenades into the gaping hole in Flint's torso. Upon witnessing this, Peter instinctively withdrew, and the 2 former adversaries executed a flawless cooperative maneuver. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Flint's expression shifted dramatically, and a terrified scream escaped his lips. No. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion shattered the air. The pumpkin grenades detonated within Flint's body, unleashing a horrific electromagnetic pulse that obliterated him completely. In an instant, Flint was reduced to nothingness, the very sands that constituted his being evaporating in the explosion. Thus, Flint, whose fate had been rewritten to join S.H.I.E.L.D., met his demise. Elsewhere, while the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. valiantly resisted under Steve's command, Venom was stealthily retreating. He stood alone among the extraordinary beings of S.H.I.E.L.D. as the singular defector, not inherently noble. He could play the role of a hero when his life was not at stake, adhering to the justice that resided within his host. However, when his survival was jeopardized, notions of justice held no significance. Therefore, when he beheld Tony unleashing his wrath, he did not hesitate. He turned and fled. With his swiftness, escaping the encirclement of the Shadow Legion was not a Herculean task, though it certainly demanded some effort. However, during his flight, Dr. Octopus set his sights on him. As a mad scientist, Dr. Octopus immediately discerned the anomaly of Venom. This extraterrestrial entity held an irresistible allure for a researcher like him. Thus, amidst the chaos of the crowd, Dr. Octopus meticulously tracked his movements. For mechanical arms functioned like wheels, propelling Dr. Octopus relentlessly in pursuit of Venom. Before long, Venom, still trapped within the confines of the Shadow Legion, found himself intercepted by Dr. Octopus. A sharp whooshing sound sliced through the air as 2 mechanical arms lunged forward at breakneck speed to attack Venom. Sensing the commotion, Venom instinctively pivoted, striking one of the mechanical arms with a powerful punch. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom, unleashing a tremendous force that slammed Venom into the ground. In the next moment, another mechanical arm struck, piercing through his form and pinning him to the earth. A peculiar howl erupted as Venom writhed in agony. Yet the mechanical arm clung to him like a fixed screw, rendering his struggles futile. Realizing the imminent threat, Venom abandoned his host, Eddie, transforming into a puddle of liquid to make his escape. This unexpected turn of events left Dr. Octopus momentarily stunned, He had not anticipated such a development. Casting a glance at the lifeless body of Eddie, who had succumbed to the separation, Dr. Octopus swiftly withdrew his mechanical arm and pursued Venom. Regrettably, despite sustaining considerable damage from Dr. Octopus's onslaught, Venom's extraordinary vitality allowed him to maintain an impressive speed of escape. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, his flight appeared assured. However, he overlooked the presence of Tony, who loomed above the battlefield like a deity, observing everything beneath his gaze. Just as Venom was on the verge of soaring away, an irresistible force suddenly enveloped him. In the next instant, he was lifted off the ground, ascending toward the sky. A series of piercing hisses echoed as Venom gazed at Tony, emitting a sound of terror. Having experienced Tony's formidable power firsthand, he understood that falling into Tony's grasp meant certain death. Unfortunately, the vast disparity in strength rendered all his attempts at resistance futile. Ultimately, Venom found himself ensnared within Tony's grasp. Tony merely cast a glance at him, and flames ignited in his hand. In a cacophony of shrill hisses, Venom was consumed, reduced to gas. Observing this, Dr. Octopus's eyes glimmered with regret. He had hoped to conduct further research. At that moment, Tony's voice resonated in his ear. Don't fret. There are plenty of such life forms. I'll procure another for you. At these words, Dr. Octopus chuckled, relinquishing his concerns, and turned back to immerse himself in the carnage. In the distance, Nick witnessed the extraordinary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. falling one after another, and a wave of panic washed over him. If every extraordinary agent perished, S.H.I.E.L.D. would fall into complete ruin, a fate he could not allow. In that moment, Nick grabbed a megaphone and bellowed, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" Amidst the perilous chaos, Steve and his companions received the command. They glanced at their surroundings, a flicker of sorrow crossing their eyes as they realized the futility of their situation. Remaining behind would only lead to death. Nothing could be altered. Thus, they refrained from contesting Nick's orders and began their withdrawal. Nick's command caught Tony's attention, prompting him to swiftly appear beside Nick in an instant. Observing this, Nick's heart raced, a sense of resignation taking hold as he silently regarded Tony, curious about his intentions. At some point, Tony's hand had found its way to Nick's neck, lifting him slightly. "Where are my belongings?" Tony inquired, his tone indifferent. In that moment, Nick understood the gravity of Tony's question and hoarsely replied, "They are still with S.H.I.E.L.D. "I've grown impatient," Tony remarked coolly. "I believe you would not wish for me to retrieve them personally." With a casual motion, Tony cast Nick to the ground and continued, "Let me offer you one last piece of advice. Do not presume your continued existence is solely due to that woman. It is simply because you still possess a modicum of utility to me. Do not overthink it. Now depart." Chapter 97. What is a chable? This is a chable. As Tony bid farewell to Nick and the others, he refrained from issuing further orders for pursuit. At this moment, on First Avenue, apart from the members of the Dark Alliance, there was not a single living soul left. All had been turned into corpses. The gruesome sight of severed limbs and dismembered bodies sent shivers down the spines of even the Dark Alliance members, who had actively participated in the carnage. Their primary targets had been Steve and his companions, and they had not slain many ordinary individuals, which meant that these bodies were entirely the handiwork of the Shadow Legion. Contemplating this, the members of the Dark Alliance instinctively cast glances at the Shadow Legion surrounding them, only to find that the Legion had also fixed their scarlet gazes upon the Dark Alliance, as if deeming them the next targets for slaughter. Instantly, a chill ran down the spine of the Dark Alliance members. Fortunately, it was at this moment that Tony spoke up, shattering the eerie atmosphere. "Reed, are you all right?" Tony's tone was not particularly warm, yet it stirred a flicker of emotion within Reed amidst the crowd. "Boss, I'm fine." Reed's tone was markedly more respectful than before. If he had previously regarded Tony merely as a boss, this time, after witnessing Tony lead a rescue and even go to war with the authorities on his behalf, he had completely shifted his allegiance, perceiving Tony as a true master. Observing this scene, the onlookers were filled with a complex array of emotions. They had gathered around Tony for various reasons, and previously, their relationship had seemed more transactional. However, they now recognized Tony's genuine sincerity. He truly considered them as his own, rather than disposable tools for his use. In an instant, the atmosphere among the Dark Alliance members became warmer than before. Even Norman, who had joined the Dark Alliance under duress, regarded Tony with a newfound sense of recognition. Unbeknownst to Tony, who was simply attending to his responsibilities, the changes in the hearts of those around him were profound. After confirming Reed's safety, he proceeded to organize the subsequent matters. "Shadow Legion, clean up the battlefield. You all go and clear the nearby surveillance." "Understood." The crowd responded in unison, dispersing swiftly. Simultaneously, the Shadow Legion sprang into action, dragging the remains into the Shadow Kingdom to erase all traces. This act felt akin to burying one's head in the sand, yet it was a necessary procedure. Tony still needed to live in this nation, and thus, the rules of the game must be adhered to, although many had witnessed his violent deeds without direct evidence. The multitude of witnesses would be of no consequence, for even if 1,000 people accused him of guilt, he could summon 100,000 to proclaim his innocence. As for the truth, no one would care. As long as everyone appeared to be living well, the matter would be forgotten. This is the nature of capital. Even the might of a nation must yield to it. Oh, the land of freedom. Tony found himself gradually growing fond of this nation. Meanwhile, as Tony was engaged in the cleanup, news of the withdrawal of the SHIELD personnel began to spread. Thousands have perished, the majority being military personnel, and this news is impossible to conceal. In an instant, the upper echelons of the United States are thrown into turmoil. Government officials and military leaders spring into action, with some vociferously calling for sanctions against Tony, even proposing the deployment of military force to suppress Stark Industries. However, many associated with Stark Industries vehemently counter these proposals, engaging in heated verbal exchanges. In her chamber, Potts, who had been resting, receives a call from the upper echelons of the United States. Her initially weary demeanor transforms into one of sharp acuity. Tony has committed murder? Preposterous. This is nothing but slander. Contemplating military suppression of Stark Industries? Rally all the legislators connected to us, initiate a parliamentary session, and impose sanctions on those scoundrels. Has the White House intervened in this matter? Pay no heed. I shall find a way to silence him. Commands flow methodically from Potts' lips as she, undeterred by the pressure from the upper echelons, immediately aligns herself with Tony. After ending the call, instead of resting, Potts continues to make one call after another, mobilizing Stark Industries' extensive network of connections. Moreover, the network of the Osborne Group is also activated, as Tony, being a major shareholder, empowers her to leverage these connections. Soon, through the collaboration of the two powerful entities, all dissenting voices against Tony and Stark Industries are silenced. The once vociferous military leaders now find themselves mute, bewildered by the overwhelming offensive from the two conglomerates. What should have escalated into chaos has quietly subsided. This is the terror of the oligarchs. Manipulating the legislature and wielding power is a commonplace phenomenon among the upper echelons of the United States. Of course, the magnitude of Tony's actions has stirred such significant ripples. Had it not been for the extensive loss of life involving the military, the deaths of a few would likely have gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, a shadow looms over SHIELD, with an air of despair permeating its ranks, from Nick Fury at the helm to the ordinary agents below. The failed mission has inflicted severe losses, and upon reporting the incident, the higher-ups have chosen to suppress the matter, leaving the agents bewildered. In the conference room, Steve, his face contorted in anger, confronts Nick with a booming voice. Why has this happened? Why is no one addressing this issue? Tony has killed so many, and so many in the military have fallen. Does no one dare to sanction him? Steve's bewildered rage resonates throughout the room, with others glaring at Nick, demanding an explanation. The deaths of Flint and Venom have ignited their fury, and the government's inaction only exacerbates their wrath. Observing the collective frustration and listening to Steve's inquiries, a sardonic smile crosses Nick's face. How can we address this? Do you have evidence proving he committed murder? I had the surrounding surveillance footage reviewed, and it has all been erased. Without evidence, even if the entirety of SHIELD accuses him of guilt, he can persuade many to acknowledge his innocence. Captain, the times have changed. It is now the era of conglomerates, no longer that of the American people. With a weary sigh, Nick closed his eyes, choosing not to gaze upon the assembly any longer. In the realm of cinema from a previous life, the increasing power of SHIELD over time was not solely due to the frequency of extraordinary events that expanded its authority, but also because Tony was a member of SHIELD. Backed by the support of conglomerates, SHIELD's influence grew, ultimately distancing itself from the control of America's elite. Yet now, with Tony's absence from SHIELD, the organization's endeavors have frequently faltered, lacking support, and often descending into chaos, resulting in a significant constriction of its power. Presently, under the oppression of the conglomerates, they find themselves bereft of even the capacity to resist. As the director of SHIELD, Nick bears the heaviest burden. Particularly, the words Tony had previously uttered resonate incessantly in his mind. Tony truly dares to kill him, even knowing of Captain Marvel's existence. Upon reflection, if Tony truly intended to take his life, would he have had the opportunity to retrieve the beeper? Even if he managed to make contact, by the time the elusive Captain Marvel returns from whatever distant planet she is frolicking on, his grave would be overgrown. Observing Nick's demeanor, Steve, who had initially intended to speak, found himself at a loss for words. The others sighed in unison, although resentment lingered in their hearts. They understood that this was the only course of action available to them. Outside the confines of the rules, they could not contend with Tony within those confines. They were no match for him either. Bowing their heads, they saw no other path forward. Chapter 98. The villa, once again, has been blown up. As the door creaked open, Tony stepped into the room. Upon entering the living room, he spotted Potts lounging on the sofa. A hint of an awkward smile graced Tony's face. "Why are you up? Shouldn't you be resting a bit longer?" At his words, Potts turned to glance at him, rolling her eyes in response. "It's rare for Mr. Tony to be concerned about me. When I woke up, I found myself all alone and thought I had been discarded like some piece of trash." Hearing this, Tony let out a cough, his usual confidence momentarily shaken. The trash Potts referred to was, of course, not the common refuse, but rather the companions he had brought home. A smile returned to Tony's face as he settled beside Potts, pulling her into his embrace. "What are you daydreaming about? No one can compare to you." Potts offered no resistance to Tony's gesture, instead leaning into his embrace, a hint of worry crossing her features. "Tony, I don't know what you're involved in right now, but please refrain from engaging in such dangerous activities in the future. You have ample resources. You could hire someone else to handle it. Why must you take matters into your own hands?" The swift shift in Potts' conversation did not escape Tony's notice. It was evident she was already aware of the recent events. Observing the concern etched on her face, a soft warmth flickered in Tony's eyes. "You already know? Don't worry, no one can harm me. I assure you, I won't take matters into my own hands again." Potts silently nodded, planting a gentle kiss on Tony's lips. A serene, warm atmosphere enveloped the room, intoxicating Tony and dissipating much of the pent-up rage he had accumulated from the violence around him. A month of tranquil days swiftly passed. The once notorious playboy had returned, indulging in lavish spending and romantic pursuits, with a different companion gracing his home each night. Had it not been for the significant change in his physical condition, he would have surely succumbed to exhaustion given his nightly escapades. Yet, just as Tony was relishing in the pleasures of life, his home was bombed once again. 3 combat helicopters dropped bombs on his seaside villa, nearly reducing it to ruins. The reason it was only nearly was due to Loki's presence at the villa. Upon sensing the commotion outside, Loki used illusions to influence the helicopter pilots, causing the bombs to be released over the ocean. Although this triggered an explosion, it spared the villa from harm. The 3 helicopters, too, were eradicated from existence at the same moment the bombs were dropped. When Tony received the news, he was utterly astonished, unable to fathom such an event occurring. He had been staying at the seaside villa, but due to his noisy antics, Loki had banished him, as no one wished to endure the sounds of his nightly revelries. Upon learning of the incident, Tony rushed back to the villa. The living room. Observing Loki seated on the sofa, Tony inquired with curiosity, "What's going on?" In response, Loki shrugged, indicating his ignorance. Having become engrossed in research, he had been delving into the realm of artificial intelligence. Had he not sensed an abrupt attack on the villa, he might have remained ensconced in his underground laboratory. Faced with this situation, Tony opted to consult another source. "Jarvis, have you uncovered anything?" "Indeed, sir. The 3 combat helicopters are LM models that Stark Industries sold to the military earlier this year." Upon hearing this, Tony's brow furrowed slightly. Military helicopters. Could this be an act of retaliation from them? The thought crossed his mind, but was swiftly dismissed. It had been a month. If the military intended to retaliate, they would not wait until now. Furthermore, they lacked the audacity for such actions, thus ruling out the possibility of military retribution. At that moment, Jarvis's voice resonated once more. "Sir, I have just discovered a piece of news that may prove beneficial to you." With that, Jarvis projected an image onto the wall. A brooding middle-aged man appeared on the screen, his sunglasses perched on his nose as he arrogantly declared a series of terrorist threats against the United States, revealing a list of targeted locations, including Tony's villa. Watching this unfold, a peculiar expression flickered across Tony's face. This scene seemed oddly familiar. It bore resemblance to a moment from the 3rd Iron Man film. Instantly, Tony fell into contemplation, pondering the narrative of Iron Man 3. Unfortunately, his reflections yielded little in the way of useful information, recalling only a few keywords: extremists, the Mandarin. As for further details, he regrettably found them almost forgotten. "Interesting. Is this a deliberate targeting of me?" Tony mused aloud, then turned to Loki. "So, can you use the Tesseract to pinpoint that individual's location?" He gestured towards the man in the projection. The day after he had instilled fear in S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick had delivered the Tesseract to him. Although this artifact was precious, it held little practical value for Tony at present, so he entrusted it to Loki for further exploration, much like he had with the Mind Stone embedded in Loki's scepter. Nodding in agreement, Loki replied, "No problem. While I may not harness its full power, traversing and locating is certainly feasible." "Then let us proceed and uncover what this individual is truly about," Tony declared with a smile. Loki grinned as well, rising from the sofa and waving his hand, causing the Tesseract to materialize before him. With Loki's invocation, it promptly locked onto the man's location, opening a portal tall enough for a person to walk through. Without hesitation, Tony and Loki stepped through the portal, and the Tesseract vanished in an instant. In the United States, within the confines of an opulent estate, a portal suddenly opened, and Tony and Loki emerged. The psychic energy emanated from Tony, instantly enveloping the entire estate, and in that moment, the scenes within the manor were fully absorbed into Tony's consciousness. There were no stern guards, nor any signs of imminent danger. Apart from the brooding middle-aged man proclaiming his terrifying declarations from within one of the villas, the place bore no semblance of a terrorist stronghold. "Let us proceed and discover who this individual is," Tony said with a smile, beckoning Loki to follow. Soon, the two arrived outside a particular room. With a flicker of his mind, Tony severed the live broadcasting equipment inside the room before pushing the door open. Upon the sudden appearance of Tony and Loki, the middle-aged man within the room was immediately struck with panic. "Who are you?" he stammered, his voice trembling as he regarded the two intruders, devoid of any semblance of the bravado he had displayed on television.